The pilot, still shaky but grateful, backs him up. Yes, I was the pilot. We were both kidnapped against our will and this guy saved us. This guy saved us from this lunatic. Peter looks at the agent, his eyes pleading for understanding. Thank you, thank you. I know you've had a rough night. Could you please fly me back to New York, please? The agent shakes her head, her expression softening for a moment before turning back to professional. Yeah, of course, for you. I'm sorry, sir. We're going to have to bring the two of you in for questioning. Peter protests. No, that's okay, I'm fine. She insists. No, we need to report this. We need to file the papers. You will be in our custody, yes. Peter's heart sinks once more. No, you don't understand. I need Tohat time, is it? The agent cuts him off, her tone becoming more authoritative. Sir, I am going to have to ask you to remove your mask and... The hero slumps to his knees, the absolute absurdity of his situation finally breaking him. I just want to go home. I am in so much trouble. The agent just looks down at him, her weapon still in her hand. Please, sir, if you'll follow us. Peter doesn't wait to be taken into custody. In a blur of motion, he leaps high into the air, his spider-enhanced muscles propelling him away from the stunned authorities. He flips over the plane, his silhouette clear against the bright Brazilian moon. The soldiers scramble to react, but he's already gone. He lands on the wing of a nearby aircraft, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He needs a way home, and he's not going to find it in a Brazilian police station. The soldiers shout and point, their voices fading as Peter puts distance between himself and the airport. Isso foi surpreendente. Se eu não tivesse visto eu não teria acreditado. Cadê ela voa? Está aqui algum lugar? They cry out in confusion. Octavius is loaded onto a stretcher, his mechanical arms now nothing more than dead weight. He's been defeated, but he looks strangely satisfied, as if he's still in control of the narrative. One soldier reports, "We looked everywhere. He's gone. Gone. The female agent watches the sky, her face illuminated by the lights of the airport. She knows that they've just witnessed something extraordinary. She picks up her radio and calls in, "This is Capt. Luces, we have a big problem down here. You need to shut down the airport. I repeat, we have a..." She stares into the darkness, her expression a mix of awe and frustration. She's lost her star witness, and she has no idea how to explain it to her superiors. A massive commercial jet takes off, its engines glowing as it climbs into the night sky. Somewhere on that plane, a stowaway is hoping for a miracle. The agent continues to watch the plane until it's nothing more than a faint speck in the distance. She knows that the legend of the American Spider-Man has just grown even larger. Inside the pitch-black cargo hold of a massive jet, Peter Parker is having the worst night of his life. He's surrounded by heavy metal trunks and shifting luggage, every bump and turn sending a new wave of nausea through his body. He groans as he struggles to find a comfortable position amidst the chaos. Well, at least I'm not in Brazil, he tells himself, trying to find a silver lining in a sky full of storm clouds. A suitcase decorated with bright purple flowers falls from a nearby stack, slamming directly into his head. Ow! He cries out, his muffled voice echoing through the empty cargo hold. Outside, the jet continues its long flight across the ocean, a lonely beacon of light in the vast darkness of the night sky. Peter is on his way back, but the journey is far from over. The screen fades to black, with bold orange text appearing in the center. 32 minutes later. The passage of time is the only constant in this nightmare. Peter is now huddled in a corner, his arms wrapped tightly around his shivering body. Ooh, I am so cold, he chatters, his breath visible in the freezing air of the cargo hold. He looks around at the dark, cold space, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and exhaustion. This is a nightmare. This is GGGG. I am so sorry, people whose luggage I am about to ransack. I would never do this in normal circumstances. He begins to pry open the suitcases, his fingers stiff from the cold. But I am only wearing TTTites, and I am GG going to die. Put it this way. I have saved the CC city of New York a CC couple of times from some really CC crazy goofballs. He pulls a thick sweater from a suitcase, the soft fabric a godsend against his frozen skin. SSO, I am going to have to say that I earned this little minor infraction of. He continues to dig through the luggage, finding a pair of warm pants and a heavy coat. The situation is absurd, but it's the only way he can survive the flight back to civilization. The screen fades once more, 142 minutes later. The passage of time is a blur of shivering and stolen comfort. The landing gear of the plane drops with a heavy thud, the tires screaming as they make contact with the tarmac. Flablump, they have finally reached their destination. The impact of the landing sends Peter flying from his makeshift bed, slamming him back into a pile of luggage. "Og!" he cries out, his world once again turned upside down. Clump. Peter stands up, his mismatched outfit a ridiculous sight even in the dark cargo hold. He's wearing earmuffs with a cat face on them and a sweater that is clearly several sizes too big. "We landed. Where landed," he whispers, barely able to believe it. He looks around, his hope beginning to rise for the first time in hours. "Where am I now? Oh, please don't be anywhere worse than where I was. Please don't be going to Thailand." He spots a luggage tag and pulls it close, his eyes narrowing as he tries to read the destination. Peter B. Reynolds, 57 Peachtree Law, Atlanta, GA, Atlanta. I'm going to Atlanta. I'm in Atlanta. He stands amongst the luggage, the earmuffs still perched precariously on his head. Clump. At least they speak some kind of English in Atlanta. I don't need Atlanta. I need JFK or. He looks at another tag, his hope flaring up once more. Newark. The word is like music to his ears. He's close, so incredibly close to home. The tag confirms his hope. Transfer to Newark International Airport, number 456987. He just needs to make it onto the next flight. Outside, the ground crew begins to unload the cargo, their voices drifting into the hold. "Hey, we got one more for Newark. You know they're supposed to label the heavy ones." Peter ducks down, hiding among the suitcases. He waits as the heavy metal trunk he's hiding behind is lifted and moved. "Oh man, this is so mortifying," he mutters, his face flushed with embarrassment under his mask. The cargo hold is finally empty, leaving Peter alone in the darkness once more. He can hear the engines of the plane starting up, the vibration rattling the entire hold. He watches as the heavy door of the hold is slammed shut, the sound echoing through the empty space like a funeral bell. "Did you at least cover the spread? I don't want to talk about it." "Oh, dude, seriously, I know." The crew members chat outside. Clump. The plane lifts off into the night sky, its engines screaming as it climbs towards the clouds. Peter is on his way back to New Jersey, but the journey is still far from over. A sudden jolt sends a heavy trunk sliding across the hold, slamming into Peter's hand. "Groom." "Oh, good, now I broke my finger," he groans, the pain another unwelcome addition to his long list of injuries. He lies on the cold floor, his hand throbbing as he stares up into the darkness. "Og, man, there is no way any X-Man, Ultimate, or Fantastic Four guy had to go through anything even remotely like this. Ever." The plane hits another pocket of turbulence, throwing Peter around like a rag doll. "Og!" he cries out as he's slammed into another stack of suitcases. Wump fluamp clump. The plane finally lands at Newark International Airport, the wheels touching down with a screech of rubber. Peter is battered and broken, but he's finally back on American soil. The cargo door is opened, and the sounds of a busy airport fill the hold. Peter waits for his moment to escape, his heart pounding in his chest. He looks out from behind a pile of suitcases, his ridiculous outfit a bizarre sight in the middle of a major international airport. He's wearing earmuffs, a sweater, and boots that clearly aren't his. Without warning, a worker pulls a suitcase away, exposing Peter to the light. The man screams in terror, his eyes wide with shock. "Ag." Peter looks back at the man, his own eyes wide with surprise. "What the chiog?" he screams back, his voice echoing through the cargo hold. He leaps from the plane, his oversized coat flapping behind him as he hits the ground running. What's that smell? Oh, good, I made it to Jersey," he quips, his sense of humor finally returning. The workers just stare in disbelief as the mismatched hero disappears into the darkness of the airport grounds. "Ag!" one of them continues to scream. The scene is absolute chaos, with security being called and workers running for cover. Peter Parker is back, and he's ready to go home. Inside the terminal, the voice over the intercom is calm and professional. "Thank you for flying with us." A traveler responds, "Thank you. Life is going on as usual for everyone but Peter." Suddenly, a security announcement breaks the peace. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a security situation and are forced to shut down this section of the terminal." A confused passenger asks, "Security situation, what does that mean?" A figure in a red and blue mask, wearing a heavy coat and cat earmuffs, sprints through the terminal, dodging security guards and shocked travelers alike. Passers-by stop and stare as the bizarre hero rushes past them. "Well, there's something you don't see every day," one of them remarks dryly. Peter bursts out of the terminal and onto the street, his eyes fixed on a nearby bus. "What people will do for attention," a woman says as she watches him leap onto the roof of the vehicle. Line, New York. He crouches on the roof of the bus as it speeds towards Queens, the morning sun finally beginning to rise on the horizon. "Been thinking about a tie bet when I write my autobiography. I bet I skip over just about all of this." The hero looks back at the city he's finally returned to, a sense of relief washing over him. The nightmare is almost over. Peter hitches a ride on top of a car, his eyes scanning the traffic below. "Hey, it's my Aunt May," he says, his heart skipping a beat as he spots a familiar face in a nearby taxi. He ducks down, trying to stay out of sight as the taxi pulls away. "Aunt May, are you kidding me?" he mutters, his voice filled with a mix of fear and disbelief. He watches as the taxi disappears into the morning traffic, his heart still pounding. He can't let her see him like this. Aunt May sits in the back of the taxi, completely oblivious to the fact that her nephew is just a few feet away. She looks tired, but relieved to be home. "Nah," she says to herself, as if dismissing a strange thought. Peter leaps from the car and onto a highway sign, his eyes scanning the road for any more familiar faces. Good grief, Charlie Brown. Aunt May is on her way home from Florida now. He swings through the streets of Queens, the familiar sights, and sounds a welcome change from the horrors of the last 24 hours. "I know I am the first person in the history of the planet Earth to say this, but oh, thank God. Queens. Hoyt Ave Exit 3. He hitches a ride on the roof of a postal truck, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. So close, he whispers to himself. He leaps from the truck and onto a utility pole, his eyes scanning the neighborhood for any sign of trouble. "If I still had my web shooters, I would be home right now, but thank you, Mr. Crazy Octopus." Aunt May yawns as she gets out of her taxi, her luggage being unloaded by the driver. She's home, and she's ready for a good night's sleep. Peter swings through the backyards of his neighbors, dodging garden hoses and forgotten toys as he makes his way towards his own house. "Hi, neighbors, don't look up." A car pulls away from the curb, its tires screeching as it disappears into the morning fog. Aunt May looks up at her house, a small smile playing across her face. "Nice," she whispers, her voice filled with a quiet satisfaction. Peter finally reaches his own backyard, his eyes wide with relief as he looks at the familiar sight of his own home. "Can't believe it, I did it." He peels off his mask, revealing his battered and bruised face. "Made it all the way home with everything but my self-respect and hygiene intact. Oh man, my face is throbbing. Pulled my tooth out. How am I going to explain that? I'm swollen." The mailbox with the name Parker stands at the end of the driveway, a symbol of everything Peter has been fighting to protect. He heads inside, his footsteps heavy as he climbs the stairs to his room. "I'll deal with that when I deal with that. Honestly, I would like to take a second to pat myself on the back for getting myself home." Peter enters his room and closes the door behind him, the quiet of the house a welcome relief from the chaos of the night. I mean, as horrible as tonight was, the bad guy is down, justice is served, I'm home. He looks in the mirror, his face a mess of bruises and dried blood. "And really," he begins, his voice dropping to a whisper, "a lot worse could have happened." Suddenly, a shadow moves in the corner of his room, and Peter spins around, his spider sense screaming a warning. Standing there, her face a mask of grief and rage, is Gwen Stacy. She's holding a gun, and it's pointed directly at him. Peter freezes, his heart stopping in his chest. "You did it, didn't you?" she asks, her voice cold and dead. The complication is absolute. His secret is out, and it might just cost him his life. Gwen's eyes are filled with tears, her grip on the weapon tightening as she stares at the boy she once loved. "You're the one who killed my father. It was you," she whispers, to be continued. In the dim light of the basement, the air turns cold as Gwen Stacy levels a handgun at Peter's chest. Peter's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. "Gwen, where did you get a gun?" he stammers, his voice barely a whisper against the weight of the situation. Tears stream down Gwen's face, her grip white-knuckled on the cold steel weapon. "It was my father's," she shouts, her voice cracking under the pressure of her grief. Peter looks into her eyes, pleading for a shred of logic to pierce through her pain. "Gwen, I didn't kill your father," he insists, desperate to reach the girl he knows. Gwen doesn't lower the barrel. If anything, the rage in her eyes only intensifies as she screams his name. "Spider-Man!" she shrieks, the accusation hanging in the air like a death sentence while Peter looks on in somber silence. Peter reaches out a hand, trying to bridge the gap without triggering her reflex. "I know, but it wasn't me," he declares, his own voice rising in a desperate bid for her to listen. Gwen's face is a mask of agony, the muzzle of the gun staring Peter down like an unblinking eye as she struggles with the weight of her mission. Suddenly, the heavy sound of the front door opening upstairs shatters the tension in the room. Aunt May's voice carries down the stairs, light and oblivious. "Hello, I'm home." The shock of May's arrival hits Gwen like a physical blow, her eyes darting toward the ceiling as her focus wavers. Peter's heart hammers against his ribs. He can't let May see this, and he can't let Gwen make a mistake she can't take back. In a blur of motion, too fast for the human eye to track, Peter lunges forward to disarm her. Gwen lets out a muffled "og" as Peter wraps his arm around her, clamping his hand over her mouth to silence any further outbursts. "SHHH," he commands, his movements fluid and controlled despite the panic. He leans in close to her ear, his voice a frantic, low rumble in the shadows. Listen to me. I didn't kill your father. I didn't," he whispers, the mask of Spider-Man providing a barrier between his secrets and the truth. Upstairs, Aunt May hums to herself, sliding her jacket off her shoulders as she calls out again into the empty hallway. "Hello." Peter keeps his hold firm, his eyes locked onto Gwen S. through the darkness of the corner. "I am Spider-Man. Yes, okay, but I would never in a million years kill anyone. Ever," he confesses, laying his soul bare in a few frantic words. The close-up reveals the raw sincerity in Peter's gaze as he continues his desperate plea. "It's the opposite of what my whole entire life is about. I'm trying to help people, not hurt them." He leans in further, his words tumbling out in a rush of logic and memory. "And listen, the cops told you it was a copycat guy in a Spider-Man outfit. And I was with you, right next to you, all day the day your dad died." Gwen's eyes soften slightly as the memory of their shared day begins to conflict with the anger in her chest. "How could I have been in Atlantic City and next to you at the same time? I didn't do it," Peter reminds her softly. In the warmth of the kitchen, Aunt May begins sifting through the day's mail, entirely unaware of the life-shattering confession happening beneath her feet. Peter releases his grip and steps back, clutching his mask as he stands before her as just a boy. "Please, please believe me. Please," he begs, the weight of the secret finally threatening to crush him. The tears are real now as Peter stares at his feet, the cost of his double life higher than ever. "I don't want Aunt May to know. She couldn't handle it. I did not kill your father." Gwen stares at the red and blue-gloved hand that was just covering her mouth, her world tilted on its axis. Peter watches her, his face a map of exhaustion and hope, waiting for the verdict of the only girl whose opinion still matters. Aunt May sighs to herself in the kitchen, chuckling at her own habit. "Hello, am I talking to myself? I am talking to myself." Back in the basement, Gwen's breath hitches, the reality of the situation sinking into the marrow of her bones. The silence between them is deafening, a vacuum where the rage used to be. Slowly, the tension in Gwen's body begins to drain away as she looks at Peter, seeing the friend she's always known behind the legend of the wall crawler. She stands tall, the gun forgotten on the floorboards as she realizes the truth of his words. She covers her mouth with her hand, a soft gasp escaping as the pieces of the puzzle finally click into place. Peter waits, his hands clasped nervously over his chest, his future hanging by a spider's thread. Without another word, Gwen turns and bolts for the cellar exit, the wooden doors slamming shut with a finality that echoes through the room. Peter flinches at the sound, his face twisting with a mixture of relief and lingering dread. He looks up at the open hatch, watching Gwen's silhouette disappear into the late afternoon light. "Gwen," he whispers, too late for her to hear. He stares at the empty exit, a new shadow falls over him from the stairs. "Gwen," he starts, thinking she returned. But it's Aunt May standing there, her expression shifting from confusion to worry. "Peter?" she asks softly. She stands at the threshold of the basement, her voice stern but caring. "Peter, I called you 15 times. Peter quickly wipes his eyes and forces a sheepish grin. "Hey, fell asleep in front of my computer," he lies, the mask of the normal teenager sliding back into place. May walks down to him and pulls him into a tight embrace. "I told you not to do that," she scolds gently. "Didn't mean to," he replies into her shoulder. She pulls away, her hands fly to her mouth in horror. Oh my God, what happened to your face?" Peter flinches as she inspects the bruises, his mind racing for another excuse. "I got whacked in the face during during this thing in gym where they throw the ball at your head." "Where they throw the ball at your head?" she repeats, incredulous. Battle ball, that's yeah," Peter adds, trying to sound casual. "So, I got smacked in the head and a tooth popped out and—" May's eyes bulge. "You lost a tooth? Oh my God, ow, why didn't you call me?" Peter follows her toward the kitchen, gesturing with his hands. "Because you would have freaked out, and you were already coming home today and I still would have lost my tooth." May is already on her phone, her motherly instincts in high gear. "We have to make you an appointment. You're not going to school, you're going to the dentist." Peter looks back into the mirror, leaning against the doorframe. "That is infected," he mutters to himself, the pain finally starting to throb through his jaw. Later that night, Peter is sprawled out on his bed, the exhaustion of the Brazil mission and the confrontation with Gwen finally catching up to him. The door to his room creaks open, and Mary Jane slips inside, holding her breath as she sees him asleep. She sits on the edge of the mattress, reaching out a hand to wake him. "Peter," she whispers tenderly. Peter's eyes snap open, his combat reflexes overriding his sleep. Og," he bellows, a primal shout of fear and surprise. MJ shrieks as she's knocked backward by his sudden movement, her arms flailing as she loses her balance. The sounds of a clumsy tumble fill the room as Peter rolls off the other side of the bed. "Weza," he grunts, his head spinning. MJ peeks over the rumpled sheets, her red hair messy and her face flushed. She looks at the boy who just nearly sent her flying. Peter blinks, the fog of sleep clearing as he recognizes the visitor. Hi MJ," he says with a weak, embarrassed smile. He picks himself up and sits on the floor beside the bed. "Thanks for that. I'm so sorry, MJ. I just came by to see if you're still alive," she cuts him off with a smirk. "Barely," Peter admits. "I know," she responds softly. They fall into a familiar rhythm, the weight of the superhero life looming over them. "The octopus thing, it was all over the TV," MJ says. "It was. Dude, it's been on all day and night. You shut down the city at rush hour." MJ brushes a hand against his cheek, checking the bruises. "You and the fight, I've been so worried. Did you actually leave the country?" "Yes, you were in Brazil," Peter sighs, leaning into her touch. "Yeah, I'm not having the best week." MJ pulls him into a hug, resting her head on his shoulder. "I'm so glad you're okay. I didn't know what to do. I was sitting in class and all I could think about was what you were going to do." Peter looks toward the corner of the room. "What did they say on TV?" he asks. MJ looks at him, her eyes wide. "Dude, it's still on. It's been on all day." The television screen flickers with grainy security footage. The news anchor's voice drones on about a parade of violence and chaos, and exclusive footage of Spider-Man defeating Otto Octavius on a runway in Brazil. The screen cuts to a frantic baggage handler named Gabriel Bustamantes. "Alls I know is, I opened up the baggage compartment and there was this dude in a Spider-Dude outfit, and he was all done up like a broad," he explains to a reporter. Amateur home video shows Spider-Man perched atop a moving bus, the headline reading "Bedlam at Newark Airport," as rumors of his stowaway flight spread across the airwaves. Peter watches with a mix of fascination and dread as the report confirms Otto Octavius has been taken into SHIELD custody. "Oh, thank God. Seriously," Peter mutters. Peter buries his face in his hands as MJ continues to tease him. "Like a woman, a cross-dressing Spider-Man," she laughs. Peter groans. It's an image that will haunt me." The news continues, reporting that producers of the Spider-Man movie claim no one was hurt despite the damage. Peter stares at the screen, the irony of his situation setting in. "If I knew how to whimper, I would," Peter sighs, leaning back against the bed. MJ grins. "Dressing up like a woman now? Is there anything you want to tell me?" On screen, producer Avi Arad speaks to a crowd of reporters, praising the fascinating experience of watching Spider-Man in action and promising to share it with the world. The mood in the room shifts back to the local drama. "Did you talk to Gwen today?" MJ asks. Peter looks down. "She wasn't at school. We had a whole thing this morning. She found out my secret and she wigged out." MJ's eyes go wide, her jaw practically hitting the floor. "You told her?" Peter shakes his head quickly. "No, I don't know how she found out. She put it together somehow." MJ processes this, her mind spinning with the implications of another person knowing Peter's true identity. Peter looks at her pointedly. "What did you do?" he asks. MJ avoids his gaze. I came over yesterday. They had this live feed on TV, and I got really upset and I might have run out of your house looking a little suspicious and..." Peter groans, rubbing his temples. "I can't believe it. This is a never-ending nightmare of dude, don't crawl up her butt." MJ tries to defend her actions, her voice trailing off as the door opens again. Gwen Stacy stands in the doorway, her arms crossed and a defiant look on her face. "I was going to find out eventually because, I'm not stupid," she announces to the room. The three of them sit in a tense circle. Gwen explains her absence. "At first, the backyard, I was back there for about an hour. Thanks for chasing after me. I had Aunt May to Peter starts." "I know, I was joking," Gwen says softly. Peter looks up at her, relieved to see the anger has faded into something closer to resignation. "Where'd you go?" Gwen shrugs. "I didn't know what I was doing. I was all VVVTTT. I went to the movies and then I went to the library." "The movies? Yeah, what were you doing at the library?" MJ asks curiously. Gwen looks Peter straight in the eye. "Reading stuff about you, the other you, and about my dad, and what happened to him." Peter's voice is thick with emotion. "Do you know I didn't kill your dad?" Gwen closes her eyes for a moment, letting the truth wash over her. "Yeah, I think I just needed to." MJ and Peter wait in silence, the gravity of Gwen's admission hanging over the messy bedroom. Gwen lets out a long, shaky breath. "I'm just so mad at my life now. My mom and now there's you. This is a big all-shocker. I mean, I live in a house with Spider-Man." MJ looks around the room. "So who knows other than us?" "Nobody," Peter confirms, "just us." He turns to Gwen. "Gwen, I need you to." Gwen interrupts him, her gaze fierce and loyal. "You don't even have to say it. I will never, ever, ever betray you or your friendship. To anyone, ever." She continues, her voice softening as she looks at both of them. "All the stuff you and your aunt have done for me. You are the only people on the planet Earth who give two anythings about me. All the stuff you do for people." She steps closer, the sincerity radiating off her. "Anything, I mean it, and I'm just so sorry that I wigged out on you." Peter smiles, the weight of the day finally lifting. "Seriously, don't even..." "Yeah," MJ adds. "Don't worry about it," Peter finishes. "We are all total spazzes." Gwen collapses onto the bed with a laugh, her arms spread wide. "And now that I know I'm like, oh, now I get it. Now I see why Peter's such a total flakeball." "Exactly," Peter chuckles. "He was like this before," MJ adds. "No, before I was a dork. Now I'm mysterious," Peter jokes, posing dramatically on the bed. They all burst into laughter, the tension finally broken. "You're such a good guy, Peter," Gwen says, lying back. "I need a psychiatrist." The laughter fades into a comfortable quiet as they lie together. "I wasn't going to shoot you," Gwen admits. "I know, I have spider sense," Peter replies. "You have what?" "I know when I'm, like, in danger." Gwen smiles up at the ceiling. "Wow, yeah, that's so cool." "Yeah," Peter says softly, looking at his friends, "but don't tell anybody." Meanwhile, beneath a cold, full moon, the towering smokestacks of a Stark Industries facility belch thick clouds into the night sky. A stark contrast to the quiet of Peter's room. Armed SHIELD agents stand guard as heavy machinery is moved from a transport truck, their visors reflecting the harsh industrial lights. The perimeter is locked down tight, security forces with high-powered rifles patrolling the hangar floor as the operation begins. Deep inside the facility, Nick Fury stands as a silhouette against a pit of molten metal, the orange glow of the fire dancing on the walls like a funeral pyre. Otto Octavius is wheeled toward the ledge, strapped tightly to a vertical gurney, his face bruised and his spirit broken by his recent defeat. Nick Fury watches with a cold, singular eye. His voice is a low, dangerous growl as he gives the order. "Flip it." The gurney begins to tilt, the hydraulic hiss punctuating the mechanical descent as the mad scientist is forced to face the furnace. Otto's eyes bulge behind his cracked goggles, the heat of the lava searing his skin as he stares into the abyss. Fury steps closer, the light of the fire illuminating the scars on his face. "My name is Nick Fury. Do you remember me, Otto?" he asks, his tone devoid of mercy. Fury begins his speech, the weight of his responsibility hanging in his words. "As leader of the World Peacekeeping Task Force, I have hard decisions to make. One decision I made was to keep these metal arms of yours intact." He leans in, his shadow looming over the terrified scientist. "I misjudged how strong your connection to these arms was. I misjudged just how insane you truly are. You've murdered dozens of people, including my soldiers." The mechanical arms, once Otto's pride and terror, dangle precariously from a crane over the bubbling molten pool. Fury doesn't hesitate. He looks up at the technician and gives the final command. "Do it." Otto screams out, a high-pitched, desperate sound that echoes through the vast hangar. "No." Fury's eye remains fixed on Octavius, his expression carved from stone. "Yes," he replies simply. The heavy industrial claw releases its grip, and the metallic limbs plummet toward the heat. The arms hit the surface of the molten metal with a violent splash, the liquid fire devouring the complex machinery instantly. Otto bellows a howl of psychological agony, as if his own soul is being tossed into the pit. The tentacles thrash in the lava, a final, reflexive dance of artificial life before they are reduced to slag. The close-up of Otto's face captures the moment of his ultimate loss, his mouth agape in a silent scream of despair. The fire surges upward, a column of heat and light that marks the end of Dr. Octopus's reign of terror as Fury watches the embers rise. Oh God, no, please, it was me. Not them, it was me." Otto sobs, his voice broken as the heat from the furnace finally fades from his face. SHIELD agents wheel the sobbing prisoner away, his cries of "no" fading into the industrial hum of the facility. Nick Fury stands alone at the edge of the pit, watching the last remnants of the arms dissolve into the orange glowing pool. He turns to a nearby soldier, his orders crisp and final. "Keep an eye on it for a while, just in case." "Yes, sir," the soldier replies, snapping to attention. The scene fades to a simple, stark title card, 4 months later. 4 months later, Times Square is a neon-lit temple to the web-slinger. Billboards and digital screens scream the name SPIDERMAN, reporting on a blockbuster opening weekend fueled by actual combat footage of the fight in Brazil. At school, the buzz is unavoidable. Kong stares at his phone, his eyes wide with excitement. "That is so totally cool. I can't believe, you were actually, in the movie." The cafeteria is a swarm of gossip as Kong basks in his 15 minutes of fame, surrounded by eager students. "Oh, he was so down-to-earth, you know?" he boasts, recounting his brush with stardom. Peter and MJ watch from a distance, the irony not lost on them. Yo, Peter, MJ, you guys get to see it yet? Kong calls out. No, not yet, Peter replies dryly. I actually don't have enough money to buy a ticket. Kong flashes a toothy grin, completely oblivious. Well, I totally hope you go. Peter stares at him, a flicker of something dark and weary passing over his eyes. Yeah, I heard it's awesome, he mutters, the words tasting like ash. Next issue, Carnage. In the blackness of a nightmare, the lizard lunges forward, scales glistening and teeth bared in a terrifying display of primal hunger. Spider-Man tumbles through the air, barely dodging a massive tail swipe that shatters the concrete wall behind him. Oof! He grunts as the creature roars in fury. The beast clings to the ceiling, its tongue flickering like a snake. Spidey tries to reach the man inside the monster. Connors, I just want to talk to you before. The creature doesn't listen, its only response a series of guttural hisses. In a sudden spack, Spidey is kicked backward, sent reeling through the laboratory equipment. Spidey hits the ground hard, the sound of breaking glass and metal filling his ears. Ugh, Connors. He looks up, the lenses of his mask reflecting the monster's approach, his heart pounding with the fear that he might have to do the unthinkable to stop his mentor. Under the pale light of a massive moon, the lizard scurries across the roof of a suburban home, a nightmare come to life in the quiet neighborhood. The wood of the front door splinters and snaps as a clawed hand forces its way inside, the sound of the invasion muffled by the rain. A massive shadow looms over the floor of a child's bedroom, a long, forked tongue darting out from the darkness. SSSSSSSS. Young Timmy Connors sleeps peacefully in his bed, unaware of the scaly predator that has replaced the father he knows and loves. The creature's eye, a slitted yellow orb of pure reptilian instinct, narrows as it focuses on its prey. The lizard leans over the bed, its massive claws resting on the blue sheets as it watches the rhythmic rise and fall of the boy's chest. A framed photo on the nightstand shows Kurt Connors and his son in happier times, a painful reminder of everything that has been lost to science. The monster hovers just inches from the sleeping boy's face, its hot, foul breath ruffling his hair. Timmy's face remains calm, a picture of innocence in the face of absolute terror. Close up, the creature's jaws slowly begin to unhinge, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth dripping with saliva. The boy stirs, his eyes fluttering open as he feels a presence in the room. Dad, what's going on, Dad? He mumbles sleepily. The lizard's eye reflects the moonlight, the pupils dilating as the predatory instinct takes complete control. Claws dig into the mattress, the sound of tearing fabric the only warning as the monster tenses for the kill. The muscles of the scaly arm ripple and bulge, the skin stretching over shifting bone as the beast prepares to strike. Timmy's eyes go wide with a sudden, bone-chilling realization of what stands before him. A violent splatter of dark red hits the wall, the silence of the room shattered by a sound that can never be unheard. The boy's eye is a mirror of pure, unadulterated terror, the final image of a nightmare he can never wake up from. Kurt Connors bolts upright in his messy apartment, a strangled "Gigi-ga" tearing from his throat. The room is dark, save for the blue glow of a storm outside the window. He gasps for air, his face drenched in sweat as he repeats the same words over and over. Oh God, oh go, oh gee. He stares into the shadows of his room, his eyes darting back and forth, half expecting to see scales on his own skin. He stands by the window, the rain lashing against the glass as he watches the city lights blur together in the downpour. Desperate for a connection to reality, he picks up the phone. Doris, it's me, Kurt. No, what? No, is he up? He asks, his hand trembling as he clutches the receiver. Voice is hollow, haunted by the dream. I'm sorry, I just wanted to know if Timmy is okay. Well, I just know I'm not drunk. I had a bad dream and he's still my son and I can still worry about him. He hears a muffled voice in the background of the call and his face falls. Oh, I didn't realize you had someone. Okay, I just know, never mind. Yeah, okay, have fun. He slowly lowers the phone, his jaw set in a grim line of pain and isolation. On his desk lies a letter from Stark International. The bold red letters of "Past Due" scream at him, a reminder that his career is crumbling as fast as his family. A siren wails through the rain-soaked streets of Brooklyn. High above the flashing lights, Spider-Man swings through the deluge, his internal monologue as damp as his costume. Water is collecting on me in places that I didn't know I had. He maneuvers over the traffic, his mind wandering even as he heads toward danger. Even though swinging through Brooklyn violates my "stay out of Brooklyn for all the obvious reasons" rule, this does look serious. Police Captain Jean DeWolf stands by her cruiser, barking orders through a megaphone. The negotiator and the FBI are on their way, but let me make this very, very clear to you in the meantime, whoever you are. Spider-Man drops from the rooftops, his silhouette cutting through the rain as he lands silently near the police line. DeWolf continues, her voice resolute against the storm. It is very important that you do not hurt anyone in that museum. No one. You hurt anyone, doesn't matter what you want, you lose. You got that, mister? She shouts. Inside the museum, a man in specialized armor stares at the hostages, his face hidden behind a cold, metallic visor. The hostages huddle together in terror, a guard lying unconscious on the marble floor. Free Nurhachi, or blood will fill the streets, the armored man bellows. DeWolf is on the phone again, her frustration mounting as she tries to figure out who this Nurhachi is. The villain's gauntleted hand crushes the museum's telephone as he repeats his demand. Nurhachi will be given freedom or all who hear my voice will taste death. Oh yeah? A familiar voice chirps from the ceiling. Spider-Man stands perched on a display pillar, rain still dripping from his boots. Well, why don't you pick on someone your own? The armored warrior stands 7 feet tall, clad in gold and blue scales that shimmer under the museum's spotlights. Spidey finishes his thought with a quip. Size? So stay right there and I'll go find somebody. The giant clenches his fists, energy sparking between the spikes on his bracers. The Emperor has given the signal. We will do battle for Nurhachi. Spidey doesn't skip a beat. And exactly how many voices are rattling around in your head at the same? The warrior lunges with surprising speed, forcing Peter to use every ounce of his agility. He blurs through the room as blades of energy slice through the air where he just stood. An ancient vase is reduced to shards with a violent fizz crash as the battle tears through the Hall of Antiquities. The museum curator looks on in absolute horror, his hands over his mouth. Oh no, the collection, he whimpers. Spider-Man flips over the giant's head, his feet finding purchase on a stone pillar. Okay, clearly you are the textbook definition of that noise you make when you strum your finger up and down over your lips. Do not, the warrior roars. Peter drops onto the giant's shoulders, delivering a flurry of rapid-fire punches. So, I am going to do everyone a favor and end this as soon as possible without. The armored man growls, and with a sudden shashink, jagged blades erupt from his shoulder guards, nearly catching Spidey mid-leap. Getting into my whole routine about how yikes. The warrior's gauntlet snaps shut around Peter's leg with bone-crushing force. Do not, he bellows again. In one powerful motion, the villain hurls Spider-Man across the room. He smashes through a wooden barrier, sending splinters and velvet rope flying in every direction. Spidey struggles to untangle himself from the ropes. Man, I hope you have a truckload of crazy glue to fix all this stuff, because as it is I think we're going to be here. The giant looms over him, his armored fist raised like a hammer. The word has been given. With a lethal shick, a hidden blade slides out from the warrior's wrist, glinting with a deadly edge. Peter's spider sense flares white-hot, his mask's eyes widening as he realizes he can't move fast enough to dodge this one. The blade descends in a blur, aiming straight for the hero's core. The blade bites deep. Spider-Man screams "Ag" as he is sliced across the ribs, the slice echoing through the vaulted hall. Spidey stumbles back, clutching his side as the blood starts to flow. So close, the warrior sneers, towering over his fallen opponent. The villain raises both arms to the ceiling, his voice echoing like thunder. The gods call for your blood. Despite the searing pain, Peter's aim is true. Thwap thwap, a double shot of webbing hits the giant's faceplate, and I know you mean it as a compliment, but... The warrior stumbles back, his vision obscured by the thick white webbing. No, he screams, his hands clawing at his mask. Peter sees his opening. No, 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 no. He mutters through the pain, his eyes narrowing in focus. He grabs a heavy, weighted velvet rope stand and swings it like a mace. For this, I will. The heavy metal base connects with the warrior's helmet with a bone-jarring clang. The giant collapses like a fallen statue, his armor clattering loudly against the marble tiles. Spidey stands over him, breath coming in ragged gasps, the metal stands still in his hand. My Emperor, the villain moans as consciousness fades. The heavy doors burst open as the police flood the museum. Police, freeze, everyone on the ground. SWAT officers aim their rifles at Peter as he crouches by the villain. Lie on the ground now. I'm kind of leaking here, so could you, Peter tries to explain. The hostages rush forward, shouting at the police. Don't, he saved us, don't. Guys, the guns, you got the wrong. DeWolf pushes through the crowd. DeWolf raises her hand, her voice a sharp crack of authority. Stop it, guns down, guns down. She walks over to the bleeding hero. I'm Captain Jean DeWolf. What are you doing here exactly? Spidey grunts as he stands up. I just came here for the gift shop. DeWolf looks at his wound. Get the paramedics in here. No, I'm okay, Peter lies. Yeah, you look great, she retorts dryly. Spider-Man takes a running leap toward the high windows. Sorry, cop person lady, I'm allergic to ow jail. No, DeWolf tries to call him back, but he's already gone. High on a rooftop, Peter hobbles through the rain, his hand pressed against his leaking side. Ow, over some idiot, he mutters, the city skyline looming before him. He swings across the Brooklyn Bridge, the physical exertion pushing his body to the limit as the cold rain continues to fall. Meanwhile, Dr. Kurt Connors enters his university lab, his ID card swiping with a chirp. Hey, Dr. Connors, a security guard calls out. Hey, Willie, late night? Can't sleep. Heard that. Connors steps into the dark laboratory, only to see a shadow standing by the far wall. Hey, a voice says from the gloom. Connors jumps back with an og, his heart leaping into his throat as he fumbles for the light switch. The lights flicker on, revealing Peter Parker in his Spider-Man leggings, leaning against the counter. Sorry, dude, it's not funny, Parker. What are you doing here? I know, I hurt myself. Peter looks at him with desperate eyes. You said you owed me one once. I thought you might. Help me. What do you want me to do? You are Dr. Kurt Connors. I just need to borrow the doctor part. Connors shakes his head, his concern growing as he sees the blood. I'm not that kind of doctor. You need to go to a hospital or something. You're more doctor than me, Peter insists. Peter lets out a weak laugh. Oh yeah, where did I leave my insurance card? Oh no, I left my wallet in my other cough. Us. Connors clears a table and starts working on the wound. Stop moving, he commands. Can't help cough. I hope I didn't catch a cold. Running around in the rain in your underwear will do that. Yeah, sniff. The silence of the lab is only broken by the clink of medical tools. Stop moving. You don't look so great either, Peter notes. Connors looks down, his face lined with exhaustion and the lingering memory of his nightmare. Can't sleep. Peter looks up at him from the table. You okay? He asks, sensing the scientist's inner turmoil. Connors sighs, focusing on the stitches. Adult stuff. Peter tries to lighten the mood. Well, at least you're not a lizard. Connors stops mid-stitch, his gaze cold and hard. He looks at Peter with an intensity that makes the boy freeze. Peter swallows hard, realizing his mistake. That was a joke, he stammers. Connors goes back to work, his movements precise. I know, ow, sorry, how you doing with that, by the way? Peter asks. Hold this for me. With what? Connors asks, a dark touch of humor regarding his missing arm. Peter looks up at him. Any problems? Connors scoffs. You mean have I turned myself into any freak genetic monstrosities lately? Connors looks away, a shadow passing over his face. I check my DNA strands every week. The damage is done. I know what I did to myself. Peter's voice is soft. You were trying to regenerate human tissue, grow back your arm. The idea behind what you did it is still very interesting. Well, intentions being what they are, kiddo. Science is results, Connors says grimly. The only accidents scientists want are the happy ones, and they happen once upon a never. Peter looks him in the eye, offering a different perspective. Penicillin. Connors doesn't bite. He continues taping the bandage. You're better off in Vegasods on something like that. Peter remains silent, seeing the deep cynicism that the lizard serum left behind in the man's soul. Connors finishes the job. Well, that's the best I can do, kid. Thank you so much, Dukov Sitor, Peter says, standing up carefully. Connors watches as Peter pulls his mask back on. Really? You're that fast? Peter starts for the window. Cough, cough, calf. No, that's it stopped raining. I'll get home faster by web than by car. Connors holds out a bundle of cloth. Take the sweatshirt. Yeah, okay, Peter replies, grabbing the green fabric, but yet still not fast enough to dodge idiot darts from idiots. Connors looks at him with genuine concern as Peter pulls the sweatshirt over his head. Listen, are you sure there's nothing I can do to help you with whatever's going on with you? Peter looks back, a small smirk playing under the mask. You have any miracle scientific breakthroughs on you? He asks. I am a scientific miracle. He swings out into the night. Adios muchachos, I owe you big. Connors watches him go. That you are, keep that clean. Yeah. Connors turns back to the lab table, picking up a piece of discarded gauze. Going to rip it open anyhow. Kid's nuts. Gonna get it all infected. He looks down at a cotton swab, stained with Peter's fresh blood, a strange curiosity lighting up his tired eyes. The scientist stands in the quiet lab, the only sound the distant rumble of city traffic, as he contemplates the sample. He holds the swab up to the light, the crimson drop holding the secrets of Peter Parker's unique biology. Expression is unreadable, a mix of scientific fascination and a growing sense of desperation. He pulls up a chair and sits at his workstation, the glowing monitors reflecting in his glasses. He carefully prepares a microscope slide, his one hand moving with practiced ease. He presses the blood onto the glass, sealing it with a cover slip as his focus narrows to a single point. He adjusts the powerful electron microscope, the hum of the machine filling the small room. He leans into the eyepieces, his breath catching in his throat as the image comes into focus. He stares for a long, silent minute at the microscopic structures dancing before his eyes. A slow, terrified smile spreads across Dr. Connor's face as he realizes exactly what he's looking at. Oh my. The morning sun reflects off the side of a yellow school bus as it makes its rounds through a quiet suburban street. Students gather at the corner, ready to start another long day of classes. Inside the Parker household, Peter is still buried under his blankets, ignoring the red glow of his digital clock. He groans as the weight of exhaustion pins him to the mattress. Aunt May pushes the door open, her patience wearing thin as she looks at the lump in the bed. Peter, I do not have time to chase you out the door every morn, Peter, she asks, her voice trailing off as she notices his condition. She presses a hand to his forehead and recoils from the heat radiating off him. Oh, Peter, you're burning up. Okay, you're not going anywhere, she says firmly, ignoring his weak protests about midterms. Gwen Stacy leans against the doorframe, watching the drama unfold with a curious expression. Peter looks up at her with heavy eyes and mumbles, "Ugh, tell him I'm." Gwen steps closer, leaning over him to inspect his pale, sickly face. He's sick. Dude, you really sick? This isn't part of your Spider-Man covert stuff you do, is it? Oh, dude, you're green, she remarks with a mix of humor and worry. May heads for the hallway, already thinking about the medicine cabinet. Peter's sick, so I need you to get his homework, she tells Gwen while walking away to find the cold medicine. Peter settles back into his pillow, his breathing shallow and labored. He figures the supervillains will have to manage without him for one day, unaware that a much darker drama is already starting to brew elsewhere. Across town, the towering structures of Empire State University stand tall against a cloudy afternoon sky. Inside these walls, some of the most advanced biological research in the country is taking place. At the security desk, a guard looks up and calls out a name with a friendly smile. Ben Riley, he shouts, greeting the young lab assistant as he arrives for his shift. Ben walks over to the desk, looking like he hasn't slept in days. Wow, Sam, you are just full of coffee, Ben notes, to which the guard responds that it's been a very long night. The guard leans in closer, his expression shifting from friendly to concerned. "Hey, but listen," Doc Connors. He checked into the lab last night about 11, but he never checked out," he whispers. Ben's brow furrows as he processes the information. "Yeah, okay," he says, his mind already racing with the possibilities of what his mentor might be up to. He swipes his access card and pushes through the heavy security doors. The silence of the restricted wing feels heavy, amplifying the sound of his own footsteps. Ben lets out a sharp click of his tongue as he steps inside. He has a bad feeling that the doctor has crossed another line in his pursuit of a breakthrough. The laboratory is a graveyard of high-tech equipment and flickering monitors. In the center of the room, a lone figure is slumped over a desk, surrounded by the hum of the cooling systems. Ben approaches slowly, his voice echoing in the sterile room. "Dr. Connors?" he asks, only to be answered by the soft, rhythmic snoring of the exhausted scientist. He stands over Connors, looking down at the messy desk covered in notes and slides. It's clear that the doctor hasn't left this spot for hours, perhaps even days. Curiosity gets the better of Ben as he leans over and looks through the dual-lens microscope. He needs to know what was so important that it cost Connors his sleep and his health. Through the lens, he sees a vibrant, glowing red strand of genetic material. It pulses with an unnatural energy, shifting and changing even as he watches it. Ben pulls back, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "Wow," he whispers, realizing that he is looking at something that shouldn't even be possible in human biology. Suddenly, Connors bolts upright, his eyes bloodshot and panic-stricken. "I can know," he screams, his hands flying up as if to ward off a phantom attacker. Ben recoils, trying to calm the older man down. "Oh, geez. You fell asleep in the lab again. That's not good, Doc. You don't want that kind of thing getting around," Ben says, trying to keep his voice steady. Connors rubs his eyes, his breathing slowly returning to normal. What was on the slide I was looking at?" he asks, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and excitement. Ben gestures toward the microscope, his own excitement beginning to match the doctor's. "It's gorgeous. Are you kidding me? How does the helix know too?" he starts to ask, but Connors cuts him off. Connors stands up, his demeanor turning cold and secretive. "It's nothing. It's just the beginning of something. Ben, I need you to not ask me. Not yet," he commands, his eyes darting toward the slides. The doctor looks down, his face shadowed by a heavy weight from his past. In the past, I've made some mistakes. This isn't ready. I'm not ready to talk about this yet," he admits quietly. He leans in close to Ben, his grip tightening on the younger man's shoulder. "Don't tell anybody about any of this. You understand?" he asks, his intensity bordering on desperation until Ben finally nods in agreement. Meanwhile, on a television screen in the Parker living room, a blonde model flashes a bright smile. "I don't consider myself a role model so much as I consider myself someone for kids to look up to," she says to the interviewer. Peter watches the mindless programming from the couch, looking utterly miserable. He thinks to himself that 4 hours of this is making him lose his mind, but at least he's not out being Spider-Man. The ringing of a phone breaks the silence, and Peter groans as he reaches for the receiver. "Hello?" he asks, to which a voice on the other end responds, Peter Parker, it's Kurt Connors." Peter's expression shifts from bored to alert at the sound of the doctor's voice. He wasn't expecting a call from Esu today, especially not one that sounds this urgent. Connors sounds frantic as he speaks through the phone. "Can we meet and talk? It's important," he insists, not giving Peter much of a choice in the matter. Peter tries to make an excuse, gesturing to his sickly state. "I don't feel well. I'm home from school," he explains, but Connors doesn't seem to care about a simple flu. The doctor pushes harder, asking if he can come over to Peter's house. No. I don't know how I could explain you," Peter stammers, thinking of Aunt May's likely reaction. He closes his eyes, knowing that if Connors is this desperate, it must involve the secret they share. I'll meet you," Peter sighs, deciding that his health is secondary to whatever this crisis is. A short while later, the two meet inside a coffee shop while rain streaks the windows outside. Peter looks like death warmed over, hunched over his stool and shivering. I'm about 4 minutes away from a coma, so whatever you dragged me here for, he trails off with a sniff. Connors looks at him with a grim, serious expression. Now, I don't want you to be mad, he begins, his tone immediately putting Peter on edge. He leans in across the table, his voice dropping to a whisper. When I put you back together last night, you left some blood, just. Peter's eyes widen in sheer horror as the realization hits him. Oh no, he gasps, his heart sinking as he realizes his greatest secret is now in a test tube. Voice is low and dangerous as he stares at the scientist. What did you do? He asks, the sickness momentarily forgotten in the face of this betrayal. Connors holds up a hand to calm him. Nothing, no, but listen, I saw it there and I couldn't help but look at it, examine it, under the microscope and… Peter is panicking now, his breath coming in short bursts. Am I okay? Am I dying? He asks, his mind jumping to the worst possible conclusions about his own altered DNA. Connors quickly shakes his head, a look of genuine wonder crossing his face. What? No, in fact, it's amazing, it's staggering. Your DNA sequences are like nothing anyone has ever seen before, he explains enthusiastically. Peter looks away, his expression darkening as he remembers the spider bite. Oh, it's a whole thing, I don't really want to get into it. The doctor opens a notebook, showing Peter the comparisons between normal DNA and his own. That is a normal person's DNA strand sequence, and that's yours. Whatever made you? This is an amazing scientific find, Connors says with awe. He continues to flip through the pages, the data points proving his theory. This is more than just you getting superpowers. This might be a real breakthrough in genetics, he says, catching Peter's interest. Connors looks Peter in the eye, his voice full of a new kind of intensity. I want your permission to run some experiments, he requests, his gaze fixed on the boy who could change everything. Peter stares back, his skepticism returning. Experiments? On me? He asks, his voice dripping with suspicion as he wonders what the true cost of this knowledge will be. Not on you, on your sample, Connors clarifies. He explains that Peter's genetic leap could be the key to helping countless others who don't have his strength or resilience. He leans in, his passion for medicine shining through. I'm talking about gene therapy experiments, stem cell research that would cure illness and fight disease, he says, and Peter's mind immediately goes to one word: cancer. Connors nods solemnly. Cancer, diabetes, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. He lists them off, each name carrying the weight of millions of suffering people. Peter looks down at the table, his heart heavy with a memory. My dad, before he died, he dedicated his life to curing cancer and he… I know, Connors interrupts softly, acknowledging the shared legacy between them. He knows that Peter understands the importance of this work better than anyone. Peter looks back up at him. You're saying that in me there might be something, he begins, but Connors is quick to manage expectations. I don't know what yet, and really, it might be nothing. The doctor places a hand on his notebook, his expression turning grave. But I'm not a stupid man. I know something when I see it. And yes, I've been close to genetic breakthroughs before and I've had disastrous results. He looks down, a hint of vulnerability showing through his professional exterior. I need this, frankly. This will be hard for someone your age to understand, but I'm kind of at the end of my rope. He grips the table, his eyes shining with a desperate hope. And now, I stumble across this and I feel like there's hope. I think I may be able to discover something about my condition, maybe even cure it. Peter considers the risks, his mind weighing the potential for good against the danger of discovery. How would you explain to people where you got the DNA from? He asks. Connors has already thought of that. Lab accident, surprising side effect from another experiment, happens all the time. It's why stem cell research and cloning is so controversial, he explains simply. The two of them sit in silence for a moment, the rain continuing to pour outside. Peter looks at him and asks, What are you asking me, exactly? Connors looks at him with profound respect. For me to take your DNA without telling you and start poking a stick at it, that would be unethical, it would be immoral. It's yours, not mine. So, I'm asking permission. He offers a partnership, one based on mutual trust and discovery. Anything I find, it's ours, split right down the middle. If I find nothing, well, that's ours too, he proposes. Connors leans back, his intensity softening into a quiet conviction. I don't believe in fate, but there has to be a reason you and I have found each other, and maybe this is it. He warns Peter that the road ahead is long and uncertain. And this could take years, Peter, years and years. You might very well be one of my students at the university by the time anything comes of anything. But his final words resonate with Peter's own sense of duty. But we have to try. It's almost our responsibility, he says, echoing a sentiment Peter has heard before. Peter stares into the doctor's eyes, seeing the same drive that led his father into the lab every day. The weight of the world seems to settle on his young shoulders once again. Connors waits, his heart pounding as he watches the boy's face. He knows he is asking for something monumental, and he is ready to accept whatever answer comes. Peter looks down at the notebook one last time, the glowing strands of his own life staring back at him. He thinks of the sick and the dying, and he knows what he has to do. The decision is made, and the path is set. The notebook sits on the table, a silent witness to a pact that could change the future of humanity. Peter looks up and gives a small, determined nod. Yeah, okay, he says, giving his consent to the experiments that will define the coming months. A look of profound relief and triumph washes over Connor's face. He has the key, and now he has the permission to use it. Peter offers a small smile, feeling a sense of purpose that outweighs his fear. Yeah, he repeats, cementing the alliance between the student and the mentor. The scene fades to black as the rain continues to fall, the promise of a brighter future hidden within the shadows of the coffee shop. 2 months later. Suddenly, we are thrown into a scene of chaotic violence as the Punisher bursts through a door, his dual submachine guns spitting fire. He screams in rage, a one-man army tearing through anything in his path. Spider-Man swings through the air, narrowly avoiding the hail of bullets as he maneuvers between the Punisher and another costumed figure. He complains that he just wants to go home and really has to use the bathroom, but the city won't let him rest. He fires a stream of webbing, trying to disarm the gunmen while maintaining his balance. At least I know who the guy with the guns and the winning personality is, the Punisher, he quips to himself. Frank Castle is caught in a sticky trap, his weapons pinned to his chest by high-tensile webbing. Spider-Man notes that the guy thinks it's up to him to take out every bad guy he sees on the news, but today, Spidey is putting an end to it. Spider-Man kicks a purple-clad thief in the back, sending him flying across the street. He admits he doesn't know who this goofnut is, but he's not going to let the Punisher mow down people in public, criminal or not. The fight is fast and brutal, with the wall-crawler using his superior agility to stay one step ahead of the bullets. I don't care who it is, whoops, fast one. Man, I gotta pee, he repeats, his focus split between the battle and his own discomfort. He dodges another burst of fire. Peter thinks about the tragic history of the man shooting at him. He knows Castle used to be a cop whose family was killed by his own colleagues, a loss that sent him right over the edge. He lands in front of the Punisher, trying to appeal to whatever humanity might be left in the vigilante. Hey, can we call a timeout? I really have to go to the bathroom, he pleads, though he knows it's a lost cause. Frank Castle glares at him with eyes full of hatred, his teeth bared in a snarl. He doesn't want a timeout. He wants to finish the job he started, and Spider-Man is just another obstacle in his way. Spider-Man delivers a powerful kick to the Punisher's chest, sending the vigilante stumbling backward. He comments that he only knows about Castle's past because the Discovery Channel runs a special on him so often it's ridiculous. He fires another web, pinning the vigilante's arms to his sides. I do feel bad for him, but not so bad I'm not going to give him the old thwap, he says as the webbing wraps around his target. He follows up with a sharp punch to the jaw. And smack, he adds, finishing the combination and leaving the Punisher dazed and neutralized for the moment. The vigilante is launched through the air and slams against the side of a passing bus. A Daily Bugle advertisement on the vehicle screams, "Spider-Man menace," an ironic backdrop to the hero's actual work. Spider-Man lands on the pavement, watching as the Punisher struggles to regain his footing. The battle has taken its toll on both men, but the hero still has one more criminal to deal with. He turns to see the purple-clad thief trying to crawl away, only to be stopped by a heavy foot on his back. Thump goes the impact as the web-slinger secures his second captive of the day. The thief, Boomerang, tries to bribe his way out of trouble. "Listen, I'll give you 20 grand cash right now if you swing me out of here, or whatever you do," he offers, holding up a bag of stolen loot. Spider-Man stops and looks at the bag, the astronomical sum of money causing a brief moment of hesitation. $20,000, he repeats, the thought of his family's debt flashing through his mind. The sirens of police cars wail in the distance as officers arrive on the scene. The opportunity for a quick payday is gone, replaced by the reality of his duty as a hero. The police find both the Punisher and Boomerang webbed to a lamppost, the stolen money sitting safely on the ground beside them. The crowd gathers to watch as the professionals take over, unaware of the struggle that just took place. High above the street, Spider-Man stands on the edge of a rooftop, looking down at the result of his work. "Hey, I almost did that one right. Coulda used that money, though. Oh, well," he muses to himself. He looks down at his chest and sees a large tear in his suit, his skin peeking through the spandex. "Tusk, man," he sighs, knowing he'll have to find a way to fix it before Aunt May sees it. Later, Peter is back at the ESU lab, sitting on an examination table while Connors cleans a wound on his back. "This one wasn't my fault. It makes my girlfriend nauseous," Peter explains as the doctor works. Connors looks surprised by the news. "Your girlfriend knows your secret? Good for you. If I could do what you could do, I would tell every girl I ever met," he says with a smirk. The doctor examines the healing tissue, impressed by Peter's recovery rate. "You look good, healthy," he says, and Peter responds that he feels great. "That's awesome. Because of, what we talked about?" Peter asks. Connors nods and confirms they got the research money for the year. Peter asks if he can see the results of the experiments, and the doctor agrees. Yes, you can. But can we do it tomorrow, my kid?" Peter starts to pull his shirt back on over the bandages. "You know us science nerds. If we get into it, we'll be here an hour. I'm late, too," he says, wanting to get home to MJ. Connors watches as Peter prepares to leave through the window. "Did you get that saving someone's life?" he asks, referring to the scar on the boy's back. "Yeah," Peter replies simply. The doctor gives him a warm, supportive look. "Then don't worry about it. Least I can do," he says, happy to help the young hero who has given him so much to work with. Peter pulls his mask down over his face, his expression hidden once again. He feels a sense of relief knowing that Connors is in his corner, both as a doctor and a scientist. Connors walks toward a heavy security door in the back of the lab. His face has turned serious, the warmth from his conversation with Peter replaced by a cold, clinical focus. Spider-Man swings away into the sunset, his silhouette graceful against the orange sky. He's headed home, thinking the day's excitement is finally over. Inside the restricted area, Connors stands before a glowing tank. He is the only one who knows the true extent of what he has created, and the secret is starting to feel like a burden. He swipes his card one last time, his hand trembling slightly as the light turns green. Whatever is inside that tank is the culmination of 2 months of intense, secretive labor. Ben Reilly is already inside, monitoring the systems. "Hey, I gotta get out of here. Thought you were already gone, got distracted. How's it going?" Ben asks as the doctor enters. Connors joins him at the monitors, looking over the data. "Steady as she goes, Captain. Smooth," he says. Ben admits he can't stop looking at it, but he's worried about the next incubation stage. The two men discuss the future of the project as they prepare to leave. "And after the next one, we make our presentation. Then the fun begins," Connors says, his voice full of dark anticipation. In the center of the room, a glass cylinder is filled with a bubbling green liquid. Something is growing inside, a mass of dark, shifting tissue that seems to pulsate with a life of its own. The camera moves closer, we see the terrifying truth. A small, humanoid hand is pressed against the glass. It is a nightmare born of Peter Parker's DNA and Kurt Connor's obsession. The creature in the tank is a twisted reflection of life, a mass of red muscle and glowing veins. It has no skin, only raw, exposed power that seems to be screaming even in its silence. It opens its mouth in a silent roar, its eyes glowing with an unnatural yellow fire. This isn't a cure, it is a monster, a biological weapon that is only just beginning to wake up. The camera zooms in on the pulsing red tissue, showing the intricate web of veins that supply it with energy. Every beat of its artificial heart is a ticking clock for the city of New York. The glow intensifies as the incubation process reaches a critical point. The green liquid bubbles violently as the creature's metabolism kicks into overdrive. A dark shadow falls across the tank as the creature begins to shift, its movements more purposeful and aggressive. It is hungry, and it won't be contained for much longer. The lights of Empire State University flicker as night falls. Inside the biolabs, the security doors have been forced open, the metal twisted and charred as if by some incredible force. Ben Reilly steps into the lab, his face pale with fear as he sees the destruction. He was only gone for an hour, but in that time, his world has been turned upside down. He looks at the shattered glass on the floor, his breath catching in his throat. He knows exactly where that glass came from, and he knows what it means for everyone in the building. Hands shake as he reaches for a nearby console, his eyes fixed on the empty space where the tank used to be. The silence of the room is now terrifying, filled with the ghosts of what was lost. The empty pedestal where the cylinder once stood is still glowing with a faint, eerie light. The green liquid is gone, replaced by a trail of dark, viscous slime that leads toward the exit. Ben drops to his knees, his voice a broken whisper. Where is it? He asks, the reality of the situation finally beginning to sink in. He looks up and sees something even more horrifying, a trail of blood leading into the shadows. Oh my God, he gasps, realizing that the creature didn't just escape, it attacked. The empty tank stands as a silent monument to their hubris. They thought they were playing God, but all they did was invite a demon into the world. Ben pulls his phone out and frantically dials a number. Dr. Connors, it's Ben Reilly. Did you take little Ben? He asks, his voice cracking with panic. He listens to the response, his eyes darting around the room as if expecting the monster to leap out at any second. Because it's gone. No, the incubator tank is open and it's, oh man, we've been robbed, he shouts. He continues to pace the floor, his mind racing through every security measure they had in place. How could they get past all the locks and what? Industrial espionage? This is scientific espionage. No, I didn't tell anyone, he insists. A blood-curdling scream erupts from the hallway, cutting Ben off mid-sentence. He looks toward the door, his face a mask of pure terror. Oh my God, he whispers, realizing the horror has only just begun. Students and staff rush into the hallway, their faces pale with shock and confusion. Oh my God, oh my goo-wad, what is that? A girl screams, pointing toward a dark corner. People are scrambling to get away, their books and papers scattered across the floor. We shouldn't be here, somebody call the cops. A man shouts as he pulls his companion toward the stairs. Ben pushes through the crowd, trying to reach the source of the commotion. He sees a group of people huddled around something on the floor, their expressions filled with revulsion. He covers his mouth as he finally sees what they are looking at. What happened? What happened to him? He asks, though he already knows the answer is beyond any medical explanation. On the floor lies the desiccated corpse of a security guard, his body drained of every drop of fluid and life. He looks like a mummy, his skin stretched tight over his bones and his mouth frozen in a silent scream. Eyes are sunken pits of darkness, and his hands are clawed as if he were trying to pull himself away from his attacker. The badge on his chest identifies him as a member of the ESU security team. Ben stares at the body, his mind unable to process the level of violence required for such a transformation. I don't understand. Oh God, what could have done something like this? He asks, the horror finally overwhelming him. The crowd continues to panic around him, their voices a cacophony of fear and disbelief. What is wrong with him? He's dead. Dead. A young man screams, his eyes wide with shock. An officer arrives on the scene, pushing through the onlookers to secure the area. Everyone back away from the body. Please, please step away. This is A, he shouts, his voice barely audible over the chaos. Meanwhile, the food court at the Queen's Center Mall is bustling with its usual evening crowd. People are eating, chatting, and shopping, completely unaware of the nightmare unfolding across town. Gwen Stacy walks through the mall, looking annoyed as she carries a small shopping bag. Lord, what is wrong with you people? She mutters to herself as she passes two girls who are laughing loudly. She meets up with Mary Jane, who is dressed in her work uniform from a local cafe. I need socks. Where else can you get socks? It's a conspiracy. And, what on earth are you dressed as exactly? Gwen asks. MJ explains her new job as a fry girl, looking a bit sheepish. My dad left my mom, as you know, and so goes my allowance, so I got a job. Well, keeps me busy while Peter is out, you know, she says with a shrug. The conversation turns to Peter and his extracurricular activities. Sometimes it's a little nerve-wracking. It's good to keep my mind off of it, MJ admits, to which Gwen asks if she's really that worried about him. MJ invites Gwen to join her for dinner. Hey, this is my dinner break. You want to sit with me? She asks, and Gwen agrees after a moment's hesitation. No, yeah, sure, she says. The two girls find a quiet bench near some indoor plants. That was weird just then when I brought up our Mr. Peter Parker. You and I haven't talked since you found out the big secret, MJ notes as they sit down. They talk about the stress of knowing Peter's double life. MJ admits she was scared at first, especially after she almost died in the middle of one of his fights. In the abstract, I'm cool with it, and then I see it, she says. Gwen looks at her with wide eyes. No way, she says, trying to imagine the danger MJ has been in. She admits it never even occurred to her that they might be in danger because of him. MJ assures her that she's okay now, even though Peter had to save her life. Kind of scared me, but I'm okay now, she says, her voice full of a quiet strength. Gwen looks down, her own thoughts a mystery. She's starting to realize that being a part of Peter's world means accepting a level of risk that most people can't even imagine. The girls continue their conversation, their faces moving through a series of emotions as they bond over their shared connection to Peter. They talk about everything from his heroics to his everyday quirks. MJ laughs as she recounts another story about Peter, her eyes shining with affection. She knows the tension between them because of Gwen living at Peter's house, but she's determined to make it work. Gwen looks at MJ with a mix of admiration and curiosity. She's never met anyone quite like her, someone who can handle the chaos of Spider-Man with such grace. The conversation takes a more personal turn as Gwen opens up about her own feelings. She looks at MJ and says something that makes the red-haired girl pause and listen intently. Gwen smirks, her usual defiant attitude returning. Yeah, you are such a freak. I can't believe you work here. Thank you for not laughing at my skirt, MJ says with a playful grin. Gwen looks back at her, her expression softening for a brief moment. Oh, I am, she quips, her humor a shield against the deeper emotions they've been discussing. She looks away, her voice dropping to a serious tone. I don't even know if I like boys, she admits, revealing a vulnerability that MJ wasn't expecting. MJ simply nods and smiles, accepting Gwen for exactly who she is. Okay, she says, the simple word carrying a world of support and understanding. Elsewhere in the city, a young couple is walking down a dark street, arguing about a movie they just saw. You thought I was going to break up with you because I didn't like the movie? The girl asks incredulously. Her boyfriend, Louis, tries to defend himself, but he is interrupted by a strange noise coming from a nearby alley. Oh my, Og, what is that? The girl screams, pointing into the darkness. A dark, hulking figure is crouched behind some trash cans, its movements animalistic and threatening. It looks like a man, but the way it moves is anything but human. The couple stops, their argument forgotten as they stare at the creature. Is that a kid? It looks hurt. Should we help it? The girl asks, her compassion overriding her fear. The creature turns its head, revealing a pair of glowing yellow eyes that pierce through the darkness. Its face is a mess of red and black tissue, a nightmare given form. Louis pulls his girlfriend back, his instincts screaming at him to run. "We'll call the cops. Hello, little boy, are you hurt?" he calls out, though he already knows the answer. A long, red-clawed hand reaches out from the shadows, its fingers sharp as razors. The creature is no longer hiding, it is ready to hunt. With a sudden, violent burst of speed, the monster lunges forward. A spray of blood erupts into the air as its claws find their mark, the girl's scream cut short by the sheer brutality of the attack. Louis is thrown backward as the creature leaps onto him, its heavy weight pinning him to the ground. He can only watch in horror as his girlfriend is dragged into the shadows. The girl's face is a mask of pure terror as she is pulled away, her eyes wide with the realization of her impending doom. "Oh my God! Oh my!" she screams, her voice fading into the night. The creature stands over its victim, its glowing eyes fixed on the man who is now its next target. It is a predator in every sense of the word, fueled by a hunger that can only be satisfied by blood. A long, whip-like tendril of red symbiote material lashes out, making a sickening sound as it cuts through the air. The monster is playing with its food, enjoying the terror it inspires. The tendril wraps around the man's leg, pulling him toward the monster's waiting claws. He lets out a final, desperate gasp as he is dragged into the darkness, the scene ending with a sickening snap. A woman is seen crawling on the pavement, her eyes wide with terror as she looks over her shoulder. "Nuo, Nuo, Nuo, no, please," she screams, her voice echoing off the brick walls of the alley. Her hands claw at the ground, trying to find any purchase as she is slowly but surely pulled back into the shadows. Somebody please," she pleads, but there is no one there to help her. She is dragged into the darkness, leaving only a trail of scuff marks on the concrete. The monster is efficient and silent, its presence a shadow that consumes everything in its path. A dark, shifting mass of red and black material rises from the shadows, its form constantly changing. It looks like a living fire, burning with a hunger that can never be sated. The woman's face is shown in a tight close-up, her eyes filled with the reflection of the monster standing over her. "Please help me," she cries out, but the plea is lost in the roar of the creature's hunger. A sickening chunk sounds as the monster claims its prize, the alley returning to its eerie silence. The only thing left behind is a single, discarded shoe. The monster's face is revealed in a terrifying close-up. It is a nightmare of raw muscle and jagged teeth, its eyes glowing with a malevolent intelligence. This is Carnage, the darkest creation of the ESU Labs. It lets out a silent scream of its own, its form shifting and pulsing as it feeds on the life force of its victims. It is a creature of pure chaos, born from the blood of a hero and the desperation of a scientist. The monster's shadow is cast against a brick wall, its jagged, needle-like protrusions making it look even more monstrous. It is growing, becoming stronger with every life it takes. A long, red tongue-like tendril lashes out, tasting the air for its next victim. Carnage is a hunter, and the entire city is its hunting ground. The monster's face turns toward the camera, its mouth opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. It is the face of a predator that knows no mercy and feels no pain. The red symbiote material pulses with a bright, inner light, as if it were burning from the inside out. It is a being of pure energy and hatred, a monster that cannot be reasoned with or stopped. Its claws reach out, dripping with a dark, viscous fluid that could be blood or the symbiote itself. Every movement is a threat, every breath a promise of violence. The full figure of Carnage is revealed standing over a fresh victim. It is a towering nightmare of red muscle and black veins, its form constantly shifting and changing. It has found a new source of energy, and it is ready to move on to its next target. Back at the university, the police have arrived in force. Officers stand around the crime scene, trying to keep the onlookers back as they prepare to move the latest body. People, stand back and let the professionals do their job. Please, an officer shouts. Connors is on the scene, his face a mask of guilt and fear. "I just don't understand why you called the media," he says, to which a woman responds that they have a murder investigation and it's bad for business. The dean of the university is talking to a police captain, her voice filled with frustration. "All I'm asking for is a little discretion," she insists, but the captain is more interested in the facts of the case. Reporters and cameramen are everywhere, their flashes illuminating the dark hallway. "Dr. Connors, what happened?" a reporter asks, pushing a microphone into the doctor's face. The dean introduces Connors to the police. "This is Dr. Kurt Connors. He's on staff. This is the building his lab is," she says, her voice trailing off as she looks at the doctor's pale face. The police captain turns her attention to Connors. "And where were you this evening, doctor?" she asks, her eyes narrowing as she studies his reaction. Connors stammers out an answer, his voice trembling. I was with my son, and you could prove this, yes. Yes, my ex-wife was with us," he says, trying to sound convincing. The captain looks at him for a long moment before nodding. "Okay, what happened?" she asks, finally getting down to the business of the investigation. Two men walk through a doorway, their expressions solemn. They are carrying a heavy load, another victim of the monster that Connors let loose upon the world. Ben Riley watches them go, his face ashen. He knows that every death is on his hands as much as Connors, and the weight of that realization is starting to crush him. Connors closes his eyes, unable to look at the consequences of his actions any longer. He has created a monster, and he has no idea how to stop it. Carnage is seen in another alley, its body coiled like a spring. It is a creature of pure, raw energy, and it is ready to strike again. The monster's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated evil. Its glowing eyes are fixed on a target, and its mouth is open in a silent snarl of hunger. It raises its claws, the red symbiote material shifting into sharp, needle-like points. It is a predator that is perfectly evolved for one thing: killing. The camera shifts to a person washing their hands in a sink, their movements slow and deliberate. It is a moment of quiet normalcy in the middle of a nightmare. Carnage's face is shown again, its expression one of pure, unbridled joy at the prospect of its next kill. It is a monster that enjoys the hunt as much as the meal. Two hands are shown reaching out, their fingers interlaced in a moment of connection and intimacy. It is a stark contrast to the violence and isolation of the rest of the story. Water splashes into the sink as the person continues to wash their hands. The sound of the running water is the only thing that can be heard in the quiet room. The two hands are shown again, this time gripping each other tightly. It is a gesture of support and comfort, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, people still need each other. A young woman looks up, a bright smile on her face. She is happy and full of life, completely unaware of the monster that is lurking in the shadows nearby. Carnage lunges forward, its form a blur of red and black energy. The hunt is over, and the feeding is about to begin. The final page is a collage of moments from the past 2 months. We see Peter, Aunt May, Gwen, MJ, Connors, and the monster, all of them connected by a web of secrets and lies. The nightmare has only just begun, and the cost of the truth will be higher than any of them could have ever imagined. A full moon hangs high in the night sky, its pale light reflecting off the skyscrapers of Manhattan. Below, the silhouette of a monstrous figure swings between the buildings, its movements fluid and unnatural. A gloved hand fires a stream of webbing, but this isn't the red and blue of Spider-Man. It is a dark, organic substance that seems to pulse with its own life force. The figure swings through the air, its body twisting and contorting as it moves. It is a master of its environment, a predator that is perfectly suited for the urban jungle. A long, red-clawed hand reaches out and grips the side of a building, the symbiote material digging into the brick and mortar. The monster is strong, and its hunger is growing. A single red tendril reaches up from the ground, its tip sharp as a needle. It is searching for something, a scent or a sound that will lead it to its next meal. The monster is shown in a full-body shot, its form a terrifying blend of red and black. It is Carnage, and it is the shadow that has been looming over Peter's life for months. It climbs the side of a building with ease, its movements silent and predatory. It is headed toward a specific location, a place that carries a scent it knows all too well. The camera shifts between shots of the monster and shots of Aunt May and the Parker household. The connection between them is clear, and the danger is imminent. Carnage lunges from the side of the building, its form a blur of red energy as it flies through the air. It has found what it was looking for, and it is ready to strike. Gwen Stacy walks alone down a quiet street, the moonlight casting long shadows on the pavement. She looks tired but content, oblivious to the danger that is following her every move. She turns the corner and walks toward the front door of the Parker house. She has her hands in her pockets, her bag slung over her shoulder as she approaches the porch. Gwen stops at the door and groans, realizing she's forgotten her key. Forgot my key. Idiot. Hope Peter's little door is open in back, she mutters to herself. She walks around the side of the house, her silhouette disappearing into the shadows. The backyard is dark and overgrown, the perfect hiding place for something that doesn't want to be seen. She reaches for the handle of the back door and jiggles it, her frustration growing. "Man, come on," she says, hoping it's not locked from the inside. A soft creak sounds from the darkness behind her, and Gwen freezes. She slowly turns around, her eyes wide with a sudden, sharp fear as she senses something watching her. She looks into the shadows of the backyard, her breath catching in her throat. Two glowing yellow eyes are staring back at her from the darkness, and she knows they don't belong to any animal. "Peter?" she asks, her voice trembling. Gwen's face is shown in a tight close-up, her expression one of pure terror. She is paralyzed by fear, her mind unable to process the monster that is standing right in front of her. The monster steps into the light, its form a nightmare of red muscle and jagged teeth. It looks like a twisted reflection of Spider-Man, a creature of pure chaos and hunger. Gwen tries to back away, but her legs feel like lead. "No," she whispers, the realization of her impending doom finally sinking in. Carnage's face is shown in a terrifying close-up, its mouth opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. It has found its target, and it is ready to feed. The camera zooms in on Gwen's eye, showing the reflection of the monster standing over her. It is a moment of pure, unadulterated horror, a nightmare from which she will never wake up. With a sudden, violent burst of speed, the monster lunges forward. Gwen's scream is cut short as a flurry of red tendrils lash out at her. "Og!" she cries out as her body is lifted from the ground. The monster wraps its tendrils around her, its movements fluid and efficient. It is a predator that has caught its prey, and it is enjoying every second of the kill. Gwen struggles against the constraints, her hands clawing at the red symbiote material. "GKT," she gasps, her breath being squeezed out of her as the monster tightens its grip. A sickening shuck sounds as the monster begins its work. The monster and its victim are locked in a deadly embrace, the red symbiote material pulsing with a dark energy. It is a scene of pure, unadulterated violence, a nightmare born of a hero's blood. Gwen's face is shown one last time, her eyes wide with the realization of what is happening to her. "SKT," she gasps, her life force being drained away by the monster that she once thought was her friend. The monster's face is shown in a terrifying close-up, its expression one of pure, unbridled joy. It has found a source of energy that is more powerful than anything it has ever tasted before. The monster's form begins to shift, its face taking on a more humanoid appearance. It is a twisted reflection of the girl it is killing, a nightmare that is taking on a familiar shape. Gwen's eyes lose their light as the last of her life force is drained away. She is gone, replaced by a hollow shell that the monster will soon discard. The monster stands over its victim, its form now a terrifying blend of red muscle and the girl's own features. It is a creature that has stolen the identity of its victim, a nightmare that can now walk among the living. Gwen's face is shown in a final, haunting close-up. Her eyes are now hollow pits of darkness, her mouth open in a silent scream. She is a mummy, a desiccated corpse that has been drained of everything that made her human. The monster looks down at its hands, its movements now more human-like and deliberate. It has what it needs, and it is ready to take the next step in its evolution. A single red tendril lashes out, making a final, sickening sound as it claims the last of Gwen's energy. The monster is complete, and the horror is only just beginning. The monster disappears into the shadows of the backyard, leaving only the desiccated corpse of the girl behind. It is a ghost, a nightmare that will haunt the Parker family for the rest of their lives. The final shot is of a desiccated hand lying in the grass, the moon reflecting off the pale, cold skin. It is a silent witness to the horror that took place, a reminder that in this world, even the innocent aren't safe from the monsters we create. To be continued. The story of Peter Parker is one defined by loss and the weight of a legacy he never asked for. After barely surviving an encounter with Eddie Brock and the Nightmare of Venom, a new shadow has fallen over Forest Hills, one that has already claimed the life of Gwen Stacy. The evening air is still as May Parker returns home, her arms full of groceries and a smile on her face. "Kids, I'm home," she calls out into the quiet house. She sets the bags down on the kitchen table, unaware of the silence that usually means trouble. "Peter? Gwen? I know it's a little late for dinner, but if you didn't eat yet, I was going to make my spaghetti," she announces. The lack of response begins to gnaw at her, and she looks toward the hallway. "Peter? Is he at work? I have to start writing his schedule down so that Gwen?" she asks, her voice trailing off. She moves toward the window, her intuition screaming that something is wrong. The light from the street casts long, jagged shadows across the room. She stands perfectly still, her eyes fixed on the backyard where the grass is trampled and the gate hangs open. The groceries are forgotten as a gasp catches in her throat. Her eyes widen in a sudden, sharp realization of terror. May rushes out the door and into the night, her heart hammering against her ribs. She stops at the edge of the lawn, looking down at a figure slumped near the bushes. She pulls her hands to her face, a silent scream building behind her lips as she gazes at the ground. Lying there is the withered, husk-like remains of Gwen Stacy, her face frozen in a final, agonizing expression of fear. A single tear escapes as May's mind flashes back to every tragedy she's already endured. "Not again," she whispers, the words breaking as they leave her mouth. She collapses to her knees, reaching out for a girl she can no longer help. "Gwen, Gwen, oh no, no Gwen, please," she sobs into the darkness. Meanwhile, miles away at the Daily Bugle, the world seems almost normal. Peter Parker sits in the quiet offices, surrounded by the hum of technology and the smell of stale coffee. He looks up at the towering skyline of New York City through the office windows. "Well, will you look at that?" he thinks to himself. "That's wow." On a computer screen, a headline blares. "Spider-Man punishes Punisher." Peter reads through the account of how he saved the day and returned the stolen money, feeling a rare sense of pride. He leans back, his eyes narrowing slightly as he processes the positive press. It's a Christmas miracle in the middle of summer, a moment where his secret life finally feels like it matters. Fueled by a rare burst of optimism, Peter leaps from the roof of the Bugle, firing a web line into the evening sky. He's heading home, unaware that his world has already collapsed. Feet dangle as he swings with a grace that hides the exhaustion in his bones. He's just a kid trying to balance the weight of a city with the duties of a student. He glides over the bridge, the lights of Queens flickering below him like distant stars. For a fleeting second, he's actually happy. He touches down on the roof of his house, ready to crawl through the window and sneak back into his normal life. But as he stands on the shingles, he looks down at the street. His face pales as he sees the flashing red and blue lights reflecting off the neighbors' windows. The street is a chaotic sea of emergency vehicles and curious onlookers. An ambulance sits parked in front of the house, its back doors open like a hungry maw. Peter walks slowly toward the police line, his heart sinking with every step. The officers standing guard look grim, their faces illuminated by the strobe lights. He weaves through the crowd of neighbors, their whispered voices sounding like a swarm of insects in his ears. Nobody notices the boy in the wrinkled shirt and tie. An officer lifts the yellow crime scene tape to let another investigator through. Peter stops, his gaze fixed on the spot where his life changed forever. The reality of the situation begins to settle on him, a cold and suffocating blanket of dread. He knows that whatever happened inside that house, things will never be the same. The backyard has been turned into a floodlit stage for tragedy. Peter stands at the edge of the grass, his shadow stretching toward a dark, heavy tarp lying on the ground. The tarp covers a small, unmistakable shape. The grass around it is flattened, and the air feels thick with the scent of ozone and death. Peter's eyes are hollow, reflecting a grief so deep it transcends words. He's staring at a ghost, and the silence of the backyard is louder than the sirens on the street. Nearby, Aunt May is being comforted by MJ's mother as detectives jot down notes. "Were you friends of Captain Stacy, ma'am?" an officer asks. "Yes, sort of. We were, yes. We were," May stammers. The detective looks down at his notepad, then back at the grieving woman. "And you took her in?" he probes gently. A man in a trench coat stands in the shadows, his face etched with a guilt that matches Peter's own. Dr. Kurt Connors watches the scene unfold, his eyes fixed on the boy he's failed. May turns, her eyes finding Peter in the gloom. She had nowhere else to go. "Could someone please tell me what Peter?" she cries out. She rushes to him, throwing her arms around his neck. Oh, Peter, what has happened?" she wails, her body shaking with tremors. The lead detective steps forward, his glasses reflecting the harsh police lights. "And you're the nephew?" he asks, looking Peter up and down. "Yeah, I'm Peter Parker." "Yeah, and where were you?" the detective asks, his voice devoid of warmth. May steps in, her protective instincts flaring even through her sorrow. "He was at work. Like I told, ma'am, I was at work. I work evenings at the Daily Bugle," Peter interrupts, his voice flat. "What happened to her?" The detective pauses, letting the weight of the news settle. "Your friend has passed away. I'm sorry to do this, but I have to ask you these questions. What was your relationship to her?" What friends?" "Only," Peter replies, his mind reeling. The detective leans in closer, his tone turning suspicious. And when was the last time you spoke to Miss Stacy? Did you have a fight about anything?" "Hey," Peter snaps, his anger starting to boil. A woman in a leather jacket and an NYPD cap walks up, her presence commanding immediate attention. "Hi, I'm Captain Jean DeWolf from Precinct 9, she says. The detective turns to her, a hint of recognition in his eyes. "Yeah, we met before, at that dinner." "Oh yeah, what can I do you for, Captain?" She looks over at the tarp, her face unreadable. "I got a call in on your case. We had another just like it today, same everything. I wanted to get a peek at yours." "Where was yours?" the detective asks. "Empire State University. Same exact thing, security guard at the labs. I called disease control," DeWolf explains. "I did too," the detective adds. Peter listens intently, his heart pounding. "Ended up all mummy. Yeah, same puncture wounds in the chest and legs. Look at that," DeWolf continues. "Manhattan had 2 more, same thing," the detective notes. "Could be a mutant," DeWolf suggests. "Like those poor people in that town, that wasn't a mutant, not what it said online. It's a virus," another officer chimes in. "Yeah, but the impact wound. Looks pretty vampiric if you ask me." "Vampiric?" DeWolf repeats, skeptical. May looks at the men and then back at Peter, her fear for him growing. "Actually, we would prefer, go inside, Peter," she orders firmly. "Boy shouldn't have to see something like this. He's just a boy." Peter looks at her, then away. Can I go inside?" "Of course you can, sweetie." Peter walks into the darkened house, his footsteps echoing on the wooden stairs. He heads straight for the basement, the one place where he can be alone with his fury. He grabs his backpack, his hands trembling as he grips the fabric. With a sudden, violent motion, he rips the bag apart, the sound of tearing canvas filling the small room. Inside, his Spider-Man costume lies crumpled, the red and blue fabric a mocking reminder of his failure. He stares at the mask, the white eyes reflecting his own despair. He buries his face in the suit, a muffled sob escaping his throat. The guilt is a physical weight, crushing the air out of his lungs. When he looks up, his eyes are hard, filled with a resolve that borders on madness. The boy who swung across the city is gone, only the hero remains, and he wants vengeance. Across the street at the Watsons' house, May is on the phone, her voice shaking with a mix of grief and rage. "Well, do you know where she went?" she asks the person on the other end. She paces the kitchen, the cord of the phone wrapping around her arm. "No, I did not know that. When did she leave? And you don't know where she went, she continues, her frustration mounting. She stops, her face contorting with anger. No, I am not her husband. Her husband, could you? If you do talk to her, could you tell her that her daughter, Gwen the daughter, she abandoned in what will go down in history as one of the single most selfish acts in the history of man, could you tell her that her daughter is dead? The person on the other end says something that snaps May's last bit of patience. No, I'm not joking. What kind of a joke is that? She's dead, dead, as in dead, she screams into the receiver. She slams the phone down, her chest heaving as she turns to look at MJ and Peter. Idiot, she spat, her voice thick with disgust. Peter stands in the doorway, his head bowed. He looks smaller than he did just an hour ago. MJ's mother walks over, her hand on her chest. May, I'm sorry. May looks down, unable to meet their eyes. The silence in the kitchen is oppressive, filled with the weight of things that can never be unsaid. Yao, you know you two can stay here with MJ and me as long as you, MJ's mother offers. Thanks, I know it's only across the street, but I figured you don't want to sleep. Yeah, Peter murmurs. Later that night, Peter sits on the edge of the guest bed, his shadow looming large on the wall. He's changed into pajamas, but the tension in his shoulders hasn't faded. MJ enters the room, carrying a spare pillow. Hey, here's another pillow, she says softly. Thanks, Peter replies, not looking up. She sits down next to him, the bed creaking under their weight. I stashed your costume and stuff in my cubby closet. It's under a thing with another thing on top of it. No one will find it. Thanks, he says again. She looks at him, her eyes filled with a deep, aching concern. I wish you could just sleep with me in my room. Yeah, he sighs, it's so lame. Yeah. She leans in closer, her voice barely a whisper. Do you know who did this? No, I mean, was this because of is it Spider-Man related? Peter finally looks at her, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Honestly, I don't know. Are you mad at me? Oh no, I don't know what's wrong with me. I love you, she tells him. I love you too, he replies. Why did this happen? She asks, her voice breaking. I don't know, sweetie, he says, reaching out to touch her face. Hey, you know what? I think I was the last person to ever speak to her, MJ says, her mind going back to the mall. I was at the mall and we bumped into each other. When? Dinner time. Wow. It was a totally cool talk. We really had a moment. I think we would have ended up being friends or something. Which is amazing, all things considered, she remembers, a small, sad smile on her lips. Peter's expression darkens. I don't think I was a good friend to her at all. You were, and what's the point of all this crap I go through trying to help people, if I can't stop? He breaks down, his body racked with sobs as MJ pulls him into a tight embrace. Peter, it's not I can't stop the people God. Mind is a whirlwind of memories. Wolverine, Doc Ock, Venom, the lizard creature that Dr. Connors became. All the battles, all the blood, and now this. He remembers the detective's words about the vampiric, wounds, and the victim at Empire State University. The connection is undeniable, and it leads straight back to the lab. Peter stands by the window, looking out at the darkened street. He sees a lone figure standing near the police line, a man who shouldn't be there. Eyes narrow as he recognizes the trench coat and the way the man carries himself. Connors, he hisses under his breath. Dr. Kurt Connors stands by the yellow tape, his face a mask of grief and something much darker. Peter, he calls out into the night. Peter doesn't answer with words. He vaults over the police line, his feet hitting the pavement with a sharp slap. He's moving with a speed that is barely human. Connors turns just in time to see the boy charging at him. There you. Peter's fist connects with Connor's jaw with a sickening thud. Monster, he screams, his voice raw with pain. Connors is sent sprawling across the grass, his glasses flying into the darkness. Peter stands over him, his fists clenched and his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. What did you do? Og, Peter yells, grabbing Connors by the collar and hauling him up. Connors groans, clutching his face. What did you do to my life? Peter bellows, his voice echoing through the quiet neighborhood. He throws a punch that Connors barely manages to block. You killed her, you animal. You killed a girl. What did you do to yourself this time? You come back for me. Peter is hysterical, his grief fueling a violent rage. Connors looks up at him, his face bruised and his eyes wide with shock. No, I didn't kill anyone. I don't even know what you're talking about. Peter, stop, stop. What are you doing here in Queens in the middle of the night? Why are you here? Peter demands, his grip tightening on the man's throat. Listen, okay? There was an accident at the lab. There was Connors gasps, his voice strained. What did you do? Peter asks, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. The morning sun filters through the blinds of Midtown High, but there's no joy in this classroom. It's Saturday detention, and the air is thick with the smell of floor wax and teenage resentment. Flash Thompson leans back, staring at the ceiling as if he can find an escape in the acoustic tiles. Beside him, Kong rests his head in his hands, the very picture of boredom. Peter Parker, or at least the person in his body, sits perfectly still. His eyes are hard, lacking the usual warmth or anxiety that defines the boy from Queens. Flash can't take the silence anymore, throwing his hands up in a dramatic fit. Ag, how long do we have to sit here? This sucks, he bellows. In the back, Mary Jane Watson sighs, her eyes fixed on the desk. I can't believe I am missing work for this. I am so broke, she whispers, the weight of the week finally catching up to her. Flash turns his attention toward the silent Peter, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. What's Lil Parker doing? Leave him alone, Flash, guy's in a coma, he mocks, but MJ isn't having it, snapping back, stop it. The tension between the students reaches a boiling point as the teacher remains oblivious at the front of the room. Every person in this room is dealing with their own ghost, but none are as haunted as the boy in the center row. Flash leans closer to Kong, whispering just loud enough for Peter to hear. I think he's dead too, he says with a snicker, delighted by his own cruelty. MJ finally explodes, standing up so fast her chair screeches against the floor. What the percentant is wrong with you? God, she screams, her voice echoing off the brick walls. Flash looks up, genuinely surprised by the intensity of her anger. What, dude? He stammers, glancing at Kong for support that isn't coming. She points a trembling finger at the group, her face flushed with fury. You're deranged, you're sick, you're the reason we're all stuck here all day. You, she yells, her voice cracking under the pressure of the week. She leans in, her eyes boring into them with a righteous fire. You know what you did, she hisses, the subtext of the last few days hanging heavy in the air. Flash's face twists into a mask of indignant confusion. What I did, he shouts back, his voice rising to match hers in a crescendo of teenage drama. Meanwhile, the memory of yesterday haunts the school hallways. Peter and MJ stand by Gwen Stacy's locker, a grim task ahead of them under the watchful eye of the assistant principal. Peter's face is a mask of grief, his eyes half closed as he tries to process the void left behind. I dunno, not you know it sucks, he mutters, the words feeling inadequate for the loss. The assistant principal places a comforting hand on Peter's shoulder. Well, if you ever need to talk to anyone, do feel free to think of my office as a place you can come, he offers gently. MJ watches them, her heart heavy as she sees her friends struggling to stay afloat in the wake of tragedy. Cleaning out Gwen's locker, she explains to a passing student, the reality of the words stinging her throat. The administrator sighs, clutching a heavy ring of keys. Has anyone had any luck contacting her mother? She never called back. Such a shame. I can't even imagine what goes through the head of a woman who abandons her own child. So sad, he says, shaking his head at the cruelty of the world. He turns to leave, giving them space for their final goodbye to a friend. I'll leave you alone to take care of this, he says, his footsteps echoing as he walks away down the sterile hallway. Peter opens the locker, a single textbook sits on the shelf, basic geometry. It's a mundane object that suddenly feels like a sacred relic of a life cut short. Tucked inside the door is a photograph. It shows Peter, MJ, and Gwen together, smiling, frozen in a moment of uncomplicated happiness that feels like a lifetime ago. MJ takes the photo, her hands trembling as she looks at the faces of her friends. She kept a picture of us in her locker. She did like us, she whispers, a small, painful victory in the middle of a war. Peter closes his eyes tight, the weight of the image almost too much to bear. "Just give me a minute," he asks, his voice barely audible over the hum of the school's ventilation. Suddenly, the quiet moment is shattered as Flash Thompson and his crew swagger into the hallway. Up, what's all the drama?" Flash calls out, his presence a jarring intrusion on their grief. Liz Allen tries to pull him away, recognizing the sacredness of the moment. "Go away." "Fine, fine," she says, but Flash isn't finished with his brand of cruelty. Flash points a finger at Peter, a mocking grin on his face. "By the way, Ski, great job keeping an eye on her, Parker." "Well done," he sneers, weaponizing Peter's deepest failure. The air in the hallway turns ice cold. MJ stares at Flash, her eyes wide with a shock that quickly hardens into something much more dangerous. The textbook in her hand suddenly becomes a weapon. With a roar of pure, unadulterated grief, MJ swings the geometry book with everything she has. "Take it back!" she screams as the spine connects with Flash's face. Flash is caught completely off guard, stumbling backward into Kong. "Oof, dude!" Kong shouts as they both tumble toward the floor in a mess of limbs and school supplies. MJ doesn't stop there, lunging at Flash as he hits the ground. "Take it back, Flash!" she shrieks, her vision blurred by tears of rage and loss. She's on top of him in an instant, her fingers curling into his hair and clothing. "Get off me!" Flash yells, panic finally replacing his bravado. "MJ, she's gone crazy." The noise draws the attention of the faculty as the assistant principal rounds the corner, his face pale. "What is going on here?" he demands, but the fight is far from over. Teachers and students alike rush in to pull MJ off the frantic Flash. Stop it right now," they shout, the hallway descending into absolute chaos. In the struggle, a heavy boot accidentally connects with the administrator's face. A dull thud echoes through the corridor as he's caught in the crossfire of teenage heartbreak. Head snaps back as he's sent reeling against the wall. The sound of his skull hitting the brick is sharp and sickeningly final for the moment. For a split second, time seems to stop. Everyone freezes, the adrenaline dying in their veins as they realize the line that was just crossed. Flash, MJ, and Peter all stare in horror at the scene they created. The silence that follows is far louder than the screaming that preceded it. Back in the present, Kong leans over to MJ with a smug grin. "Your fault," he whispers. Flash doesn't even look at her, staring straight ahead as he mutters, "Shut up." MJ looks at Flash, her eyes filled with a weary, tired disdain. "You know, I really don't understand how your brain works, Flash," she says, her voice devoid of the fire it had yesterday. Flash simply puts a hand up, refusing to engage. He stares blankly at the wall, his own internal walls reinforced against her words. But MJ isn't done, she needs an answer. "I'm asking seriously, none of your usual macho crap, I'm asking you, human being to human being, why do you act this way?" She leans forward, her voice becoming a desperate plea for basic empathy. "Gwen's dead, and you just keep busting on everyone like it's some big funny haha. I really want to know, why are you doing this?" Flash's jaw tightens. He doesn't look at her, his voice low and dangerous. "You know what, Mom? How about you pretend you know how to not talk for the rest of the day? How about that?" MJ ignores the insult, her gaze intensifying. "No, Flash, Fred, I really want to know, why are you being so obnoxious to us about this? Why don't you care?" The question hangs in the air, cold and heavy. Flash finally turns to look at her, and for the first time, his bravado seems to crack just a fraction. He stares into her eyes, searching for something, maybe a way out, or maybe just a reason to keep being the person everyone expects him to be. He closes his eyes, his brow furrowed in a rare moment of genuine introspection. The silence in the classroom becomes deafening. MJ watches him, her expression softening as she sees the truth behind the mask. She realizes it wasn't cruelty, it was something else. "You liked her," she says softly. Her eyes widen as the pieces click together. That's what you've been trying to tell Peter. All those times you were trying to get Peter alone, and Peter wouldn't listen because you're usually such a pudwad." Flash snaps, his face contorting with a mix of shame and rage. "Shut your face," he roars, leaning over his desk as if he's ready to jump her. But MJ just smiles, a sad, knowing expression that cuts through his anger like a knife. It's okay. You liked her, she repeats, her voice filled with a devastating kindness. Flash stands up, his entire body shaking with fury. And I said shut up, he bellows, his voice cracking as he loses control of the situation. He spins around and kicks the door to the classroom, a loud metallic bang echoing through the school. He doesn't wait for permission, he just leaves. The boy in Peter's body watches the door close, his eyes unreadable. He's been silent this whole time, observing a drama that feels small compared to the life he usually leads. MJ stares at the empty doorway, the weight of the revelation sinking in. Even someone like Flash Thompson has a heart, even if it's broken. Flash marches down the hallway, throwing one last hand up in a gesture of pure defiance. You don't know percent? He yells at the empty lockers. 3 hours later, the classroom is still and quiet. Flash hasn't returned, and the remaining students are left to their own thoughts in the dim afternoon light. MJ sighs, leaning her chin on her hand. I didn't mean for him to wig out. I thought we were going to have, like, a moment, or something. I thought I actually got through to him. Kong looks at her, his expression uncharacteristically thoughtful. Listen, he's not a bad guy. He's just, I don't know, loud. He's not a bad guy. Suddenly, the boy in the center row speaks. His voice is deep, raspy, and full of a cynicism that doesn't belong in a high schooler. Yes, he is, he says firmly. The other students turn to him in shock. He speaks, MJ mutters, surprised to hear a sound from Peter. Kong tries to defend his friend. Dude, you and him just need to, sit down and... Peter cuts him off, his gaze piercing. Kong, I've known Flash Thompson since I was 7 years old, and I've met a lot of bad people. He is a bad person. He leans forward, his voice dripping with a lifetime of hard-won wisdom. Sure, now he's just one of those guys who likes to bust on everyone, takes his shots, gives a wedgie, dumps a bucket of something on someone, and everyone laughs. He looks around the room, challenging them to see the truth. He gets to say and do whatever he wants because he has a basketball jacket and a nice haircut. But here's the thing. Eyes narrow, his face darkening with a grim prediction. He's going to grow up. He's going to become a man. And because you have rewarded him for his behavior year after year, because his parents don't seem to care. He stands up, his presence suddenly looming over the room. He's going to grow up to be a full-grown, greedy, mean, selfish liar. The world is filled with them. The world is being run by them. Voice drops to a whisper that feels like a death sentence. And your friend is one of them. You need to learn this and learn it fast. This is the world. He pauses, his eyes welling with a grief that isn't his own. This is why Gwen is dead. This is why Harry is gone. This is why half of us don't have parents anymore, because good people don't get to be happy, and sometimes they don't get to live. MJ stares at him, her heart breaking for the boy she thinks she knows. We just sit and wait for one of these evil, two-faced, greedy liars to step on our heads, she cries out. Kong looks at Peter, a defensive edge in his voice. Am I one of these people? You too, what? You're best friends with someone who treats you like crap. He hangs around with you solely to make himself feel superior. Peter looks at MJ, his expression filled with a cold, hollow truth. I'm nothing, he whispers, the weight of his perceived failures crushing him into the floorboards. The room falls into a stunned silence. MJ and Kong look at their friend, unable to recognize the person standing before them. The boy they knew is gone, replaced by a ghost. MJ breaks the silence, her voice trembling with a question she's afraid to ask. What about Spider-Man? She asks, looking for a glimmer of the hero she believes in. Peter doesn't answer. He just turns and walks toward the door, his movements fluid and purposeful, completely ignoring the teacher's rules. He exits the room without a backward glance, leaving MJ and Kong staring at the empty doorway in a state of absolute shock. Kong looks at MJ, his confusion turning to mild concern. Are we allowed to just leave? I don't think so. I thought detention was, but MJ is already out of her seat. Peter, Peter, she calls out, her footsteps thundering down the hallway as she chases after the boy she loves, terrified of where he's going. She runs through the corridors, her voice echoing off the sterile walls. Peter, Peter, come on, she pleads, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She reaches a dead-end hallway and looks out a small window, just in time to see a figure leaping across the alleyway with impossible grace. The noise brings a faculty member out of his office. "Hello?" he asks, looking around the empty hallway, but MJ has already moved on, her focus entirely on the roof. She reaches the door to the roof, her hand trembling as she grips the handle. "Peter," she whispers, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. The roof of Midtown High is vast and exposed, the orange glow of the setting sun casting long, dramatic shadows across the gravel surface. She pushes the heavy metal door open, the sound of the latch a sharp crack in the quiet air. "Peter," she shouts, her eyes searching the skyline for any sign of him. She finds him standing at the edge, staring out over the city he's supposed to protect. "Peter, I'm sorry, I'm not mad at you," she says, trying to bridge the distance between them. He doesn't turn around. "I've just had it, MJ. It's too much," he says, his voice flat and drained of all hope. The city below seems to roar with 1,000 uncaring voices. He clenches his fists, the bitterness spilling out of him. "Spider-Man, all this? I've totally failed, MJ. I can't beat them. I don't know what else to do. I didn't save Gwen. I didn't save Gwen's father. I couldn't help Harry Osborn. Oh, and there's my Uncle Ben who..." MJ steps forward, her voice firm. "If you were there, at any of those places, you would have. You weren't there. This isn't these things. Not everything in the world is your fault, Peter. Why are you making it your fault?" He stands silent at the precipice, a small figure against the vastness of the Queen's skyline. The world feels immense, and he feels incredibly small. He finally turns to her, his face a mask of profound disappointment. "I swear, I thought I would make some sort of difference. I thought I could stand for something better than what's out there, and I don't." Teeth are gritted in a snarl of self-loathing. "Not only that, but I can't even help the people around me. Everything sucks so much worse than when I started this Spider-Man stuff." He looks her in the eye, his gaze cold. "All I have now, with all these powers, all I have is a front row seat to just how awful it really is. People suck, and it's never going to change." MJ's eyes fill with tears. "Yes, it will." He leans in, his face centimeters from hers, his voice a low growl of pure frustration. "How?" he demands, looking for a hope she isn't sure she can give. MJ looks away, the weight of his despair almost too much to carry. "I just know it will," she says, but the words feel thin and fragile in the biting rooftop wind. Peter looks down at the ground, his body language speaking of a total surrender to the darkness. He's a hero who has forgotten how to hope. She looks back at him, her eyes burning with a desperate truth. "Because of people like you, you don't know that?" she asks, trying to remind him of the man he is. He just turns and starts to walk away, his voice trailing off into the sunset. "Well, then we're all in a lot of trouble," he says, his cynical heart refusing to be moved. Suddenly, without warning, he leaps. He doesn't use webs, he doesn't call out. He just throws himself off the building, plummeting toward the concrete below with a reckless disregard for his own life. MJ rushes to the edge, her hand pressed against the cold brick. "Ah, Peter, come on, snap out of it," she whispers to the empty air, her heart breaking for the hero who has lost his way. Down in the shadowed alleys of the city, a predator lurks. A hooded figure leaps across the rooftops, moving with a feral, animalistic intent that doesn't belong in these streets. Peter, the soul of Logan inside the boy, perches on a chimney, his ears picking up a sound that cuts through the city's noise. "Idiot!" he mutters as a scream of "Nuo" pierces the night. Below him, a group of thugs has cornered a young woman. One of them, wearing a shirt with a skull, mocks her as his friend pulls out a weapon. It's a scene that plays out 1,000 times in the city, but tonight is different. Logan doesn't hesitate. He leaps from the roof, a primal roar tearing from his throat. "Aga, oh God," he bellows, a force of nature falling from the sky. The woman looks up in terror as the shadows descend. "Oh no, no, please, please, don't do this. Please, somebody help me," she cries, her voice echoing off the damp brick walls. One of the thugs pulls out a knife, a cruel glint in his eye. "Give it, I'll cut you," he snarls, his greed blinding him to the death that's falling toward him. The struggle is brief and brutal. "You want to die? Please, no, no." The woman screams as the knife is raised, but it never finds its mark. Logan hits the group like a wrecking ball. He throws a punch that sends one thug flying against the wall with a sickening thud. "Leave her alone," he roars, his movements a blur of controlled violence. He grabs the leader by the throat and slams him into the ground. A collective gasp of wham and agha fills the alley as the thugs realize they've picked the wrong night for a mugging. Logan's fingers sink into the man's flesh, his eyes wild with a fury that's been building for days. The woman can only watch in stunned silence as her attacker is systematically dismantled. He holds two of them by their hair and necks, his voice a low, terrifying growl. "This is what you want your life to be. Don't what? Don't kill you. You were going to kill this woman. For nothing. You were going to take her money and hurt her." He shakes them, his face centimeters from theirs. "You have to change. You hear me? Today, right now. You have to change your life or you're going to kill someone or someone is going to kill you. Is that what you want? Is it?" He stares them down, his gaze piercing through their fear. There's no second chance. There's no do-over. You have to change now. The thugs are sobbing now, their bravado completely shattered. I'm sorry, I'm sorry," they stammer. Logan doesn't let go. "Say you're sorry," he demands. He looks deep into their eyes, searching for a single spark of humanity. "Now do something with your life," he yells, finally letting them go as they scramble into the darkness. The alleyway falls silent as the thugs flee, leaving Logan standing alone with the woman he just saved. The shadow of his actions hangs heavy over the scene. The woman rushes forward, throwing her arms around him in a desperate hug. "Oh, thank you," she cries, her tears of terror turning to tears of relief. Logan stands perfectly still, the contact feeling alien and uncomfortable. "Thank you," she whispers again, her head resting against his chest. He closes his eyes, the simple act of human gratitude cutting through his cynical armor. For a moment, the world doesn't feel quite so awful. He gently detaches himself and leaps away, ascending the walls with a speed that defies physics. He doesn't look back, disappearing into the city's dark embrace. He reaches the rooftop and stands at the edge, looking down at the alley where life and death were just decided. The city lights stretch out before him like an ocean of broken glass. He looks at his hands, the hands of a boy but the mind of a killer. Why did I just do that? He asks himself, the question echoing in the quiet night. He stares out over Queens, the familiar landmarks feeling strange and distant. The weight of his own existence is a burden he's used to carrying, but here, it feels heavier. He looks down, his face a mask of profound sorrow. "I'm sorry, Gwen," he whispers to the wind, a ghost apologizing to a ghost. The issue ends, but the nightmare is just beginning for Wolverine. Friday morning in Queens arrives with a deceptive peace. Birds fly over the Parker home as Aunt May's voice drifts through the open window. "Peter, up," she calls out. Logan, still trapped in the body of Peter Parker, groans as the sunlight hits his face. As in, get up." May yells from downstairs, her maternal energy a jarring contrast to his usual morning routine of whiskey and regret. He stares at the pillow, his mind sluggish and uncoordinated. "Arr," he growls, the primal sound feeling ridiculous coming from a teenage throat. He finally hauls himself out of bed, stumbling toward the door with all the grace of a wounded bear. "Huog, hey," he mutters, scratching his stomach as he prepares to face another day of high school misery. He enters the kitchen to find May already hard at work, packing boxes. "Good morning, sweetie," she says with a cheerful smile that Logan simply cannot process. He looks at the chaos around him, his brow furrowed. "The hell is going on?" he demands, his voice a bit too harsh for a morning conversation with his aunt. May doesn't miss a beat, lugging a box across the floor. I know, we're not moving yet, but I want to get a head start, pack a couple of boxes a day. It relaxes me. I figured, all things considered. Right?" she asks, looking for validation. "What?" Logan asks, completely lost. May just keeps talking. "I put your school books on the basement stairs. You better get going, Buster. You are almost late. Grab a Pop-Tart." She stops for a moment, her eyes softening as she looks at him. "I was really happy about our talk last night, and we will get through this. Today is a fresh new day for both of us and I just know you're going to have a great day. She gives him a playful nudge. So, you go, get going. Say hi to Mary Jane. Mr. Grumpy in the morning, she teases, oblivious to the fact that her nephew is a century-old mutant assassin. Logan heads toward the basement, his eyes scanning the cluttered room. The mundane domesticity of the Parker home is a far cry from the X-Mansion or the battlefields of his past. He finds the backpack sitting on the stairs, exactly where May said it would be. He looks at it with a mix of curiosity and disgust, the very idea of school books feeling like a cosmic joke. Beside the bag, a small workbench is covered in tools and scrap metal. He pauses, his gaze lingering on the discarded components of a life he doesn't fully understand. He picks up a small piece of tech, turning it over in his hand. It's a web shooter, a masterpiece of homebrewed engineering that should be impossible for a kid to build. He brings it closer to his face, his nose wrinkling. Sniff, sniff, he mutters, his enhanced senses detecting something familiar, yet entirely wrong. He looks around the room, a suspicion starting to take root in his mind. The air feels different, charged with a kinetic energy that he hasn't felt in days. He reaches for the backpack, his fingers brushing against the fabric. There's a subtle hum in the air, a vibration that only he can feel. He opens the bag and finds a geometry book. It's the same one from his detention nightmare, but something is different now. He flips it open and finds a note tucked inside. The handwriting is neat, feminine, and utterly devastating in its simplicity. He stares at the signature, his eyes wide with a sudden, crushing realization. "Oh no, Peter Parker," he whispers, the reality of the situation finally hitting him like a freight train. Suddenly, Mary Jane Watson walks through the door, a bright smile on her face. The whole point of having a boyfriend, Tiger, is having someone to walk to school with. "Let us go," she says with a playful wink. Logan looks at her, his brain struggling to reconcile his current situation. "School?" he asks. MJ just laughs. "Not exactly my definition of a hot date, but sadly, it's the best we can do today, or yesterday." Before he can say another word, she leans in and kisses him. It's a warm, intimate gesture that feels like an electric shock to Logan's system. He stands there, completely frozen, as she wraps her arms around him. The person inside this body is screaming for a way out, but the body itself is trapped in a moment of pure, teenage affection. MJ pulls back, her eyes shining with a love that Logan doesn't deserve. He looks at her, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he realizes just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Meanwhile, in a dingy apartment across the city, a man wakes up in a pile of empty beer cans and discarded clothes. He looks around the room with a sense of utter confusion and disgust. He rubs his eyes, the smell of the room hitting him like a physical blow. What's that smell?" he groans, his voice raspy and deep. He looks at his arms, his eyes wide with shock. "What is going on? Where am I? What is on me? I'm Harry. How am I Harry? I stink," he says, his panic rising with every word. He pulls the sheet back and stares in horror at his own body. It's muscular, scarred, and covered in a thick layer of hair that definitely wasn't there yesterday morning. He looks at his reflection in a cracked mirror, his face a mask of disbelief. This isn't his life. This isn't his body. Something has gone horribly, terribly wrong. He rushes into the bathroom, his mind racing through the events of the last few days. "What happened to me lasto?" he mutters, his voice trembling. He stares at the reflection of Wolverine in the mirror. He starts to say, but the word dies in his throat as the reality of the situation settles in. Suddenly, with a sharp metallic slice, 3 razor-sharp claws erupt from the back of his hand. He stares at them in absolute terror, his heart ready to burst out of his chest. A scream of "ag" echoes through the apartment building, a sound of pure primal fear that marks the return of the real Logan to the world of the living. Back at the Parker home, Peter, now back in his own body, is having a heated argument with MJ outside the cellar door. "What do you mean you're not going to school?" she demands. Peter's face is grim. "I'm going to pass on all that. Is something going on?" "Yes. What? Do you know? What? You tell me," they say, the words a rapid-fire exchange of mutual confusion. MJ looks at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. What are we talking about? You tell me. Are you going back to being Spider-Man? Do you have to go out as Spider-Man? Peter looks her straight in the eye. Spider-Man, yes, that's where it is. Yes, I am. I still have your costume at my house. Yes, good. Do you want it back? Yes, where is it? It's at my house, should I? He cuts her off, his voice firm. Go get it. Yes, leave here and go get it. We're late for school. Doesn't matter, just go do that. But May's voice calls out from inside the house. Peter, are you still in the house? Peter's expression turns into a mask of intense concentration, his focus entirely on the mission at hand. May appears in the doorway, her face set in a stern expression. Peter, answer me when I call you. The phone's for you, it's someone from the Daily Bugle, she says, her voice carrying a weight of expectation. Peter sighs, his eyes narrowing. What is this a teenage thing? What is your problem this morning? Just give me the phone, lady, he says, his tone uncharacteristically harsh. He takes the phone and turns away, his voice dropping to a whisper. Yeah, he asks, his heart racing as he waits for the voice on the other end. May watches him, her brow furrowed with a growing concern. Her nephew has always been difficult, but this morning, he feels like a complete stranger. On a street corner miles away, Logan, back in his own body, screams into a payphone. Is it you? Is it you? What did you do? He bellows, his face a mask of rage and desperation. Peter takes a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the floor. Who is this? He asks, already knowing the answer but afraid to hear it out loud. Logan doesn't wait for a response. Why am I in your stinky dog body? Are you in my body? Are you? He shouts, his voice cracking with the intensity of his frustration. Peter grinds his teeth, the reality of the swap finally sinking in. Listen, kid, I don't know what is going on, but you better get your, he starts, but Logan isn't finished. Logan's voice becomes a low, dangerous growl. No, shush, shush. Is my aunt in the room? He demands, his primal instincts taking over the conversation. Peter looks over his shoulder at May, who is still watching him. The old lady? Yeah, he mutters into the receiver, his voice tight with anxiety. Logan snaps back, his patience gone. Don't talk, don't know, shush, just go to school. Go to Midtown High School and go to my classes, he orders, the irony of the situation not lost on him. Suddenly, a loud snick echoes through the payphone as Logan's claws extend. Go to school for me. Og, he yells, his primal nature reacting to the stress of the call. Peter shakes his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. No, I have cut 10 days already this semester. I can't cut another. Just go to my school, please. Just show up and I'll meet you there. I ain't going to know. Logan roars into the phone, his fury finally overflowing. All the crap you have done to me and my life? Go to school, he bellows, the sound of metal slicing through plastic echoing in the receiver. Peter pulls the phone away from his ear, his face pale. Listen, bub, I don't know what is going on, but hello, he asks, but the line has gone dead. On the street, Logan is a whirlwind of violence. Ow, Gog, I need a doctor, someone screams as he crashes through the crowd, his claws catching the morning sun. He looks at his hand, a look of pure, unadulterated shock on his face. Somebody please, he starts to yell, but the words fail him as he stares at the bloody mess of his own knuckles. He looks up at the crowd, a sheepish grin playing on his lips. Oh, never mind, he mutters, his mind already racing toward the next move in this cosmic shell game. He spins around and runs into the alleyway, his voice echoing off the brick walls. You people need to take baths. God, stinks, he bellows, his enhanced senses making the city's smell unbearable. Back in the kitchen, May is still packing, her focus entirely on the task at hand. She doesn't see the drama unfolding just a few feet away from her. Peter stands with the phone in his hand, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement. The reality of his situation is starting to sink in, and it's far more dangerous than he ever imagined. He looks at the receiver, the silence of the line feeling like a challenge. The world is changing around him, and he has no choice but to change with it. He starts to spin the phone in his hand, a habitual nervous tic that feels strange and clumsy in Logan's muscular fingers. May looks up, her eyes narrowing. You're going to be late for school, Mr. Parker, she says, her voice carrying a warning that even Peter can't ignore. Peter looks at her, a grim determination set in his features. School. Yeah, sure, he says, his voice a low, dangerous rumble that promises a very interesting day ahead. Midtown High is a hive of activity as the school day begins. Cheerleaders practice on the lawn, their bright uniforms a jarring contrast to the tension hanging in the morning air. MJ and Kong walk toward the entrance, their eyes searching the crowd. Peter? MJ calls out, her voice filled with a desperate hope that she'll find her friend waiting for her. They find him leaning against a tree, his face unreadable. Where's your book bag? Book bag? The bag with your books in it, MJ asks, her concern growing with every second. Peter looks at her, a faint smirk on his lips. Dunno, are you okay? Not even a little, he replies, the words feeling like a betrayal of the friendship they've built. Logan, in Peter's body, watches the cheerleaders, his mind far away from high school drama. He feels the weight of the city around him, and it's a burden he's not sure he can carry anymore. MJ pulls a costume out of a backpack, her face set in a grim expression. Here's your damn costume. What is your damage? She asks, her patience finally reaching its breaking point. Peter looks at the costume, a flash of something like recognition in his eyes. Peter, hello, MJ calls out, trying to reach the boy she knows is hidden somewhere inside. He grabs her by the shoulders, his voice a low, dangerous growl. Babe, listen, talk time is over, so why don't you go play with your Barbie or whatever it is you do around here? I got stuff to do, he sneers. MJ pulls away, her eyes filled with shock and pain. You don't seem it. Did something happen to you last night? Pretty sure. You want to tell me or do I have to? She starts, her voice trembling. Peter just looks at her, his face a mask of cold, unfeeling indifference. That ain't happening, he says, the finality of the words cutting through the morning air like a knife. He turns and walks away, his movements fluid and purposeful. Meet him at school? This place is percent asterisk in huge, he mutters to himself, completely ignoring the world around him. A security guard spots him and calls out. Excuse me, the bell has rung, but Peter doesn't even slow down, his focus entirely on the skyline. The guard starts to give chase, his voice rising in anger. Are you looking to get expelled? Because I can so make that, he yells, but Peter is already ahead of him. With an impossible leap, Peter scales the side of the school building, his fingers finding purchase in the brickwork with ease. Where'd he? The guard gasps, staring up in absolute disbelief. Peter perches on the edge of the roof, his eyes scanning the city. The world is vast and full of danger, and he's the only one who can face it. He leaps from the roof, a sudden thump echoing as he hits the ground with a force that would kill a normal person. Ugh, oof, he gasps, the impact rattling his teeth. Logan, in his own body, skids across the pavement, his claws catching the light as he stares at the boy in the center row. Sorry, Pally, you got in the way, he mutters, his voice full of a weary, tired resignation. He grabs a bystander by the collar, his eyes wild. Stop it, what are you doing? The man yells, but Logan isn't listening, his focus entirely on the mission. He looks at his hands, the claws extended and ready for blood. Are you nuts? He asks himself, the question a constant refrain in his fractured mind. Peter stands with his arms crossed, his gaze piercing through Logan's rage. Guy coulda made me. What are you gonna do? You gonna kill him? He asks, his voice a calm contrast to the chaos around them. Logan looks at him, a sudden flash of recognition in his eyes. Oh my God, you are in my body. What have you done? What kind of mutant? He starts, but Peter cuts him off. How do you know it was me that did this? 'Cause I'm pretty damn sure it was you, Pugsley. It wasn't me. Logan's voice rises in a desperate plea. Maybe was. How did you get your wacky powers anyhow? It wasn't me who did this. Well, it wasn't, hey? What? He demands, his frustration reaching a boiling point. Peter looks at his own hand, a look of mild surprise on his face. Hey, did you cut off a finger? I didn't mean to. Kid, it grew back. You had the thing 2 minutes, what class are you skipping? He asks, his curiosity getting the better of him. Logan looks at him, his expression one of pure, unadulterated exasperation. How should I know? What class did you sneak out of? Now I have to go to class? You have to go to class, he mutters, the absurdity of the situation finally hitting home. Peter shakes his head, his voice firm. I came to the building. You said go to the building. I saw your mouthy chick. What else you want from me? They take attendance in the class. If I skip, I'll get expelled. Logan looks at him, his face a mask of weary wisdom. You have more important things to worry about. You have more important things, just go into the class, get checked in for attendance, then take a bathroom break and I'll be here waiting. Than being expelled? I used to be an honor student and now I might get expelled because you never leave me alone. Suddenly, a loud snick echoes through the air as Logan's claws extend toward Peter's face. Kid, he says with a menacing grin. Sorry, he adds, the apology feeling hollow and insincere. Peter looks at the claws, his eyes wide with a sudden, sharp fear. Do that again, and what? You'll beat me up. I could. Go ahead, it's your body. Why is my head buzzing? That's my spider sense, he explains, the words a rapid-fire exchange of biological trivia. Logan looks at his claws with a mix of curiosity and disgust. My fault for asking. Ow, don't do it like that, you're going to cut your own. Ow. Yeah, ow, I can't believe I have to do this. Anyone ever tell you you're a little high-strung? Please don't ruin my life. Please, Logan pleads. Inside the classroom, the teacher is addressing the group, completely oblivious to the drama unfolding outside. And who here did last night's reading? And please don't lie to me as I am about to quiz you, and if you. The door opens and Logan, in Peter's body, walks in, his presence immediately drawing every eye in the room. Mr. Parker, so nice of you to join the rest of us this morning. Yeah, all right, I'm here. Don't make a thing of it. Take your seat, Mr. Parker, the teacher says, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He sits down, his body language speaking of an absolute disdain for the world around him. I thought I was going to have to mark you absent yet again. I gotta pee, he says, his voice a low, dangerous rumble that completely unnerves the teacher. The teacher stares at him, his face pale. I'm sorry, he asks, his voice cracking with a sudden, sharp fear that he can't quite explain. Logan looks him straight in the eye, his gaze cold and unfeeling. Sorry you're sorry, but I gotta pee, he repeats, his tone leaving no room for argument or dissent. He stands up and walks toward the door, his movements fluid and purposeful. Mr. Parker, the bathroom is for students who come to class on time. Just let me, Mr. Parker, sit down. Just, if you walk out of this class, you may walk out of this school for the rest of your life. Sit down, the teacher yells, his voice reaching a crescendo of desperate authority. Peter, still outside, looks through the window, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and admiration for Logan's sheer audacity. The world is changing, and he's starting to enjoy the ride. The entire classroom is frozen, the air thick with a tension that's ready to explode. Every student is staring at the boy in the doorway, waiting to see what happens next. Flash Thompson sits in the row behind, a smug grin on his face. This is exactly the kind of chaos he thrives on, and he's enjoying every second of it. Suddenly, a loud fap echoes through the room as someone's ear is flicked. Womp womp, a voice whispers, the sound a jarring intrusion on the quiet classroom. Logan spins around, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. He looks at the student who just touched him, his eyes burning with a primal rage that promises immediate violence. The student looks back, his grin widening as he realizes just how much he's managed to unsettle his classmate. He's playing with fire, and he has no idea just how hot it's about to get. Logan lets out a low, dangerous growl. Ar, he snarls, his body tensing as he prepares to strike. The classroom is a powder keg, and the fuse has just been lit. Flash's eyes widen as he sees the primal fury in Peter's face. He's seen this boy angry before, but never like this. Never this feral, this dangerous, this completely out of control. Outside, Logan, back in his own body, hides behind a tree, his eyes scanning the street. He ditched me. He left me here in his dog body and he ditched me. That's it, I'm calling those X-Men of his, he mutters, his voice full of a desperate frustration. He looks at a passing car, his brow furrowed with a sudden, sharp idea. I was going to have him do it, but if this is the kind of guy he is, then, fine, I'll do it. So all I need is a phone and a calling card, the phone number and... Suddenly, the sound of a police siren pierces the morning air. Logan spins around, his claws extending with a sharp metallic click. The world is closing in on him, and he has nowhere left to hide. 45 minutes later, the school day is in full swing. So when reading the poems, I want you to ask yourself, how does Cummings indicate in his poems that he is a painter as well as a poet? The teacher asks, his voice a steady drone in the quiet classroom. Suddenly, the peace is shattered as a car crashes through the school wall with a deafening boom. Glass and brick fly everywhere as the vehicle comes to a screeching halt in the middle of the classroom. Logan, in his own body, leaps onto the hood of the car, his claws catching the morning sun. "Sorry," he yells, his voice a low, dangerous rumble that sends the students into a state of absolute panic. The car skids across the floor, its tires screaming as it comes to a stop. The driver is slumped over the wheel, unconscious or dead, and the world is suddenly, terrifyingly different. Logan stands in the wreckage, his eyes scanning the room. He looks like a creature from another world, a primal force of nature that has just been unleashed in the middle of a high school classroom. He looks up, a faint smirk on his lips. "Ow," he mutters, the simple word a jarring contrast to the absolute chaos that surrounds him. The world is a strange place, and it's about to get even stranger. The students rush to the windows, their faces pale with shock. "Dude, you guys see this? Kids, get away from the window. What is that? Whoa, there's a car on that guy." They scream, their voices a cacophony of terror and excitement. Logan, in Peter's body, looks at the wreckage, his expression unreadable. He's a man who has seen it all, and this is just another day in a life that he's starting to realize is far more complicated than he ever imagined. "Idiot kid," he mutters to himself as the story continues into the unknown. Chaos has erupted in the streets of Queens as a massive truck lies mangled and burning. Police officers swarm the wreckage, their guns drawn on the shadow struggling within the twisted steel. One officer steps forward, his voice tight with a mixture of duty and fear. "Are you hurt? Can you move under there?" he asks, peering into the thick smoke. Peter Parker, currently trapped in the rugged, hairy body of Logan, grunts in pain. "Well, there is a car on me," he manages to choke out with a sarcasm that feels out of place in this voice. The cop doesn't care about the sarcasm, he only sees a threat. "If you can move, slowly, move yourself out from under there," he barks, his finger twitching on the trigger. The officer's partner steps up, his face set in a grim mask of prejudice. "No funny mutant moves. We saw your claws. We know who you are, mutant," he adds, his eyes never leaving the target. Inside the nearby school, students are pressed against the glass, watching the drama unfold on the street. They whisper to each other, a mix of terror and excitement rippling through the classroom. A teacher stands over them, desperate to restore order in the face of a literal explosion. "Kids, get away from the window," she shouts, though few seem to be listening. Flash Thompson turns to his friends with a wide, cruel grin. Yo, Mutie," he jeers, pointing out at the man trapped under the car. The teacher moves to intervene, her patience worn thin by the morning's events. "Flash Thompson, if you ever plan on seeing a football field again, I would sit yourself down and keep your mouth shut," she commands. Flash doesn't back down, flashing a cocky smile. "So, you're saying you want me to sit down?" he asks, testing her authority. The teacher leans in close, her eyes flashing. "You can smart-mouth me all you want, kiddo. I've had it from the best," she whispers, her voice dropping into a dangerous register. Further back in the room, Peter Parker, or rather, the mind of Logan inside Peter's teenage body, clutches his head in agony. The sensory overload of this weak, unrefined body is a nightmare he can't wake up from. Outside, the police are finally hauling the hairy, muscular figure out from the wreckage. "Hands up! Put your hands over your head and," the lead officer screams. Peter, in Logan's body, tries to comply with his hands held high. "Okay, listen, I'm totally cooperating and stuff. He tries to explain, but he's not used to the biological triggers of his new host. With a metallic sliding sound, 3 razor-sharp claws erupt from the back of his hand, gleaming in the sunlight. Peter's eyes go wide. "Ow!" he gasps, staring at the blades he didn't mean to summon. The officers recoil in a panic, their guns shaking in their grips. Geez, drop those claws, mutant, one shouts as the others scramble for their radios. The lead officer is already calling for reinforcements. This is Car 56, Officer Mackey. We have a 667. Call for backup, he yells, the situation spiraling out of control. Peter looks at his hands as if they belong to a monster. There, I think they're attached, he stammers, his voice cracking with the realization that he can't just put them down. The police are losing their nerve, their voices reaching a fever pitch. Drop them now, they scream in unison. I don't know how, Peter screams back, his panic mirroring theirs. Suddenly, a sharp noise echoes through the air as Peter finally manages to retract the blades into his knuckles. Oh, there you go, he sighs, a brief moment of relief washing over him. But the relief is short-lived as the claws snap back out with a violent force. Nuts, Peter groans, looking down at the deadly weapons that seem to have a mind of their own. The police have reached their limit, surrounding the mutant with weapons leveled. Drop the weapons, on your knees, the sergeant orders, his voice cold and final. Peter raises his claws again in a desperate attempt to show he's not a threat. Here, you do it, I don't know how, he pleads, his eyes darting between the armed men. An officer behind a tree begins a countdown that sounds like a death sentence. You have to the count of 1. Do not move, he bellows. Peter knows he's about to be shot, and his instincts take over. Sorry, guys, I have some other stuff to do today, he yells, lunging forward in a frantic sprint toward the tree line. He doesn't make it far. An officer fires a specialized weapon, and 2 electrified darts trailing wire bury themselves into Peter's back. A surge of high-voltage current tears through his nervous system. Peter collapses, his body arching in agony as the electricity cooks him from the inside. He lets out a primal scream that echoes off the surrounding buildings, a sound that doesn't belong to a high schooler. Hidden behind a tree, the real Logan, still trapped in Peter's lanky frame, watches the scene with a look of pure, unadulterated disgust. This is a level of incompetence he never thought possible. Logan slams his head against the bark of the tree, his teeth gritted in frustration. Told you not to run. What's your problem, buddy? You on something? An officer taunts as they stand over the fallen mutant. Peter, barely conscious, can only gurgle in response as the taser continues to cycle. GGRRGGly, I'm usually much faster, RGGHH. He manages to wheeze out. One of the cops puts a heavy boot on his neck to keep him down. Guy's pretty heavy, he notes to his partner. Peter can only whisper a final, desperate thought. I wish. The police aren't taking any chances, hauling Peter toward the back of a squad car. If you pop those mutant claws again, we'll give you another zap to the head, so don't even think it, the officer warns. Logan, in Peter's body, steps out from the shadows, unable to watch the humiliation any longer. Hey, kid, get away from don't do this, the officer shouts, pushing him back. Logan grabs the officer's arm, his eyes burning with a ferocity that catches the man off guard. Just give me a second to get out of there. What are you doing? The cop yells, shoving him again. Peter looks through the car window, his eyes meeting Logan's. Help me, he cries out, his voice muffled by the thick glass. The officer gets in Logan's face, his hand on his holster. Kid, you're getting in the way, just get out of there, he commands, his voice rising in anger. Logan's face contorts into a snarl of pure rage. But put on the costume, he shouts at the car, his patience finally snapping. The squad car peels away with a screech of tires, leaving Logan standing in the middle of the street. Don't go out in public without it. I hate you way more. Fix this, he screams after the departing vehicle. Logan, in Peter's body, is left staring at the empty space where the car was, his breathing heavy and his fists clenched. He looks like a lost child, but the spirit within is anything but. Meanwhile, in a cold and sterile jail cell, Peter, in Logan's body, slumps against the bars. The weight of his situation is finally starting to sink in as he stares at the concrete floor. A guard walks by, his face full of disdain as he slides a phone through the slot. You get your phone call, mutant, but no sudden moves, he warns, his hand resting on his taser. The guard leans in closer, his voice dropping to a low, menacing growl. We called the feds. They have special agents just for troublemaking mutants, and they'll be taking care of you. Peter picks up the receiver, his hands shaking as he dials a number from memory. Collect call, please. Xavier's school in, Westchester. I think, he stammers. Miles away, at the opulent Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, a phone begins to ring. 2 students, Cyclops and Storm, walk through the hall, noticing the call. Kitty Pryde picks up the phone with a cheerful smile. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Gifted youngster speaking, she says, her voice full of youthful energy. Peter lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Yeah, I'll accept the charges. Oh, thank God, who is this? He asks, his voice filled with a desperate hope. Kitty's brow furrows as she listens to the gravelly, unfamiliar voice on the other end. Kitty Pryde, who is this? Logan? She asks, her confusion growing. Peter tries to find the words to explain the impossible. This is a guy you've met before, and it's Spider-Man, he blurts out. Kitty exchanges a skeptical look with Storm, who is standing nearby. Okay. Say hi to the Hulk, she says, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Peter's voice rises in a panic. No, please, it's me, but I'm in the body of one of your teammates, he pleads, his face pressed against the bars. Kitty's eyes widen as she looks at the phone. What? Who is it? In what? She asks, the reality of the situation finally starting to dawn on her. Peter goes into a frantic, detailed explanation. I woke up this morning in the stinky dog body of that Wolverine guy. It's my brain, but I'm in his body. His really smelly, itchy body. He continues, his words tumbling out in a rush. And he woke up in my body. He is running around the city as me. And the reason I'm calling is because now I'm in jail in his body, and yeah, I'm in jail. A long silence hangs on the other end of the line before Kitty finally speaks. Yes, she says, her voice small and filled with a growing realization. Jean Grey steps into the room, her powerful psychic mind already sensing the truth of the call. You and Wolverine switched bodies, she states calmly, her eyes fixed on the phone. Peter closes his eyes in relief. I know it sounds like total, he starts to say, but he's interrupted by a sound from the other end of the line. Kitty looks at Jean with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Just like that movie, I don't know, there's like 10 of them, she says, her mind racing to process the information. Peter is on the verge of a breakdown, his voice cracking with emotion. Well, now I'm in jail, okay? I'm rotting in prison, and I think I'm going to have a nervous breakdown if you don't help me, please. Suddenly, Kitty bursts into a fit of uncontrollable laughter, the sheer absurdity of the situation finally getting to her. Ha 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 ha, they switched bodies. Ha 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 ha, she shrieks. Peter's jaw drops as he listens to her laugh at his misfortune. I'm not joking, he says, his voice flat and filled with a growing sense of betrayal. Storm looks at her friend with a look of stern disapproval. Kitty, what is going on? She asks, while Kitty can barely breathe. Ha ha ha, I can't, oh man, ha ha ha, she wheezes. The moment of levity is shattered as a guard slams a baton against the bars of Peter's cell. The sound of sliding metal echoes through the prison as more guards move into position. Peter turns to see 2 guards pointing their tasers at him through the bars. Hello, he asks, his voice barely a whisper as he stares down the barrels of the weapons. A bright flash of orange light erupts as one of the guards pulls the trigger, the electrified darts arcing through the air toward Peter's chest. Peter is thrown backward as the current hits him, his body convulsing as he lets out a strangled cry. The phone falls from his hand, clattering against the concrete floor. The guards watch with a cruel satisfaction as the mutant collapses in a heap, his body still twitching from the shock. They've handled trouble before, but this is something entirely new. Logan falls to the floor as the connection is cut, the scream from the other end of the line still ringing in his ears. Og, zizatzt, he yells, his body arching in phantom pain. In a dark alleyway, Logan, in Peter's body, is rummaging through the dumpster where he found Peter's backpack. Put on a costume. All that I have had to endure in my life, and now I have to put on a costume? He grumbles to himself. He pulls out the bright red and blue suit, staring at it with a mix of loathing and necessity. When I find out who did this to me and, wait, why am I talking to myself? I never talk to myself, he mutters. He looks at the suit again, his face a mask of disgust. I'm talking as much as the kid talks. Now I'm talking about talking. I'm not wearing this stupid thing, he says, tossing it back into the bin. He stops and sighs, knowing he has no other choice if he wants to get around the city unnoticed. Kid don't want nobody to know who he is? Fine, gotta respect him. But I ain't wearin' no tights, he decides, pulling the mask over his head. Logan looks at the web shooters on his wrists, his brow furrowed in confusion. How the hell do these things work? He asks, fumbling with the triggers. With a sharp metallic snap, a line of white webbing shoots out, sticking firmly to the side of a nearby building. Logan stares at it in surprise. Oh, okay, he mutters, a faint glimmer of understanding in his eyes. He grabs the line and tries to pull himself up, but his grip is clumsy. Okay, how does he do this part, this wall climbing? Oh, okay, he says as he feels his fingers adhere to the brickwork. He stares at his palm as it sticks to the wall with an unnatural force. Look at that, he's got little sticky spider fingers. Cripes, that is creepy, he notes, a shiver of revulsion running down his spine. Logan stands on the edge of the roof, looking out at the city skyline as the sun begins to set. I'll try this just the once. It's gotta be faster than walking. Mask smells, he thinks, preparing to leap. He takes a deep breath and jumps into the void, his heart racing as he falls through the air. A group of birds scatters as he passes, their wings beating against the evening light. He fires another line of webbing, but his aim is off, and he swings wildly toward a nearby building. Okay, he grunts, his body straining against the momentum. He slams into the brick wall with a dull thud, his breath escaping him in a sharp gasp. Whump! He groans, his body feeling the impact of a crash that Peter's body was never meant to take. He hangs there for a moment, suspended above the street by a single thin line of webbing. Okay, one more try, he says, his voice determined despite the pain radiating through his shoulder. The city is a blur of movement below him as he lets go and begins to fall again, the air rushing past his ears. He feels the vertigo of the drop, a sensation that Logan's mind hasn't experienced in years. He swings through the air with a newfound sense of purpose, his body finally starting to find the rhythm of the web slinging. He passes a skyscraper, his silhouette a brief flash against the darkening sky. He arcs upward, the momentum carrying him higher than he ever thought possible. For a fleeting second, he is weightless, a silent predator stalking the rooftops of Manhattan. He fires another line, his aim true this time as he anchors himself to a water tower. He is getting the hang of it, but the physical toll is mounting, and he knows he can't keep this up for long. Logan lands on a ledge, his breathing labored as he stares down at his trembling hands. The suit is tight, the air is thin, and the mission is far from over. Back in the cell, Peter slumps against the wall, his head in his hands. You know, all things considered, I like it here. Quiet, it's nice, he sighs, a bitter irony in his words. Peace is shattered by a series of loud bangs and crashes coming from the main hall. Boom, thump, whump, smash. Peter's eyes snap open, his heart racing with a sudden, renewed terror. A guard is thrown against the bars of his cell with a dull thud. Hey, ag, thunk! The man screams as he collapses to the floor, unconscious before he even hits the ground. A figure in a red and blue mask appears at the bars, throwing a group of guards aside with a strength that seems impossible for his size. Oh my God! Bam bam crash thonk! Peter yells, his voice filled with a mix of relief and fear. The masked figure turns toward the cell, his eyes narrowed behind the white lenses. He's someone call someone? A guard screams as he's pinned to the wall by a line of webbing. Logan, in the Spider-Man suit, looks at the bars with a cold, calculating gaze. No, Peter whispers, his hands gripping the metal as he watches the rescue unfold. With a sharp metallic ping, a stray bullet ricochets off the bars, barely missing Peter's head. Sping! Og! He cries out, his hands shielding his face from the debris. Logan stands at the cell door, his breathing heavy as he looks at Peter. Oh my God, what did you do? Come on, what did you do? Let's get out of here, you beat up the police. Just a little, come on, Peter screams. Logan looks at him with a look of pure, unadulterated annoyance. Come on, what? Get yourself out of there. I don't have a key, and I've been shot in the head. Peter cries, his hands clutching his temples. Logan leans in close, his voice a low, dangerous hiss. You'll heal. Now flick a claw, jam it in the lock, and let's go, he orders, his eyes boring into Peter's. Peter looks at his hands in confusion. Flick a claw, those metal things in your hand. Pop one, how, just think, flick it. Logan yells, his patience finally snapping. With a sharp metallic sound, a single claw erupts from Peter's knuckle, gleaming in the dimly lit hallway. Snicked, in the lock, hard, Logan commands, pointing at the heavy door. Peter jams the claw into the keyhole with a sickening crunch. Snicked crunch! The heavy metal mechanism shatters under the force, and the door swings open with a groan. Logan grabs Peter and hauls him out of the cell. Let's go, he says, his voice cold and final as he leads the way back toward the exit, the sounds of approaching sirens already echoing through the prison. Outside on the roof of a neighboring building, Peter is trying to push Logan away. All right, get off of me. You're welcome. Off, he yells, his voice cracking with the strain of the night. Logan catches him by the arm, his eyes searching Peter's face. Og, shot me in the head. Hold on. Shot me. Hold on. Peter screams, his hands clutching his temples in a phantom agony. With a quick movement, Logan pulls a small, bloody slug from Peter's forehead. All done. Ow, let it happen. Let what happen? Peter yells, his face a mask of shock and relief. Logan stares at the bullet in his hand, his eyes filled with a grim understanding. Bub, you are taking very bad care of my body. I asked you to do one thing, and where's my costume? He asks, his voice low and dangerous. Peter looks away, his face flushed with embarrassment. I'm not wearing that stupid costume, and I'm done wearing this smelly mask, he says, pulling the Spider-Man hood off his head. Logan's face contorts into a snarl. Smelly? You want to talk about smelly? You need to do a full body shampoo, man. You need to wash everywhere. Kid, I have had about as much as I'm going to take from you and your lip. Peter looks back at him, his eyes filled with a desperate plea for normalcy. I need this to be over, and I need it now. I wouldn't have to run from them if I was in class like I was supposed to be instead of in your Chia pet body. Give me my body back. Logan grabs Peter by his shirt and pulls him in close. Kid, I need you to think. What were you doing last night? What is the last thing you remember doing in your own body? Can't believe I just asked that. Peter closes his eyes, trying to recall the details of his lost night. Dude, listen to me. Listen. Last night I did my homework, talked to my girlfriend on the phone, and fell asleep in my clothes reading The Hobbit. Logan looks at him with a look of pure, unadulterated skepticism. You weren't bouncing around as Spider-Man fighting one of those idiots in a costume with a jet pack, he asks, his voice full of a dry, biting wit. Logan's face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. No, this isn't my fault. I'm not the mysterious mutant with a mystery past who lives in a mysterious school with a bunch of mysterious mutant misfits with mysterious freaky powers who fight giant mysterious robots. He continues, his voice rising in a frantic, hysterical crescendo. Of course this is somehow your fault. Why do I even have to argue this? You know this was your fault. Logan screams, his face inches from Peter's. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocks the building, followed by a series of terrified screams. So, now it's my turn, Slappy. What did you do last night that? Boom, Aggie, Logan yells, his eyes darting toward the edge of the roof. They look over the ledge to see a masked criminal in a purple suit, his hands glowing with a dangerous energy. No, we're in the middle of let's take care of this, and then Peter shouts over the noise of the sirens. Logan doesn't wait for him, lunging off the roof toward the street below. Sorry, come with me or don't. I gotta go, he yells as he disappears into the chaos of the night. The masked villain, a common criminal with dreams of greatness, stands over a burning car, his weapon held high. Out of my way, losers. You saw what I did to the car. I can do it to your face, he yells, his voice echoing off the nearby buildings. Logan, in the Spider-Man suit, lands in front of him with a heavy thud. Yeah, look what he did to his own face, he taunts, his voice full of a cold, biting sarcasm that makes the villain pause. The villain lets out a strangled cry of rage as he prepares to fire. No, no, Areg! He yells, his hands glowing with a blinding purple light as he lunges toward the hero. Suddenly, a series of bright, blinding lights erupt from the shadows as a group of figures move into position. Oh no, not again, the villain whispers, his eyes widening with a sudden, renewed terror. A group of teenage students, currently in the middle of a heated argument, look up as the situation escalates. You know what? Wait till you hit puberty, you'll see how hard it is to, one of them starts to say. The other student turns to him with a look of pure, unadulterated contempt. I have hit puberty. Well, hit it harder, because where I come from, they yell back, their voices echoing through the empty school hall. Logan, in Peter's body, is being confronted by a group of X-Men who have arrived to take him back. I'm not very comfortable having this conversation in front of he starts to say, but he's interrupted by a familiar voice. Jean Grey stands over them, her face a mask of calm authority. Well, someone has to tell you how. Hold on, she says, her powerful psychic mind already reaching out to Peter's scattered thoughts. Peter looks up at Jean with a look of pure, unadulterated relief. And don't think that just because two big superheroes showed up for this that you're some kind of special, he starts to say, but he's interrupted by Logan's voice. Logan looks at him with a look of pure, unadulterated annoyance. Shut up, what? Don't make your stupid jokes when you're in this. State, you're making me look bad. What? I have an image, you have an aroma. The group of heroes stand around the two men, their faces a mix of confusion and amusement. Jean Grey looks from Peter to Logan, her brow furrowed in concentration. Jean's face suddenly contorts into a snarl of pure, unadulterated rage as she looks at Logan. I told you to stop hitting on me, Logan, she screams, her voice echoing through the school. Cyclops looks at her with a look of pure, unadulterated surprise. He hit on you, Jean? Again, he says, his voice full of a growing anger as he turns toward Logan. Logan looks back at her with a look of pure, unadulterated confusion. Logan, I told you wait, he starts to say, but Jean isn't listening, her powerful psychic mind already beginning to hum with energy. Jean Grey steps forward, her eyes glowing with a blinding white light. Logan, I told you that if you hit on me one more time, I was going to do something mean to you with my incredibly powerful psychic powers. Logan's jaw drops as he stares at her. What? You hit on me so I put a mind whammy on you, he tries to say, but he's interrupted by Jean's cold, calculating voice. Jean continues, her voice a low, dangerous hiss. I put your brain in the place it least wanted to be. Your brain picked this. I didn't know that this is what happened or where you went last night. She looks at Peter with a look of pure, unadulterated sympathy. You did the Spider-Man part. Put it back, Peter yells, his voice cracking with the strain of the night. Cyclops looks at Jean with a look of pure, unadulterated admiration. You can do that. Just go with it, he says, his voice full of a quiet, reassuring strength as he stands by her side. Peter looks at Jean with a look of pure, unadulterated desperation. Fix it, he screams, his voice echoing through the empty school hall as he clutches his head in agony. Jean's eyes glow with an even brighter light as she reaches out to both men. You're going to learn to treat women with respect, she says, her voice full of a cold, biting sarcasm. Logan looks back at her with a look of pure, unadulterated contempt. Lady, you've ruined my life, he says, his voice full of a dry, biting wit that makes Jean pause. With a sudden, blinding flash of light, the world seems to blur as the psychic energies wash over them. Okay, calm down, Jean whispers, her voice a calm oasis in the middle of the storm. The heroes stand in a circle around the two men, their silhouettes long and distorted against the evening light. The psychic transition is a delicate and dangerous process, but Jean is more than capable. With a final, sharp snap of energy, the transition is complete. Peter and Logan collapse to the ground, their bodies exhausted, but their minds finally returned to where they belong. Later, in the heart of Manhattan, the sun sets behind the Baxter Building, home to the world-famous Fantastic Four. Inside, a family dinner is in progress, but the mood is anything but peaceful. Sue Storm stands over her brother Johnny, her face a mask of stern authority. Johnny Storm, we need to talk, she says, her voice echoing through the opulent dining room. Johnny looks up with a look of pure, unadulterated innocence. "Wadded Ido? Oh," he mutters, noticing the serious expressions on the faces of his teammates. Sue continues, her voice a low, dangerous growl. "You didn't do anything, but Reed and I were talking to Dad. While we work on our experiments, you and Ben are just sitting around here playing video games and eating." Ben Grimm looks up with a wide, toothy grin. "I know, it's a good plan," he says, his gravelly voice filled with a quiet, easy humor that makes Sue roll her eyes. Sue finishes her thought, her eyes fixed on Johnny. "And we think you need to get your high school diploma," she states, her voice full of a cold finality that makes Johnny pause. Johnny's jaw drops as he stares at his sister. "Right this second?" he asks, his voice filled with a sudden, renewed terror as he looks around the room for support. Sue looks at him with a look of pure, unadulterated annoyance. "Well, kinda yes," she says, her voice full of a cold, biting sarcasm that makes Johnny flinch. Johnny looks at Reed Richards, who is standing nearby. Why?" he asks, his voice full of a desperate hope that this is all some kind of elaborate joke. Reed looks at him with a look of pure, unadulterated sympathy. "Because you need to graduate high school, you only have a half semester left. It's nothing. Get the diploma, for Dad." Johnny looks back at them with a look of pure, unadulterated contempt. "You didn't. I have 4 separate doctorates in chemical sciences," he says, his voice full of a dry, biting wit. Sue's face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. "Still didn't graduate high school. Johnny, no, why?" she yells, her voice echoing through the Baxter building. Johnny bursts into flames, the orange light illuminating the room with a sudden, violent intensity. "This is why. I'm a freaking superhero now. We all are," he yells, his voice full of a primal, unrefined energy. Johnny hovers above the table, his body a living inferno of power and arrogance. "We're going to pop. We're going to be huge, and I am going to be up to my elbows with the honeys," he shouts, his voice echoing through the room. Sue leans forward, her face a mask of calm authority. "Johnny, let's say the 4 of us do go public." Which, I agree, is very likely. "Let's say we do. We have to assume that the superhero adventurer world is like show business. It cycles." She continues, her voice a low, dangerous hiss. "Sure, we'll have a nice run of it, but then things will cool down. Who knows? Maybe our powers will ebb, people will get sick of us. Either way, one day we'll go back to a normal life." Ben Grimm looks at her with a look of pure, unadulterated skepticism. "You got a date on when that might be?" he asks, his gravelly voice filled with a quiet, easy humor. Sue finishes her thought, her eyes fixed on Johnny. "We'll settle back to a normal life and without a high school diploma. You might end up like one of those child stars or boy band guys." Johnny looks at her with a look of pure, unadulterated surprise. "Boy band, child actors. Do you know what they have that I don't? A lifetime membership to Hottieville," he says, his voice full of a dry, biting wit. Reed Richards looks at him with a look of pure, unadulterated annoyance. What?" he asks, his voice full of a desperate hope that this is all some kind of elaborate joke. Sue Storm leans in close, her eyes flashing with a sudden, renewed anger. "You're talking like this to make me angry. Yes, you're going to finish high school. Dad said we don't go public until you do." Johnny's jaw drops as he stares at his sister. "Are you serious? Reed and I can do homeschooling," or he starts to say, but Sue isn't listening. Sue stands up, her face set in a grim mask of finality. "Go to school, go to school, go to school," she repeats, the words a mantra that leaves no room for argument. Johnny looks at the group with a look of pure, unadulterated desperation. No, if I gotta go back to high school, I'm going back to high school. High school hotties. Exactly. Ben, sorry," he yells as he storms out of the room. Sue looks after him with a look of pure, unadulterated annoyance. "You can't go back to PS 440. There'll be too many questions," she shouts after his departing silhouette. The 4 of them are left sitting at the table, the silence heavy and oppressive in the wake of Johnny's departure. "All right, but nothing fancy, just some normal, out-of-the-way high school. Like, I don't know, Queens," Johnny decides from the hallway. The next morning at Midtown High School, chaos has erupted in the hallway as a student is tripped, sending his books flying through the air. "Ugh!" he yells, his hands reaching out to catch himself. The sounds of laughter and jeering fill the hallway as a group of bullies stand over the fallen student. "Allah ha!" they shriek, their voices full of a cruel, youthful energy. Kong, the school's most notorious bully, looks down at the student with a look of pure, unadulterated contempt. "Are you mentally deficient?" he yells, his voice echoing off the surrounding lockers. The student looks up at Kong with a look of pure, unadulterated terror. Dude, I'm sorry, man, I had to go for it. What is wrong with you?" he stammers, his voice cracking with the strain of the moment. Midtown High is a sea of students, each one caught in the drama of their daily lives. "Dude, I can't walk down the hall. I'm just playing, yeah, ha." A group of boys yell as they shove each other aside. The sounds of a fight beginning to brew draw a crowd of curious onlookers. Fight! They shriek, their voices full of a primal, unrefined energy that makes the hallway feel smaller. Johnny Storm stands in the middle of the hallway, his face a mask of bored indifference. He looks like he belongs in a different world, and in many ways he does. A girl turns around, her eyes widening with a sudden, renewed interest as she catches sight of the new student. She looks like she's seeing a movie star in the middle of her school, and she's not alone. Kong looks at Johnny with a look of pure, unadulterated suspicion. "Hey, what is this?" he asks, his voice full of a growing anger as he steps into Johnny's personal space. Johnny looks at him with a look of pure, unadulterated contempt. "Go to lunch," he bellows, his voice echoing through the hallway with a power that catches everyone off guard. Kong recoils in a panic, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. "Will you go to lunch?" Johnny yells again, his eyes burning with a ferocity that makes the bully think twice. The hallway is a blur of movement as students scramble to get out of the way of the confrontation. "I was just screwing around, man. Go away," Kong mutters, his voice small and filled with a growing sense of humiliation. Liz Allen stands nearby, her arms crossed and her face a mask of stern disapproval. "You don't like it when Flash picks on you, Kong. Why do you pick on Peter?" "Do unto others," she says, her voice full of a cold, biting sarcasm. A group of girls nearby are whispering and pointing at Johnny as he walks by. "He likes it. Go away. This is why no one will go out with either of you," they jeer, their voices full of a cruel, youthful energy. Liz Allen turns toward Johnny, her eyes searching his face. "No girl thinks this show of yours is funny. No girl thinks it's cute," she says, her voice full of a quiet, reassuring strength. Johnny looks at her with a look of pure, unadulterated amusement. "I get plenty. Peter gets more than you," he says, his voice full of a dry, biting wit that makes Liz blush. Flash Thompson steps up, his face a mask of cocky indifference. Yeah. Well, I'm more into quality, Watson," he says, his voice full of a low, dangerous growl. Mary Jane Watson looks at him with a look of pure, unadulterated shock. "Zing!" Flash yells as he turns and walks away, a cruel laugh trailing after him. The students are left standing in the hallway, the tension thick and oppressive in the wake of the confrontation. Whoa. Hey, you percent and dollar hash percent? A voice yells from a nearby locker room. The sounds of another fight breaking out fill the hallway as the crowd begins to disperse. "Geez, you okay, Peter?" Liz asks, her hand resting on Peter's shoulder in a gesture of quiet support. Peter looks up at her with a look of pure, unadulterated exhaustion. "It just really gets to me sometimes. Why do they do that? One day he's my friend, the next he's doing stuff like that. He's a Nimrod," he says, his voice small and filled with a growing sense of frustration. The three friends walk through the hallway, their voices low and urgent as they discuss the events of the day. "I thought you were going to Spider-Man him. I almost did. I almost lost it. Wow, I so don't like being picked on. Who does?" Peter looks at MJ with a look of pure, unadulterated admiration. "Yeah, but I could do something about it blindfolded. Take the high road. It's a lonely road, I know, and you should talk. You were like Catwoman, but I don't suck." They stop at a corner in the hallway, the sounds of students and lockers filling the air. "MJ, I need you. Peter, stand over there. Why, girl stuff," You what? MJ says, her voice full of a quiet, playful energy. Liz leans in close to MJ, her voice a low, secret whisper. Please do this for me. What? She asks, her eyes searching MJ's face for a sign of agreement. The two girls huddle together, their silhouettes long and distorted against the evening light. No, please, no, I would so do it for you. You so would not. How could you say that? They whisper back and forth. Later that afternoon, the hallway is quiet as the students begin to pack up and head home. The best part of having a boyfriend is that I don't have to have uncomfortable conversations with pretty boys anymore. I got my pretty boy, I'm out. Liz Allen turns toward MJ, her face a mask of quiet determination. It's not for you, it's for me, just ask him. I just need you to ask him, I know what you need me to ask. You always need me to ask, MJ sighs. MJ looks at her friend with a look of pure, unadulterated skepticism. You know what guys like nowadays? They like a girl who has the self-confidence. A girl to come right up to a guy and say, "Hi, my name is Liz Allen. I'm a sophomore, I see you're new here, I like your jacket." Liz recoils in a panic, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. Who are you? Opera, guys like confidence. Peter? No, Peter, come here, she says, pulling him into the conversation. Peter looks from MJ to Liz, his brow furrowed in confusion. Peter, do guys like confidence in girls? Girls with confidence? No, guys like skanky outfits, he says, his voice full of a dry, biting wit that makes Liz hide her face. MJ looks at him with a look of pure, unadulterated contempt. Tusk, I speak the truth. Mary Jane Watson Parker, you're making me beg. What? Don't call me that. You guys are so married. Stop it. They walk through the school gates, the evening sun casting long shadows over the playground. It does have a nice ring to it. Mary Jane Watson Parker. This isn't making me want to help you. Just find out if he's seeing anyone. He's too hot for you. What does that mean? In the crowded school cafeteria, the noise of clattering trays and voices is deafening. MJ and Liz sit together at a table, their eyes fixed on a certain blonde student across the room. Johnny Storm sits alone at a small table, staring down at his lunch with a look of pure, unadulterated disgust. Tusk, this is cold. This is bad and cold, he mutters to himself. Suddenly, his fingers begin to glow with a dangerous orange light as he touches a piece of meat on his tray. A wisp of smoke rises into the air, the scent of burning food filling the space around him. Johnny smiles to himself as he watches the meat sizzle and char. He looks like a child playing with fire, but the power behind it is real and dangerous. He takes a bite of the now-hot food, a look of pure, unadulterated satisfaction washing over his face. He is getting the hang of his powers, even in a mundane setting like a high school lunchroom. The sudden sound of a cell phone ringing draws his attention away from his meal. Boop boop, the device chirps, sitting on a stack of textbooks. Johnny picks up the phone with a cocky grin. Yo, Johnny Storm. Hey, it's Reed, you miss me? He asks, his voice full of a dry, biting wit that makes the person on the other end pause. The voice on the other end is stern and authoritative. You can't use your powers in front of the other kids, Johnny. The world is watching, Reed warns, his voice full of a quiet, reassuring strength. Johnny looks around the cafeteria, his eyes searching for anyone who might have noticed. How did you do that? Your watch is a monitor. Don't do that, he says, his voice a low, secret whisper. Reed's voice continues on the line, his words a warning of the dangers that lie ahead. You want to be Spider-Man? See the bad press he gets? Mutants? You want that? Just lay low. Johnny closes his eyes, trying to find the words to explain his boredom. I gotta go, he says, his voice flat and filled with a growing sense of frustration as he snaps the phone shut. He looks up to see Mary Jane Watson standing in front of his table, her face a mask of calm determination. Hi, she says, her voice full of a quiet, youthful energy. Johnny looks at her with a look of pure, unadulterated interest. Hi, he asks, his voice full of a dry, biting wit that makes MJ pause. MJ takes a deep breath and begins her rehearsed introduction. I'm Mary Jane Watson Parker. I'm Mary Jane Watson, she says, her face flushing with a sudden, renewed embarrassment. Johnny smiles at her, his eyes filled with a quiet, easy humor. Okay, you'll let me know when you make up your mind, he asks, the orange light from his hand finally starting to fade. The two of them stand in the middle of the cafeteria, the noise of the other students fading into the background. Hi, welcome to Midtown High. Thank you. What's your name? Johnny. That's a nice jacket, thanks. MJ continues her awkward questioning, her eyes darting toward her friends who are watching from across the room. I'm not interested in you. I have a boyfriend, she blurts out, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Johnny looks at her with a look of pure, unadulterated surprise. Oh, he says, his voice full of a dry, biting wit that makes MJ flinch. MJ tries to salvage the conversation, her voice a low, frantic whisper. Yeah, Peter. Great guy, really. Thanks for coming by to tell me that, Johnny notes, his eyes fixed on hers. He leans back in his chair, a cocky grin on his face. But my friend, do you like blondes? MJ asks, her voice full of a quiet, playful energy that catches Johnny off guard. Johnny looks across the room at Liz Allen, who is staring at him with a look of pure, unadulterated adoration. Duh, so stupid, you are blonde, so like you hate yourself, right? MJ jeers. Johnny looks back at MJ with a look of pure, unadulterated amusement. I speak English, but man, I have no idea what you're talking about, he says, his voice full of a quiet, easy humor. MJ points toward the back of the room, her face a mask of secret knowledge. My friend, Liz, blonde in the back, staring at you but pretending not to, she whispers, her eyes flashing with a sudden, renewed interest. Johnny looks from MJ to Liz, his brow furrowed in concentration. Do you like blondes? And even if you did, seriously, you shouldn't be so shallow as to judge a woman solely based on her hair color. The two of them are left standing in the cafeteria, the tension thick and oppressive in the wake of the confrontation. Johnny Storm looks like he's just found a new and interesting challenge, and his journey at Midtown High is only just beginning. Midtown High's hallway buzzes with the usual energy of the afternoon. Don't look, don't look. Liz whispers frantically to MJ, hiding her face while Johnny Storm sits casually in the background, a focal point of gossip for the surrounding students. Johnny turns to MJ with a practiced, easy smile. Okay, so she asked me to ask you, she wanted to know if you are seeing anyone. I am not. Do you? Like girls? Yes. But I'm not so shallow as to judge a girl by her hair color if that's what you are insinuating. MJ looks at him with a skeptical eye, her face a mask of careful evaluation. Is this Liz a nice person? Yes, she says simply, her green eyes searching his for any sign of a hidden agenda. Johnny leans in, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial whisper. I mean, really, really, you wouldn't be trying to pawn off a crazy girl on me, would you? She's not the crazy one in the group, I think I am. That is kind of what I was asking. MJ continues her defense of her friend, her voice full of a quiet, reassuring strength. She's really smart, she's pretty, but doesn't think she is. She hasn't shown any interest in a guy in a while, so I'm really happy that she liked you enough to embarrass me into coming to talk to you like this. Suddenly, a look of pure, unadulterated realization washes over MJ's face. Oh no, she whispers, her eyes widening as she looks at Johnny, a new and unsettling thought taking root in her mind. Johnny looks at her with a look of pure, unadulterated amusement. Will I ever meet her? He asks, his blue eyes dancing with a light that is both charming and dangerous. MJ tries to find the words to explain their routine. We usually hang out in the parking lot after school before we eventually end up at the mall, she says, her voice trailing off as she imagines the collision of worlds. A cocky grin spreads across Johnny's face as he takes in the information. So if I was to show up in this parking lot you speak of? He asks, his voice full of a dry, biting wit. MJ looks at him for a long moment, the evening light reflecting off her face. That would be nice, she finally says, her voice full of a quiet, playful energy that catches Johnny off guard. The two of them shake hands, a brief and formal gesture that feels significant. Parking lot, mall, got it, all right then. Well, it was very nice to meet you, Ms. Parker, Johnny says with a theatrical flourish. MJ watches him walk away, her face a mask of complex emotions. Yeah, okay, she whispers, her green eyes following him until he disappears into the crowd of students. Later that afternoon, the school parking lot is filled with the sounds of slamming car doors and shouting students. MJ and Peter stand together, their voices low and intimate in the middle of the chaos. MJ smiles up at Peter, her eyes filled with a quiet, easy humor. "Hey, what? You know why I am being extra cute lately? Because you can't help it, because I am hoping you snap out of it." The smile fades from Peter's face as the weight of the day's events finally settles back into his shoulders. "I will. Gwen's still dead, and it still isn't your fault," MJ whispers, her hand reaching out to touch his face. Peter looks away, his eyes filled with a deep, abiding sadness. "I miss her too. I know, I love you. I love you too," they say to each other, their voices barely audible above the noise of the surrounding traffic. They stand in silence for a long moment, the evening sun casting long shadows over the pavement. "What?" MJ asks, noticing the strange look on Peter's face as he looks over her shoulder. The moment of intimacy is sealed with a quiet, lingering kiss that says more than their words ever could. In a world of monsters and heroes, they are each other's anchor, a quiet oasis in the middle of the storm. The next day, the school grounds are a hive of activity as the week comes to a close. "Oh my God, what? I have an idea. Let's go on a fancy date." "A fancy date? We haven't gone on a plain one yet." MJ's voice rises in a pitch of youthful excitement. "I want to dress up in fancy clothes, and I want to go to, like, Tavern on the Green, and I want to blow all of our money and have a really fancy dinner." Peter looks at her with a look of pure, unadulterated skepticism. "Why?" "Because my mom told me she did that once when she was our age, and it sounded awesome and we deserve it," she explains with a wide, bright grin. Peter can't help but smile at her enthusiasm. "Okay, yay, we will go on a fancy date. Give me a couple weeks to slap some money together. Me too, okay." MJ hugs him tightly, her eyes filled with a quiet, reassuring strength. "Yay, I really want to do this. Wow, I really like this, you not being Spider-Man so much anymore thing," she whispers, her face buried in his chest. The mention of his other life brings a flicker of the old tension back into Peter's eyes. He looks at MJ, his face a mask of complex emotions that he can't quite put into words. MJ looks up at him with a playful, mischievous glint in her eyes. "Tusk, see what I did there? I had you and I lost you. Guys," she jeers, the moment of tension broken by her sudden, unexpected humor. The group of friends walk through the parking lot, their voices full of a quiet, easy energy. "And Friday after school. Wow, you're going on a date? No, I told him to come with us to Rockaway Beach." Liz Allen lets out a strangled cry of excitement, her hands held high in a gesture of pure, unadulterated joy. "Yes!" she screams, her voice echoing through the surrounding area. MJ looks at her with a look of pure, unadulterated surprise. "Who? Us. We're going to Rockaway Beach. My mom will never let me go out with him by myself. You guys have to come with us." Peter looks from MJ to Liz, his brow furrowed in confusion. "We're going to the beach Friday night? Meh," he mutters, his voice full of a dry, biting wit that makes the girls laugh. MJ and Liz share a secret, knowing look as they walk away. "Bikini," MJ whispers, her voice a low, secret promise that makes Peter's eyes widen in surprise. Peter is left standing in the parking lot, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. "Okay," he finally says, his voice barely audible above the noise of the surrounding traffic as he watches them go. Friday arrives with a brilliant, orange sunset over Rockaway Beach. Johnny Storm lunges into the waves with a primal, unrefined energy, his blonde hair catching the fading light as the ocean spray washes over him. Nearby, a group of Midtown students are huddled together on their towels, their eyes fixed on the new student's impressive physique. "Why is he hanging out with us? We're sophomores. He's new, he doesn't know anyone yet." Liz Allen and MJ are talking, their voices full of a quiet, playful energy. "There isn't an ounce of fat on him. I hear that. Forget him," Kong mutters, his voice full of a low, dangerous growl as he drinks his soda. Johnny walks out of the water, his body dripping as he approaches the group. "How's the water? Smelly." "Yeah, guy I know found a toe in there," the students call out, their voices full of a dry, biting wit. Johnny sits down on a towel, a practiced, easy smile on his face. That's a great story. Ah, that was nice. I haven't been swimming forever. Really? All the places you've been? Yeah, where are you from again? Is there any food? What are we doing for food? Night falls, the students gather around a roaring bonfire, the flickering flames casting long, distorted shadows over the dunes. The air is filled with the scent of wood smoke and the quiet murmur of conversations. The stories begin to turn toward the recent chaos in Midtown. No way, yeah, he was like this big green goblin, no way. He tore up half the school and then Spider-Man came in and he kicked the crap out of him. A girl turns toward MJ, her eyes wide with a sudden, renewed interest. What school do you go to? Midtown. Oh yeah, it was all over the news. I heard about this. And the guy, this monster goblin thing, the rumor is. MJ leans in, her voice a low, secret whisper. Liz, it's just a rumor. The rumor is that it was the father of a friend of ours. Cause right after all of it, our friend and the dad, the whole family, disappeared. The conversation shifts to the hero of the hour. You saw Spider-Man? Guy leaped right over my head. I saw his butt. I love that guy. A student laughs, the mood around the fire lightening for a brief moment. A boy in a red headband looks skeptical. Who? Spider-Man, I saw that movie. No, the real guy is awesome, he argues, his voice full of a quiet, reassuring strength. MJ looks at Peter with a quiet, intimate smile. Yeah, I saw him swing by once. What do you like about him? Guy wears a creepy mask and she teases, her voice full of a quiet, playful energy. Johnny Storm steps into the light of the fire, his face a mask of serious determination. The guy stands for something. Who else you know that just goes out there and helps people, with no agenda. He continues, his voice rising with a sudden, unrefined energy. Guy doesn't care what you say about him, he helps people. And all the bull he gets online and with that stupid movie and all that and he still does it. Guy doesn't give a. Suddenly, Liz Allen lets out a strangled cry of terror. Johnny, she screams, her eyes fixed on his hand as a bright orange flame erupts from his skin, illuminating the night with a violent intensity. Johnny looks down at his burning arm with a look of pure, unadulterated shock. Crap, he yells as the fire begins to spread, his body arching in a desperate attempt to control the energy. The students recoil in a panic, their faces a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Peter Parker stares at the Human Torch with his heart racing, his secret world colliding with the present in a way he never expected. Johnny is fully engulfed in flames now, a living inferno standing on the dark beach. I can explain this, he says, his voice barely audible above the roar of the fire. The secret is out, and nothing will ever be the same. Night has settled over the beach, but the darkness is instantly shattered by a pillar of fire. Liz Allen screams in pure terror as Johnny Storm erupts into a living bonfire, casting a hellish glow over his panicked friends. Liz turns and bolts through the dunes, her eyes wide with a primal fear. Behind her, the silhouette of the Human Torch stands amidst the flames of their abandoned bonfire, an accidental monster in the eyes of his peers. Her voice cracks as she screams into the night, Nuo! The trauma of the moment is etched into every line of her face, a girl watching her world literally go up in smoke. Johnny hovers in the starlight, his voice shaky and filled with regret. Sorry, I didn't realize that the bonfire would be attracted to me like that, he pleads to the two figures remaining. A close-up of the torch reveals the human boy trapped inside the inferno, his eyes glowing white with power he can't yet contain. I didn't mean to freak everyone out, he whispers, his confidence evaporating. Peter and MJ stand rooted to the spot, dwarfed by the proximity of the elemental being. They watch as their friend struggles to find words that can fix the damage he's already done. Johnny looks down at them, his expression pained and desperate for understanding. Will you tell her that? Tell her I didn't mean? He asks, hoping for a bridge back to normalcy. Peter stares up, his brow furrowed in a mix of concern and recognition. Beside him, Mary Jane clings to his arm, the flickering orange light dancing in her wide, green eyes. With a roar of rushing air, Johnny streaks into the sky like a fallen star. Down below, Peter tries to explain his inaction to a shell-shocked MJ, admitting, "I have no idea what that was." The Baxter Building stands like a silent sentinel in the heart of Manhattan, its high-tech windows reflecting the city lights. Inside, the quiet is heavy, a sharp contrast to the chaos of the beach. Susan Storm walks through their private quarters in a bathrobe, finding her brother slumped in a high-tech command chair. "When did you get back, little brother?" she asks softly, sensing his brewing storm. Johnny stares blankly at the wall of monitors, his thumbs mindlessly clicking a remote. He looks hollow, the fire from earlier having taken something out of him that a shower couldn't wash away. Sue leans in, her motherly instincts overriding her role as a teammate. "You want a hot pretzel? I was just going to," she offers, trying to find a simple way to reach him. Response is sharp and cold, a defensive wall built in a heartbeat. "Leave me alone," he snaps, his eyes darting toward her with a flash of anger. The room feels vast and empty as Sue stands over him, the distance between them growing despite being only feet apart. She watches him retreat into the shadows of his own mind. Johnny bows his head, his voice low and final. "I'm not going back to high school, Sue. It's done. I'm done," he declares, ending his life as a normal teenager. Sue places a gentle hand on the back of his head, a silent offer of comfort that he doesn't pull away from. "What happened?" she whispers, her heart breaking for her brother's lost innocence. The frame tightens on Johnny's face, his eyes closed tight as if trying to block out the memory of the beach. He doesn't answer, the silence speaking louder than any words ever could. Back at Midtown High, the morning sun brings no warmth to the social battlefield of the courtyard. MJ tries to encourage Liz to keep moving, but the air is already thick with whispers. They walk under a banner for Tandy Bowen's school president campaign, but the typical high school politics feel trivial. Liz keeps her head down, her eyes red and puffy from a night of crying. The hallway becomes a gauntlet of stares and muffled giggles. Every student they pass seems to be part of a secret joke that Liz is the punchline of. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the ambient noise with cruel precision. "I heard your boyfriend is hot," a jock jeers, prompting a burst of laughter from the surrounding clique. Liz buries her face in her hands, the weight of the mockery finally snapping her resolve. MJ stands by her, her face hardening into a glare directed at the bullies around them. Later that afternoon, Peter and MJ walk down the sidewalk outside the school, the atmosphere between them heavy. "Peter," MJ starts, pointing toward a flash of red in the parking lot. Leaning against a sleek, red sports car is a boy in a black beanie and sunglasses, looking like a celebrity trying to go incognito. Johnny looks up and warns, "Hey, don't freak out." Peter walks over, his backpack heavy on his shoulders, feeling like an average kid next to the Fantastic Four's youngest member. "Is Liz here?" Johnny asks, his posture tense despite the cool facade. The frame focuses on Johnny's hidden eyes as Peter delivers the bad news. "She left at lunch," MJ adds. "The idiots were razzing her." The realization hits Johnny like a physical blow. "Because of me?" he asks, his voice barely audible over the distant traffic. MJ gives him a sympathetic look, but she doesn't sugarcoat the truth. "Kinda, yeah," she admits, confirming his worst fears about his impact on his friends' lives. Johnny turns back toward his car, the engine idling with a low growl that sounds like a restless beast. Peter breaks the silence, asking the question on everyone's mind. So? Who are you? What are you?" Johnny looks at them, the sunset reflecting in his shades. "I am sorry, I'm just not allowed to tell you. I know I sound like a herb, but I'm really not allowed to," he explains, the weight of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s NDAs pressing down on him. MJ leans in, her curiosity getting the better of her. "Are you, like, a mutant?" she asks, trying to find a label for the impossible power she witnessed. Johnny shakes his head firmly. "No, but don't ask me 20 questions. I'm really not allowed to say anything." "Seriously," he insists, his tone shifting from casual to grave. MJ whispers to Peter, ignoring Johnny's protests. "Just tell me, is he a good guy or a bad guy?" she asks, her eyes fixed on the mysterious visitor. Johnny catches the question and answers for himself. I'm not a bad guy, he says, but Peter's skepticism is clear. Well, there are bad guys, Peter counters, but I don't think they see themselves that way. The tension breaks as MJ jokes about the flying and the fire. Yeah, how about that? Johnny smiles, his youthful charm finally making a brief appearance through the stress. The smile fades quickly. Johnny looks back at the school building, a place that is no longer his. Is Liz going to ever want to talk to me? He asks, his voice full of a very human longing. Peter and MJ exchange a look of grim shared knowledge. They know Liz better than Johnny does, and the outlook isn't bright. Johnny bows his head, the weight of his secret identity feeling like a physical burden. Og, any chance asterisk you can talk to her? He asks, looking to MJ for a miracle. MJ's expression is serious as she delivers the crushing truth. She's kind of mutant-phobic, she explains, watching Johnny's face fall even further. Johnny's hands go up in a gesture of frustration. I'm not a mutant, he yells. MJ tries to calm him down, explaining that Liz has deep-seated issues and actually thought she was the one who lit him on fire. Johnny's jaw drops. What? He gasps, stunned by the irony. MJ explains that Liz thought she was a mutant, and her fear turned inward until it became a phobia of everything she might be. The hero of 1,000 news cycles looks down at his hands, realizing that his mere presence caused a girl he liked to fear her own existence. It's a heavy realization for a teenager to carry. Johnny begins to open his car door, his decision made. I'm not gonna be coming back to school. I think I learned that I don't get to live a normal life no more, he says, his voice flat with resignation. He pauses, one hand on the steering wheel. Listen, I'll get out of your hair, can you give her a message for me? He asks, his eyes searching theirs for one last favor. Johnny leans out, his voice earnest. Tell her to meet me at the playground at Andrew Park at 5 o'clock. Just to talk, he says, setting a date that feels more like a farewell. He continues, the words tumbling out as he realizes he might never see them again. Tell her I'm sorry and that, I asterisk her. I didn't do any of this on purpose. It was a big mistake. Johnny looks at MJ and Peter one last time as he puts the car in gear. Just tell her I thought she was cool and cute. Sorry, guys, he says, the engine roaring as he prepares to speed away. The red sports car peels out of the parking lot, leaving a trail of exhaust and a stunned silence in its wake. Johnny Storm is gone, heading back to a world of science and gods that doesn't include homework. MJ watches the car disappear, her mind racing. Who was that? She asks. Peter, who has recognized the voice and the attitude from his own secret life, simply answers, that is Johnny. Walking home, Peter sighs, the parallels between his life and Johnny's hitting close to home. Poor guy. That could so be me if not for you, he tells MJ, his arm looped through hers. MJ stops him, her eyes bright with a sudden plan. No, you should Go put on your costume and talk to him. Give him a pep talk. He's a cutie guy. He feels bad, she urges, pushing him toward the hero role. Peter scoffs, the idea of a masked heart-to-heart feeling ridiculous. I am not going to go put on my costume just to, he starts, but MJ interrupts. He said he was a big Spidey fan. Go make his day. She stares him down, her voice dropping the playful tone for something more challenging. What? You can only do something good if it means punching someone in the face, she asks, hitting him where it hurts. Peter tries to argue, but MJ is already winning. Gandhi never webbed someone by their feet and hung them upside down from a lamppost, he jokes, but his feet are already turning toward the nearest alley. MJ smiles, knowing she's got him. Oh, I know, she says, watching her boyfriend disappear to transform into the hero the other boy needs. At exactly 5:17, Johnny Storm sits alone on the playground at Andrew Park. He's waiting for a girl who isn't coming, his red car parked nearby like a trophy of a life he never asked for. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him. Spider-Man is perched atop the wooden play structure, looking down with his large, unblinking white eyes. Hi, the wall crawler says, breaking the silence. Johnny jumps, his heart skipping a beat. He looks up in disbelief as the city's most famous vigilante squats on the beam above him. I said hi, Spidey repeats, his voice muffled by the mask. A close-up of Johnny's face shows pure shock. His eyes go wide as he realizes he's coming face to face with an idol. "Hi," he managed to stammer out, his loneliness momentarily forgotten. Spidey drops down a level, his movements fluid and inhuman. "Is everything okay? With what?" "With you," the hero asks, his posture shifting from intimidating to genuinely concerned. Johnny just stares, his brain struggling to process the moment. The silence stretches out again, but this time, it's filled with a strange, impossible hope. Spidey starts rambling, his classic nervous energy coming through. I have like a sense, and I can tell when, someone has powers. And I was swinging by and my sense, went off," he lies, trying to protect his secret identity. Johnny looks up, a wide grin finally breaking through his gloom. "That's amazing, yes. Are you really him?" he asks, his voice full of fanboy wonder. Spidey gestures to his suit. "Would I be dressed like this if I wasn't?" Johnny stands up, his energy returning in a rush. Above him, the sky is clear, but the park feels like it's charged with electricity. "Wow, and you were just swinging by?" he asks, still in disbelief. The two teenagers stand together on the wooden platform, the hero and the newcomer. "That's so cool. Dude, I'm a huge fan," Johnny admits, his eyes shining with a joy he hasn't felt in weeks. They shake hands, a momentous meeting between two of the city's brightest stars. Spidey asks if he's okay, and Johnny admits his girlfriend thinks his costume is a bold statement. The reality of his situation comes back to him. Yeah, I met this girl and I told her to meet me here and she blew me off," Johnny says, his voice trailing off into a familiar bitterness. Spidey listens, leaning against the play set. "What thing?" he asks, prompting Johnny to reveal more than he probably should. "Hey, I'm not allowed to say, but," Johnny starts, a mischievous glint in his eye. Suddenly, Johnny's hand erupts into flame. He holds it out like a torch, lighting up the playground with a warm, orange glow. "Whoa, human torch," Spidey exclaims, his eyes reflecting the fire. Spidey reaches out a gloved hand toward the heat. "Are you a mutant? So what, an accident, an alien?" he asks, his curiosity matching MJ's from earlier. Johnny confirms he's definitely not a mutant. Johnny explains that they are putting together something more palpable for public perception. Spidey quips back, "Hey, I asterisk my costume, and the movie made a lot of money." Johnny mentions his sister, Sue Storm, and Spidey's eyes go wide. "Your sister is Sue Storm? She's a genius. I read her stuff," he says, the Peter Parker side of him nerding out for a moment. The conversation takes a darker turn. Spidey asks what happened to her, and Johnny's face goes grim. "She's fine. I'm so not allowed to say. Not to bum you out, but, basically because of you." They sit on the edge of the playground, two kids carrying the weight of the world. Johnny admits he has no friends his own age, and his sister is his best friend, which he calls so lame. A massive boom echoes through the city, vibrating the very ground they stand on. Both boys look up, their instincts as heroes instantly overriding their teenage angst. The frame holds on their profiles, the mask and the boy. The city is calling, and their heart-to-heart is over before it could really begin. "Human torch," Spidey says, a call to action in his voice. A thick plume of black smoke rises from a nearby apartment building, staining the twilight sky. The sound of sirens begins to wail in the distance, a familiar chorus for Spider-Man. Spidey fires a web line and leaps into the air. "I'll see you later," he calls out, but Johnny isn't about to stay behind. "Wait!" the boy shouts, reaching for his own power. Johnny frantically pulls off his leather jacket, tossing it onto the playground equipment. "Og, I'm going to lose this jacket. I love this jacket," he complains, even as his internal temperature begins to spike. With a cry of "flame on," Johnny Storm transforms. He becomes a streak of fire shooting through the sky, chasing after the wall crawler with an intensity that rivals the sun. He flies, a thought crosses his mind. "Reed's going to kill me for this, but what ya gonna do?" he thinks, the thrill of the flight pushing aside his fear of his mentor's disapproval. The scene at the apartment building is chaotic. Flames lick the windows as Spider-Man swings through the smoke, clutching a civilian in his arms as debris rains down around them. He lands on the street, delivering a woman to safety. "You okay?" he asks, but the crowd is already pointing at the sky. "That guy's on fire," someone screams as Johnny arrives. Spidey grabs the babysitter, his voice urgent. "If you're the babysitter, where's the baby?" he asks, his heart sinking as he hears a faint cry coming from the upper floors. Johnny hovers next to him, his flames casting long, flickering shadows. "What should I do? What should I?" he asks, looking to the more experienced hero for guidance in the chaos. A massive secondary explosion rips through the building, throwing Spidey back and sending a shockwave through the street. The situation just went from bad to catastrophic. Glass and brick explode outward as Spidey dives back into the heat. He pushes past the falling debris, his mask soot-stained as he focuses on the one thing that matters, the life still inside. Spidey lands inside a smoke-filled room, coughing through his mask. "Geez," he grunts, the heat starting to cook him inside his own spandex. He needs a way out, and he needs it now. Johnny flies through the window, his fire form illuminating the thick black smoke. "Dude, the fire, can you control it? Can you?" Spidey yells, but Johnny is just as panicked. "I don't know." Spidey fires a webline, swinging through the collapsing structure. "You okay?" he checks, but the roar of the fire is deafening. "I think I am. Go, go," Johnny yells back, his flames pushing back the surrounding blaze. The wall crawler scurries through a burning hallway, his spider sense screaming in his ears. He follows the sound of a faint whimpering, ignoring the scorched ceiling as it begins to buckle. He kicks open a door, the room beyond a furnace. "Hello," he calls out, his voice cracking from the smoke. He sees it, a crib in the corner, miraculously untouched by the initial blast. Peter reaches into the crib, his hands trembling as he scoops up a crying infant. He shields the baby with his body, the flames licking at his back as he prepares to make a final leap for the exit. Spidey swings out of the inferno, the baby clutched tightly to his chest. He lands softly on the pavement as the babysitter rushes forward, sobbing with relief. "Here you go," he says, hand trembling. The crowd gasps as a massive burst of golden light erupts from the building. Johnny Storm has gone supernova, his power pushing the oxygen out of the fire, starving the flames in a single, brilliant pulse. The light is blinding, a miniature sun sitting in the middle of a New York street. The heat is intense, but for the first time, it feels controlled, intentional. Spidey shields his eyes, the sheer magnitude of the power on display leaving him speechless. "Wow," he whispers, realizing just how much potential is locked inside the boy in the black beanie. The light fades, leaving the building a smoking, fireless ruin. Johnny Storm hovers in the air, his silhouette etched against the dying embers, a true hero in the making. A second burst of energy flares up as Johnny flies higher into the atmosphere, leaving a streak of fire across the sky. Below, the people of the city can only watch in awe at the display of raw, cosmic power. The crowd gathers around Spider-Man, who stands among the fire trucks and police cars. He watches the streak of light disappear, a small smile forming under his mask as he hears the baby's steady breathing. The next morning, the city is still buzzing. Peter looks at the ruins of the building, the black smoke still twisting into the air like a grim reminder of the night's events. Back at the playground, Spidey finds Johnny sitting on a spring rider, looking exhausted but strangely peaceful. "Dude, you okay?" the hero asks, landing nearby with a soft thud. Johnny looks up, his face smudged with soot but his eyes bright. "That was so awesome. Dude, it was, he starts, the adrenaline still coursing through him. Spidey just grunts, "I have black lung." They lean against the equipment, the sunrise painting the park in gold. "We saved people," Johnny says, his voice full of wonder. "Yeah," Spidey replies, "first time." Johnny nods, the gravity of it finally sinking in. We totally did something, like cool," he says, then he spots his jacket on the pole. "Hey, my jacket's still here, cool." Spidey looks at the high-tech suit Johnny is wearing underneath. "What are you wearing?" he asks. Johnny explains it's an impact suit that won't burn off. Spidey sighs, "I gotta get one." Johnny smiles, a genuine, happy expression that has been missing for too long. "I felt great, doing that, helping those people. That felt great," he admits, his purpose finally clear. The sound of distant police sirens cuts through the air. Spidey tenses up. "Oh, we gotta go. They're going to blame the fire on us," he warns. Johnny looks confused. Why? They want to say thanks. Johnny ignites and flies upward, his confidence soaring. "I can't believe that," he calls out. Spidey watches him go, muttering to himself, "Believe it. There goes my jacket. Why do they do that?" On a rooftop, Spidey tries to explain the reality of their situation. Half the people are happy to see us, the others are scared out of their minds. The scared people, they just seem louder than the happy ones. He continues, looking at the city skyline. "It's the trade, the girl who didn't come today, the jacket you lost. It's the cost for what you got to do today, but it's worth it, right?" Johnny looks at him, the truth of Peter's words settling in his heart. He realizes that the life of a hero isn't about the fame or the gadgets, it's about the moments in the smoke and the fire. They shake hands, a pact made between two young titans. "Eventually, when we come out to the public, swing by, okay?" Johnny asks. Spidey wonders, "But how will I know when you've gone public?" Johnny ignites again, his grin wide and challenging. "Are you kidding?" he asks, the literal Human Torch of Manhattan about to make his mark on history. With a roar of fire, the Human Torch blasts off into the New York sky, leaving Spider-Man alone on the roof. The dawn of a new era of heroes has arrived, and for once, Peter doesn't feel so alone. The lights of tavern on the green twinkle like fallen stars in Central Park. It's an evening for high class and higher expectations, a place where the city's elite come to be seen, and Peter and MJ come to feel adult. Mary Jane steps out, and even Peter can't hide his shock. She's stunning in a sleek black dress, a far cry from her usual school attire. "You look like a model," he stammers. "You look like 25. Peter isn't doing too bad himself, trading his science tees for a sharp suit and tie. MJ claps her hands, laughing at the sight of her boyfriend all dressed up. "Look at you, Peter Parker all fancy." They sit at their table, the menus feeling heavier than their usual textbooks. Above them, the city is a hum of activity, but inside this bubble, Peter insists, "Nothing wrong with us blowing all of our allowance on a fancy night out." Peter looks down at the menu, and his eyes nearly pop out of his head. The prices aren't just high, they're astronomical. His heart skips a beat as he realizes how fast his hard-earned bugle money is about to vanish. MJ sees the look on his face and shares the sentiment. "Whoa, I guess I'll be having the soup," she says, her eyes wide as she scans the list of expensive appetizers. Peter tries to keep his composure, though his brain is already calculating how many rolls of film he needs to sell to pay for the tip. "Let's get a lot of bread," he suggests, leaning into the desperation of the moment. MJ catches his eye and lets out a small ha, the tension breaking as they both realize they are completely out of their league in this temple of fine dining. The waiter hovers in the background, but Peter is only focused on the girl across from him. "You really do look great," he says, his voice sincere and full of a sudden, quiet intensity. MJ smiles, her gaze softening as she looks back at him. "Stop it," she whispers, the candlelight reflecting in her eyes and making the fancy restaurant feel like the most natural place in the world for them. The conversation shifts as MJ leans in, her curiosity piqued. "So tell me, what happened to you? That thing you wanted to tell me, something with a magician," she asks, reminding him of a story he'd started earlier. Peter glances around, suddenly self-conscious. "Aren't we gonna order?" he deflects, but MJ isn't letting him off that easy. "Oh, okay, now? Sure," he stammers, the secret hero life clashing with the romantic date. MJ takes a sip of her water, her eyes never leaving his. "You in a hurry?" she asks playfully, knowing exactly when he's trying to hide something behind his typical Parker babble. Peter frowns, his mind racing back to the events at the Daily Bugle. "I don't remember even telling you." "Huh," he mutters, realization starting to dawn on him that MJ is always 2 steps ahead. She leans forward, her expression becoming more serious. "So tell me now," she insists, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that makes the surrounding chatter vanish. Peter takes a deep breath and looks her in the eye. He knows he can't keep this one from her. "Yeah, okay." He agrees, preparing to dive into the strange tale of the man in the Greenwich Village mansion. The story shifts back to the Daily Bugle, where the air is thick with cigarette smoke and the clatter of keyboards. J. Jonah Jameson is holding court, his voice booming through the bullpen as usual. The frame is a montage of faces and fragmented moments. The stern look of the editor, Peter's own tired eyes, and the empty desk that still haunts his thoughts. The weight of his responsibilities is everywhere he looks. Jameson's face is a mask of professional irritation. He's a man who lives for the headline, and right now, he's got a story that he thinks is going to change everything for the paper. Peter looks away, his thoughts drifting to Gwen Stacy's empty desk. The guilt of her death is a shadow that never quite leaves him, even in the middle of a busy workday at the Bugle. The empty desk sits like a tombstone in the middle of the office. Peter stares at the wood grain, the silence of the space where Gwen should be feeling louder than all of Jameson's yelling. Eyes are wide and haunted as he thinks about the cost of being Spider-Man. Every person he loses is another scar, and right now, the scars are feeling particularly fresh. The narration shifts to a long monologue about the difficulty of being an A student when your brain is constantly elsewhere. Peter admits he had to leave the classroom just to escape the reminder of what he's lost. He finds his escape in the only way he knows how, swinging through the concrete canyons of New York. The wind against his suit is the only thing that can clear the cobwebs from his mind for a few moments. He looks out over the city, the buildings glowing in the afternoon light. It's a vast world, but sometimes it feels like it's closing in on him, one tragedy at a time. He lands on the edge of a skyscraper, looking down at the tiny people below. He questions why he keeps putting the costume on, why he keeps risking everything for a city that often hates him. The mask doesn't hide his exhaustion. He thinks about the pickpocket he stopped earlier and the lack of thanks he received. He wonders if it's all worth it, if he's even ready for any of this. A long text box continues his inner monologue, detailing his frustrations with the world and his own role in it. He decides he might as well go to work and earn some extra cash doing grunt work at the Bugle. But his route to work is interrupted by a scene of pure sci-fi chaos. The Ultimates are in the middle of a brutal battle with a half-zombie, half-robot Titan that is tearing through a construction site. Captain America and Black Widow are a blur of motion, dodging energy blasts and rubble as they try to contain the monstrosity. It's the big leagues, the professional heroes that Peter both admires and fears. The cyborg's glowing eye fixes on its targets, its metal jaw set in a permanent mechanical snarl. It looks unstoppable, a nightmare forged in a lab and fueled by something unnatural. Spidey doesn't hesitate. He dives into the fray, his boot connecting with the cyborg's head with a resounding crack. He knows it's a gamble to jump in, but seeing Cap in trouble makes the choice for him. Another wall of text describes the sheer insanity of the fight. Peter notes that Iron Man's armor was making a horrific sound, as if it was about to fail, and he felt he had to do something, anything, to help the real pros. The battle ends as quickly as it began, the cyborg slumping to the ground as the Ultimates secure the area. Widow is already on her comms, calling in a level 5 transport to haul the debris away. Spidey hovers near them, feeling like a kid at the grown-ups' table. "So, what was going on? What's wrong with this guy?" he asks, only to be shut down by Iron Man with a curt, "Sorry, kid, national security." Hawkeye scoffs at Spidey's contribution. "Dude, you clocked him from behind. Not exactly the bravest thing," he jeers. Widow adds a stinging remark about his costume design being his only act of bravery. The Ultimates leave him standing there, their words lingering in the air. Spidey watches them go, his mood turning from adrenaline-fueled to just plain ticked off. "Hate kids," he hears them mutter as they fly away. At the Bugle, Peter sits at his computer, his mind dwelling on the encounter. He's surrounded by adults who seem perpetually angry at the lives they've built for themselves, and it's starting to wear on him. He stares at the Daily Bugle website, the headline Baxter Building Nightmare jumping out at him. He wonders why everyone is so obsessed with fear and anger, and why no one can just say thanks. Internal rant is cut short by a roar from the inner office. "Parker," Jameson bellows, his finger pointing toward the door. "Here, now," he screams, ending Peter's moment of reflection. Peter walks into the office, adjusting his shirt as Ben Urich and Robbie Robertson look on. "What are ** you wearing, Parker?" Jameson asks with his usual lack of tact. "What? A shirt and a—" Peter starts, but Jonah doesn't care. Jameson leans forward, his voice dropping to a growl. "Remember I told you that eventually I was going to let you go with a reporter? On a story? Get a feel for a story?" he asks, setting the stage for a new assignment. Ben Urich looks at Peter with a mixture of pity and professional respect. "It's beneath you now to take Parker under your wing. Mr. Urich with a book deal?" Jameson asks, mocking his star reporter. The frame tightens on Peter's face as the reality of the situation hits him. "I didn't know * you remembered," he tells Jameson, genuinely surprised by the man's rare moment of follow-through. A grid of panels shows the argument between the men. Urich doesn't want the kid tagging along on what he considers a fluff piece, but Jameson is insistent. The story? A man named Dr. Strange, the sorcerer to the stars. Urich explains the background as they leave. The guy's father, the original Dr. Strange, guy's been missing for years. A lot of people believe this guy is the real deal. Merlin or some goofy thing. Peter stops in his tracks, his hand going to his forehead. "Dr. Strange," he repeats, the name triggering a strange, distant memory that he can't quite place. Urich catches his reaction. "You know him?" he asks. Peter stammers, "Well, I saw that biography they did on," only to be cut off by Urich's cynicism about kids getting their news from TV. Peter holds up a finger, trying to find an excuse to bow out. I should call my aunt and," he starts, but he knows Urich isn't going to wait around for family obligations. Jameson's voice follows them out of the office. "I have an entire paper to run, kid. Exactly how much time do I have to invest in the drama that is your puberty?" he yells, closing the conversation. The frame holds on Peter's pained expression. He feels like he's being pushed into something he isn't ready for, a world of shadows that Dr. Strange represents. Urich points toward the door with a final out. Peter follows him, the door to the office slamming shut behind them like a gavel on a final sentence. The scene returns to the restaurant, the warm lights illuminating the trees behind them. "I don't understand, what was the problem? Sounds cool," MJ asks, her face silhouetted against the glow. Peter looks down into his drink, his face half hidden by shadows. "The thing is, I think I've met this Dr. Strange," he admits, his voice low and unsettling. MJ looks at him, confused. "Think, either you've met him or you," she starts, but Peter interrupts. "I have this creepy feeling that I have **, but I can't remember it." MJ's face is a mask of growing concern. She's seen enough impossible things with Peter to know that, when he gets a creepy feeling, the world is about to get very dangerous. A close-up of Peter's eyes shows his struggle to recall the encounter. He knows there's a gap in his memory, a piece of his own life that has been edited out by someone with immense power. MJ stares at him, her silhouette appearing almost like a snake's head in the flickering shadows behind her. "What do you know about this mysterious Dr. Strange person?" she asks, the tone of the date shifting dramatically. Peter looks up, the lights of the restaurant blurring behind him. "Oh, I know all about him. So do you? We saw that biography on him," he says, his mind drifting back to the footage. The biography plays in Peter's mind. A shot of Patsy Walker, the investigator who brought the strange story to the public. She was the one who pulled back the curtain on the mystic world. Two versions of the man appear, the original Dr. Strange and his son, the modern sorcerer. They look like relics of another age, their faces stern and ancient despite the modern setting. A dramatic reenactment shows a car crash in the rain, a moment of tragedy that changed the course of Stephen Strange's life. It's the standard origin story for the public to consume. A silhouette of a man in despair, his hands shaking after the accident. He went from a high-paid surgeon to a broken man searching for a miracle in the dark corners of the globe. The biography details his journey through the Himalayas, searching for a man in Tibet who could work miracles. It's a tale of desperation and lost fortune, ending with a meeting with the Ancient One. The artist's rendering shows Strange in his full sorcerer regalia, battling tentacled monsters and glowing with magical energy. It looks like a comic book, a fantasy for the masses to enjoy. Clee Strange, his former wife, speaks on camera. To say that Stephen turned from this incredibly arrogant man into this spiritual man is a little simplistic. He was a very ambitious man, she admits with a knowing look. The documentary details the theories behind his disappearance. Some say he's trapped in another dimension. Others claim it was all an elaborate hoax. The mystery of his exit is as big as his entry into the public eye. Clee's voice falters as she recalls the final moments. One minute he was there, the next he wasn't. I looked for him for years, she says, her grief still visible after 2 decades. The frame shows a younger Stephen Strange Jr., a man living in the massive shadow of his father's legacy. He inherited the title and the house, but perhaps not the peace that came with them. He and a student sit in meditation, a candle between them. It's the image of a spiritual teacher, a man bringing ancient wisdom to the modern age, but the darkness in the room feels heavy. Strange meets with city officials and businessmen, playing the role of a high society advisor. He's become a fixture of the New York elite, a sorcerer for those who can afford him. Clee's face fills the frame again. I don't want to talk about my son, she says sharply, the family rift becoming another layer of the mystery surrounding the sanctum sanctorum. A shot of the new Strange with his entourage, looking confident and in control. He's modernized his father's world, but the question remains, is he the hero his father was? The segment ends with Patsy Walker looking directly at the camera, her smile holding a hint of professional triumph. She's given the world a story, but whether it's the whole truth is another matter. The story comes back to the present day. Peter and Ben Urich stand outside the massive, ornate doors of the Strange mansion in Greenwich Village. This is a simple fluff piece. It doesn't get simpler than this, Urich lies. Urich reaches out and presses the buzzer. Peter stands beside him, his suit jacket open, looking like a nervous intern as he takes in the ancient, ivy-covered stone of the building. They wait in front of the massive wooden doors, the silence of the street feeling unnatural. Peter feels a tingle at the base of his skull, a warning that his spider sense is trying to deliver through the haze of his nerves. Urich tries to fill the silence. "How's school?" he asks. "Boring," Peter replies, his eyes fixed on the door. It's a typical conversation in the most atypical of places. A close-up of Urich's finger pressing the buzzer again. The sound echoes deep inside the house, but there is no sound of footsteps, no movement behind the glass. The two men stand silhouetted against the dark wood of the door. The sunset is fading, and the shadows of the mansion are stretching out to meet them, swallowing the sidewalk in gloom. Suddenly, the door cracks open. A bald man with an intense gaze peers out at them. "Yes," he asks, his voice like dry parchment. It's a face that doesn't belong in a modern city. Urich puts on his reporter's smile. "Hi, Ben Urich, Daily Bugle. We're here to talk to Dr. Strange," he announces, holding up his press pass as Peter looks on from behind him. The man doesn't move, his expression never wavering. "Now is not a good time," he says simply, his eyes scanning them both with a cold, analytical precision. Urich's smile falters. I'm sorry, we had an appointment. We're writing an article on," he tries to explain, but the man isn't listening. The man begins to close the door, his voice final. "I'm sorry you were put out, but this is not a good time. The doctor is unavailable," he repeats, the gap between them shrinking. Urich tries to protest again, but the man cuts him off with a sharp "my apologies. Good day." Behind them, Peter feels his spider sense flare up with a sudden, jolting intensity. The heavy door clicks shut with a sound that feels like a tomb closing. The rejection is total, and for a moment, they both just stand there on the steps, stunned by the abruptness of it. Urich throws his hands up in frustration. "And that's just great," he mutters, his professional pride stung by the dismissal. Peter just looks at the door, his mind working through the strange energy he felt. A yellow taxi pulls up at the curb. "So I hope you learned something," Urich tells Peter, his irritation turning into his typical cynicism. "That people suck?" Peter asks. "You asterisk are a bright kid," Urich replies. Urich offers to get dinner, but Peter just wants to get home. Queens? Urich asks as he climbs into the cab. You're on your own, kid. You cool? Sorry about this. The scene shifts back to the restaurant, the overhead lights reflecting in MJ's eyes. I wasn't sure what was going on. What this? This guy was doing to Strange, but I knew I had to do something, Peter explains, the story getting darker. MJ watches him across the table, her fork suspended in the air. Everyone else, every day, it's the same things over and over. But you asterisk, every day for you is this big adventure, she says, her voice full of a strange envy. She looks at him, a half smile on her lips. Come on, and you're only, what, 15, 16? She asks, highlighting the absurdity of his secret life compared to their peers. The wide shot shows them at their table, a tiny island of youth in a sea of wealthy adults. I'm 15, Peter corrects her. You know I'm 15. Why did you ask me how old I am? MJ brushes it off with a casual gesture. I know, I was just asking, what's the word? Rhetorically. My point, Peter, it's amazing the life you lead. It's vibrant, exciting. People would kill to be you, she tells him, her eyes shining. She leans forward, her intensity returning. But go on. Go. What happened when you got into this Dr. Strange person's house? She asks, her voice dropping as the mystery tightens its grip on them both. The memory flares to life, Spider-Man crashing through a window in a rain of glass and splinters. Hi, honey, I'm home. He quips, his entrance into the mansion as explosive as his intuition predicted. He lands in a room that defies the laws of physics, a space where the ceiling is a window to the cosmos. He sees the bald man from earlier holding a glowing purple orb over a prone Dr. Strange. No, what have you? The hero yells. Back at the restaurant, MJ is on the edge of her seat. Wow, then what happened? She gasps, the story finally reaching its peak. The candlelight makes her hair look like flickering flames. Peter looks down at his empty plate, his brow furrowed. Well, I beat up the bad guy and... I think I did. I must have. I saved the day and then I came here, he says, his voice losing its certainty. MJ's smile is still there, but it looks wider now, more permanent. Wow, she says, her eyes fixed on his. Peter looks at her, a cold chill running down his spine that has nothing to do with the air conditioning. A tight frame on MJ's face. Her eyes look different, darker, more ancient. An all-A student, she says, her voice taking on a melodic, rhythmic quality that feels like a chant. The shadows around them begin to move, swirling into humanoid shapes that loom over their table. Peter looks up, his eyes wide with a realization that comes far too late. He's not at a restaurant. MJ's eyes are glowing a deep, malevolent red. All-A student and you don't know you haven't woken up yet. That is funny, she says, her face contorting into a cruel, demonic grin. Woken up yet, you got him. Suddenly, dozens of hands erupt from the darkness, grabbing Peter and pinning him to his chair. He struggles, yelling, hey, but the hands are strong and the reality around him is beginning to dissolve. Peter's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. Oh my God! He screams as the world of Tavern on the Green shatters, revealing the true nightmare that has been waiting for him in the shadows of the sorcerer's house. The shadows coalesce into familiar faces, the ghosts of his past. Uncle Ben and Gwen Stacy stand behind him, their smiles fixed and vacant, their hands resting on his shoulders like cold marble. The nightmare expands into a grand, horrific tableau. Kingpin, Dr. Octopus, and a host of other villains loom over him, while MJ transformed stands at the center. You're having a nightmare, sweetie, and you're never going to wake up, she whispers as the darkness swallows everything. Chaos erupts in the sky as Spider-Man finds himself surrounded by the most dangerous figures in his life. A swirling vortex of villains and allies clashing in a battle for his very soul. Deep within the Sanctum Sanctorum, Stephen Strange lies motionless on the cold floor, his red cloak draped over him like a shroud. Glass shards litter the ground around him, catching the dim light as the Sorcerer Supreme remains trapped in a deep, unnatural slumber. Strange's hand twitches as he begins to stir, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. Wong, windows open, he mutters through gritted teeth. He forces himself upright, clutching his head as the room spins. Across the chamber, a costumed figure lies sprawled in the wreckage, while Wang struggles against a gag in the corner. Strange's eyes snap toward his assistant as he realizes the gravity of the situation. "Oh ho, hey, Wang," he cries out, stumbling toward him. He reaches out, his hands trembling as he grips Wang's shoulders. "By the hoary hosts of whatchacallit, what happened? What is going on? What is this?" he asks, his mind still clouded by the remnants of a nightmare. Strange frantically recalls his training, ignoring the muffled protests from Wang. Hold on, I know the spell for this, I know this. This is one of the material spells. Thur Castino, Thuru cast Quivaloth Batasavi, he chants with desperate intensity. Mystic energy flares from his fingertips, an orange glow illuminating the shadows of the library as the spell takes hold. Strange stares in shock as the magical backlash ripples through the room, his pupils dilated with sudden clarity. Wang stands free, though his shirt has been shredded by the force of the spell. "Sorry about your, shirt there. Your spell was too strong for what is going on here?" Wang asks, glancing around at the devastation. Wang looks down at the unconscious hero on the floor. "What happened? Is that really Spider-Man?" he asks. Strange nods grimly. "I believe so, yes. He came in through the window." Strange looks at the broken window, then back to the boy. "Do you think he remembers being here before?" he wonders aloud. Wang sighs, leaning over Peter. "I don't know, Master Stephen. His breathing is shallow." Strange reaches out to remove the mask, revealing the sweaty, pale face of Peter Parker. "Well, considering he physically attacked me, and yet I'm trying to save his life," Strange begins. Wang interjects, "I'm just saying he probably likes to keep the mask on. Poor child." Strange stands in the center of the shattered glass, his mind racing. "Wang, tell me what happened. What is the last thing you remember?" he asks. Wang looks up at him. "We were meditating, you and I sitting just like this." Strange looks away, a sense of dread filling his chest. "And Thenuum?" he trails off. Wang's expression turns stern. "Did you create your astral defense spells before you began your meditation?" The realization hits Strange like a physical blow. "Oh no," he whispers. Wang presses him. "Do you remember what your father's notes say can happen if you do not create your astral defense spells before you begin your meditation?" Strange's voice trembles as he recounts the theory. "You open yourself to possible possession by beings of unearthly energies, and you can accidentally open astral plane dimensional doorways." Wang nods solemnly. "As far as I can surmise, you were being held in a dream state against your will." Strange rubs his jaw, feeling the phantom pains of the nightmare. "My face hurts," he complains. Wang admits, "I also tried slapping you. My apologies, Master, I was in a panic, but I am not the one who woke you, sir. I was attacked by the young man in the costume before I could." Strange looks at the boy, guilt washing over him. "He just dropped in here and attacked you?" he asks. Wang clarifies, "To be fair, I do believe he thought he was helping you. He may have thought I was the source of your ill health. Were you, sir?" Strange stares into the middle distance, his eyes glazed. I was having really horrible nightmares. My mother washed was trying to kill me. It was awful. She kept it was horrible," he confesses. Wang leans in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Whatever it was, sir, if I may be so bold, I do believe that it has let go of you and latched onto him." Strange kneels beside Peter, placing a hand on his shoulder. Kid, he calls out, but the boy doesn't move. Peter's face is slick with sweat, his eyes squeezed shut as he whimpers in his sleep. NGH. Strange stands up, his expression hardening with purpose. "I better go get my dad's books. Hang in there, kid," he says, turning toward the massive library. Inside Peter's mind, the world is a hellish landscape of fire and teeth. He's surrounded by distorted versions of the X-Men and the Hulk, their eyes glowing with a predatory light as they scream, "Nuwu." The nightmare shifts, and suddenly Peter is plummeting through the skyscrapers of New York. Ghostly reflections of Captain America and Spider-Man fall with him, their bodies disintegrating into static as he shrieks in terror. Peter hits the ground with a dull thud. "Oof," he gasps, reaching up as if trying to catch the sky that just dropped him. The scene changes instantly. He's at a sunny picnic with his friends. Mary Jane and the others are laughing, passing plates of food in a sickeningly perfect afternoon. "Who wants to split the last corn?" one asks. A blonde girl turns toward him with a sweet smile. "You're funny, Uncle Ben, but looks aren't everything Vanderpump," she jokes. But as Peter watches, her skin begins to rot and peel away, revealing a hollow-eyed corpse. She stares at him with a predatory grin, the flesh of her face drooping as the dream turns sour. Peter's eyes widen in horror as the transition completes. "Nuo!" he screams, the sound echoing through the shifting void of his subconscious. He finds himself standing over the bodies of everyone he loves, their corpses scattered across the grass. A young boy in a Spider-Man shirt watches him from the distance. "What are you crying about? You killed them," the child says coldly. The silhouette of the child dances mockingly against the dark sky. "Wah wah wah, I'm an orphan, don't kill me," he taunts. The boy runs through the grass, his shadow stretching out like a monster. "I'm an orphan too, I don't see me cryin'," he yells back over his shoulder. The boy sprints past a giant, unblinking eye that takes up the entire horizon, a symbol of the entity watching Peter's every move. He continues to run, the giant face in the background looming over him like a mountain of judgmental flesh. The boy stops at the edge of a cliff, the silhouette of a menacing figure appearing behind him. "Cry it up, Pee-wee Peter, you know I'm coming back to kill you, right?" the voice sneers. Peter, now back in his teenage form, walks toward the edge of a dark, stagnant pool of water, his hands trembling at his sides. He looks down into the depths, his eyes filled with a terror that goes beyond physical pain. In the reflection of the water, he sees the body of a young girl floating face down, her hair fanned out like golden silk. It's Gwen Stacy. Peter closes his eyes tight, his voice a mere whisper. "Hello?" he asks the emptiness. The body in the water doesn't move, the ripples slowly fading into a deathly calm. A figure steps out from the shadows behind him. It's Harry Osborn, his face set in a cold, murderous glare. "Gwen can't hear you, Parker. She's dead." Peter spins around, gasping. Harry." Harry steps closer, his voice dripping with venom. "If you wanted to talk to her, all you had to do was ask. How can I talk to her?" Without another word, Harry raises a foot and kicks Peter squarely in the chest, sending him tumbling back over the edge of the cliff. Peter falls through the air, the dark silhouette of Harry standing triumphantly at the top against a cold, white sun. He hits the water with a massive splash. He sinks deep into the blackness, the bubbles rising as he struggles to find the surface. "Almost," a voice echoes in the deep. Peter's hair drifts in the water as he stares up at the light above, his strength failing him. The water begins to swirl, a darkness coalescing beneath him, forming a shape far more terrifying than anything he's faced yet. Suddenly, a gargantuan face appears in the water, its eyes glowing with a fierce, orange fire. "Almost," it whispers again, the mouth opening to reveal rows of jagged teeth. Peter stares into the burning eyes of the entity, the realization of his own mortality washing over him in the cold current. He opens his mouth to scream, but only bubbles escape as the giant face lunges for him. Back in the real world, Strange is tearing through ancient tomes, his frustration mounting. "No, no, no, he groans, tossing a book aside. He looks over his shoulder at Wung, who is searching another shelf. "Wung, is it too much to ask mystic scholars to log their findings in alphabetical order? I mean, I don't even care what language. I'm not a linguistic snob. All I need, Isu, what language is this?" Wung ignores the complaint, reading from a scroll. Nightmares and nocturnal attacks have been closely connected to dimensional energy shifts across. Down further art at Lily or Lilitu, an evil Sumerian spirit that down further. Strange picks up a particularly dusty volume and reads. This being, known by many names throughout mythology, is a sworn foe of the rational processes of the human mind. Ancient writings detail many examples of powerful men who have declared encounters with this nightmare entity. Strange continues to read, his voice growing more serious. One such story describes how a nightmare demon took possession over Gabriel I, the country's most powerful warrior, not letting the great warrior out of his sleep state for weeks. When the gladiator finally woke, he described horrible nightmare battles that only he could have seen. The warrior never recovered and died a short time later. Wung looks over at the unconscious Peter. It has been surmised by many scholars that this dream entity was feeding off of the gladiator, hoping to build enough energy to move into the corporeal dimension to gain direct access to mankind's dream state. Strange closes the book, his gaze fixing on the boy on the floor. The weight of his own failure as a sorcerer is etched into the lines of his face. He looks at Peter's maskless face, seeing the innocence that is being devoured by an ancient evil. Strange looks at Wang with grim determination. Wang, prepare the candles and incense. I'll get the crystals of Agamotto. Wang hesitates, his eyes full of concern for his master. Do you feel your spells are strong enough for this, master? Strange narrows his eyes, the fire of his title returning to them. Doesn't matter, kids got to wake up. Peter jerks upright in a new dream, his body slick with sweat. Giga, he screams, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He gasps for air, his eyes darting around a dark bedroom. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh man, he hyperventilates, trying to ground himself. A sultry voice comes from the corner of the room. What's the matter, sweetie? Nightmare? A woman in a black mask and leather suit steps into the light, claws glinting. Peter clutches his head, his face contorted in disgust and confusion. I don't know what that was. Oh man, I feel like I'm going to barf. I was in the water and Harry was there. Geez. The woman tilts her head, her smile predatory. Wow, well, did you ever hear that if you die in your dreams, you die in real life? Peter's eyes snap to her, his jaw dropping as the dream begins to warp once more. The woman shifts into a red-headed figure. It's true, she says, lunging forward with a sigh. Peter scrambles back, his voice cracking. New. He's suddenly in a different room, surrounded by blonde and red-headed women who look like MJ and Gwen. The one in the lead, MJ, leans over him. No, MJ, no. I'm going to have to kill you, Peter, because if I don't, you'll kill me. She screams in his face, her eyes filled with a manic rage. You do know you're going to kill me, Peter. Of course you will. Of course you will. I will die just because I know you. Peter is pinned down, the weight of the women pressing the air from his lungs. I will die because I let you kiss me. It's just a matter of time. In fact, let's start a death pool. Who says I die before Aunt May? The dream MJ mocks. A group of men in suits, looking like Peter's old friends and enemies, stand around him with cash in their hands. 50 on Aunt May, one says. No way. That woman will drop dead the minute she finds out the nerd wears a costume. She'll keel over. Another man shakes his head. No, too obvious. She doesn't even like him. Parker will die way before that anyhow. He'll die fighting, I don't know, a big robot, and he'll end up on a milk carton. And in 10 years no one will ever remember there was a Spider-Man. Suddenly, the wall shatters and a massive, mechanical spider slayer lunges into the room. It grabs Peter by the throat, hoisting him into the air as the crowd cheers. See, when you're right, the man starts before Peter shrieks in pain. The robot tightens its grip, its cold metal claws digging into Peter's flesh. Beneath them, a massive, toothed maw opens up, ready to swallow him whole. Peter looks up at the machine, his eyes pleading. Let him go, a booming voice commands from the shadows. Doctor Strange descends into the dreamscape, his cloak billowing around him like a tidal wave of crimson. Wake the boy up and let him go, he orders, his eyes glowing with inner power. A distorted version of Uncle Ben appears, his eyes glowing green. He lunges for Peter's throat. How did you enter here without pass? He roars, his hands becoming claws. Strange throws his arms wide, chanting a counterspell. Ruth Ugatho Bog, he yells, a blast of golden light erupting from his palms. The dream Ben begins to dissolve into a shifting, shadowy mass. I am done with you, sorcerer. This place is mine. This boy is mine. The entity roars through Ben's dying voice. Strange pushes back, the energy of the dreamscape crackling around him like lightning. Tenejimi where disfanti, he screams, his face strained with effort. The entity shifts into a red-haired woman, Nightmare's true form showing through the cracks of MJ's face. Young mystic, it is you who opened your dimension up to me. It is you who gave me the taste of your world. And now you would stand in my way? Give me this vessel so I can birth myself into the corporeal plane and our quarrel will be forgiven. Strange grits his teeth, refused to yield an inch of ground. Thuku and I rafihi dask, he begins, the words of the banishment spell tasting like iron in his mouth. The nightmare entity shrieks, its eyes glowing with a murderous fire. This is my domain. How dare you come in here and cast about Ruleajijichach? Strange unleashes a massive wave of green energy, the dreamscape tearing apart as the sorcerer's power clashes with the demon's will. Peter is caught in the middle, his body vibrating with the force of the collision. Strange's eyes glow with a fierce, emerald light as he pours every ounce of his spirit into the spell. He stares down the monster, his face reflected in the shimmering energy of the astral plane. The shadows shift and a tall man in a blue tunic and red cloak appears, Strange's father. "My boy," the spirit says softly. Strange gasps, his concentration nearly breaking. "Dad." The nightmare entity realizes it's losing control. It blasts Strange with a beam of purple energy. "This is my domain, Areg." The entity's face looms large over the struggling sorcerer, its teeth bared in a snarl of pure hatred. "The arrogance of you." Strange catches Peter as he falls, holding the boy away from the monster's reaching claws. "This is your doing, sorcerer," Nightmare hisses. Strange closes his eyes, centering himself for one final exertion of power. He erupts in a sphere of golden flame, the heat of his will burning away the illusions and shadows of the dream dimension. With a final, desperate shove, Strange forces the mystic energy outward in a blinding flash. The entire dimension shatters into millions of glowing shards. Strange floats in the void, looking down at the defeated nightmare. "You shouldn't have used the image of my father like that. All you did there was make me angry." "Lefendantafediana," he says with cold finality. Strange floats over Peter's unconscious form as they drift back toward the physical world. "Are you okay?" "Sorry, dumb question. Listen, I overpowered him, banished him. He's gone. For now, you know what? Don't even worry about it. All you need to do now is wake up and everything will be okay." He kneels by the boy, a rare moment of gentleness in his eyes. "I don't know how long we're safe here, so, wake up." Strange gives a small, tired smile as he watches Peter's eyes begin to flutter. In the real world, Strange flicks his fingers against Peter's forehead, a tiny spark of magic snapping the boy back to consciousness. "Ow!" Peter yelps, his eyes snapping open. Wang stands over them, relieved. "Well done, sir, that was quick." Strange rubs his temple, exhaling a long breath. "It was." Peter scrambles to his feet, his heart still racing. "What the fazaga? What was that?" he demands, looking around the ruined library. Strange holds up a hand to calm him. "Calm down, kid, it's okay now." Peter points a finger at the sorcerer, his voice shaking. "Who are? What is? It wasn't real. It felt real, but it wasn't. This is real, this is real. They were all trying to kill me." He stares into Strange's eyes, the trauma of the nightmare still fresh in his mind. Strange steps closer, his voice low and steady. "How do I know you? How do I?" Peter asks. Strange explains, "You've been here before, but I cast a memory spell on you, so you might not. You might be having a sense of déjà vu." On top of Peter interrupts. "A what?" Peter doesn't wait for the answer. He fires a web line through the broken window and swings out into the night, desperate to escape the sanctum. Strange and Wang watch him go. "Left his mask," Wang observes. He looks at his master. "We should tend to the window. The seal is broken." "Yeah, are you all right, master? That was bad. You won the day." Strange looks into the camera, his expression grim. "The only reason I got out of there was that this thing, whatever it was totally ill-prepared for me. Next time, I have a lot of reading to do." Rain pours down on the quiet streets of Queens. The house is dark and somber against the night sky. Peter sits on the edge of his bed, his head in his hands, his Spider-Man suit crumpled on the floor beside him. He stares at the floor, the memory of his friends' rotting faces still burning in his brain. The image of his zombified aunt screams in his mind, her mouth wide with hunger. He looks up, his eyes bloodshot and haunted. The nightmare has ended, but the fear remains. He sees MJ, her eyes glowing with that same demonic fire, her hand holding a sigh above her head. "You're going to kill me. You know you are," her voice echoes. A sharp knock at the door breaks his trance. "Peter," a muffled voice calls out through the rain. Peter looks toward the door, his eyes wide. PSSTTT, Peter, the voice whispers again. Outside, Mary Jane stands under an umbrella, the rain soaking her clothes. Peter, it's Mary, she says softly. Peter walks to the window, peering out into the darkness, his face cast in shadow. MJ looks up at him, her face pale. Sweetie, it's me, I'm alone. Peter closes his eyes, a single tear tracing a path through the sweat on his cheek. The nightmare MJ screams again in his mind. You're going to kill me, you kill everyone, kill me now, just get it done with. Peter turns away from the window, dropping back into his chair as the weight of his secret life threatens to crush him. MJ stands in the rain, looking at the house. But tonight was our fancy date, she whispers to the empty air. The camera pans away, revealing the tagline, next issue, Hobgoblin asterisk. The scene shifts to 9 months ago. A younger Peter Parker stands in a crowded room, his face contorted in agony as a genetically altered spider sinks its fangs into his hand. Mary Jane watches in horror from the side. He shakes his hand violently, the spider flying off as he screams in pain. Ah! The spider lands on Mary Jane's shoulder, its yellow-ringed body a stark warning. Oh my God, she shrieks, paralyzed with fear. Peter clutches his throat, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the venom begins to course through his veins. MJ frantically tries to swat the spider away, her books tumbling from her hands as she screams for help. Oh my God, oh my God. A man in a yellow shirt lifts his heavy boot and brings it down on the spider with a sickening crunch. Die, smush, he bellows. Peter stumbles into the hallway, his skin turning a sickly shade of green. His classmates watch in confusion. The spaz is freakin', one laughs. Peter, MJ cries out, reaching for him. He leans over, his body racked with spasms. Hugh, he retches, the contents of his stomach hitting the floor. He collapses to his knees, his face hidden by his hair as a crowd gathers. What is going on here? Peter, everyone back, a teacher shouts. Ewa, God Parker. A student sneers at the mess. Later that afternoon, Peter sits on the school bus, his hand wrapped in a bandage. A friend leans over the seat. We called your aunt. She'll be at school to get you by the time we get back. Are you feeling better? Peter gives a weak, embarrassed smile. Yeah, I think I just wigged out. That spider was huge. MJ leans in, her eyes wide. Oh my God, it so was. I'm totally squirreled. Nothing to be embarrassed about, Peter. Coulda happened to anyone. Peter looks down, his voice full of self-doubt. Well, how come it always happens to me? MJ smiles warmly at him, reaching out to tap his glasses. Not always, she says softly. The bus rolls away from the school, leaving a trail of exhaust as it carries the boy who would be Spider-Man home toward his destiny. The scene shifts to MJ's porch. She's sitting on the steps, writing in a notebook when a familiar voice calls out. Hey, Spider-Girl. She looks up to see Harry Osborn standing there, his hands in his pockets. Considering I could sue Oscorp for everything you got, you're being quite the smart-aleck, Harrison, she says. Harry smirks. My lawyer sent me here to settle. MJ stands up, brushing off her overalls. Oh yeah, how's Peter? Harry's expression shifts. His aunt flipped out, took him to the ER. You didn't go with him. Why would I? Harry sits down on the step, looking up at her with a knowing smile. Isn't he your boyfriend? MJ closes her eyes, her face tight with annoyance. Stop it, Harry. Harry leans back, his voice dripping with condescension. Thought you guys were getting all snuggly there on the bus. MJ fires back. Oh, did you? How could you tell, when you refused to make eye contact with me in public? Harry gives her a direct, intense look. That's what I thought, you were trying to make me jealous. MJ steps down to his level, her voice rising. You can't keep me at arm's length in front of your friends and then give me crap for it too. I'm not keeping you at arm's length. We should sit together on the bus. We will. When? They sit together on the porch, the tension between them thick as the summer air. We will, okay, when? It's not you, I know, it's not. Oh, I know who it is, it's my dad. MJ looks him right in the eye. No, it's you. Harry, my dad's a hole too, but you're allowed to come over my who. Harry's face contorts in sudden, explosive rage. My dad is not a, he screams, the force of his voice echoing off the neighboring houses. He stares at her, his eyes wild, while MJ looks back in stunned silence. She looks down, her voice small. Sorry. Harry's anger vanishes as quickly as it came. He sighs, looking at her with a soft, regretful expression. It's okay. I didn't mean to make you feel like I don't like you. I do like you. There's so much going on and I've never had a girlfriend. MJ smiles, her guard beginning to drop. What about Liz? Harry laughs. Blondes are for practice. Oh, gross, I'm joking, you so are not. Harry leans in, his blue eyes searching hers for an answer. MJ looks back at him, a playful, shy smile on her lips. Harry brushes a stray hair from her face. You should lose the glasses, you look way hot without them. MJ tilts her head, her smile growing wider. I look hot with them too. They sit together on the steps, the sun setting behind them as Harry laughs. Oh, you think. Harry leans in, and before MJ can react, he presses his lips against hers in a sudden, passionate kiss. MJ's eyes drift shut as she pulls him closer, the world around them fading into the background of a first love. The camera pulls away, showing the two teens silhouetted against the porch light, a moment of peace before the coming storm. Back in the present day, a high-tech laboratory is suddenly torn apart by a massive blast of electricity. Today, shablamo, the sound echoes as the window shatters. A green-armored villain stands in the wreckage, holding an unconscious Spider-Man by the neck with one hand while charging his other fist with lightning. Okay, you people see that? You see what I just did to him? Huh, Spider-Man, right here. Who did that? Me. Anyone else in the room got any powers they want to throw down on me? A group of scientists in white lab coats cower in the corner, staring at the monster who just took down the city's greatest hero. The villain leans into their faces, his voice a low growl. No, then do what I told you and give me the adamantium you got in that damn safe. He shakes the limp Spider-Man as if to emphasize his point. You think I'm joking around? Open the safe and give me what I asked for. The scientists look at each other, their faces filled with a mixture of terror and desperation. They stare into the masked face of the villain, their eyes wide with the realization that help is not coming. The villain raises his claws, his energy-charged fist glowing with a lethal light. Open the safe, or I'll cut him open and spill him all over the floor. One of the scientists steps forward, his voice trembling. We don't even know him, go ahead. The villain stops, his glowing eyes flickering with confusion at the scientist's cold pragmatism. Suddenly, Spider-Man's head snaps up, and he lands a powerful punch right on the villain's jaw. Smack! Well, that's nice, he quips. The villain is sent sprawling back into a pile of machinery. I go out of my way to pull a classic, playing possum fake-out and you guys got to go and knock the wind out of it. Fab-em! Spider-Man yells as he follows up with a flying kick. He fires 2 web lines into the ceiling, swinging himself into the air as the villain recovers. Boom! Twap twap! The sound of web shooters echoes through the lab. Spider-Man lands a massive double-footed kick to the villain's chest. No, what? He mocks as the armored man hits the ground hard. He webs the villain's arms and legs to the floor with incredible speed. No webbing or no kicking, you really have to be more specific. Og. Spider-Man stands over the defeated villain, his hands on his hips. Woo, anyone want to tell me what this was about? What's adamantium exactly, and why does Goofball here want it? The scientists just stare at him, their expressions blank and ungrateful. They say nothing, their silence heavy with judgment. Spider-Man tilts his head, a sense of annoyance creeping into his voice. You know what? Whatever. Oh, is that the time? He jumps onto the edge of the broken window, looking back at the ungrateful staff. Okay, I gotta skedaddle. I have another group of ungrateful weasels to save across town. Hey, when the police come, make sure you stare at them blankly, too. Oh, and if one of you could blame me for all of this, that would be great. He swings through the city, the skyscrapers rushing past him in a blur of glass and steel. You know, he thinks to himself. He launches himself higher into the air, the wind whistling through his suit. It's this kind of gratitude and enthusiasm from people whose lives I just saved. That makes it totally worth putting on my stinky costume and getting my brains bashed in by Steroid Boy with a laser tag fetish. And I'm already hungry all the time as it is. He swings over a rooftop, the city below a sea of lights. I'm a growing superhero. I need my carbs, I need food. I also need to remember to look adamantium, or whatever it is, up online when I get home. Arg, all I wanted to do was skip out of school on my lunch break, swing over to the Bugle to pick up my paycheck and swing back to school for some seriously disgusting sloppy joes. Is that asking too much? Now I missed lunch. I'm not going to get to eat. He descends toward Midtown High School, his mind still on the battle. Something extremely fishy was going over there at Roxon Laboratories. I am so suspicious of people in lab coats. I wonder why. I wonder if it has to do with the geniuses at Oscorp and Hammer Industries who have single-handedly created every superpowered garbanzo bean that has punched me in my spider face. I wonder if that's it. Why don't people in lab coats work on a nicer-smelling toilet or something? Why is everyone working on the next big supervillain? Man, my heart was not in that fight. He slips into the gym, changing back into his civilian clothes. I should have taken that yuts down with a decent quip, let alone getting knocked unconscious. I blacked out. I could have been killed. Even though I lied and said I faked being knocked unconscious. I have not had my heart in the game since Gwen Stacy died. I mean, I did say that I wasn't going to be Spider-Man anymore. And here I am putting on the costume and bouncing around anyhow. And if I'm going to perform like that, I might as well keep the costume at home. That was pathetic. He looks in the mirror, his face full of exhaustion and doubt. I don't know why I am doing this anymore. I need something, a sign. I don't know, just something to tell me what I need to do next. He walks through the cafeteria, watching the other students with a sense of profound detachment. I couldn't save Uncle Ben, I couldn't save Gwen Stacy. He stands by the lockers, his head bowed, and they were both killed in my own house. A voice calls out, Peter. He looks up to see Mary Jane and a group of friends standing in the hallway. Look who's here, MJ says with a bright smile. Peter's eyes go wide, his breath hitching in his chest. Standing next to her is a face from his past. Harry Osborn. Harry gives him a cocky, self-assured smirk. Ta-da, he says, spreading his arms wide. Peter stares at his old friend, his mind reeling. Harry, are you visiting, or are you back? A lunch lady shouts from behind the counter, swinging a spatula. Lunch is over, this ain't no nightclub. Harry ignores her, his gaze locking with Peter S. Oh, I'm back, baby, your kid is back. They walk together through the halls, the old group back together again. Wait, what did he say? Peter asks, looking at Harry with suspicion. MJ pulls Peter aside, her expression serious. About what? About anything. Nothing. He walked in 2 minutes before you did and said, I'm back. They were all high-fiving each other, then you walked in, why? Peter narrows his eyes, watching Harry joke with some other students. SSS, this isn't good. MJ looks at him, confused. Why, it's Harry, he seems okay. Peter leans in, his voice a low, urgent whisper. You mean 'cause of his dad? Do me a favor, just stay away from him. Okay, why? Could you please just do this? MJ looks at him in disbelief. Just if I tell you something like this, just assume it's serious and that I have a good reason. Why are you talking to me like this? Peter's anger flashes to the surface. I'm not talking to you like anything. Every time I ask you to do something, you give me 20 stupid questions. Don't ask me questions, just say okay. He steps into her space, his voice rising in frustration. And every time you don't listen to me, you get thrown off a bridge. So could you do me a favor and just do what I say? MJ stares at him, her eyes wide with hurt and shock. The silence between them is deafening. Peter looks away, the weight of his own words sinking in. He knows he's being unfair, but the fear is driving him. MJ stands her ground, her voice trembling with anger. I didn't kill Gwen Stacy, she snaps, her finger pointed at his chest. She turns and runs down the hall, leaving Peter alone by the lockers. He watches her go, a sense of profound loneliness washing over him. Peter arrives home to find the driveway filled with cardboard boxes. Aunt May is already hard at work. Hope you have your packing hat on. The Parkers are moving. Peter sighs, looking at his aunt with a tired expression. I thought MJ was going to help us. No, there's a test tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, I mean Monday. Aunt May gives him a playful pat on the shoulder. Okay, kiddo, get crackin' and get packin'. Is there any food? I'm starving, all packed up. I'll order a pizza later. Pack up that basement of yours because we are leaving tomorrow. Aunt May heads inside, her voice echoing in the yard. Tomorrow is moving day. Peter stands alone in the twilight, the shadow of his house looming over him. Down in the basement, Peter stands in the center of his secret lab, surrounded by boxes and memories. He looks at his makeshift equipment, the place where he truly became Spider-Man. He opens an old trunk, pulling out his spare Spider-Man costume. If I had any kind of normal brain, I would lock this trunk and throw it in the river. Why can't I stop? He thinks, the fabric of the suit feeling like a weight in his hands. He stares at the mask, the white eyes looking back at him like a reminder of his failure. He knows all of it. And the last time I saw him, the only thing he said to me was, "I'll kill you all." This is what he said to me after his father, juiced up as the Goblin, escapes from prison and tries to kill the president. He looks up, the shadows of the basement closing in. And now Harry Osborn has mysteriously come back from wherever he was. He knows I'm Spider-Man. He knows his dad was a big green goblin. Peter's mind races with questions he can't answer. He says, "I'll kill you all." Does he even remember any of it? I mean, today he looks so normal. Where's he been? Can I trust him? Are we still friends? Doesn't feel like it. A sudden sound from the stairs makes him spin around. I don't know. Will somebody please tell me what I am supposed to? A voice interrupts. Where do you think you're going? Peter's heart hammers in his chest as he stares at the shadow on the wall. I just wish I knew where Nick Fury's been keeping him. Great. See, I have absolutely no way of contacting Nick Fury. But when he needs me, there he is. When I need him, nothing, dust balls. There's no one to tell me what I'm supposed to do with him, how I'm supposed to treat him. Does he blame me for what happened to his dad? He looks back at the costume, a sense of guilt washing over him. Maybe we are friends and I'm the one being weird. Yelling at MJ, what is wrong with me? Maybe it's just good all Harry come back looking for friendly faces and I'm acting like a tool. Harry Osborn steps into the light, leaning against the doorframe with a casual smirk. Thump, his foot hitting the floorboards. Peter stares at him, his face pale as he tries to hide the contents of the trunk. Harry looks around the basement. You guys moving away? I just got back and you're moving away? Peter gives a non-committal shrug. We got a new house, couple of blocks away, no big whoop. Harry steps closer, his gaze fixing on Peter. Why? Peter closes his eyes, his voice small. Well, first my Uncle Ben died here, and then this girl. Harry completes the sentence for him, his voice flat. Gwen Stacy. Peter nods slowly. Yeah, she died here too, just recently, and Aunt May wants to not be here anymore. Harry walks further into the room, his eyes scanning the shelves. Sure, ghosts and all, I can dig that. Where have you been, Harry? Peter asks, his voice trembling slightly. Harry turns around, his expression unreadable. Oh, you know, around. Peter watches him, the sense of dread in his chest growing with every passing second. Harry laughs, a dry, hollow sound. I'm joking. They sent me away. I was sent to some place in Colorado. It was pretty nice, actually. They were just keeping me away from my supervillain father till I don't know it was safe to come out. Peter steps toward him, his voice low and intense. So you do remember what happened? Harry tilts his head, his eyes cold and distant. Remember. He reaches out, his hand hovering over the open trunk. Peter watches him, his muscles tensed for a fight. Harry pulls the Spider-Man mask from the trunk, the red and blue fabric looking alien in his hands. Peter looks him right in the eye, his voice hard. What do you want from me, Harry? Harry stares at the mask, the white eyes reflecting the overhead light. He doesn't say a word, the silence filling the basement like a physical weight. He turns the mask over in his hands, his voice quiet and reflective. Just trying to put things in perspective. I've been thinking about you a lot, thinking about our lives. See, there's this funny thing going on with you and me. I don't know if you know. You get superpowers and become a famous superhero. My life as I knew it ends. You get to be Spider-Man and my dad kills my mom. Harry looks up, his eyes filled with a simmering rage. Every time my father goes nuts, there you are. Peter stares at him in shock, his jaw dropping. What? Harry leans in, his face inches from Peter's. And I come back to Queens, and who's dating my girlfriend? The two former best friends stand in the dimly lit basement, the Spider-Man mask held between them like a trophy of war. The silence is broken only by the sound of their breathing as the chapter ends with the ominous words, "To be continued." 1 week ago, high in the isolation of the mountains, a modern fortress of wood and glass stands against the snow. Harry Osborn stands on the balcony, looking out at a world he was forced to leave behind. Faces cast in heavy shadow, a young man burdened by a legacy he never asked for. He waits for a sign, for a word, for anything that makes sense of the nightmare. Visions of fire and screaming fill his mind, his father's voice echoing through the flames. "Dad, what did you do, Dad?" He cries out in his memory, the image of a monster taking shape in the heat. The memory of the bridge, the night his life ended, plays like a broken film strip. "Oh, my God, Peter?" he stammers as the blurry figures of his past collide in chaos. Harry closes his eyes tight, trying to shut out the ghost of his father. He's been kept in the dark, a prisoner of his own trauma and the government's secrets. A voice cuts through the silence of the mountain air, grounded and commanding. "Harry," it says, pulling him back to the freezing reality of the present. Nick Fury steps out onto the terrace, his long black coat billowing in the wind. "Harry, sorry to keep you waiting. It's been one of those decades," Fury says with a grim weariness. Harry turns, startled by the presence of the world's most powerful spy. "No one told you I was coming?" Fury asks, his single eye scanning the boy as Harry stammers. "No, I was just." The tension between them is thick as Harry tries to find his footing. "Do you remember who I am?" Fury probes, testing the limits of Harry's fractured memory. Harry looks at him, the recognition finally clicking behind his eyes. "You're Nick Fury," he realizes. "You, run the world. You're on TV every 10 minutes. Fury doesn't smile, his expression remaining as hard as the mountains surrounding them. "I don't run the world, I work to keep the world safe," he clarifies firmly. He steps closer, his voice dropping to a serious, almost fatherly tone. "But you don't remember meeting me before? We met before? Do you know my dad?" Harry asks, desperate for a connection to his lost life. Fury pauses, the weight of everything he's about to say hanging in the air. "I came here special. I made a special trip to see you, to tell you you're finally going home," he reveals. Harry's head tilts, the word sounding foreign after so much time in isolation. "Home?" he whispers, unsure if home even exists anymore. Fury gestures to the sprawling facility, the gilded cage that has held Harry for weeks. "You don't need to be here anymore. Wherever here is," he explains as they walk. He stops, looking Harry directly in the eye to ensure the message sinks in. "Do understand, the reason we have been so secretive with you about where you are, the reason we have kept you in the dark like this is only to protect you," Fury insists. Harry looks down, the guilt of his father's sins still weighing on his shoulders. "I came here to tell you that nothing that has happened is your fault," Fury says softly. Harry nods, a hollow "I know" escaping his lips. "I didn't do anything wrong," he adds, though his eyes tell a different story. Fury leans in, the interrogation turning toward the man who started it all. "Do you know whose fault it is?" he asks, forcing Harry to face the truth. Harry remains silent, a defensive wall going up. "Everything that happened because of your father," Fury states bluntly, refusing to sugarcoat the devastation Norman Osborn caused. Harry looks up, the name of his father hitting like a physical blow. "Norman Osborn turned himself into something he could not control, something dangerous," Fury continues. He turns away, looking out at the horizon. "But that danger is over, so it's time for you to slide back into society. We can't hold you here anymore," he concludes. The question Harry has been holding back finally bursts out. "Where is he?" he asks, the shadow of the Green Goblin looming over his every thought. Fury doesn't hesitate, his answer final. "He's locked away safe. He can't hurt you," he says, though Harry's eyes narrow with suspicion. The young Osborn isn't satisfied with vague promises of safety. "I'd like to see him," Harry demands, his voice gaining a sudden edge of defiance. Fury's response is immediate and cold. "No." It's a word that leaves no room for negotiation, a wall Harry can't climb. The frustration boils over as Harry steps closer to the spy. "Why?" he snaps, his blue eyes flashing with a mix of anger and desperation. Fury sighs, trying to maintain his patience with a boy whose world has been set on fire. "We're working on a way to make him normal again. If we can do that, then we can talk about," He starts to explain. Harry cuts him off, his voice trembling. You don't have to talk to me like I'm 6 years old. What did he do to himself, and what are you going to do to fix it? I don't understand what's going on. Fury looks at him with a glimmer of genuine pity. But I do feel bad for what happened to you. I feel bad that you got thrown in the middle of all this. You're just a kid, he admits. He steps into Harry's personal space, the harsh truth coming out. Kids like you and your friend Peter Parker, you shouldn't be involved in things like this at your age, he tells him. Harry's face falls as Peter's name is mentioned. Even if we cure your father, and we will try everything in our power to do so. Fury trails off, though but echoing in the silence. Fury turns back, his eye piercing. I'm not talking down to you. I'm trying to explain myself to you, but it's difficult because you don't seem to, because most of this information is classified, he reveals. He makes it clear that despite Harry's name, he is still an outsider to this world. For national security purposes, I'm not allowed to discuss any of this with you at all. You are just a civilian, Fury states firmly. Then the heaviest blow falls. Do know your father made some bad choices, and he's going to have to pay for them, Fury warns, his voice dropping an octave. Harry scoffs, the term bad choices feeling like a grotesque understatement. Bad choices, he repeats, disbelief etching lines into his young face. Fury doesn't blink as he delivers the killing blow. He killed your mother, Harry, and he's killed a great many more than that, he reveals, the secret finally out in the open. Harry's breath hitches, his reality warping once again. That's not true, it was a fire. My mom died in a fire, he argues, clinging to the lie he was told for years. Fury looks at him with a grim certainty. Kid, I'm just going to okay. Your father genetically mutated himself into a monster that, he begins, the horror of Norman Osborn's transformation laid bare. The scene shifts, the mountain air replaced by the low hum of a city. Harry sits on the balcony ledge, his head in his hands as Fury looms over him like a dark omen. Fury continues, his voice a drone of hard truths. Kid, for what it's worth, your father was close to greatness. He was a great mind and an amazing businessman, he says, acknowledging the man Norman once was. He admits that the science wasn't all madness, and the experiments he was funding were on the cusp of something truly great, but as the saying goes, almost doesn't count, Fury remarks coldly. He gives Harry the only advice he can. You're going to have to try to forget about him for now. You're going to have to get some help and try to start a new chapter. Start over, he commands. Harry looks up, his eyes wet and his spirit broken. How? I have no mom or dad. I have no home, he whispers, the weight of his loneliness crushing him. Fury offers a small silver lining. But you do have family. Your grandfather Amberson is going to take care of you. He's waiting for you. We're going to take you to him, he explains. Fury steps back, gesturing as if to the entire world. And you're not being released into the world empty-handed, he says with a strange, dark promise. Harry looks at him confused. What does that mean? He asks. Fury's answer is simple and terrifying. Means everything your parents owned. It's yours, he says. He acknowledges the unique nightmare Harry has survived. What has happened to you and your family? It's very unique. It's a one-of-a-kind tragedy, Fury observes with a detached professionalism. A ghost of a smirk plays on Fury's lips. Yeah, you're officially the richest kid at school, he notes, the irony not lost on him. Harry stares at him, the news of his wealth feeling like just another burden to carry. He's rich, but he's also more alone than anyone on Earth. Fury turns to leave, his mission accomplished. So we rigged it for you so you are legally being treated as an orphan in the eyes of the United States. Least we could do, I think, he says casually. He leaves Harry with one final, staggering number. And your father was worth north of $100 million and, he says, the sentence hanging as he exits. 6 days ago, the sun sets over Queens, casting long shadows across the sidewalk outside Midtown High. Mary Jane Watson stands with Peter Parker, their faces filled with an unspoken dread as a black car pulls up. A man in a black beanie and sunglasses steps out of the car, his presence radiating an uncomfortable authority. He approaches the two teens, his hands slightly raised as if to keep them calm. Behind the wheel of the car, a grim-faced driver watches the interaction through his own set of dark lenses, his grip tight on the steering wheel. Peter and MJ look on, their expressions a mix of sadness and shock. They are seeing the world move on from the Osborne tragedy, but they are still trapped in its wake. The driver's eyes remain fixed forward, his face a mask of professional indifference. He is a man who has seen too much and says too little. Peter and MJ stand close to each other, their eyes downcast. The shared trauma of the bridge has bonded them, but it has also created a rift between them and the rest of their peers. 5 days ago, in a high-rise office in Manhattan, Harry sits with his grandfather and a team of lawyers. The room is opulent, filled with the trappings of power that Harry now inherits. And there's a lot of real estate. The companies, what's left of them. The houses, the summer home, the plane, the cars, the lawyer lists off, his voice a monotonous drone of wealth. Harry sits in the middle of it all, looking like a boy playing dress-up in a dead man's suit. But the government seized and will not be giving back any of the Oz formula calculations and samples or other genetic, the lawyer continues. Suddenly, a flash of red and yellow bursts through the window, a psychic scream echoing in Harry's mind. "Harry!" it cries out, the fire returning with a vengeance. Harry grips his head, the boardroom dissolving into the chaotic blur of the bridge. "What the—" "Mom!" he shouts, his mind fracturing under the pressure of the memory. The image of his mother's face, terrified and engulfed in light, haunts him. "Mom!" he screams again, the trauma refusing to stay buried in the files of his inheritance. He sees her hand reaching out, a desperate plea for help that he could never answer. "Mom!" he whispers, the word a fragile thread to a past that was stolen from him. The nightmare lingers even as the world around him returns to focus. The red-tinted sky and the feeling of falling remain etched in his mind. One of the men in the room leans over, his voice concerned but distant. "Harry, do you need a minute?" he asks, pulling Harry back from the brink of another breakdown. Harry blinks, his blue eyes wide and vacant. He murmurs, his mind still half buried in the ruins of the bridge. The lawyer looks at him, his face a picture of professional worry. "I asked you if you needed to take a break," he repeats, the paperwork of Harry's life sitting heavy on the desk between them. Harry shakes his head, trying to clear the cobwebs. "What were you saying about the factories?" he asks, forcing himself to engage with the reality of his new empire. 4 days ago, Harry stands amidst the rubble of an old industrial site, the smokestacks rising like skeletal fingers against the gray sky. His grandfather stands with him, a silent witness to the destruction. "Are you all right?" his grandfather asks softly. Harry looks at the ruined walls, seeing the holes where his father's secrets used to be. "Grandpa, this is, I know I was here. I know I was," he stammers. He looks at a jagged hole in the wall, the remnants of a life that was built on lies. He starts, but the words fail him as he stares into the void. A memory of a man in a lab coat flashes by, the voice stern and authoritative. "The lab is off-limits to unauthorized personnel, and that includes him," the man shouts, pointing at a young Harry. The lawyers talk about the value of the land, oblivious to the ghosts that Harry sees. "The value of the land alone is," one says, while Harry stares at a glove buried in the debris. They walk through the ruins, their suits stark against the wreckage. Roxon is a perfect buyer for these sites. They understand the value, they need another lawyer explains. Harry turns to them, his face hard and eyes narrow. "I said no," he states firmly, the authority of the Osborne name finally taking root in him. The lawyers look at each other, surprised by the boy's resolve. "Why? They're just sitting here rotting," one asks, gesturing to the wasteland around them. Harry looks at him, his eyes like ice. "Because it's mine," he says, the simple statement sounding more like a threat than an explanation. 3 days ago, the sun sets behind the skyscrapers of Manhattan, the city beginning to glow with 1,000 artificial lights. On a private rooftop, a table is set for two, a quiet island in the sea of urban noise. Harry sits across from his grandfather, a slice of pizza in one hand and a cell phone in the other. He looks tired, the weight of the last few days showing in the slump of his shoulders. The phone in his hand rings, the screen glowing with the words "unknown caller." He stares at it for a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Hello," Harry answers cautiously. A voice on the other end, raspy and familiar, asks, "Harry Osborn?" "Yeah," Harry replies, his heart starting to race. "Come downstairs," the voice commands before hanging up. Harry slowly lowers the phone, his face pale. He looks at his grandfather, who is quietly eating, oblivious to the call that has just changed everything. He looks back at the phone, his mind racing through a list of potential callers. "Who is this?" he wonders aloud, but deep down he already knows the answer. "Meet me outside," the voice had said, and Harry knows he has no choice but to go. The city streets are crowded as Harry steps out of the lobby, looking around for the source of the mysterious call. He is a boy out of place in the rush of New York's nightlife. He scans the faces of the passers-by, looking for anything out of the ordinary. A family walks by, the young boy wearing a shirt that says, "Alex Rolls," a stark contrast to Harry's own dark life. A black car idles at the curb, its tinted windows hiding the driver from view. A taxi pulls up behind it, the city moving on around Harry as he stands frozen on the sidewalk. A man's face appears in the window of the black car. "You know who I am?" he asks. Harry nods slowly. "Why, yeah, you worked for my dad." "Get in," the man orders, his voice like grinding stones. Harry slides into the passenger seat, the smell of leather and old cigarettes filling the small space. The man looks at him with a grim intensity. "Get in. I want to show you something," he says, his face a map of old scars. The car pulls away from the curb, weaving through the traffic with a practiced ease. Harry looks out the window, the neon lights of the city blurring as they gain speed. They head out of the city, the skyscrapers giving way to the dark stretches of the highway. The car speeds down the road, the headlights cutting through the night like twin blades. The man, a former fixer for Norman Osborn, keeps his eyes on the road. Harry watches him, his hands clenching and unclenching in his lap. The silence between them is heavy with the secrets of the dead. Harry finally speaks, his voice barely a whisper above the engine's hum. "You did my father's dirty work," he says, the accusation hanging in the air. The speedometer needle climbs past 80, the car vibrating with the intensity of the drive. "Where are you taking me, Mr. Shaw?" Harry asks. "You'll see," Shaw replies, his face impassive. "Do you know where they're keeping my father?" Harry probes. "No," Shaw says bluntly. Shaw looks at him, his eye cold and unyielding. "Kid, I don't know anything about anything," he claims, but the way he handles the car tells a different story. He continues his deflection. "I was told to wait till they let go of you and then to come get you," he says, his grip on the steering wheel never wavering. Harry looks at him, his eyes narrowing. "I don't know what that means," he says, the confusion starting to give way to a simmering anger. Shaw scoffs, his lip curling into a sneer. "How would I know? I worked for your father in a strictly freelance capacity, and He starts to repeat, but Harry isn't listening. Harry leans in, his voice low and dangerous. "In our old house, the vent in my bedroom led directly into the vent in my father's office," he reveals, a secret he's kept for years. He looks Shaw directly in the eye, the power dynamic in the car shifting in an instant. "I heard everything," Harry says, the words a challenge to the man who thinks he's in control. Shaw's face twists into a mask of pure rage, his eye wide with shock and fury. What did you just say to me?" he roars, his hands tightening on the wheel. Suddenly, Shaw's arm shoots out, his hand wrapping around Harry's throat. "Gox!" Harry gasps, his airway constricted as the car swerves wildly on the road. Harry struggles against the grip, his face turning red as he gasps for air. I didn't," he tries to say, but the words are choked off by Shaw's powerful hand. Shaw maintains his grip, his eyes burning with a dark intensity. "I don't know where your dad is. All I know is he gave me things to do for him and paid me to do them. This is one of them," he growls. Harry looks at him, fear and realization warring on his face. "Are you going to kill me?" he asks, his voice trembling as he stares into the face of a killer. Shaw lets go, his face returning to a chilling calm. "Of course not. He wants me to show you something," he says, the he sounding more like a deity than a man. They arrive at a remote location, a flat metal plate set into the earth under the glow of a waning moon. "Me and your dad were in the Gulf together. Do you know that?" Shaw asks as they step out. No, Harry replies, looking at the strange structure. Shaw looks down at Harry, his voice taking on a respectful, almost reverent tone. He's a genius, you know, never met another guy like him. Kind of a control freak, though, he says, as if admiring a work of art. Harry looks away, his voice filled with a lifetime of resentment. I know, he says, thinking of the man who ruled his life with an iron fist and a fake smile. Shaw shakes his head, his single eye fixed on the plate. Don't think you do. He's had you in hypnotherapy since you were 11 years old, he reveals, the bombshell finally dropping. Harry stops, his world tilting on its axis yet again. No, I was in therapy, not, he starts to argue, but the truth is already beginning to seep into his consciousness. Shaw laughs, a cold, dry sound that echoes in the night. It was hypnotherapy, trust me, you were being hypnotized, he said, to protect you. He wanted you to have a normal life, he explains. He looks at Harry, a twisted sense of loyalty in his voice. He wanted you to enjoy the fruits of his labor, he'd call it, to have what he didn't have growing up, for as long as you could, Shaw says. Shaw steps onto the plate, the metal groaning under his weight. But he knew that the game he was playing and the people he was playing with, he knew that eventually Percentand could go down. You understand that? He asks. Harry snaps, the years of manipulation and lies finally reaching a breaking point. I wasn't hypnotized. The hell are you on? What is this? He screams, his voice cracking with emotion. Shaw remains calm, his voice like ice. He hired a guy to help you block out all the bad stuff until he wanted you to see it. Kid, your dad didn't want you to have to deal with any of this until you had to, he says. He leans in, the finality of his words hitting like a hammer. Now you have to, Shaw says, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He looks at Harry, the memory trigger waiting on the tip of his tongue. Like I said, he was a control freak. See what? Harry asks, his heart hammering against his ribs. Harry's face is a mask of pure terror, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Remember what? He screams, the desperation in his voice echoing through the clearing. Shaw looks at him, his single eye wide and unblinking. He knows exactly what he's about to do, and he knows it's going to change Harry forever. Shaw's mouth moves, the words simple and devastating. Cellar door, he whispers, the trigger word releasing the floodgates of Harry's buried memories. Images of the Green Goblin attacking Spider-Man flash through Harry's mind, the fire and the blood returning in a tidal wave of trauma. The beast looms over the hero, the world burning around them. He sees the bridge again, but this time the blurry figures become clear. He sees his father's eyes, filled with madness and hate, and he sees the hero who tried to stop him. He sees the lab, the secret experiments, and the cost of his father's ambition. He sees the man he thought he knew dissolving into a monster, and he sees the boy he used to be watching from the shadows. He sees Nick Fury and the soldiers, the containment and the cover-up. He sees the lies he was told and the truths that were stolen from him, and he sees the world as it truly is. The monster reaches out, its claws dripping with a dark, viscous fluid. Mom, a young voice asks, the word a final plea before the darkness takes over. Harry's face is cast in the orange glow of the memory, his eyes wide and vacant as he relives the nightmare. He is seeing his life as it really happened, and it's more than he can bear. He sees Mary Jane, her face filled with a love that he now knows was built on a foundation of secrets and shadows. He sees the life he thought he had slipping through his fingers like sand. The goblin turns, its eyes glowing with an unholy light. Harry sees the reflection of his own face in the monster's eyes, and the realization hits him with a physical force. The memory shifts to Peter, his friend and his enemy, standing over the fallen monster. He sees the mask, the responsibility, and the guilt that Peter carries every day. He sees the bridge, the night he almost died, and he sees the truth of who saved him and who tried to kill him. He sees his father's body, cold and broken, and he sees the cost of the Osborn legacy. Shaw stands behind him, his presence a dark weight in the present. Sorry, kid, wasn't the plan, he says, but his voice is devoid of any real regret. Spider-Man stands in the distance, a silent witness to Harry's breakdown. He is the hero of the story, but to Harry, he is just another reminder of everything he's lost. The hero reaches out, a gesture of comfort that Harry can't accept. He is alone in the darkness, surrounded by the ghosts of his father's sins and the weight of his own destiny. Harry falls to his knees, his face in his hands as the weight of the memories crushes him. "Your father was a genius. What they did to him," Shaw says, a vague accusation against the world. The metal plate begins to slide open, a heavy clump echoing through the clearing. A cloud of steam and pressure hissed out, PSSSSSS, as the bunker's seal is broken. Harry looks at the opening, his face wet with tears and his eyes filled with a new, dark purpose. He is no longer the boy who was kept in the dark. He is an Osborn, and he has inherited his father's secrets. Shaw and Harry stand at the mouth of the bunker, the dark opening leading down into the earth. What is that?" Harry asks, his voice small and hollow. "It's a bunker. It was your father's. Now it's yours," Shaw replies. They stand at the edge of the abyss, the sun setting behind them in a blaze of orange and purple. The world is changing, and Harry is at the center of the storm. The scene shifts back to the classroom, where a teacher addresses his students. "If yesterday's pop quiz scores are any indication, you people are not ready for tomorrow's test," he says, his voice a drone of mundane reality. "So why don't you take the rest of the class to read your chapters and study up?" the teacher suggests, unaware of the internal turmoil of his students. "And I'd like you to do it as quietly as possible," he adds. Peter and MJ sit together, the tension between them almost palpable. They are trying to be normal students, but their lives are anything but normal. Peter stares at his book, his face a mask of grim determination. He is trying to focus on the test, but his mind is miles away, dealing with the aftermath of the Osborn encounter. MJ looks at him, her eyes filled with concern and something like fear. She wants to help him, but she doesn't know how to reach through the walls he's built around himself. She leans in, her voice a soft "ahem," to get his attention. Peter looks up, his eyes meeting hers for a brief, intense moment. MJ passes him a note, her fingers brushing against his. The simple gesture is a lifeline in the middle of the school's mundane routine. The note is simple and direct. "Want to make out during lunch?" It's a reminder of the life they're trying to save, a spark of normalcy in the darkness. Peter looks at the note, his expression unreadable. He's been so focused on the mission that he's forgotten how to be a teenage boy. He looks back at MJ, a small, sad smile touching his lips. He wants to say yes, but the weight of his responsibilities is always there, pulling him back into the shadows. MJ kicks him under the desk, a playful nudge to get him to respond. The small act of intimacy is a reminder of the bond they share, even in the middle of a war. She adds a follow-up question to the note. "What's wrong?" The concern in her eyes is real, and Peter knows he can't hide from her for long. The teacher leans over, his voice a harsh interruption. "Ms. Watson, please don't drag Mr. Parker's grade down to your level," he snaps, the petty schoolroom drama feeling ridiculous in the context of their real lives. MJ looks up, her face a mix of embarrassment and defiance. She's used to being the bad girl, but she knows that Peter is the one who's truly in trouble. Later, on the roof of the school, Spider-Man stands at the edge, looking out at the city. MJ steps out of the stairwell, her voice urgent. "Peter," she calls out. Peter turns, his mask already on. He looks like a stranger, the familiar boy hidden beneath the red and blue spandex. "Peter, where are you going?" MJ asks, her voice filled with a desperate need to understand. Spider-Man looks at her, his posture rigid and his movements jerky with anger. The tension between them has finally reached a breaking point. MJ tries to explain, her voice trembling. "We weren't going out," she says, trying to clarify her past with Harry, but Peter isn't listening to her words, he's listening to his own fear. He explodes in a flurry of movement and words. "Take off the mask, Peter. I tell you everything," MJ shouts. "Ow, why wouldn't you tell me this all this time?" Peter demands, his hand shooting out to grab her wrist. "I don't know," MJ cries out, her eyes wide with shock. "I don't know, guess," Peter snarls, his frustration boiling over. "You don't know, guess," he repeats, mocking her desperation. MJ tries to find the words to explain the unexplainable. "I didn't tell you. I don't know why. It wasn't that big a deal, and every time I thought to mention it, It sounded weird or stupid, so I just didn't, she stammers. She looks at him, her voice a soft plea for understanding. Listen, it wasn't the greatest, she starts, but Peter's anger is a wall she can't penetrate. Peter towers over her, his mask reflecting her own fear back at her. Why are you so mad at me? MJ asks, her voice small and broken. Peter steps into the shadows, his voice a low growl of disappointment. What were you doing then? He asks, the question a heavy accusation in the silence of the roof. He paces the rooftop, his movements like a caged animal. I tell you everything. I told you I was Spider-Man. He screams, the secret that defines his life feeling like a weapon MJ used against him. MJ looks at him, her eyes wet with tears. I'm sorry. Why are you so mad about this? She asks, her voice a whisper of genuine confusion. Peter stops, turning back to face her with a sudden, chilling intensity. You weren't going out with him just before you went out with me? He asks, the timeline of her past feeling like a betrayal. MJ shakes her head, her face a mask of grief. We didn't, she says, her voice breaking on the final word. Peter leans in, his mask inches from her face. When were you going to tell me you used to go out with Harry? He asks, the name sounding like a curse in the night air. MJ tries to minimize it, her voice filled with a desperate need for the drama to end. I didn't think it was that big a deal. It wasn't, she insists. Peter's response is immediate and harsh. The fact that all this time you never mentioned it makes it a big deal, he says, his logic as sharp and cold as a razor blade. MJ looks at him, her face filled with a sudden horrifying realization. What? Harry told you, she asks, her voice a whisper of terror. Peter leans in, the final, devastating truth coming out in a roar of pure rage. Because you're going to die, he screams, the warning hitting MJ with the force of a physical blow. MJ stands frozen, her eyes wide and her mouth open in a silent scream of terror. She is seeing the monster that Peter sees, and she is terrified of what it's going to do to them both. Peter continues his tirade, his voice a frantic list of her perceived mistakes. You're this stupid that you would lie to me about Osborn, about a guy like this, he asks, the insult cutting deep. MJ tries to defend herself, her voice a weak, I didn't lie, in the middle of his storm. Remember that day you almost died? Peter screams, the memory of the bridge looming over them like a dark cloud. When Harry's dad grabbed you and threw you off the bridge, remember, I asked you then what you were doing at Harry's in the first place. Peter reminds her, the old suspicion finally finding its voice. MJ tries to reach through to the boy she loves. Peter, she says, her voice a soft plea for the hero to return. But Peter is gone, replaced by a man consumed by fear and anger. And even after Harry's dad almost kills you, all of that, Harry comes back and you run right to him. Peter shouts, the perceived betrayal feeling like a physical wound. MJ shakes her head, her face wet with tears. Peter, that's not true, we're friends. He's your friend too, she tries to explain, but Peter is already walking away. You're going to get killed because of all of this, and it's going to be my fault. Peter roars, the guilt of his secret life finally becoming too much to carry. He looks back at her, his mask a mask of pure, unadulterated misery. Even though you lied to me, even though you put yourself in this stupid situation all by yourself, it's still going to be my fault, he says, the finality of his words sounding like a death sentence. MJ stands alone on the roof, the word no, escaping her lips as she watches the boy she loves swing away into the night. She sees the reflection of her own fear in the shiny surface of a nearby vent, a reminder of the secrets that are always lurking just beneath the surface. She looks up, her eyes wide and her face pale as she tries to make sense of the nightmare her life has become. Peter, please take off the mask, she whispers to the empty air. Spider-Man swings through the city, his movements frantic and his mind a storm of dark thoughts. He is a hero, but in this moment he feels like a monster. He lands on a ledge, his face cast in shadow as he relives the moments of his breakdown. Peter Parker is dead, he thinks, the realization hitting him with a physical force. He sees MJ's face again, her eyes filled with a love that he can't accept. He is alone in the darkness, surrounded by the ghosts of his own choices and the weight of his own destiny. a scene of street crime unfolds below him. A group of thugs is harassing a hot dog vendor. "Hey, hey, hot dog boy, it's time to pay the," one thug says, his voice a drone of petty violence. "Please, please, I have a family," the vendor pleads. The thug sneers, his hand wrapping around the vendor's throat. "I'm sure they are thrilled that daddy sells crappy hot gods on the street," he mocks. "You said gods," another thug laughs. Suddenly, a blur of red and blue drops from the sky. "People make me sick," Spider-Man screams, his fist connecting with the thug's face with a sickening smack. He tears through the group with a brutal, uncharacteristic violence. "Henry," a woman screams as her friend is tossed like a rag doll. "You little idiots!" Spider-Man roars, his movements a blur of pure rage. He webs one thug to a car with a thwap and sends another crashing through the vendor's cart with a massive crash. The street is a scene of pure chaos as the hero loses control. One thug falls to the ground with an og, his face covered in webs. Spider-Man stands over him, his chest heaving and his fists clenched as the bystanders watch in horror. "How you people can go around and just terrorize people trying to," Spider-Man starts, but the words fail him as he looks at the wreckage he's caused. He sees the woman kneeling over her friend, her face filled with terror. "Oh my God, Henry," she screams, her voice a sharp accusation against the hero's brutal methods. Spider-Man delivers one final, massive punch to a thug's face, a wham that echoes through the street. The man's head snaps back, his body going limp as he is tossed into the air. The man hits a car windshield with a sickening F-bam, the glass shattering under the force of the impact. The bystanders stand in a stunned silence, their hero looking more like a villain than ever before. The woman crawls over to her friend, her voice a whisper of pure horror. "Henry," she cries out, as Spider-Man stands in the middle of the street, his hands trembling and his mask a mask of pure misery. Spider-Man covers his face with his hands, the realization of what he's done hitting him like a physical blow. He is a hero, but in this moment, he feels like the monster he was trying to stop. The woman looks at her friend, her eyes wide with terror. He's not moving," she whispers, the reality of the situation sinking in for everyone on the street. Bystanders look on, their faces filled with a mix of shock and fear. They have seen Spider-Man save the day many times, but they have never seen him like this. Spider-Man looks around, his eyes wide and his spirit broken. He sees the fear in the faces of the people he was supposed to protect, and it's more than he can bear. Later, in the lobby of a hospital, the scene is quiet and clinical. A receptionist works at the desk, the low hum of the monitors the only sound in the room. Suddenly, the doors burst open and Spider-Man walks in, carrying the limp body of the thug he brutalized. He stands in the middle of the lobby, his costume torn and his spirit broken. The receptionist and the nurse look at him, their faces filled with shock and fear. They have seen everything in the emergency room, but they have never seen a superhero turn himself in. Spider-Man looks at them, his voice a low, hollow whisper. And tell the police I'll be waiting for them outside," he says, his final act of responsibility before the darkness takes over. He sits on the side of a building, his head in his hands as he waits for the police to arrive. He is a hero who has lost his way, a boy who has been broken by the weight of his own secrets. A group of police officers arrive on the scene, their sirens wailing in the night. They approach the hero with caution, their hands on their weapons as if they are facing a dangerous criminal. A woman in a police jacket steps out of the crowd, her face a mask of professional curiosity. "Someone call for the police?" she asks, her voice grounded and authoritative. Spider-Man looks at her, his voice a whisper of pure misery. "I'm giving myself up," he says, the words a final surrender to the system he was supposed to support. The officer looks at him, her eyebrows raised in surprise. "For what?" she asks. "I put someone in the hospital. I didn't mean to, but Peter stammers, the guilt of his actions overwhelming him. The officer looks at him, a glimmer of recognition in her eyes. "We've met before, do you remember me? The Gladiator Museum thing," she reminds him. "He called himself the Gladiator?" Spider-Man asks. "He was nuts. Nutty people do that," she replies with a wry smile. She looks him in the eye, her voice a mix of authority and genuine concern. "No offense," I'm Police Captain Jean DeWolf, she introduces herself, the name a familiar anchor in the storm of Peter's mind. Peter looks at her, his eyes wide and his spirit broken. I'm a Spider-Man, he says, the name sounding foreign after everything he's been through. DeWolf looks at him, her expression shifting to something like pity. You are not what I thought you'd be, she says. I'm not what I thought I'd be either, Peter admits with a hollow laugh. Peter doesn't laugh, his mind still half buried in the guilt of his actions. He murmurs, his eyes fixed on the ground. DeWolf looks at him, her face a picture of professional worry. So, what is this? You want to be placed under arrest, she asks, the reality of the situation sinking in for both of them. Peter looks at her, his voice a frantic plea for punishment. I hurt a kid. He's hurt. He stammers. Vendor told police on the scene that the kid pulled a gun on him and was about to kill him for $37 when you swooped down and saved the day, she explains, trying to show him the hero he truly is. She continues, her voice a calm drone of facts. I just left the ER doctors. You knocked the guy unconscious and sprained his arm. That's all. He's okay and he's under arrest, she informs him, the situation far less dire than Peter had imagined. Peter snaps, the years of self-doubt and fear finally reaching a breaking point. I listen, you're not listening to me. I lost control and I hurt him. I was angry about something else. And I put on this stupid costume and I hurt him, he screams. He stands in the middle of the street, his hands raised in a gesture of pure, unadulterated misery. I lost control. I'm telling you I'll take responsibility for it, he says, the final surrender to his own demons. DeWolf looks at him, her face a mask of weary patience. Kid, I'm not arresting you. If anything, I'd like to write up a commendation for you, she says, refusing to play into his self-punishment. Peter looks at her, his eyes wide with shock. You don't understand, don't you read the papers? I'm a thief and a murderer, I'm wanted for murder. He screams, the lies he's been told finally finding their voice. DeWolf scoffs, her lip curling into a sneer. Yeah, I've only been a cop 11 years, so I can't relate at all, she replies sarcastically, her patience finally wearing thin. She reaches into her jacket, her voice returning to a grounded, professional tone. Hey, I don't know why you put on a costume. I have no idea how it is you do what you do, she admits. She looks him in the eye, her voice filled with a grim certainty. But, from one law enforcer to another, take it from me, you gotta relax, she tells him, the advice sounding more like a threat than a suggestion. She hands him a card, her face a map of old scars and new worries. Here's my card. You ever need anything that doesn't involve this little teenage nervous breakdown you're having? You ever need any real help with any of this? You call me, she says. She turns to leave, her voice trailing off as she walks away. And wash your costume? You smell like hot dogs. Girls don't like that, she notes, the mundane comment a final reminder of the world Peter is trying to save. The scene shifts to a quiet residential street in Queens, the sun setting behind the houses in a blaze of orange and purple. A modern house stands at the center of the frame, a sold sign from Getz Realty sitting on the front lawn. The sold sign is a sign of new beginnings and old endings. The world is moving on, and Peter is at the center of the storm. Inside the house, Aunt May and Peter are moving in, the kitchen filled with cardboard boxes and half-packed supplies. Hi, sweetie. Hi, Aunt May. How was school? I dunno. How was work? Same. The mundane conversation feeling ridiculous in the context of their real lives. Peter stares into the open refrigerator, the cold air and the humming light a sharp contrast to the internal turmoil of his mind. He is trying to be a normal teenage boy, but he is always one phone call away from the darkness. May looks at him, her face filled with a motherly concern. Mary Jane came by. When? While ago. How does she know where we live? We only moved 2 blocks away, she explains, the simple logic a reminder of the life they're trying to build. 2 days ago, deep beneath the surface, a hidden laboratory glows with a sickly green light. This is the secret world your father built, Harry Osborn. Shaw explains that Harry's grandparents bought this property back in the 50s, digging a hole to hide from the world. Harry looks around the mini Oscorp, holding a piece of high-tech machinery, while Shaw notes that those were crazy times of duck and cover. Shaw continues, explaining that Norman Osborn outfitted this place to be invisible to SHIELD. It is an invisible empire, a sanctuary that no one knows exists. Harry stares into a cabinet filled with glowing green vials of Oz. Shaw mentions that when Norman broke out of custody, he didn't come here because he didn't trust his fellow inmates. Suddenly, Shaw grabs Harry from behind, his voice dropping to a low snarl as he tells him what they need to do. Harry recoils in shock, shouting, "No." Harry turns and bolts, sprinting up the stairs toward the surface. He's running toward the setting sun, desperate to escape the shadow of his father's legacy. Shaw chases after him, his long coat flapping in the wind as birds scatter into the orange sky. "Kid!" he bellows, refusing to let the boy go. Harry reaches the top of the hill, his lungs burning as he gasps for air. He thinks he's free, but the nightmare is only just beginning. Shaw catches up, his face set in a grim, determined scowl as the sun hangs low behind his head. He's a man who has seen too much and done worse. With a sudden movement, Harry is sent tumbling into the grass. He hits the ground with a dull thud, his strength failing him. Shaw pins him down, holding Harry's wrists firmly. "Kid, no, kid, calm down," Shaw shouts, trying to suppress the boy's panic. Harry's face contorts with rage and grief. "He killed my mother," he screams. Shaw tries to reason with him, but Harry can only see a monster. Shaw delivers a sharp slap to Harry's face to snap him out of it. "Shut up," he commands, the sound echoing across the field. Harry lies there, tears streaming down his face as he chokes out the words through his sobs. "He killed her." Shaw looks down at him, his expression hardening. "This isn't working like I hoped," he mutters, realization dawning that Harry is more broken than he anticipated. Harry lets out one last, long, agonizing wail of despair. "Ennua." Voice trails off into a weak moan. The fight has been drained from his body. Finally, his eyes close, and his head lolls to the side as he drifts into unconsciousness. Shaw stands over the sleeping boy as the sun disappears below the horizon. "Sleep it off, kid. You sure ain't your father," he says with a hint of disappointment. Harry's sleep is restless, his face bathed in the soft glow of a nearby lamp. The trauma of the past few days weighs heavy on his mind. He wakes up in his New York penthouse, clutching his head in pain. The memories of the bunker feel like a fever dream. He looks toward the balcony and sees Shaw standing there, a dark silhouette against the city lights. Harry realizes he isn't alone. Harry asks where he is, and Shaw tells him he's home in New York. "You fell asleep on me. I took you home," Shaw explains calmly. Harry stares at him, the fog in his brain beginning to clear. He remembers the car and the talk they were supposed to have. Harry stands up, asking what time it is. Shaw tells him it's the middle of the night and to keep it down or he'll wake his grandfather. Harry looks Shaw in the eye, his voice trembling slightly. "About what?" he asks, knowing the answer deep down. Shaw turns to him, his face half shrouded in shadow. "About your father," he says, the name Norman Osborn hanging heavy in the air. Harry crosses his arms, looking away. "I told you, I don't know where he is," he insists, wanting the nightmare to end. Shaw steps closer, his gaze intense. "Neither do I, so what are we going to do about that?" Harry's eyes widen with fear. He knows where this is going, and he doesn't want any part of it. Shaw's face is a mask of determination. "We have to find him, and there's only one person we both know who knows where he is." Harry looks up at the older man, his voice a whisper. "Who?" The name is spoken with chilling clarity. "Peter Parker." Harry is stunned. How would he know? He stammers, unable to fathom the connection. Shaw's eyes narrow as a cruel smile tugs at his lips. "Well, he's Spider-Man, isn't he?" Shaw looks away, his face etched with fake concern. He tells Harry that he can't go to Peter himself because he doesn't exist in the eyes of SHIELD. He warns Harry that Fury likely has surveillance on Spider-Man. "But you're heading back to school, you can get near him. Buddy up, you need to ask him where your father is." Shaw gets close, his voice dropping to a persuasive low. "I owe your dad my life, he doesn't deserve to die like this. Talk to Peter." Harry lies back, the weight of the task settling on his shoulders as he stares up into the darkness. Last night, Peter Parker is on the phone, his face tight with tension. "It's time," he says, but his words are cut short. Aunt May stands in the doorway, her arms crossed and a concerned expression on her face as she watches her nephew. Peter argues with her in the kitchen, begging to go out for just a little bit. May is firm. "No, it's 8 o'clock and you're not going into Manhattan in the middle of the night." Peter insists he has to go back out. May won't budge. "Now?" she asks, incredulous. "No." Peter tells her he's having serious problems with Harry and MJ, and he needs to handle it. May points a finger at him, reminding him he's only 15 years old. Peter slumps his shoulders, defeated. May sighs, "Peter, I'm sorry for whatever is going on. If you want to talk about it," Peter interrupts with a sharp, "No." Peter's anger flashes. "What the hell?" he shouts, his frustration with the double life finally cracking his composure. He stares down at the floor, his face shadowed as he tries to rein in his emotions. He feels trapped by his secrets and his responsibilities. May looks at him with soft, sad eyes. "Figured not, but if you want to, you know you can." She places a hand on his shoulder as he turns away. She warns him that the Osborns are nothing but trouble and that he is 50 times better than them. The next day at school, the campus is bustling with students. Life seems normal on the surface, but a storm is brewing among friends. Mary Jane walks through the crowd, her face drawn with worry. She spots Peter walking ahead, his gaze fixed forward and his expression grim. She reaches out to him. "Peter," she calls, but he doesn't slow down. He looks haunted, a man carrying the weight of the world. MJ's friend watches them from the side, whispering, "Oh man, you weren't kidding. He is mad at you." In the classroom, the atmosphere is stifling. The teacher checks his watch, announcing they have 15 minutes left before pencils must be down. MJ leans over toward Peter, her eyes searching his for some sign of the boy she knows. Peter ignores her, focused entirely on his paper. She lets out a quiet "ah, hem," trying to catch his attention, her heart breaking at his distance. Peter responds with a sharp ache. Of his own, his jaw set, he won't even look at her. The teacher notices the exchange. "Eyes on your own paper, Ms. Watson," he warns, his voice cutting through the silent tension. MJ looks down at her desk, her face a mask of sorrow. The gap between her and Peter has never felt wider. Lunchtime finds Peter sitting alone on the high bleachers, picking at his sandwich. MJ finds him there, standing a few steps away. She tells him she looked for him everywhere. Peter says he just didn't feel like eating inside. MJ admits she thought he might have skipped out entirely. Peter doesn't respond, his eyes downcast. He's an island of grief in the middle of a school day. MJ takes a deep breath. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Harry," she says softly, hoping to bridge the divide. Peter remains silent, the air between them thick with unspoken words and hurt feelings. She repeats herself, her voice rising in frustration. "I said, I'm sorry I didn't." Peter finally looks at her, a faint, tired smile on his lips. Okay, he says, trying to keep the peace. MJ sits down beside him. "Do you believe me? Do you believe that I like you and not him?" she asks. Peter argues that it's not the point, but MJ insists it is. She gets closer, her eyes searching his. "Why would I go through all this with you if I liked Harry?" Peter looks away, his voice low. "I don't think you always know what you want." MJ is stung by the comment. "What?" She stares at him, her eyes wide with shock. Peter's words have hit home, and the truth is painful. MJ explodes, standing up. "This isn't about Harry. The hell is wrong with you?" She lists all the ways he's been distant since Gwen died. Peter's face hardens into a mask of cold resolve. "I told you you're not safe being with me." MJ doesn't accept that. She lives in Queens, nowhere is truly safe. She demands he just tell her what's going on, thinking she already knows. Peter looks at her, the secret of his identity screaming to be let out. "Tell you." MJ asks the question that's been haunting her. Is it Harry's dad? Peter sighs, leaning back. "Well, in a way," he admits, the complexity of the situation overwhelming him. MJ reaches out and places a hand on his leg. "See, was that so hard?" she asks, relieved to finally have an answer. But Peter isn't relieved. He looks at her hand, his brow furrowed. "Wait, what are you talking about?" MJ explains that Harry told her everything that happened between Peter and Norman Osborn. Peter is suddenly alert, his heart racing. "Which part?" he asks, his voice sharp. MJ looks him dead in the eye. "The whole thing." Peter's mind is spinning. "What whole thing?" he demands, needing to know how much Harry revealed. MJ tells him she knows how the fight ended. She thinks she knows the truth about Norman's fate. Peter stares at her, a sense of dread pooling in his stomach. "Uh-huh," he mutters, waiting for her to continue. MJ asks for confirmation. "You didn't kill him on purpose, right? It was self-defense, right?" Peter is genuinely confused. "Didn't kill who?" MJ whispers the name, Harry's dad. Peter's face goes blank with shock. The lie Harry told is so massive, so destructive, it takes his breath away. MJ watches him, her own fear beginning to rise as she sees his reaction. Peter finally finds his voice. "Harry told you I killed his dad." MJ nods, her voice trembling. "But you didn't, right?" Peter looks at her, the weight of the secret he's been keeping for months finally crashing down. "No." MJ's eyes search his for the truth. "It was self-defense," she suggests, wanting to believe he's still the hero she knows. Peter snaps. "He's not dead," he screams, the sound echoing across the empty football field. MJ is stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. "He's not." "No," Peter shouts back. She struggles to understand. Why would Harry say that? Peter is furious now. He demands to know why she was talking to Harry in the first place when he told her not to. MJ tries to defend herself, saying she was only trying to protect him. MJ is left reeling. "I don't understand. Why would Harry say that?" Peter lets out a roar of frustration, his fists clenched. "Because he's nuts." Without another word, Peter turns and sprints down the bleachers. "Where are you going?" MJ calls out, but he's already gone. The sun is setting over the city, casting long shadows across the rooftops. The peace of the evening is about to be shattered. Back at the penthouse, Harry is watching a violent alien movie on a giant screen. Shaw stands in the shadows, asking what he's doing there. Harry tells him to get out of his house. Shaw won't leave, insisting they need to find Norman and only Peter Parker can help. Harry just wants to be left alone. Shaw points out that Harry didn't go to school. Harry says he didn't feel like it, but Shaw isn't interested in his feelings. "Go to school," he commands. Shaw grabs Harry by the shirt, his face contorted with anger. "We had a deal," he shouts. Harry struggles, shouting back, "You're not the boss of." Suddenly, a shadow falls across the room. Harry looks up in terror as Spider-Man clings to the ceiling. "Who are you talking to?" the wall-crawler asks. Spider-Man drops down, landing in front of Harry. Harry is paralyzed with fear, stammering, no one." Shaw is invisible to Peter, but he speaks directly into Harry's ear. "He's doing it again. You see that. He's here to kill you." Harry tries to deny it, but the seed of doubt is planted. Spider-Man senses something is wrong. "What's going on, Harry?" he asks, his voice soft but firm. Harry snaps, screaming "Shut up" at his friend. He's on the edge of a total breakdown. Spider-Man demands to know if Harry told MJ he killed Norman. Shaw laughs, calling Harry an idiot. Harry denies saying anything, but the lie is already out there. Spider-Man stares at Harry, his mask hiding the heartbreak he feels. His best friend is slipping away, and he doesn't know how to stop it. Harry begs them all to leave him alone. Shaw ignores him, telling him he has to deal with this. "It's time," Shaw shouts, the words carrying a mysterious weight. Shaw grabs Harry again. "Show him who you really are," he demands. Harry is confused and terrified. "What do you mean?" Spider-Man watches helplessly, his spider sense screaming at him. He doesn't know what Shaw is planning, but he knows it's something terrible. Shaw forces Harry back against the furniture. "Tell him who you really are, Harold. Tell him you were there." Harry's face contorts in pain as a strange energy begins to radiate from his body. "I don't," he screams. "You were there," Shaw bellows. Harry flashes back to a sterile lab where scientists are working on a man strapped to a table. His father, Norman Osborn. The scene is cold and clinical. Young Harry watches from the side, confused and frightened. A scientist tells him it's really not the time to be there. Another scientist checks with Norman, asking if they're good to go. Norman's face is a mask of grim determination. Everything checked and double-checked. Norman Osborn gives the final command. "Let's do it." He's ready to sacrifice everything for power. Back in the present, Shaw is whispering in Harry's ear, "You were there, Dad." Harry remembers the moment his father's humanity vanished. He remembers the transformation. He remembers the look in his father's eyes just before the world went black. Spider-Man begs Harry to stop, but it's too late. The transformation has begun, and there's no turning back. A massive explosion of fire and energy erupts from Harry, tearing the penthouse apart. Harry's human form is being consumed by something far worse. The flames consume Harry. He screams a name that sounds like a death rattle. "See-you-later, Duerer." Shaw stands over him, shouting commands as Spider-Man is blown back. Spider-Man watches in horror as his friend vanishes into a towering inferno. "Oh my God," he whispers, realizing the nightmare has taken a terrifying new form. Out of the ruins of the apartment, a hulking beast of flame and rock emerges, its roar shaking the very foundation of the building. This isn't Harry anymore, it's a demon of the Osborn legacy. The creature's skin is like molten lava, its eyes glowing with a malevolent, inhuman light. It towers over the wreckage, a literal monster born from Oz. Spider-Man looks up at the beast, his voice trembling under his mask. "Harry?" he asks, still hoping his friend is somewhere inside that nightmare. The creature lets out an earth-shattering roar, lunging forward with claws of fire. Spider-Man narrowly dodges the strike, screaming, "Harry, no." Spider-Man's instincts take over. "Don't think," he tells himself. "You don't even have time to think." He fires a web line, trying to restrain the beast. He realizes the true horror of Norman Osborn's legacy. "I truly hate you, Norman Osborn," he thinks, seeing what the man has done to his own son. The fight spills out of the apartment. Spider-Man wonders how much evil one man can bring on the world. Your own son, your own son. The monster rips through the webbing with terrifying ease, its strength far beyond anything Peter has faced from Harry before. Spider-Man tries to talk to him, pleading for Harry to tell him how this happened. But there are no words, only the sounds of destruction and the beast's agonizing roars. Peter remembers doing Harry's science homework because Harry wouldn't know how to do this to himself. He knows Norman is the architect of this tragedy. "Norman, wherever you are, you really are just about the most awful human being that has ever lived." The monster smashes through a wall, sending debris flying in all directions. Spider-Man is forced to use every ounce of his agility to stay alive. "I don't want to do this, I don't." He lands a solid punch, but it feels like hitting a brick wall. "But I know what will happen if I don't." The battle rages through the building. Peter knows people will die if he doesn't stop this monster, even if that monster is his best friend. Spider-Man is sent flying through a window, glass shattering around him. His nose is bleeding inside his mask, and the world is spinning. Ears are throbbing, and he realizes he wasn't ready for this. He's still not ready. He looks back as the monster leaps after him, a silhouette of fire against the night sky. How do you get ready for this? Spider-Man fires another web line, his mind racing. "Why?" he asks, the question echoing in the emptiness of the city. The monster grabs his leg with a searing grip, the heat burning through his suit. Spider-Man kicks himself free, but the beast is already on him again. Why is this happening? He looks into the monster's glowing eyes and sees nothing but mindless rage and pain. Uh-oh. The fight spills onto the street, the monster sending Spider-Man hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. Spider-Man hits the side of a building with a sickening crunch, his body screaming in protest. He tumbles through the air, barely managing to fire a web line to slow his descent before crashing onto the roof of a truck. He is sent skidding across the pavement, narrowly avoiding a collision with a street lamp. A bystander watches in horror as the hero struggles to stand. "Holy crap, what happened? You run out of webs." Spider-Man lies on the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The monster is still coming, and he's reaching his limit. A massive explosion rocks the street as a car is flipped over by the monster's power. The scale of the destruction is becoming catastrophic. Spider-Man stares at the beast as it stands amidst the wreckage, a demon in the heart of New York. He knows Harry isn't a villain, he's just a guy like him, hurting and out of control. He needs to find a way to stop this before more people get hurt. He needs to find out what triggered this transformation. He looks at his hands, his knuckles raw and bleeding. No, I don't want to do this. He just wants things to go back to the way they used to be, before the Osborns ruined everything. Meanwhile, back at the school, the biology teacher is trying to lead a normal class. He asks who read the assigned chapter on bioengineering. He jokes that he doesn't want to get 15 minutes into class, before realizing no one knows what he's talking about. He walks among the desks, his gaze falling on the empty seats where Peter and MJ should be. He asks if anyone knows where Mr. Parker and Ms. Watson are. They were there before lunch, but now they're gone. The students exchange looks, but no one has an answer. The mystery of their disappearance hangs over the classroom. The teacher shakes his head. Whatever they're doing, hope it's worth the detention. Back in the city, the battle continues. The monster smashes another car, its rage unabated. Spider-Man tries to find an opening, but the heat radiating from the beast is overwhelming. I would make a joke about how you'll have to pay for that mess. He swings through the air, trying to get Harry to listen. Harry, I'm not doing this. I can help you. I really can. He pleads with his friend to just power down or calm down. We're friends. Can you hear me? Do you understand me? Spider-Man lands on a nearby building, but you actually can pay for this mess. The monster lets out another roar, firing a blast of energy that narrowly misses the wall crawler. Spider-Man swings back into the fray. Come on, Harry, he shouts, his voice cracking with emotion. He demands to know if Norman did this to him on purpose. He refuses to fight Harry, even as the monster keeps attacking. Spider-Man warns him that they're going to kill him if he doesn't stop. You're going to die? Power down and talk to me. He begs Harry to take a second and get a hold of himself. If he doesn't, the cops or the Ultimates will come and finish him. The monster mocks him, its voice distorted and cruel. Oh no, don't tell me you're going to wussy out now. This ship has sailed. Spider-Man's eyes narrow under his mask. Come on, Harry, it's me. The monster stands over the hero, a dark silhouette of fire and hatred. Shaw stands behind the monster, his presence like a dark shadow. This ends one way, you know what you have to do it. The monster delivers a devastating blow, sending Spider-Man crashing through more wreckage. Spider-Man swings away, his mind racing. I've had it, I should just go home. He wonders how Nick Fury could have let Harry back into civilization in this condition. He feels like Harry is one big security risk. Spider-Man's spider sense flares again. He knows something is coming, something big. He swings through the city, his movements fluid despite his injuries. He's trying to stay one step ahead of the destruction. The monster is right behind him, its roar echoing through the skyscrapers. The hunt is on. Down on the street, MJ emerges from a subway station, her face pale with fear as she hears the sounds of battle nearby. She sees people running in the opposite direction, their faces twisted with panic. She knows she's heading into the heart of the storm. A man on a cell phone screams that Spider-Man has gone berserk. MJ knows the truth is much more complicated. She looks up at the sky, her heart sinking as she sees the smoke and fire rising from the buildings above. She sees a car being thrown through the air, crashing onto a newsstand. The city is turning into a war zone. MJ whispers Peter's name, a silent prayer for his safety as she continues to run toward the danger. She's terrified, but she won't stop. She has to find him, she has to know he's okay. She finds them in a clearing among the wreckage. Spider-Man is locked in a desperate struggle with the flaming beast. Spider-Man is barely holding on, his suit torn and his strength failing. He's doing everything he can to contain the monster. He delivers another strike, his voice filled with pain. Harry, please, you don't. MJ watches in horror, her eyes wide with shock. She can't believe what she's seeing. The monster lets out a roar, sending another blast of energy into the street. The ground shakes with the force of the explosion. MJ screams Peter's name as he is blown back by the force of the blast. Shaw watches from the shadows, a cruel smile on his face. There, that'll do it, right there, go. The monster lunges for Spider-Man, its claws ready to deliver a final, fatal blow. MJ runs forward, her heart pounding. She has to do something, anything to save him. Spider-Man looks up, his vision blurred. He sees the monster looming over him, a mountain of fire and hate. The beast raises its claws, the flames reaching toward the hero like hungry fingers. The monster roars, its voice a symphony of pain and rage. This is the end, and there's no escape. MJ freezes, her face a mask of pure terror. She can only watch as her world begins to crumble around her. Suddenly, a web line shoots across the screen, pulling MJ out of the monster's path just in time. A massive explosion rocks the street as the monster slams into the pavement, sending a shockwave through the air. Spider-Man grabs MJ, his voice urgent and full of fear. "MJ, what are you doing here?" He swings her to safety, his movements fast and precise despite his injuries. He lands on a nearby rooftop, placing MJ gently on the ground. The monster is still below, its roars echoing through the city. Peter is furious that MJ followed him. "What are you doing? JJJ, what are you doing here?" MJ tries to explain that she came to confront Harry, to figure out who was lying to her. Peter shouts that he told her to stay away from him. Spider-Man senses the monster is coming. "Get out of here. Listen to me no matter what. Go inside this building and hide." MJ is confused. "What was that?" Peter answers with a single devastating name. "It's Harry." He shoves her toward the door. "Listen to me. Get out of here. Go." MJ watches from the doorway as Spider-Man turns to face the monster again. "Oh my God," she whispers, the truth finally hitting her. Spider-Man and the monster square off on the rooftop, two figures of destiny destined to clash. They lunge at each other, the force of their collision sending a shockwave across the rooftops. "Go!" Peter screams one last time to MJ. The monster delivers a powerful strike, but Spider-Man dodges it with inhuman agility. He counters with a flurry of blows, his fists glowing with the heat of the monster's fire. Rip smack. The battle is a blur of motion and energy, each combatant giving their all in a fight for survival. Spider-Man swings around the monster, using his environment to his advantage. He's a hero who won't back down, no matter the odds. The monster is pushed back, its roars becoming more desperate. "Stay down," Spider-Man commands, his voice full of resolve. He lands another solid punch, the sound echoing through the night. Smack, smack. He stands over the fallen beast, his chest heaving with exertion. "Why is this happening?" he screams, the question carrying all of his grief and frustration. He delivers another barrage of strikes, each one fueled by his anger and his love for his friend. "Why?" Smack, smack. He won't stop until Harry is back to normal, until the nightmare is finally over. "Why?" The monster is barely moving now, its fire flickering out as it lies broken on the rooftop. Spider-Man stands over him, his fist raised for one last strike. But he hesitates, his heart breaking as he looks into his friend's eyes. The creature's mouth opens, and a weak, distorted voice rasps out a single, chilling request. "Kill me." Spider-Man freezes, the words striking him like a physical blow. He can only stare in horror as the true horror of Norman Osborn's legacy is finally revealed. To be continued. In the middle of a burning New York City street, Spider-Man stands over the broken body of a monster. "Do it! Kill me!" The beast groans, its voice a rasp of pure agony. The creature's eyes wide with desperation, it begs for a mercy Peter Parker isn't ready to give. "Peace Ider, please you have too." It screeches through rows of jagged teeth. Spider-Man raises a gloved fist, his shadow looming large against the flickering city lights. The weight of the moment hits him as he looks down at the fiery mutation of his best friend. This isn't a supervillain fight anymore, it's a tragedy. A single tear tracks through the scales and fire surrounding the creature's eye, revealing the human spirit still trapped inside. Spider-Man lowers his hand, his voice thick with emotion. "Harry, I'm your friend. We've been friends since we were little kids," he says, desperate to find a way back to the boy he knew. Peter reaches out, offering a hand to the monster that used to be Harry Osborn. He's looking for a connection, even as the world burns around them. But Norman Osborn watches from the side, a cold smile on his face. "He's not going to do it. I told you he's not a killer," Norman shouts, mocking his son's suffering. Harry lets out a guttural scream of pain. Norman steps forward, pointing a finger at the tragedy he created. "I told you, only your father can end this. Go get your father." Ignoring the madness of the father, Peter focuses solely on the son. Please, please take my hand and I promise I'll help you, Spider-Man pleads. The creature's face twitches, blood and fire mixing on its distorted features as it tries to comprehend the kindness. Spider-Man holds his hand open, an island of calm in a sea of chaos. The white lenses of the mask narrow, Peter searching for any sign of the real Harry behind those burning eyes. The creature's clawed hand slowly rises, reaching for the hero's palm. For a fleeting second, it feels like it might work. That's it, Peter whispers, hope swelling in his chest. Then the grip tightens. The monster's hand clamps down on Peter's wrist with bone-crushing force. Suddenly, Peter's spider sense screams in his skull as a roar of engines fills the air. Harry N. Spider-Man is jerked backward as the ground beneath them erupts into chaos. "Nuo!" he yells, watching the monster tumble away. From a nearby window, Mary Jane watches in horror, her hands pressed against the glass as she sees the boy she loves fighting a losing battle. "Peter!" she gasps. Spider-Man scrambles along the side of a building, his claws digging into the brickwork as he tries to maintain his footing. Arg! Below, the local police are terrified, guns drawn and hands shaking. "Oh my God, what do we do?" one officer shouts over the din. Their commanding officer doesn't hesitate. "Take him down," he orders, and the street erupts in a hail of gunfire. The bullets strike the beast, but it hardly flinches. "Narg!" it bellows, the rounds thudding into its thick hide with little effect. Harry turns toward the source of the noise, his eyes glowing with an ancient, primal rage. The officers are stunned by the lack of damage. I put 3 in him, I know I did. Oh man." One stammers, the reality of their situation setting in. Spider-Man clings to the wall above, realizing that the police are only making the situation more volatile. Norman Osborn stands just behind the beast, egging it on like a twisted puppet master. "Nuo, you're going to have to do more." The creature's hands ignite, fire flowing from its palms. "Duo Mora," Norman shrieks, and the beast responds with a massive shockwave. The resulting explosion sends cars flipping through the air and police officers flying like ragdolls. The street is turned into a war zone in a single second. Spider-Man swings back into the fray, his leg extended for a desperate strike. "Harry, stop it," he yells, his foot connecting with a sickening smack. The impact sends the creature crashing into a pile of wreckage, the force of the hit echoing through the canyon of skyscrapers. Norman Osborn rushes to the side of his fallen son, though his concern isn't for the boy's well-being. "This won't do, this isn't it. Harold, look." Norman's eyes glaze over with a terrifying glee as he stares at the destruction. "That will do it. That will do it." Meanwhile, the sun begins to set over the skyline of New York, a peaceful contrast to the violence occurring on the streets below. High above the harbor, a voice rings out through a high-tech communications room. "Now, Colonel Fury, let me ask you." The Triskelion stands as a silent sentinel in the bay, the headquarters of the UlTIMATEs. A reporter's voice drones on about the escalation of superhuman threats. Inside the command center, Nick Fury is being interviewed by a news crew. The idea being that the existence of the UlTIMATEs has in itself brought on the very threats it has sworn to protect us from, the reporter states. Fury just sighs. "Wow, that is the dumbest bunch of." The reporter is interrupted by a frantic producer in her ear. "Oh, I'm sorry, Colonel, we need to stop right here and cut over to our news desk for a breaking story." Fury bristles. "I just got bumped." Fury looks toward the monitors. "Where is that?" he demands. The reporter fumbles for her earpiece. "Just coming in now, this is our Manhattan affiliate." The main screen flickers to life, showing live footage of a fiery beast tearing through a familiar intersection. Nick Fury's gaze hardens instantly. The director of SHIELD grits his teeth, the name tasting like ash in his mouth. "Osborn." Fury starts barking orders to his staff. "Get Agent Thibodeau online." "Who?" "He's the agent on Harry Osborn's surveillance. I want confirmation that is not an Osborn." Back on the ground, a discarded cell phone rings incessantly in the middle of a pile of debris, its green light flashing against the dust. The news from the technicians is bad. NNO answer. Fury turns on his heel, his voice rising in anger. Hulkbuster unit, how can you tell me you didn't know Harry Osborn was infected by his father's Oz treatments? The staff tries to defend themselves as Fury marches toward the armory. Wee-oo worked his blood samples, sir. For months, every day, I don't think it's him. Fury doesn't buy it. How much you wanna bet? In the armory, soldiers scramble to don their power armor. There was no molecular distorting. No mutation, one tech insists. Fury ignores him. Where's the Alpha team? Back in the city, the fight rages on. Spider-Man kicks off the beast's chest, narrowly avoiding a swipe of its flaming claws. The creature smashes through a bus, sends glass and metal flying into the panicked crowd. "Stop taking pictures and run," a voice screams from the sidewalk. A web line fires across the street, snapping tight against the side of a building with a sharp thwap. Spider-Man uses the line to swing into a heavy freight truck that the monster has hoisted over its head. "Harold!" Norman shouts, still orchestrating the madness. Suddenly, a shadow falls over the street as a fleet of SHIELD Hulkbuster units descend from the clouds. "You know, for the Hulk, and you, kiddo, are no Hulk," their leader announces. The monster looks up, its expression shifting to one of eerie gratitude. "Thh honk you woo," it wheezes toward the armored soldiers. The lead Hulkbuster doesn't care about the beast's pain, so put the truck down and beg for your life. Very disappointing, Harry, truly. Peter's eyes go wide. Oh my God, no. Peter lunges forward, trying to get between his friend and the heavy weaponry. "HHUARG," Harry roars, preparing to throw the truck. Norman Osborn watches his son become a target, his face showing nothing but cold calculation. The Hulkbuster units level their cannons. "Take him," the commander orders, and the air hums with building energy. The units open fire simultaneously, beams of pure energy slicing through the evening air and lighting up the street like high noon. The monster is hit by the full force of the barrage, the impact blowing the truck to pieces and sending the creature skidding across the asphalt. Spider-Man swings down, frantic. "No, no, stop it. Help him, don't kill him, Fury, help him." The Hulkbusters don't even look at him. "Civilian safety first. Kid, you are in the way. Web him to the floor or back on out of here." Peter stands his ground, his voice trembling. "He's sick, he needs help." A soldier looms over him, the glowing visor of his helmet cold and unfeeling. "Kid, this isn't your best move." The monster groans behind them, smoke rising from its scorched flesh. "He's just a kid." Peter yells again, but no one is listening. Peter turns to the beast, trying to reach Harry one last time. "Harry!" he shouts, landing a punch that's more about waking him up than causing harm. He follows up with another strike. "They can help you," he cries, the irony of his words clear as the Hulkbusters recharge their weapons. Spider-Man delivers a massive blow to the creature's jaw. "Stay down," he begs, knowing that if Harry keeps fighting, SHIELD will finish him. The monster recoils, the fire in its eyes beginning to dim as the damage mounts. The commander of the unit doesn't have time for a teenager's mercy. "Finish it," he says flatly. The final barrage hits with the force of a falling sun. The creature is engulfed in a massive explosion of light and sound that shakes the city blocks around them. A deafening boom echoes through the streets as the energy dissipates, leaving only smoke and ruins. The dust begins to clear, revealing a broken, smoldering landscape where the monster once stood. Spider-Man stumbles through the haze, coughing. "NNGGOG," he groans, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burnt stone. He looks around desperately. "Hurry," he yells, his voice cracking with the fear of what he might find. In the center of the crater, a hand twitches. The fiery scales are gone, replaced by human skin covered in soot. "NN," a weak voice whimpers. The Hulkbuster unit approaches, their guns still trained on the small, broken boy lying in the rubble. The monster is gone. Only Harry Osborn remains, his face twisted in a silent plea for it all to end. "Do it," he had begged, and SHIELD had obliged. He collapses back into the dirt with a soft thump, the fight finally drained from his body. Spider-Man stands over his friend, a lone figure amidst the ruins. The soldiers move in, but they don't seem like heroes anymore. Harry's eyes flutter, looking up at Peter one last time before everything goes black. The Hulkbuster commander, Agent Wu, starts barking orders into his comms. Target and triangulate my position. I need a civilian decontamination crew. I need a Hulkbuster recon sweep. I need what? Peter Parker can't believe the callousness of it all. Why? Why did this happen? Why has Theseus just a kid and you? Nick Fury walks into the center of the debris, his expression unreadable. You were supposed to take care of him and look, Peter shouts at him. Fury looks at the boy, his voice cold. Why is the sky blue, kid? I sure don't know. Peter's fist clenches. No, why did this happen? Look, why is he begging me to kill him? Why? Fury ignores the outburst, turning back to his team. Guys, we need to get another team to Osborn's penthouse. Quarantine the whole building until we find out exactly what happened. The colonel continues to manage the fallout. Also, let's talk to federal and local, tell them what happened here. No cover. Let's cooperate with the... It's too much. The frustration, the fear, and the betrayal boil over. Peter Parker swings and connects with a massive smack across Nick Fury's face. Before he can blink, the SHIELD units respond. An electrical blast hits Peter square in the chest. Arg! He screams as the high-voltage charge tears through him. Fury recovers instantly, rubbing his jaw as he holds back his men. Cease fire! He bellows, his authority silencing the weaponry. Spider-Man falls to his knees, smoke curling off his suit as he gasps for air. Cough, cough. Nick Fury stands over the fallen hero, his eye patch shadowing his face. Go home, he says simply. Peter looks up, the lenses of his mask cracked and dirty, reflecting a world that no longer makes sense. Fury doesn't repeat himself, but the weight behind his words is final. Go home. With nothing left to fight for, Spider-Man shoots a web and swings away into the moonlight, leaving the ruins of his life behind. Back on the ground, the soldiers prepare to transport Harry. He breathing? Fury asks. Yes, sir. Keep it that way. Yes, sir. Fury watches the boy being loaded onto a stretcher. I want the secret of this Oz formula cracked by my birthday. Get everyone on it. Osborn wasn't that smart. I want the secret. No more surprises. The director looks toward the skyline where the spider hero disappeared. And then, I think it's time for Peter Parker to say goodbye to those spider powers. Yes, sir, comes the reply. Night has fallen over Queens. Mary Jane sits on her front porch, her fingers trembling as she tries to write in her journal, the image of the burning street still fresh in her mind. A shadow falls over the steps. She looks up to see Peter Parker, his clothes disheveled and his face drawn. Oh, hey, Peter. Are you okay, MJ? He asks, his voice hollow. She stands up, looking him over for injuries. Like physically? Yeah, you, Peter sighs. I'm in one piece, I looked for you. MJ nods quickly. I ran home, like you said. The silence between them is heavy with everything they can't say. I was so frickin' scared, she whispers. Peter looks away. Yeah, me too. Can I hug you? She pulls him into her arms, but the comfort is short-lived. I didn't know. I had no idea Harry was she stammers, unable to finish the thought. Peter pulls back, his eyes flashing with a sudden, sharp anger. I told you to stay away from him. I told you to trust me. I didn't know everything. I just knew there was trouble. That was all I knew. He starts pacing, the adrenaline of the fight turning into bitter resentment. I didn't know it was going to be that bad. I begged you to stay away from Harry and you just ignored me. You did the opposite of what I told you to do. He stops and looks her dead in the eye, the words cutting like glass. And you lied, after all we've seen. After all the people going to get killed. This isn't a game. I can't know. Peter, she cries, but he isn't stopping. I can't protect you because you don't listen to me. I can't have you in my life. Peter's voice is flat, final, and it breaks Mary Jane's heart in an instant. She stares at him, tears welling in her eyes, unable to believe what she's hearing. Peter turns his back to her. I can't have friends and I can't have you. You'll end up dead in my backyard, or bleeding on some dock turned into God knows what. I can't be responsible for it because I can't trust you. The weight of his words hangs in the air between them, a chasm that neither can cross. I can't, he repeats, barely a whisper now. Mary Jane reaches out, but her hand stops inches from his shoulder. The boy she loves is pushing her away for her own good, and she can't find the strength to fight it. He walks down the driveway without looking back, a silhouette disappearing into the dark suburbs of Queens. Mary Jane watches him go, the tears finally overflowing as she realizes that everything has changed. Their shadows stretch out behind them, a final moment of connection before they are severed for good. She stands alone on the sidewalk, the quiet of the night feeling more like a prison than a sanctuary. The journal lies forgotten on the steps, the story of their love ending on a blank page. She looks up at the moon, the same moon that witnessed the horror in Manhattan. Oh no, she whimpers into the empty air. Next issue, dumped. The legend of Spider-Man continues, but Peter Parker is more alone than he has ever been. Weeks later, the drama of Midtown High feels a world away from burning monsters, but no less intense. You had to watch a DVD? A teacher bellows at his class. The teacher is at the end of his rope, pacing before his silent students. Your homework was to watch a DVD and still you did not do it. I really want to know, what is it going to take for you people to do your homework? Because I am at my wit's end. He stops at a desk near the back. Is the invention of reality TV so astonishing that, Kenny? Kenny, tell me what you did last night instead of your assigned homework. Kenny just stares. The teacher sighs, turning his attention to Peter Parker, who is sitting with a grim expression. Please regale us all with stories of your dazzling nightlife. Peter doesn't even look up. Mary Jane sits nearby, her hair covering her face as she scribbles furiously in her notebook. This life of yours that is so full that doing homework comes a distant third, the teacher continues. Peter finally snaps, his patience gone. Why are you picking on me? He asks, his voice sharp enough to cut. The teacher isn't backing down. Oh, you think this is picking on you, young man? Wait until your parents get your midterm grade. Well, what would you like to discuss then? MJ looks up, her eyes wide with concern for Peter. The rest of the class watches the tension build, the silence thick and uncomfortable. We can't rightly discuss the assignment that no one did, so tell me, the teacher prompts. Peter pushes his chair back and starts walking toward the exit. Excuse me, Mr. Parker, where are you going? Bathroom. You sit down right this. Peter stops at the door and looks back with a look of pure coldness. Or what? You'll fail me. I could teach this class. The teacher is stunned into silence by the sheer arrogance of the usually quiet student. The class erupts into laughter the second the door slams shut. Snap! One of them shouts, and the teacher can only stare at the empty doorway. Liz Allen leans over to MJ, a mischievous look in her eye. You'll hang out with me today. MJ just sighs, her mind clearly elsewhere. Later that day, the mall is packed with students enjoying the freedom of an afternoon off. Oh my God, I totally forgot to tell you, Liz starts. The girls are sitting at a table with sodas. What? MJ asks. I'm totally in the doghouse at home. Why? I totally took off for senior skip day. Why? Everybody skipped for senior skip day. Liz rolls her eyes. Yeah, they called in sick, I just didn't show up. You didn't call in, I didn't call in. Well duh, I know. MJ looks away, disinterested in the mall gossip. I'm gonna take off, she says, picking up her bag. Liz grabs her arm. We just got here. What is so special about Peter Parker? She asks, her voice dropping to a whisper. MJ pulls back, her expression pained. She looks around the crowded food court. I got homework to do, and I work here, so sitting here when I don't have to is kinda hellish all on its own. Liz tries to lighten the mood. You said you'd hang out with us. I know, I love you. Flash Thompson leans in from the next table. Parker dumped you? That's, like, insane to me. You're like an 8.4 and he's like a 4.8. Flash continues his compliments. Hey, that's a compliment. You're almost a 9. And that's with you wearing glasses and dressing like you work on a farm. MJ stands up to leave. If you worked it, you'd be a 9.394 easy. I'm going too. Flash keeps going. I'm talking on a scale of 1 to 10. We get it. Wait. Liz looks at Flash with genuine disgust. Flash, see the dirty looks we're giving you? They mean something. Wait. Flash points behind him toward a new face in the crowd. Wait, that's not what I came over to say. There's more. Oh yay, there's a geish. There's a guy on the team, see him? Behind me, with the hair and the guitar case. That would be Mark Raxton. MJ hides her face in her hand. Keep talking, she says sarcastically. Flash keeps up the pitch. He's on the basketball team. Senior, he's got a band, he's a good guy. So he sorta said he likes you. I mean, he likes what he sees, you know, got a thing for redheads. He asked me to come over here. The silhouettes of the teenagers argue in the middle of the mall. That's okay. No, he's not like me, he's a nice guy. I'm not looking for, well, yeah, I mean, he's a good guy. Seriously? Because of Parker? Flash, he's a senior. Flash persists. No, he's not like me, he's. The argument continues in circles, the word no repeated over and over. Flash is relentless, determined to play matchmaker for his teammate. The conversation is becoming a blur of mall noises and high school drama. But Flash won't let it go. Mark Raxton himself finally walks over looking a bit embarrassed. I swear, someone please explain to me, what is so frickin' special about Peter Parker? Flash asks. MJ sighs. Flash, I just don't. Mark puts a hand on Flash's shoulder. I'm sorry, this was wrong. Hey, I was just doing what you. Raxton looks at the blonde girl next to MJ. As soon as he left our table, I knew it was a bad idea to let him come over like this. It's okay, I just want to go home and I was working the magic. You go sit. Mark looks at MJ with a sincere smile. I blew it. He heard me say wants to be my buddy or something, and he heard me talking about you, and he said he was friends with Yuanda and I let him come over. That was my shot with you and I blew it. I just wanted to come over here and apologize. I'm sorry. Mark waves Flash away. But go sit. Flash retreats, grumbling. MJ looks up at Mark, a small, genuine smile finally touching her lips. It's okay, she says softly. Kenny Kong watches them, his mouth full of a burger. Can I buy you some French fries to make it up to you both, please? Mark asks. Kenny doesn't miss a beat. Waiter, thank you. The group starts to relax as Mark sits down. What kind of band? Liz asks. A not as good as our singer thinks we are band, Mark answers with a grin. MJ laughs. Isn't that every band ever? Everyone except the Ramones. They toast with French fries. Cheers. I just saw this documentary on them and I Had 8 was a religious experience. Oh man, you don't do Ramones cover songs, do you? MJ asks, her mood lifting. No, that is sopunk bands that do cover songs are lame with a capital lame. It's the opposite of punk. MJ nods vigorously. Exactly. Covers is anti-punk. Are. Mark laughs. Exactly. You want to tell the rest of my band? All they want to play is I Want Candy and God Save the Queen. Another girl at the table looks on, silent and observant, while the others joke around. Liz Allen can't help but stir the pot. Well, our friend here just had a nasty breakup. Liz, MJ warns, everyone knows about it, but it is not spoken of publicly. Liz, stop. Liz just shrugs, just trying to explain the storm cloud that forever hangs over this table. Mark looks at MJ, his expression turning thoughtful. Yeah, I met him, Panker Parker. Parker, right. MJ looks defensive. Yeah, don't listen, don't make fun of him. Mark shakes his head. Why would I make fun of someone you like? He looks at her with clear eyes. Sure, he's a great guy, you know, for a guy. MJ raises an eyebrow. For a guy, Mark leans in. You do know guys suck though, right? A small smile plays on MJ's lips. Yes, I do. I'm surprised you do. Mark shrugs. I'm breaking the man code here, but yes, we know we suck. Liz laughs. We do suck and we know we suck. Opera is right. Mark keeps the deadpan delivery going. But hey, good news. We all got together last week, us guys, and we had a meeting and we agreed to stop sucking sometime in the near or not too distant future. MJ hands him back his fries. Well, could you guys get moving on that like soon? Mark stands up as his teammate calls from the distance. Yo, ho, B-ball, we gotta go. Mark nods. I gotta go. MJ watches him go, the conversation leaving her feeling lighter than she has in weeks. Mark stops and turns back. You know where the Strand is? MJ shakes her head. No, I have Hamwo, Liz cuts her off. We'll find it. Mark smiles, a genuine, warm expression that MJ finds herself returning. Flash Thompson is still shouting. Come on, we got practice. Today, Mark rolls his eyes. We have practice. I'm going to throw him in traffic. He looks at MJ one last time. Tomorrow night at 8, just a fun night out. You deserve it, you've earned it. I gotta go. I'm sorry about the whole thing before with Flash and okay, MJ says. Liz Allen starts singing under her breath. Punk rock cutie likes redheads. MJ just groans. Oi. Mark stops one more time. Hey, should I send Flash over here to awkwardly invite you guys to see my band play tomorrow night, or should I do it myself? MJ smiles. Liz shouts. Yes. Liz and MJ look at each other, the excitement finally beginning to show. Punk rock cutie, Liz shouts after him, much to MJ's embarrassment. The next night the club is loud, dark, and full of energy. Mark's band is on stage, tearing through a set with raw power. You're my molten man, the singer screams. MJ is in the front row, her face lit up by the stage lights, looking more alive than she has since the breakup. Molten mag. The crowd is going wild, and in the middle of the mosh pit, someone is even wearing a Spider-Man mask, holding it high like a trophy. MJ looks over her shoulder, the music drowning out everything else, her expression one of pure joy. After the show, the crowd spills out into the cool night air outside the Strand. See? Yes, life is happening, yes, right now. Liz says, her arm around MJ. Liz keeps teasing her. Say, I'm glad I came. MJ laughs. I'm glad I came. Say, I had a good time not sulking in my room. I had a good time not sulking in my room. Say, I promise not to, we're done with the repeating things. Kenny Kong is waiting by his car. Why am I here? He asks. Liz smiles. Because we love you, Kenny, and your car. I gotta get in a band. Hottie at 3 o'clock. Mark Raxton walks up to them, his guitar case over his shoulder. Hey, you, I saw you in the crowd. MJ looks surprised. You did. You were the only one not dancing. MJ shrugs. I was trying not to get elbowed in the face. Mark laughs. I'm really glad you came. He looks at her with a gentle gaze. I know you're in the middle of your boyfriend drama. I know, it's all over your face. As friends do that. They give each other rides. Hey, can I give you a ride home? MJ hesitates. Oh, come on. Liz waves them off. Go, we have a previous engagement. Kenny finally gets it. Oh, now I know why I'm here. Toodlacious. I gotta get in a band. MJ and Mark walk toward his car, the night air feeling fresh and full of possibilities. They pull up in front of MJ's house, the headlights cutting through the suburban dark. I really meant it. You're really good, MJ says. Mark shakes his head. Not yet. Well, I liked it. He looks over at her. And don't let the fact that I haven't left the house in 2 months and am just happy to be out take anything away from the compliment. Mark smiles. I will not. So the thing is, do you know who Will Eisner was? You ever hear that name? Mark asks, his tone turning serious. MJ shakes her head. No, he was like this famous comic book artist. In fact, the guy invented the comic book, the graphic novel. Mark's eyes light up as he talks. And what he did Wash took something, the writing and artwork, a comic strip, and he made it into a book. He put it together and he told a story with it. He leans closer. No one thought to do it before him. He was the first. He created something that prior to his creating it didn't exist. Do you know what I mean? MJ looks at him, really seeing the passion in his eyes. Yeah, she whispers. Mark sighs. I want in my music I want to do that. I want to be that. I want to figure out something about music that no one else thought to do and... He turns the question back to her. What do you want to do? MJ looks out the window. Actually, I was going to go into acting. Mark nods. That's cool. MJ shakes her head with a cynical laugh. And then it occurred to me that I totally and completely hate every movie I have ever seen, and I hate every TV show I have ever seen, and that I can't think of an actor that I actually admire who's actually, still alive and stuff. Mark looks at her with understanding. I can see that. MJ continues, her voice gaining strength. But I do admire teachers. Really? Why? Good teachers. Teachers that care and stuff. We have maybe one of those, right? Maybe, on a good day. The world needs teachers and I'm going to be one. Mark is impressed. Oh. MJ looks down, feeling a bit vulnerable. And I actually have never told anyone that. Mark looks at her intently. Why did you tell me? She looks up, her green eyes shimmering. I guess we were having a moment. Mark leans in closer, the space between them disappearing. MJ's breath hitches as she realizes what is happening. The moment stretches, the weight of the last few weeks pressing down on her. Mark doesn't hesitate any longer. They kiss, a soft, tentative moment that feels like a beginning and an end all at once. They pull apart, both of them looking a bit shocked by the intensity of the connection. The silence is awkward now. Sorry, okay, the legend of Peter Parker. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mark says, fumbling with the steering wheel. He looks at her curiously. How'd you guys break up? MJ's face falls. He broke up with me, but I think he might have been right to. He needed more from me. I didn't see it, and he even told me 50 times. But I didn't listen and... She clenches her fists. I need to grow up. Like right now, you know? Like right this very second I need to be more than I have been. I need to stop making these mistakes I have already made once before. I need to in my head I can do it. I know I can. But in life I just don't. She stares out into the dark. I need to not be one of those people who just go through life making the same mistakes over and over. Everyone I see in the world, it's the same mistakes over and over. She looks back at Mark, the truth finally coming out. Thing is, I love him. I love him so much I can't even think of a way to properly express it to you. You know. She hugs herself, the feeling overwhelming. It's in my skin. I can actually feel it in my skin. And he hates me now and I don't care. His hating me did not affect my feelings for him at all. I love him, I know it. And you know what? I'm going to earn it back. Her eyes are filled with a new resolve. I am going to prove myself worthy off his friendship. I am going to do it. Mark Raxton can only stare, his own heart sinking a little. Man, what's so special about this Peter Parker? Mary Jane doesn't answer. She doesn't need to. She knows exactly who Peter Parker is, and she isn't going to let him go without a fight. Night falls over the glowing skyline of Manhattan, a city of millions where power shifts in the shadows of the skyscrapers. From the darkness, a voice reflects on a changing world. I lived this last night, a man whispers, watching the city breathe. Inside a high-rise office, a silhouette stands by the window as a television broadcast flickers in the background. What the hell is a TiVo? An old man asks, his voice gravelly and out of touch with the modern world. The man at the desk clicks a remote, his attention fixed on the legal drama unfolding on the screen. Watch, he replies, his tone cold and calculated as the news anchor details a federal indictment. On screen, a defense attorney named Alex Lannon stands before a barrage of cameras and microphones. My client is eager to prove his innocence, Lannon announces with a practiced, confident smile. The lawyer continues his impassioned plea, defending the reputation of Walter Dinny. The only thing Walter Dinny is guilty of is being too successful in life, and his loyal association to Wilson Fisk, he argues to the gathered press. Lannon goes even further, painting a notorious crime lord as a saint, who, by the way, is a generous philanthropist to the people of this city, he adds, while the news report labels Dinny as Fisk's consigliere. The broadcast shifts to images of the indictment, citing federal racketeering charges against the Fisk crime family. Yahtzee! A voice calls out from the office shadows as the reporter mentions names like Samuel Silk. The lawyer's face fills the screen again, lamenting the state of justice in the city. It seems you can't be too successful in this world without putting a target on your head. And what kind of message is that to the children? He asks dramatically. In the back of a luxury car, Silvio Manfredi, the man known as Silvermane, stares at his phone with an intense, predatory gaze. Us. What does it have to do with us? He quotes, his ancient face carved with deep lines of ambition. High above the street, Silvermane sits behind his massive desk, looking across at a man standing in the dark. So, what does that have to do with me, Silvermane? The visitor asks, his voice steady and dangerous. Silvermane leans back, a smug satisfaction radiating from his withered frame. Wilson Fisk has a kink in his chain-link fence, he observes, sensing a fatal weakness in his rival's empire. The old man smiles, a sight that would chill anyone with a conscience. Finally, yes, exactly, he mutters, relishing the moment the giant finally stumbles. Silvermane's eyes gleam with malice as he imagines the Kingpin's downfall. It's all coming back to bite him in that incredibly fat touches of his, he adds, a cruel chuckle escaping his lips. He clasps his hands together, leaning forward into the soft glow of the desk lamp. So, my thinking is, with you back in town, the timing of it all, he begins, setting the stage for a betrayal. Silvermane makes his pitch, his voice full of manipulative charm. Maybe it's time for you and me to, finally, do this right, he asks the man in the shadows. The man steps forward, his flat head and scarred features coming into focus. This is Hammerhead. Hey, I muscled you, you muscled me, he recalls with a low, rumbling voice. Hammerhead shrugs off their violent history as if it were business as usual. You owe me money, I took a shot at you. Percent hash it, he growls, dismissing the past. He gestures to the room around them, emphasizing the weight of the present moment. It's all back there, and here we are, here, Hammerhead states, the air thick with impending violence. Hammerhead looks the old crime boss in the eye, his gaze cold and unwavering. So, me and you, finally, he says, repeating the old man's words back to him. In the background, the news report continues to scroll past the silhouette of the massive Kingpin. Kingpin's talkin' a dive, or better yet, he's laying low while the heat's on, Hammerhead observes. The hitman turns his back to the city, focusing solely on the man across the desk. Either way, it's huntin' season, he declares with a terrifying sense of finality. Silvermane nods, believing he has found a new, powerful ally. It was going to happen eventually, he sighs, his guard completely down. Hammerhead leans in, his shadow looming over the ancient gangster. You want to work together, he says, the statement hanging in the air like a death sentence. Silvermane, ever the flatterer, continues to praise the man he thinks he's recruited. In fact, the fact that we both made it this far is more than enough reason to pat ourselves on the back, he claims. He pours on the charm, trying to secure his position. Kid, I won't lie to you, even when me and you were going at it hard and heavy, I was always impressed, Silvermane admits with a false grin. He makes one last appeal to Hammerhead's ego. Ask anyone, I always said it, you really knew how to work your crew, he says, blissfully unaware of his impending fate. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the chaotic energy of a classroom at Midtown High. You had to watch a DVD, a DVD? A teacher screams, his face turning a bright, angry red. The teacher throws his hands up in despair as he paces before the students. Your homework was to watch a DVD, and still you did not do it, he bellows at the top of his lungs. Peter Parker sits among his peers, his mind a million miles away from the lecture. Shut up, idiot. Teaching 10th grade on a 6th grade level, he thinks bitterly to himself. He stares at the back of the student's head in front of him, feeling the walls closing in. I'm bored out of my mind, Peter sighs internally. Gaze drifts to the empty space next to him, where a familiar presence used to be, and now I have to sit here for the rest of my life. Here, he laments. He looks over at Mary Jane, trying to reconcile his feelings with the dangerous life he leads. Next to my now ex-girlfriend, he thinks, his heart aching. They both stare forward, the silence between them louder than the teacher's shouting. And we can pretend like we don't see each other, Peter continues his silent monologue. The logistical nightmare of school and heartache begins to eat at him. I should change my seat. I thought she'd change her seat, so I didn't, he reasons. Regret and necessity war within his mind as he looks down at his desk. I can't believe I broke up with her, but what else was I supposed to do? He asks himself. He recalls the terrifying reality that MJ faced as his partner. She was going to get killed because she's Spider-Man's girlfriend and, frankly, she's too stupid to stay out of trouble when I tell her to, he thinks harshly. He considers reaching out, but the fear of losing her forever holds him back. Maybe I should talk to her about this. No, he decides with a firm mental shake. Peter tries to imagine a future where things are different, but he knows better. Maybe in a couple of months she'll figure out how to be smarter about being with me, and I won't have tono he thinks. He counts the cost of their relationship in narrow escapes. She almost got killed 6 times out of the last 12 big Spider-Man adventures, he calculates with grim precision. He hardens his heart, trying to convince himself that isolation is the only way to keep her safe. There is no way I am putting her in danger because I don't have anything to do on Friday nights. Asterisk, he tells himself. Peter looks away from Mary Jane, his expression one of quiet, determined grief. No, no, leave her alone. Just let her be happy, he thinks. The conflict continues to rage inside him, a storm that Peter can't seem to escape. I want her to be happy. And I want her to. I wish I could just lean over and tell her I want her to be happy, he repeats mentally. He adds a final, desperate condition to his wish. And alive. Preferably more alive than happy, he muses, his face a mask of exhaustion. The teacher's voice breaks through his thoughts, bringing him back to the mundane misery of the classroom. So I break up with her, which had to be done, but now I have to sit next to her for what year is it? Peter asks. He tries to ground himself in the present, but his mind feels fractured. What am I? A sophomore? 10th grade? He wonders, his focus slipping. He looks at the clock, the seconds ticking by like hours. Almost done with 10th grade, he thinks, feeling the slow crawl of time. The realization of how much time he has left in this cycle of pain hits him. Well, that means I only have a couple of years left to sit and feel her not look at me as I don't look at her, he realizes. Jealousy, hot and sharp, flares up as he imagines her moving on. But of course, she'll probably end up dating someone new by next week, he assumes with a bitter scowl. He picks a name out of his resentment to fuel the fire. Knowing her, someone stupid like Flash Thompson, to show me, he thinks. Peter's imagination runs wild, painting a picture of his own social isolation. And then I have to pretend I'm not looking at them making out in the lunchroom. Oh, that'll be a treat, he thinks sarcastically. The internal pressure finally reaches a breaking point. So she'll be making out with Flash Thompson, and I'll be not making out with anyone ever again because I'm Spider-Man. He rages silently. He mocks the responsibility that has become a cage for his heart. And with great power must come not making out with my girlfriend ever again, he screams in his head. Suddenly, Peter stands up, grabbing his bag and books in one motion. Oh, enough of this, he decides, unable to play the part of the normal student for another second. The teacher stops his rant, staring in shock as Peter heads for the exit. Excuse me, Mr. Parker, where are you going? The man asks, bewildered. Peter doesn't even slow down, his eyes fixed on the door. Bathroom, he lies without a trace of emotion. The teacher tries to reassert control, pointing a finger as Peter reaches the handle. You sit down right this, the man commands. Peter stops and turns, his face a mask of cold defiance. Or what? You'll fail me. I could teach this class, he retorts with a biting edge. The teacher's jaw drops as Peter exits, the room falling into a stunned silence. The door swings shut behind him with a final, echoing crash. Slam reverberates through the hallway. The students look at the empty doorway, in a mixture of disbelief and excitement. The tension breaks as several kids burst into laughter. Snap! One student yells, enjoying the spectacle. The teacher is left standing at the front of the room, his face a deep, furious shade of purple. Mary Jane watches the spot where Peter was standing, her eyes wide with a combination of shock and lingering concern. High above the city streets, Spider-Man swings with a sense of desperate kinetic energy. Spider-Man no more. Why was I all like, Spider-Man no more? He asks himself. He flips through the air, the wind screaming past his mask as he navigates the skyscrapers. Spider-Man's not the problem. When I'm Spider-Man, everything's fine, he realizes. He fires a webline, soaring higher into the night sky. I'm free, I'm proactive, doing stuff he thinks with a newfound clarity. He lands on a rooftop, looking out over the city he's sworn to protect, helping people. It's Peter Parker that's the problem, he concludes. He stands tall against the moonlight, his silhouette a symbol of hope and isolation. How about Peter Parker no more? He muses, contemplating a life without the burden of normalcy. Hours later, inside his opulent private chambers, Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, is suddenly awakened. What? He asks, his voice deep and rumbling in the darkness. A man stands at the doorway, his silhouette small compared to the massive frame of his employer. Sorry, Mr. Fisk. Silvermane is dead. His nurse found him, he reports softly. The subordinate provides the gruesome details of the hit. Murdered, head smushed to nothing, the man adds, his voice trembling slightly. Fisk's expression doesn't change, but his eyes narrow, processing the threat instantly. He rises from the bed, his presence filling the large room. "I want to see the coroner report, Mr. Dinny," Fisk commands, his voice calm but lethal. Walter Dinny nods, his face pale in the dim light. "The information is good. He's dead," he confirms with a grim certainty. Fisk stares into the shadows, his mind already 3 steps ahead of the unfolding chaos. "I want to see the coroner report," he repeats, his tone brooking no argument. Dinny bows his head, acknowledging the command. "Okay, sorry," he mumbles, backing away. Fisk begins to pull on a silk robe, his massive muscles rippling under his skin. "Did they match the fingerprints to anyone?" he asks, his focus unwavering. "No," Dinny replies, looking at his notes. "No one saw anyone go in or out of Silvermane's high-rise apartment in the middle of New York City?" Fisk asks, his voice full of skepticism. He continues his interrogation, his voice rising slightly in pitch. "No one heard anything? No one came running?" he asks. "No," Dinny says, sounding increasingly nervous. "And no one's taking credit for it on the street?" Fisk adds, his eyes fixed on his advisor. Dinny tries to frame the murder as a tactical advantage. "There's a way to see this as a positive thing," he suggests tentatively. He explains the strategic logic of the situation. "With you having to lay low, Silvermane was the first one in line to take a swipe at your territory," Dinny points out. Dinny concludes his thought, hoping to soothe the kingpin's rising irritation. "Now he's not," he says simply. Fisk doesn't look satisfied, he looks like a predator who has sensed a rival in his territory. Dinny sees the look and his heart sinks. "Oh no, sir, I can't let you do that," he stammers. He warns Fisk of the dangerous public exposure they currently face. "The spotlight is too bright. You can't. Not now," Dinny pleads. Fisk's expression remains an unreadable mask of power. Dinny continues to beg for caution. "You know I'm right. I know you know I'm right," he says, desperation creeping into his voice. He looks out the window, sensing the vultures circling their empire. "They've been waiting for this," Dinny warns, his voice a low whisper. Dinny reminds him of the legal battle they are already fighting. "You have to stay above water until the federal prosecutor blows his case. It's the only way," he argues. He points out the fragility of their current position. Even the slightest hint that you're not," he begins. Fisk cuts him off with a single, devastating command. "Get me Electra. They need to know," he says, his voice like cold iron. Dinny's eyes wide in terror as the weight of the order hits him. "Know what?" he asks, his voice shaking. Fisk turns toward him, his face twisted into a snarl of pure, unrestrained power. "To be afraid of me," he declares, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. Meanwhile, down at the New York harbor, a massive truck pulls up to a silent warehouse. "What is this?" a worker asks, looking at the cargo manifest. "TiVos," another worker replies, looking at the boxes being unloaded from the trailer. One of the workers pries open a crate and stares in confusion. "It's empty," he notes, his voice echoing in the large space. "It's the case," the first worker explains, his frustration evident. Inside the warehouse, a group of armed men gather around the shipment. What am I gonna do with a truck full of TiVo cases?" one asks. A goon tries to rationalize the strange theft. "It's the case of the TiVo. You gotta put the TiVo in it," he explains helpfully. He suggests they take the initiative to complete the product. "I was thinkin', we get a truck full of TiVo guts and put 'em together," and he continues. The group's leader is not in a problem-solving mood. "Where am I gonna get the percentage cash out of here with this?" he screams at his subordinate. The goon keeps talking, unaware of how close he is to a beating. "No, we get the TiVo and put them in and we sell," he says stubbornly. The boss scoffs at the whole idea. "Get through HDMI, Radio Shack?" he asks sarcastically. Suddenly, Hammerhead steps out of the darkness, followed by several imposing figures. "Times are tough," he notes dryly. The warehouse crew freezes, their hands hovering over their weapons. "Holy," one of them gasps, recognizing the newcomers. Hammerhead addresses the room, his presence immediately commanding total attention. "Guys trying to make a living," he says, his voice low and dangerous. He points out the harsh reality of their current employment. "Fisk cut you guys off at the knees," Hammerhead observes with a cold, knowing smile. He offers them a way out of the Kingpin's crumbling empire. "I get it. Believe me, I get it," he says with practiced sincerity. One of Hammerhead's companions looks around the warehouse. "Everything's going up, nothing's coming back down," he notes. One of the workers recognizes the man in the lead. "Geez, Hammer," he whispers, his voice full of fear. "Hardly seems fair to you guys," Hammerhead continues. Hammerhead turns to one of the men specifically. "Hey, Reggie," he says casually, as if they were old friends meeting on the street. Reggie stares back, his eyes wide with shock. "I thought you were dead," he says, his voice barely audible. "I was. It sucked. I came back. The hell are you guys doing?" Hammerhead replies dismissively. He pushes the men to make a choice. "Still buying and selling for Fisk? It's over for him. It's over," Hammerhead declares firmly. He gestures to his new allies, some of the most dangerous men in the city. "Meet my crew, used to be kingpins, now they're with me. Fancy Dan, Montana, Stern, Ox," he lists them off. Reggie nods slowly, acknowledging the power behind Hammerhead. "Yeah, I know 'em," he says simply. "Good, get the cash box and let's go," Hammerhead orders. One of the workers looks at the empty TiVo cases again. "The hell is a TiVo?" he asks. "It's pretty cool, actually." Montana starts to explain from behind his lasso. Hammerhead cuts him off, his patience wearing thin. "I don't care, gimme," he says, pointing his hand. "What?" Reggie asks, confused. Hammerhead clarifies his demand with a single, sharp word. "Gun," he says, his hand remaining outstretched. Reggie hesitates, his grip tightening on his weapon. I don't really let anyone touch my," he begins tentatively. Hammerhead looks him in the eye, his expression darkening into something predatory. "We're going to have a problem this early on in our relationship?" he asks dangerously. Reggie stammers, his confidence evaporating under Hammerhead's gaze. He mutters, his voice trembling. Montana tries to intervene. "Dan, he starts. Hammerhead doesn't back down. "Here," he says, his hand still waiting for the weapon. Reggie finally relents, handing over his gun. "Can we, get out of here?" he asks, his eyes darting around the room. Hammerhead looks around the warehouse one last time. "Anything else worth having in here?" he asks his crew. 10 gross of ceramic piggy banks and a bunch of that crappy RC cola," Ox grunts from the back. Hammerhead sighs, his disappointment palpable. "That would be no then?" he asks dryly. "Yeah," Ox confirms. They begin to exit. Hammerhead looks back at the pathetic stash of stolen goods. "Nickel and dime %," he mutters under his breath. Suddenly, without warning, Hammerhead turns and fires several shots into the stacks of gas canisters and fuel drums. "Bam!" echoes through the warehouse as the building is consumed by an explosive inferno. Across town, in the sterile, brightly lit room of an interrogation facility, a blond man in an orange jumpsuit sits waiting. "Next!" a cold, professional voice calls out. An official looks at a folder on the desk. "Daniel Rand, Danny," she asks, her tone neutral as she reviews his file. Danny Rand sits perfectly still, his eyes focused and calm. "Yes, ma'am," he replies with a quiet, practiced discipline. The official summarizes his time in custody. "You've served 4 months of the 6-month sentence. Your behavior reports are exceptional," she notes, turning a page in the folder. She continues, questioning the specific details of his arrest. "Can we assume you have learned the error of your ways? You are in here for attacking a man with your it says here he's this, right?" she asks, looking up at him. Danny nods his head, his expression unchanging. "Iron fist. Yes, ma'am," he states clearly. The official is confused by the phrasing. "Is that some sort of slang?" she asks, her brow furrowed. Danny shakes his head, his voice steady. "No, ma'am," he replies, a hint of something deeper in his eyes. He begins to explain the truth behind his unique ability. I am a martial artist. I have been trained to focus my chimey life energies into a focal point on my body," he says. "I used to use my fist. It's what it is called. translates in English to an iron fist, Danny explains, his voice full of a calm authority. The official looks at him skeptically, as if he were telling a fairy tale. "So you have powers?" she asks bluntly. Danny Rand downplays his extraordinary talent. "I have abilities. Anyone can do it. With the training," he says, a subtle, knowing smile forming on his lips. The official leans forward, testing his commitment to peace. "But you wouldn't do that use your powers on another?" she asks, her eyes searching his for any sign of aggression. Danny looks her in the eye, his gaze unwavering. "No, ma'am, I certainly would not," he lies with a perfectly composed face. Meanwhile, back at the docks of New York Harbor, the night sky is illuminated by a massive, raging inferno. Spider-Man arrives at the scene, looking down at the destruction below. Smoke and fire billow into the air as the warehouse is slowly consumed by the flames. "You hear me?" a voice bellows from a nearby rooftop. Spider-Man turns to see a figure standing against the firelight, his white suit and moon-shaped emblem gleaming in the dark. This is Moon Knight. The vigilante points a finger at the web-slinger, his voice full of righteous fury. "You people are destroying the city, and it stops now," he screams, his cloak billowing in the heat. Spider-Man looks up, his mask unmoving despite his confusion. "Whoa, woof, I can't believe that worked. I saw it in a Jackie Chan movie," he jokes, trying to defuse the situation. Moon Knight doesn't respond to the humor. He lunges forward, his movements precise and lethal. "I read the papers. Everywhere there's trouble, there you are," he bellows as he attacks. He blames Spider-Man for the chaos that has engulfed the city. "There's trouble here, and here you arg," Moon Knight yells as his strike is parried. Spider-Man dodges a flurry of blows, his agility keeping him just out of reach of the vigilante's wrath. "I just got here. I didn't do any of this," he shouts back, his voice rising in frustration. Moon Knight continues his assault, his focus solely on the hero in front of him. "Shush, I had self-righteous for lunch," he snaps, ignoring the hero's pleas of innocence. Spider-Man flips through the air, trying to find an opening. "Jackie Chan is my new watcha," he yells as he lands a solid kick, sending Moon Knight stumbling back. Moon Knight recovers quickly, throwing a handful of crescent blades with expert precision. Fizz, they sound as they slice through the air toward the web-slinger. Spider-Man fires a web line, catching the blades midair and pinning them to the wall. Chunk, they land, trapped in the sticky substance. Spider-Man looks over at the webbed blades, his voice full of playful mockery. "Hey, you make these moon things yourself, or do you order them special?" he asks. Moon Knight glares at him, his face a mask of cold anger. "Those are mine," he growls, his voice a low, vibrating threat. Spider-Man laughs, clearly enjoying the vigilante's irritation. "Until you threw them at me. Now they're mine," he teases, holding the webbed bundle up for Moon Knight to see. Moon Knight pauses, his gaze softening for a moment as he truly looks at the young hero. "How old are you?" he asks, his voice sounding genuinely curious. From a nearby rooftop, hidden in the shadows, Elektra watches the entire encounter, a cell phone pressed to her ear. "It certainly does seem like Spider-Man," she reports calmly. She continues her analysis of the hero's erratic behavior. "He's jumping around and he won't stop talking," Elektra adds, her voice a low whisper in the night. She confirms the identity of the combatant to her employer. "Best guess? Yes," she says with a quiet finality. Back on the battlefield, the police begin to arrive, their sirens wailing through the night sky. Spider-Man looks down and sighs. "Cool, now the police are here to shoot at me," he mutters. The next morning, the front page of the Daily Bugle screams with a new, sensational headline, "Moonman cometh," with an image of the vigilante standing over the burning harbor. Next to it, a smaller headline reads, "Silvermane dead." Inside the offices of the Bugle, J. Jonah Jameson is having an absolute meltdown. "Cometh, Eugene O'Neill, the Iceman cometh, cometh," he bellows, waving the paper in Robbie Robertson's face. Robbie tries to defend the title choice, but JJJ isn't listening. "Robbie, I asked for Moonman terrorizes Big Apple. He didn't terrorize anyone, Jonah." Robertson starts to explain. Jameson continues to roar, his frustration boiling over. "I asked for," he shouts, pointing a finger at his editor. Ben Urich enters the room, his eyes fixed on the notepad in his hands. "I know whose warehouse it was," he says calmly, breaking through the shouting. JJJ turns his fury on the veteran reporter. "Give it," he demands, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. Ben begins to detail the complex corporate structure of the target building. Texter Incorporated division of Ralco, which is a subsidiary of Sandler Electronics, which is... Drumroll, he teases with a smirk. Jameson's impatience reaches a fever pitch. "Give it," he bellows at the top of his lungs. Ben delivers the final, devastating name. "Wilson Fisk," he says simply, leaning against the doorway. Jameson's face lights up with a combination of glee and predatory instinct. "Boom!" he exclaims, slamming his hand down on the desk. Another staff member joins in the celebration. "Yahtzee!" he yells, caught up in the boss's excitement. JJJ immediately shuts down the enthusiasm with a cold glare. "Don't," he says firmly. Jameson summarizes the night's violent events with a dark humor. "So, Moonman burnt down a Fisk warehouse. Silvermane shot dead in his own house. This world is a hoot," he laughs, gesturing to the city outside. He looks at the newspaper again, his mind already working on the next sensational story. "My paper, you can say hoot but I can't say Yahtzee," he asks the other editors. Peter Parker stands in the doorway, carrying a stack of fresh reports. "I was trying it out," he mutters quietly, hoping to go unnoticed. JJJ spots him and immediately zeroes in on his newest employee. "Parker, don't just stand there standing there. Where's the article to go with your world-exclusive headline?" he demands. Peter is already moving toward his desk. "Fisk burns, on it, a evening edition," he says quickly, trying to sound professional. Ben Urich watches him go, a suspicious, thoughtful look in his eyes. "Moon Knight," he whispers to himself. Robbie Robertson looks at Ben in confusion. "What?" he asks, not hearing the whispered name. Ben repeats himself, his focus still on the boy at the computer. "Moon Knight," he says again, more firmly this time. JJJ shakes his head, his face a mask of annoyance. "No, Moonman is funnier. Go away," he says, dismissing the reporters as he turns back to his work. Peter stands at the office water cooler, his head in his hand, as he processes his own mistake. I heard the kids at school say his name was Moon Knight, asterisk he thinks, realizing he gave away too much. He closes his eyes, cursing his own big mouth. "Woo, way to not be too obvious with your secret identity," asterisk he sarcastically thinks. He tries to convince himself that the mistake isn't that bad. At least this Moon Knight is taking the hit for the fire. Which clearly isn't true. I don't know if it's true or not. What do I know? He wonders. The sudden influx of information is overwhelming. All of a sudden I know everything. But hey, at least it isn't me taking the rap this time. What was that guy's problem? Hate getting into idiot fights with idiots like that, he concludes. Peter sits at his cubicle, staring at the screen, but his thoughts are back at the warehouse. Some jerk all hopped up on something or something. Just throwing stuff at me and screaming and yelling, he remembers. Suddenly, the sharp ring of the telephone breaks his concentration. Blee blee, it sounds, echoing in the quiet office. He answers it with a tired sigh. A familiar, disappointed voice comes through the receiver. "We'll talk about this when I get home from my wine class," Aunt May says, her tone cold and final. Peter's heart sinks, his fatigue turning into a heavy sense of guilt. "I'm sorry," he stammers into the phone. Aunt May isn't finished. "Tusk, is this about breaking up with MJ?" she asks, her voice full of concern and judgment. Peter looks down, his expression one of total exhaustion. Just what the world needs, another guy in a costume with issues, he thinks. He identifies himself, trying to maintain a professional front. "Buglecom Web Design, Peter P., he starts, but his aunt cuts him off again. The silence on the line is heavy with expectation, as Aunt May prepares her next question. She gets straight to the point of her call. "Did you not go to school today?" she asks, her voice sharp and demanding an answer. Peter tries to find a way to navigate the situation. Hi, Aunt May, don't you hi me. Did you skip school today?" she repeats, her patience gone. He pauses, weighing his options before finally giving in. No, yes, he admits, his voice sounding small and defeated. Aunt May's disappointment is palpable even through the phone line. "Peter, you have to go to school, we talked about this. They called me," she says, her tone one of deep sadness. Peter stares at his desk, the weight of his secret life feeling like an anchor pulling him down. Wilson Fisk. Arg, he thinks, his thoughts spinning. Aunt May ends the call with a final, painful comparison. "Stop running away from your life. Just like your father," she says, the words cutting deep into Peter's heart. Later that afternoon, Ben Urich is back at his desk, his phone pressed to his ear as he continues his investigation. "Hi, this is Ben Urich from the Daily Bugle. Mr. Fisk, please," he says with practiced politeness. He is put on hold, and a mindless, upbeat melody begins to play through the receiver. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do, Ben hums along, trying to pass the time. He waits patiently, pen hovering over his notepad. "Well, I'm currently writing a story for tomorrow's headline, and I wanted to know if Mr. Fisk had any comment on the warehouse fire at the pier," he says as the line connects again. Ben continues, pressing for details about the ownership of the building. "Because the warehouse belonged to him, I wanted to yes, it actually did belong to," he says, his voice full of curiosity. He brings up the federal investigation, hoping for a reaction. "I wanted to know if this fire had anything to do with the ongoing federal yes, I'll be right here," Ben says, his tone respectful but firm. Peter stands in the doorway of Ben's office, listening to the conversation with an intense, focused gaze. Ben is finally put through to a source who gives him a very direct answer. "Yes, I'm still here. So no comment then?" he asks, his eyebrows raising in surprise. He repeats the response back, a small, amused smile forming on his face. He mutters as he listens to the string of insults coming through the line. Ben laughs and starts writing. "Well, that is a comment, sir. Not a nice one, but we will print it. Would you like to retract, okay?" "Well then, percent $% it is," he says cheerfully, hanging up the phone. Later that evening, Spider-Man is back out on the rooftops, his thoughts turning to the target of Ben's call. "The Kingpin? Hey, if this herb would just topple in my lifetime," he muses, looking down at the city lights. He feels the crushing weight of injustice. Is that asking too much? I don't ask for much in this world. Just go to jail already. He shouts into the wind, his voice lost in the urban noise. He leaps from one building to the next, his mind full of resentment. This murdering, thieving scum gets to do whatever he wants because he's Mr. Money, he notes with a bitter scowl. He compares his own struggles to the Kingpin's immunity. "And I can't even take a day off of school without the hammer coming down," he laments, his focus on the massive tower ahead. Suddenly, a heavy steel door on the rooftop clicks open. Click-clack, the latch sounds, and Spider-Man immediately goes on the defensive. A figure steps out from the shadows of the doorway. It's Elektra, her silhouette tall and imposing against the glowing lights. "Mr. Fisk would like to speak to you," she says calmly, her voice full of a quiet authority. Spider-Man freezes in place, his heart racing as he looks at the deadly assassin standing before him. I've come so close. I would love to be part of his downfall. Love, love, love it, he thinks, his eyes fixed on the open door. He recalls the last time he tried to bring the Kingpin down. "I had him dead to rights that one time, videotape evidence and everything," he thinks, the memory still fresh in his mind. Desire for justice is visceral, a deep-seated need to see the criminal pay for his crimes. "I would love to gift-wrap some hard evidence and hand it to whoever I have to hand it to, and watch this fat F," he starts to think. He stares at Elektra, a question of trust hanging in the air between them. How do I know he didn't tell you to already?" he asks, his voice sounding small against the backdrop of the city. Elektra doesn't move, her gaze steady and unreadable. She offers no reassurance, only the command she was sent to deliver. Spider-Man asks the ultimate question, his voice full of a wary suspicion. "You promise you won't try to kill me?" he asks, his body tense and ready for an attack. Elektra remains silent for a long moment, the only sound the wind rushing around them on the high rooftop. She finally speaks, her voice as sharp and cold as a blade. "Not until Mr. Fisk tells me to," she replies, her meaning clear. Spider-Man feels his spider sense buzzing at the base of his skull. And my spider sense would be blaring, he realizes, but he knows he has to take the meeting. They stand together in the elevator as it descends, the silence between them thick with a mutual, dangerous tension. Spider-Man looks over at her, trying to read the woman next to him. Elektra keeps her eyes fixed forward, her posture rigid and alert. She offers no opening for conversation. Spider-Man tries to find a name for the woman who has him so off balance. "What was your name again?" "Stop staring at them," she says, her voice cutting through the quiet elevator. Spider-Man quickly looks away, his face turning red under the mask. "What? No, what?" He stammers, unable to find the words to defend himself. A small, cruel smile forms on Elektra's lips, her first show of emotion since they met on the roof. The elevator doors open to reveal Wilson Fisk sitting at a long table, a cardboard box of pizza open in front of him. "I was just going to have a bite," he says casually, as if he were expecting a friend. He gestures to the chair across from him, his voice sounding surprisingly hospitable. "Have some pizza with me. Let's talk like men," Fisk offers, looking up at the hero. Spider-Man is bewildered by the Kingpin's complete lack of surprise at his arrival. "How did you know I was coming?" "I didn't even know I was coming," he asks, his voice full of a wary suspicion. Fisk explains his security measures with a touch of condescension. "Oh, I didn't. I have cameras on the roof. Got them just because of you," he reveals, taking a bite of his slice. He details his instructions to his security team. "I told my men to tell me if you ever stopped by again," Fisk adds, his eyes fixed on the hero. He claims to have wanted this conversation for some time. "I've been looking forward to the opportunity to talk to you in a less hostile environment," he says, his tone almost pleasant. Fisk points to the empty chair again. "Sit, eat, ha," he exclaims, his laugh sounding like a series of short, sharp barks. Spider-Man remains standing, his body tense and ready for a trap. "I own the parlor. I bought it after I tasted a slice actually," Fisk notes, savoring his meal. He continues to praise the quality of the pizza, his voice full of a calm, dangerous authority. "It's the best in New York. I know a lot of people claim that, but," he says. Spider-Man is not here for small talk. "What do you want to talk about?" he asks bluntly, his gaze fixed on the crime lord across the table. Fisk swallows his food and looks the hero in the eye. "Many things. I have many questions, many topics. I am an enigma, so why do you think they hate you?" he asks, his voice full of a dark curiosity. He points a finger at the young man in the mask. "Who, you?" Spider-Man asks, his voice cracking slightly in confusion. Fisk holds up a copy of the Daily Bugle, the headline "Spider-Man Menace," screaming from the front page. Beside it is another, more positive headline: "Fisk bails out library," with a picture of the smiling Kingpin. Fisk clarifies the scope of his question. "People, the people who you risk your life for every day. Why do you think they hate you?" he asks again, his tone mocking and superior. Spider-Man looks down at the paper, then back up at the massive man in the expensive suit. "The costume?" he guesses, his voice sounding younger and more unsure than before. Fisk laughs, a dry, dusty sound that carries no genuine emotion. He starts, his eyes fixed on the hero. Spider-Man cuts him off, his voice rising in anger as he gives his own assessment of why people hate the Kingpin. "Oh wait, I know why," he says. "It's because I run a criminal empire and cloak it in charity work and quote-unquote legitimate businesses and try to sell myself as something I'm not." Spider-Man lists off, his hands balled into fists. He pauses for a moment, letting the words sink in. "No wait, that's you," he adds, his voice full of a sharp, youthful disdain. Fisk's expression remains perfectly composed as he delivers his own dark assessment of humanity. Society, hate you because they don't want your help," he claims calmly. He continues his psychological attack on the young hero's motivations. "You remind them of how weak-willed and sheep-like and unspecial they are, how gleeful they are, deep down, to be ordinary," Fisk says with a cold certainty. He explains why heroes are viewed as a threat to the average person's sense of self. They don't want heroes, they don't want special people around them, because if there are special people and they aren't one of them, well, who wants that? He asks. Fisk summarizes his cynical view of the human condition. Who wants a constant reminder that they aren't even trying to be special? He asks, his gaze piercing through the hero's mask. Spider-Man listens, his posture rigid and uncompromising. Thing is, if that's true or not, and I think it's simplistic and stuff. But if it is true, I guess I don't care, he replies firmly. Fisk smiles, his eyes gleaming with a cold, superior light. That's sweet. See, the difference between you and I is that you really are just a child, he says condescendingly. He claims to find the hero's perspective enviable, though his voice suggests otherwise. You benefit from the wide-eyed optimism of youth. I do envy you that somewhat, Fisk notes with a sigh. He adds a final, devastating assessment of the young man's worldview. But, like many of your decisions in life, it's just naive, Fisk continues, his tone full of a quiet, lethal authority. He warns of the painful lessons that await the young hero in the future. And I don't envy that harsh, cold slap of reality that will come your way soon enough, but I guess it's inevitable, he adds. Spider-Man isn't intimidated by the Kingpin's philosophical games. Oh man, here it comes. What's that? He asks, his voice full of a biting sarcasm. He mocks the crime lord's attempts to justify his own life. You're about to tell me you have this guy's amazing philosophy to justify your horrible life, Spider-Man says, taking a defiant bite of pizza. Fisk continues, his voice calm and steady. People don't want to be special. I do think that. It is my philosophy, he says, leaning forward across the table. Fisk stares into the eyes of the young hero, his face a mask of calculated, overwhelming power. Spider-Man stares back, but the weight of the city seems to press down on him in the silence of the tower. To be continued. The air in Midtown High is thick with the mindless chatter of teenagers, 100 different stories clashing in the hallway. Somewhere in the crowd, a voice rises above the rest. What's that smell? A student asks, nose wrinkling in disgust. The mystery is solved with a groan of realization. I think I sat in gum, a boy complains to his friends. It's a trivial tragedy in a world of superhero battles, but to a high schooler, it's the end of the world. While the students worry about gum and grades, the city outside is far less forgiving. High above the asphalt, the web-slinger tears through the sky, his movements a blur of red and blue against the setting sun. Webline snaps tight, vibrating with the tension of his high-speed flight across the concrete canyons. Spider-Man doesn't have time for lunchroom drama. He's got a city that never stops screaming for help. Meanwhile, inside the precinct, a woman dressed like a comic book villain is being hauled away, shouting at the ceiling. I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy, she screams while the officers maintain their grip. Captain Jean DeWolf takes her coffee from an officer, but her focus is on the detective leaning against her desk. Not every guy in a costume is a guy in a costume, the detective scoffs, eyes full of cynicism. He takes a long sip of his drink, barely hiding his contempt for the vigilante scene. We don't know how well he tussled with him. You could tussle with Spider-Man, it would last about 5. Suddenly, a shadow drops past the window. A frantic "ah-yee" rings out as the officers freeze in shock. Reflexes take over as the detective draws his sidearm and lets out a thunderous bam, a bullet shattering the evening air. The window explodes into 1,000 glass shards with a violent spash, leaving the precinct vulnerable to the night. Spider-Man perches on the jagged edge of the windowsill, his hands raised in a defensive gesture. What the heck was that? He asks, stunned by the sudden gunfire. DeWolf steps forward, trying to maintain order. I'm so sorry. That detective had a traumatic incident with this mutant called Wolverine once, and, she explains as the wall crawler drops into the room. Spider-Man crosses his arms, leaning back against a filing cabinet. I've had one of those, he mutters, clearly unimpressed by the police welcome. DeWolf continues, her voice sounding practiced and dry. Please don't let that incident tarnish your feelings about the New York Police Department and its. The hero interrupts, peering at her through his large white lenses. Are you reading from a card? He asks bluntly. She ignores the jab, getting straight to the point. Are you okay? What are you doing here? Why didn't you call? I gave you my card. Spider-Man gestures to his skin-tight suit. I don't have pockets, he says matter-of-factly. The absurdity of the situation hits her, and DeWolf can't help but let out a sharp, ha. I'm, not joking, he clarifies, but the tension has already begun to shift into something more serious. Spider-Man leans in closer, his voice dropping. Listen, I need your advice on something. Yesterday I was having pizza with the Kingpin and... DeWolf's eyes widen. Not about pockets, she asks, her skepticism returning instantly. Listen, the hero insists. He actually invited me in. And well, he gave me the address to where he said this guy called Hammerhead lives. She stares at him, processing the name. Okay, she replies, waiting for the rest of the bombshell. Yeah, he said that this Hammerhead dude killed this other old mafia the other Spidey starts. But DeWolf cuts him off. Hammerhead killed Silverman, she asks, the implications of a gang war flashing through her mind. He said, yeah, that's what he said, Spidey confirms, his head dipping slightly as he relays the underworld gossip. DeWolf looks away, her brow furrowed. Huh, she exhales, the piece of the puzzle finally falling into place. And supposedly Hammerhead blew up that warehouse, Spider-Man adds, piling on the evidence given to him by the city's biggest crime lord. He paces slightly on the rooftop. And that Hammerhead's on this whole, crime spree because the Kingpin's laying low now. DeWolf whispers the name to herself, as if it's a curse. Hammerhead. She turns back to the masked hero. Do you even know who that is? She asks, her voice stern. Spidey nods. Yeah, I do. Might be a mutant. Rumor was he died, though. DeWolf's cynicism returns. But hey, wouldn't be the first mutant I ever heard of that was dead. Then not. She steps closer to him, her eyes searching his mask. Why would the Kingpin tell you this? Spider-Man pauses, the weight of the manipulation hanging between them. He said he wanted me to take care of it for him, she finishes for him, her voice flat. Yep, Spidey admits. They stand in silence for a moment, two allies in a city built on secrets and blood. He told you this, she asks again. The hero gives a simple, yep, knowing how bad it sounds to be the Kingpin's unofficial hitman. DeWolf's gaze is piercing. Did he give you money? She asks, her tone bordering on an interrogation. No, Spider-Man shoots back, his voice rising in defense of his integrity. Did he? She repeats, unmoved. No, I would never take his money. What? He exclaims, gesturing wildly with his gloved hands. Just his pizza, she quips, reminding him of his earlier slip. Spidey doesn't find it funny. I would never take his money, never. He points a finger at her. I want to put him in jail. And he had the nerve to ask me to do his dirty work, and I ain't doing it. DeWolf walks away, her head down. What? Spidey asks, following her. I'm thinking, she replies shortly. She stops and turns, her expression unreadable. I can't tell you legally, I can't tell you that I think the Kingpin's right. She leans in, her voice a low conspiratorial whisper. That you should go take care of this Hammerhead. Spidey's posture slumps in confusion. But he is, and you should, she admits, crossing a line she never thought she would. What? Spider-Man asks, the moral ground shifting beneath his feet yet again. DeWolf looks out over the city. I don't think the system is going to work here the way we would hope it would. She sighs, the exhaustion of her job etched into her face. Hammerhead would have to be caught red-handed, and even then, it's an obstacle course of politics and legalities. Spidey tries to process this new directive. So you're saying, people need this guy gone, she replies simply. The hero is shell-shocked. I can't believe this, he mutters. He's used to being the outlaw, not the police's secret weapon. DeWolf gestures to his suit. You're the one wearing a costume and a mask, so you can go around and beat the crap out of criminals. Why not this one? Hypothetically, she asks, her eyes locked onto his. It's a dangerous question for a cop to ask. Yeah, but you're the police, Spidey stammers, clutching the back of his neck in frustration. Yeah, she admits, knowing the irony better than anyone else in this room. But why is the fact that Kingpin is the one that pointed out Hammerhead to you any different than if you would have found this out yourself? She challenges. She delivers the cold, hard truth of the streets. Bad guy's a bad guy. Her phone chirps with a frantic glee sound. She pulls it out. Geez, DeWolf, what? Where? Okay. She snaps the phone shut and looks at him with sudden urgency. What are you doing now? What? Spidey asks, caught off guard. There's a disturbance in Chinatown, she reports. If you were to go over there and take care of it, you'll get there before the police. She pauses, her professional mask slipping back into place. In theory. Spider-Man doesn't hesitate, his hero instincts overriding his confusion. What kind of disturbance? 7 minutes ago, in the heart of Chinatown, the streets are humming with their usual busy energy. A blond man in a leather jacket walks through the market, his eyes scanning the crowd with the focus of a predator. He looks around at the stalls of fresh vegetables, a stranger in a familiar land. Across the street, a young man with a sharp haircut stops his work, eyes widening as he recognizes the newcomer. The two men lock eyes, a history of training and battle unspoken between them. Shanghai, the blond man says quietly. Danny Rand, the Iron Fist, the other responds, his voice steady despite the surprise. They bow to each other, a sign of mutual respect that transcends the chaos of the city around them. A firm handshake follows, two masters of the martial arts reunited in the most unlikely of places. Later, they sit in a quiet restaurant, the steam from their food rising between them. Did you hear about Master Key while you were in prison? Danny asks. Yes, Shanghai replies, his face darkened by the memory. Who's running the school now? Danny continues. It's closed, comes the grim answer. The legacy they once knew is crumbling. Shanghai leans forward, his voice tight with frustration. These people need me here. They need someone to protect them. The police do nothing. He holds up 3 fingers, his anger simmering. 3 youth gangs in one little Chinatown. 3 gangs and they're all fighting for pennies. Danny watches him, his expression sympathetic. I was shocked to hear you were back in New York. I thought you'd left. Shanghai takes a bite of his food, his jaw set. He doesn't need to explain why he stayed. The scars on the street speak for him. That's terrible, Danny mutters, looking down at the table. For pennies, literally, Shanghai growls, his fist clenching. They kill, they steal, they rape their own people. I'm sorry, it's been tense, he apologizes, trying to rein in his fury. Okay, Danny soothes. Danny looks him in the eye. It will, because I will fight them, until they learn not to come here. A small, sad smile touches Danny's lips. So, nothing's changed. Shanghai glances toward the door, his senses on high alert. The atmosphere in the room has shifted. Danny wipes his mouth with a napkin. Well, they haven't learned yet, he says, his voice taking on a harder edge. Suddenly, the restaurant is flooded with armed men, a sea of hostile faces surrounding their table. Which one? One asks. That one, another points. A man with a scarred, flat forehead steps forward. Hammerhead has arrived to collect what he thinks is his. He stares down at the 2 masters. Shanghai remains seated, his expression calm, but his body is a coiled spring ready to snap. A gun is pressed against Danny's head, the cold steel a reminder of the stakes in this room. The master of Kung Fu is a whirlwind of destruction, sending gang members flying over the tables. The room becomes a blur of flying fists and shattering wood, a masterpiece of martial violence. Is your iron fist still working? Danny shouts over the din. Your choice, Danny replies as he enters the fray. Hate to use it on kids. A wooden bat shatters against a skull with a sickening smack and a heavy whack, but the masters don't slow down. One goon goes down with a F-whap, while another is sent reeling by a thunderous thrack. Og, he screams as his world spins. The sound of a blade leaving its sheath, snick, echoes through the air as a thug tries to even the odds with a knife. Danny Rand delivers a bone-jarring wham and a sharp crack, showing why he's one of the most feared men on the planet. Another body hits the floor with a dull thum, as the gang realizes they've made a fatal mistake. Bodies pile up as the fight moves like a choreographed dance of pain and precision. Og, Arig, Yeogshea, oof, ring out in the small space. Shanghai smashes a chair over a goon's head with a thump, while Danny finishes another with a sharp smack. Ha! He shouts in the heat of battle. Hammerhead watches his men fall, his face twisted in rage. Damn it, he growls, realizing he needs to end this himself. The battle rages on with a croc and a PSH duck. Huek, Hayu, the 2 heroes are untouchable. Hammerhead raises his gun, the muzzle pointing directly at Danny's back. He's done playing games. A goon is tossed through the air with a thoom, landing with a painful crack and a desperate og. A webline shoots through the window with a sharp K-tang, snatching the gun right out of Hammerhead's hand. "Geez, if you didn't like the service, just don't leave Spider-Man quips as he swings in. Suddenly, a vision in black and silver drops from the skyline, her white hair flowing like a ghost in the wind. "Hey, hey, hey, you hurt one hair on my boyfriend's head, and me and you are going to have words," Black Cat purrs, her claws glinting in the neon light. Back at Midtown High, the mundane routine of the day continues, blissfully unaware of the chaos in Chinatown. "Liz Allen," the teacher calls out. The teacher checks his list, pen hovering over the page. "Flash Thompson." Flash raises a hand with a lazy, "yo," while the other students wait for their names to be called. "Kenny McFarlane, that would be me. Mary Jane Watson, yeah, the roll call drones on until he reaches a specific name. Peter Parker. The seat is empty, the wooden desk a silent witness to Peter's absence. Mary Jane looks at the empty chair, her eyes filled with a mix of worry and knowing. Peter's double life is starting to show its cracks. The teacher looks up from his clipboard, scanning the room. "Has anyone seen Peter Parker?" he asks, his voice echoing in the quiet classroom. In Chinatown, Hammerhead isn't interested in a conversation. "Skank, back off, I'm conducting business," he roars, trying to push Spider-Man away. Black Cat tilts her head, her yellow lenses narrowed in mock surprise. "Gasp, do you think I look skanky in this outfit?" Hammerhead grinds his teeth, a thwap and a bam punctuating his rage. "It's not a negative," he growls, his focus shifting to the new threat. "Everything happens in a heartbeat. You shot a bullet into my web, or did I shoot a web into your bullet? I always get those two confused." Spidey quips as an explosion of orange light erupts between them. "Arg, ar, my hand," Hammerhead screams as fire consumes his limb. Black Cat stands over the fallen mobster, her white fur shimmering. "Too bad they don't call you Hammerhands." "That joke sucked, sorry," she says, turning to Spidey. "You okay?" "I'll deal with you in a minute," the hero groans, clutching his side. Hammerhead is on one knee, his eyes burning with hatred. "Go straight to," he starts to snarl, his voice breaking from the pain of his charred hand. A small, black sphere arcs through the air with a high-pitched ping, the pin already gone. The world stops for a fraction of a second. Spider-Man's spider sense flares like a siren in his skull. "Oh, come on," he shouts. Black Cat grabs his arm, her voice urgent. "Everybody down." They dive over the side of a red car just as the word "grenade" is shouted from somewhere in the crowd. The explosion is a monster of fire and steel, a wall of heat that threatens to swallow the entire street. Spider-Man and Black Cat are barely clear of the blast zone. They swing through the smoke and debris, the orange glow of the fire illuminating their silhouettes against the darkening sky. Black Cat lands gracefully on a nearby rooftop, her movements fluid and effortless as she looks back at the burning restaurant. Spider-Man hits the roof with a heavy oof, the wind knocked out of him by the landing and the stress of the day. Felicia Hardy leans over him, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. "Hi, miss me?" she asks. "Yeah, I thought you were dead, Felicia," he replies, breath coming in ragged gasps. "Thank God this never happened with Dr. Octopus." She gets closer, her face inches from his. "Me and you are going to have a talk." "That's not all we're going to do," she whispers, her intentions clear. Spidey pulls back, trying to maintain some semblance of responsibility. But first we have to help anyone who needs help." That big-headed S.H. Mendrick tosses a grenade right out in the... He looks down at the street below, where police cars and fire trucks are already swarming the scene of the explosion. Bullets whiz past them, leaving bright orange trails in the air with a sping, spung, zing, and spack. "Gah, geez," Spidey shouts as he dodges the gunfire. DeWolf bursts from her car, her face a mask of fury. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," she screams as another bam echoes from a nearby rooftop. "Time to go bye-bye, come on," Black Cat urges, grabbing Spidey's arm. "I've been shot at now 3 times in 15 minutes, the hero complains. "And there was that grenade in your face," she adds helpfully. DeWolf is screaming at her own officers, trying to stop them from shooting at the vigilantes. "Cease fire, Back off, lady, Captain DeWolf, and if I have to say it again, I'm going to. She stares up at the rooftops, her eyes full of frustration. Did Spider-Man do this? Did he blow up the street? Yes or no, she demands from a terrified officer. The officer stammers, trying to explain the chaos. That guy said, I asked you a question, DeWolf snaps back. That guy pointed to Spider-Man and so you just started firing at him. She turns her attention to a local worker. Hey you, did you see what happened here? Yes, it was awful, the man replies, his hands shaking. Who threw the grenade? It was this guy with a big head. DeWolf's eyes narrow. Was he wearing a Spider-Man costume? The guy with the big head who blew up your neighborhood, was he wearing a Spider-Man costume? She repeats, her voice dripping with sarcasm. No, he just had a big head. Was Spider-Man trying to subdue the guy with the big head? Yes. So he was trying to stop the bad guy, and you told my officers what? The man has no answer. Get out of my sight before I decide to look in your storeroom and employment records, she growls, her patience completely gone. She turns back to the scene, her voice booming over the sirens. I want witness reports. I want M's. I want all these idiot kids with gang colors laying all over the floor in cuffs. I want those people over there cuffed and questioned, and I want this big hammerhead found. DeWolf shouts, her command undisputed. She steps away, pulling out her phone. Now, she roars, the word echoing off the brick walls of Chinatown. Behind her, a yellow taxi sits idling in the middle of the debris, its driver watching the entire scene through the cracked windshield. Inside the cab, the driver is recording everything with a handheld video camera, his eyes hidden behind a layer of cool detachment. The camera lens captures DeWolf's fury and the arrest of the gang members, a digital record of the city's rot. The driver looks up from the viewfinder, his expression unreadable as he takes in the aftermath of the battle. Identification card is visible on the visor, a vehicle operator's license for a man named Stephen Grant. He watches as DeWolf drags a massive, bald man toward a police van, the struggle caught in the blue light of the sirens. The driver, Stephen Grant, or whoever he really is, seems satisfied with what he's seen. He puts the camera down. He reaches for the gear shift, his hand steady as he prepares to leave the scene of the crime. The taxi pulls away, its tires crunching over the broken glass and debris that litters the street. Behind it, the NYPD continues its cleanup, a sea of blue uniforms against the black asphalt and the rising smoke. The voices of the arrested thugs blend into a chorus of denial. I wasn't doing nothing. I was looking for some dim sum. I'm out on parole. High above the chaos, in a moment of quiet stolen from the city, Spider-Man and Black Cat share a desperate, passionate kiss against a brick chimney. Black Cat pulls back with a satisfied smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief behind her lenses. Spider-Man is dazed, his hands still clutching the back of her head. He stammers, his brain trying to catch up with his heart. They stand on the rooftop, the city lights reflecting in their masks. Whoa, Spidey starts. What? How are you still alive? When was I dead? She asks, leaning back casually. You got stabbed in the stomach and fell off a building, he reminds her, the memory still vivid. She lets out a soft laugh. Oh, that. There's a 9 lives cat joke to make, but it's beneath me, frankly. I didn't die. I got hurt, but... She touches his arm, her voice softening. You know, I saw you looking for me when I fell. That was pretty cool of you. If I had a way to get a hold of you, sweetie, I would have. But such is the nature of our relationship, she continues, her words a mix of affection and professional distance. What relationship is that? He asks, his voice full of teenage confusion. I'm sorry my Kingpin revenge quest has to take a front seat to the unbelievably scrumptious promise of you and I. Spider-Man cuts her off, his frustration boiling over. Because I never have any idea what's going on. Black Cat laughs, pulling him close again. But hey, when the fates allow, like today, and we can steal 10 minutes, I say we. He pulls away, his voice firm. Stop trying to stop me from asking you questions by kissing me. I'm not that stupid. Why are you mad? She asks innocently. You're spazzing out, she teases, her eyes locked on his. Wouldn't you rather be making out? Spider-Man stands his ground, trying to be the adult. I'm so confused. Okay, what do you want to know? You're back, I am. Still after the kingpin? Absolutely. Because he did in your father? Absolutely. Does he know you're back? Who? The kingpin? No, I've been biding my time doing tons of research. She explains her elaborate game. I'm the one who called in that leak on his guy Dinny, started the wheels turning on his federal legal woes. Yay me, she adds with a playful fist pump. Then I started doing recon on Hammerhead, following him, waiting to make my move. Move? He asks, feeling like a pawn in her grand scheme. Maybe help this Hammerhead topple the fat pig. But when he had my baby all rough like that I had to do something, she purrs, leaning into him again. Spidey freezes at the term of endearment. Baby, you, oh, see, I do care about you. Hammerhead's the bad guy. Why would you side with him? Spidey asks, his moral compass spinning. They're all bad guys. Are you serious? I mean other than you, point to the non-bad guy. She gestures to the city. There will always be bad guys. I don't care about getting the bad guys. I only care about Wilson Fisk. Wilson Fisk is the goal. When Wilson Fisk is down for good, then it's done. It's done, she finishes, her eyes cold and focused on the horizon. She runs her hands through her hair, the playful mask returning. This outfit comes off in me, and you can go ice skating or whatever people do who don't wear leatherish outfits and run around rooftops. Spider-Man is speechless. Are we dating and no one told me? He asks, his voice cracking slightly. She touches his chin, her gaze softening. You haven't thought about me? Well, I'm glad you're okay. I'm more than okay. I thought about you, you know. You did. I did, really. She leans in, her yellow lenses reflecting his white ones. I can see your eyes in those lenses, you know, I like them. The moment is broken as the reality of his life hits him like a freight train. Oh my God, what time is it? Who cares? I gotta go, Spidey shouts, launching himself off the roof with a web line. Black Cat stands alone on the roof, watching him disappear into the night. He's married, damn, she mutters to herself. Later in the Soho district, the same yellow taxi pulls up to a quiet garage, the engine purring softly in the dark. The driver steps out, the cool night air hitting his face as he enters the industrial building. He walks with a determined stride toward an elevator, carrying a small briefcase in his hand. Inside the lift, he stares at the doors, his reflection a ghost in the polished metal. The elevator opens into a high-tech loft, but he is met with the barrel of a handgun. Put it away, Marlene, he says calmly. Marlene lowers the weapon, her face tight with worry. Come on, Mark, you're supposed to call before you come up. Is there food? He asks, ignoring the danger. She puts the gun on a table. How did it go against Hammerhead? It didn't. I saw it on the news, Chinatown. Mark Spector looks up from his equipment. It was on the news. Just now, no mention of Moon Knight. Moon Knight wasn't there. I don't understand. He checks the video he recorded. A fight broke out, I just observed. At least the costume's still in one piece. Did you see Spider-Man again? Mark looks away, his eyes unreadable. I'm going to go shower, he says, closing the conversation. Marlene watches him walk away, her voice filled with a weary kind of frustration. Just for the record, are you Stephen Grant now, or Mark Spector, or Moon Knight? He doesn't answer, his silhouette vanishing into the dark of the hallway. Guy should tell his girlfriend which personality she's talking to. She mutters to herself, the weight of his fractured mind heavy in the room. In Queens, Spider-Man swings toward his home, the moonlight illuminating his frantic journey. I mean it. Woof, woof, now that was a day. He slips through his attic window, his heart still racing from the rooftop encounter. The Black Cat, I can't believe it, the Black Cat. He drops into the quiet of his room, the chaos of Chinatown a world away. Not to mention the Kingpin, Elektra, this Moon Knight guy, Hammerhead, gangs, guns, grenades. Cops, bullets. He sits on the edge of a worn sofa, his mask in his hands. But, oh my God, the Black Cat, I can't believe what she was saying. I can't believe what she was wearing. He buries his face in his hands. Hoya Toya Mama, I can't believe what she was doing. I can't believe I'm here instead of wherever she is. Man, I ran away, didn't I? He stands up, the reality of his situation setting in. She's fun. She's crazy fun, and she's wearing those pants and she's trying to kiss me. Yipes, Aunt May's home. He starts to pull his civilian clothes on as fast as he can. I ran away like a little baby. She scared the crap out of me. She's too much. I mean, I guess I could have stuck around. I am single. MJ and I aren't dating. Maybe I should date someone like that. He looks in the mirror, the ghost of a smile on his face. The black cat can actually handle my Spider-Man life like MJ couldn't. She can take care of herself. Why not? So she's older and crazy. Aunt May's voice drifts up from downstairs. Peter, she calls out, her voice a comforting reminder of his normal life. Peter leans over the banister, trying to sound normal. Yo, did you eat? No, we'll order something in, Aunt May replies from the hallway. He walks down to meet her, his heart rate finally slowing. That takes an hour, I'm hungry, En. Oh, you stink, she interrupts, nose wrinkling. I do, he asks, playing dumb. You smell like perfume and dirt, she says, her eyes searching his for an explanation. I do. You have to shower, kiddo. You can't just splash on cologne. I have to go to the bathroom before I die. Go find the menus, she orders, heading down the hall. Peter starts digging through a drawer, his eyes fixed on the answering machine on the wall. He's got a mess to clean up before dinner. He hits the play button, his pulse quickening. You have one message. Ms. Parker, this is Peter's principal. Peter up and left class in the middle of the day. Could you call me so we can? With a quick, silent movement, Peter's thumb finds the delete button. Beep. Message deleted. He looks back over his shoulder, his face a mask of false innocence. You want Chinese or pizza? He calls out to his aunt. The answering machine sits silent, the digital display showing a 0. Evidence of his skipped day is gone, but the guilt remains. Inside Fisk Towers, a different kind of conversation is taking place. Another neighborhood terrorized by gang violence. The news blares in the background. Wilson Fisk, the kingpin of crime, sits in his plush chair, watching the reports from Chinatown. Here in the colorful neighborhood affectionately known as Chinatown, another eruption of violence, the reporter says. The screen shows a store owner, her face bruised and battered. You don't understand, things were fine here. The gangs were all under control. Everything was fine because they were all scared of the kingpin. Allegedly, she adds, her voice trembling. No, not allegedly, I'm telling you, but now there's nothing to keep them in line. The cops don't come here. All we got to rely on is a guy in a spider costume, and even with that. The owner continues, her words a stinging indictment of the city's power structure. And who gets hurt? Us, me, she screams at the camera. In the shadows, Walter Dinny looks at Fisk, his face filled with shame. I'm sorry. All we've been through, Wilson, I never wanted to be an embarrassment to you. Fisk looms over his advisor, a titan in white. With the Kingpin's consigliere, Walter Dinny, under indictment, it's clear that the Kingpin's alleged influence, whatever that may be, has severely affected everything. The news continues. Wilson Fisk looks down at Dinny, his voice like grinding stones. I know, Walter, if there was anything I could do to make this go away, I would. Dinny bows his head, a sense of doom hanging over him. I'm glad to hear you say that, he whispers, knowing his master's help usually ends in a grave. Fisk turns away, his face cast in shadow. The news report is just noise now, the decision has already been made. Walter Dinny clutches his chest, his breath coming in short, terrified gasps. He knows what's coming. A gloved hand reaches for a weapon, the movement precise and deadly. The time for talk is over. Fisk leans back into the light. Elektra, make it disappear. The chair as well, he orders, his voice devoid of all emotion. A woman with long black hair and a red headband bows her head. Yes, sir, she replies, her loyalty absolute. Walter Dinny looks up, his eyes wide with the realization that he is now a loose end in the Kingpin's empire. Fisk's face is a mask of cold calculation. When you're done, report back to me, the gloves are off. He looks directly into the distance, his eyes burning with a dark fire. Hammerhead, Moon Knight, Spider-Man, it's time to clean this up. Hope you're ready for the task. Elektra looks at him one last time, her expression unreadable. I am, she whispers, a promise of blood and steel that will soon cover the city. To be continued. Night has fallen over the glowing neon sprawl of the Tokyo Club, where the air is thick with the scent of rain and impending trouble. When Hammerhead gets here, I do the talking, one of the suited thugs declares, asserting his dominance as they wait for their new boss. Inside, the tension among the underlings is palpable as they debate their new reality under the flat-headed mobster. You don't call him anything because you don't talk. A senior enforcer snaps, silencing the room before the conversation can veer into dangerous nicknames. A heavy, rhythmic thudding echoes against the reinforced door, drawing every eye in the room toward the entrance. Okay, this is it, a guard whispers, his hand trembling as he prepares to welcome what he thinks is his employer. He slides open the small observation slit, peering out into the darkness of the hallway. Who is? He starts to ask, but the question dies in his throat as a shadow falls over the narrow opening. Suddenly, the door doesn't just open, it explodes inward, the metal hinges screaming as they are ripped from the frame. The guard is thrown backward, his body a mere obstacle for the force crashing into the room. Wood and steel splinter into 1,000 shards as the barricade is reduced to kindling in a single, violent motion. The breach is complete, and the safety of the club is gone in an instant. Standing amidst the wreckage is a vision in crimson, her twin size gleaming under the club's artificial lights. Mr. Fisk has a message for those of you who would break your word to him, Electra announces, her voice as cold as the steel she carries. Her eyes narrow, focusing on her prey with the predatory grace of a master assassin. It's your dead body, she whispers, sealing their fates before the first blow is even struck. Meanwhile, in a desolate playground, two men meet in the shadows of a swing set to discuss the shifting power of the city. So, Mr. Grant, what are we going to do about Spider-Man? One asks, looking for guidance in a war that is rapidly expanding. Grant looks toward his companion, his expression grim as he outlines the true stakes of their mission. The organized crime in New York City is the problem. We vowed to end it. You vowed to end it, he reminds him, his voice steady. Children play nearby, oblivious to the conspirators. The men weigh the danger of a two-front war. So we have to take care of Hammerhead, too, the associate suggests, prompting Grant to clarify that their targets must fall in a very specific order. They stand between the skeletal trees, debating the vulnerability of the current underworld king. Kingpin's on the down low. The feds got him on the run, Grant observes, noting that while Fisk is the goal, Hammerhead is the immediate threat. The conversation takes a personal turn as Grant stares down his ally, reminding him of his past failures. Spider-Man beat the hell out of you, Grant, he says, the sting of the words hanging in the cool evening air. A young girl with vibrant red hair stands between them, her presence a strange contrast to the talk of murder and street wars. Get over it. It burns my butt. He's just a kid, the men argue, their frustration with the wall crawler showing through their professional veneers. The girl's eyes darken as she interrupts the bickering, her voice carrying an authority that defies her age. Shut up now. He's here and he says it's time to go to work, she commands, silencing the men instantly. They quickly pivot back to the task at hand, the arrival of their leader shifting the mood from debate to preparation. Okay, Hammerhead first. Then Kingpin, Grant agrees, though the pettiness over nicknames still lingers in his mind. The three of them look upward, their silhouettes framed against the darkening sky as they prepare for the coming storm. The time for talk has ended, and the time for action has arrived. Above them, perched on the edge of the architecture, a figure in stark white watches the city below. It's time, Moon Knight declares, his cape billowing like a shroud in the wind as he prepares to descend into the chaos. The crescent moon symbol on his forehead catches what little light remains, a beacon of vengeance in the night. He is a ghost in the machine of the underworld, ready to dismantle it piece by piece. The red-haired girl looks up, her face partially obscured by shadow, mirroring the vigilante's grim resolve. It's time, she echoes, knowing that tonight will change the face of the city's crime forever. They stand as a unified front, Grant, the girl, and the Lunar Knight, their diverse skills pooled for a single, bloody purpose. The mission is clear, and the targets are marked. The reflection of the heroes shines in the pupil of an unseen observer, a tiny image of justice framed by a gaze of cold calculation. Someone is watching the watchers, and they are not pleased by what they see. The iris narrows as the weight of the coming conflict sinks in, the reflection showing the small army ready to strike at Hammerhead's heart. Every move is being tracked, every heartbeat counted. In a high-rise office, a man blinks, the image of Moon Knight fading from his mind as he returns to the mundane world of business. "I'm sorry," he asks, his attention snapping back to the boardroom table. Through the massive windows of the corporate office, the skyline of Manhattan stretches out, a kingdom of glass and steel. "Mr. Spector, did you say something?" a colleague asks, noticing the billionaire's sudden lapse into silence. Mark Spector looks up, his eyes sharp and distant, the mask of the businessman barely hiding the soul of the warrior. He murmurs, his thoughts miles away on a rooftop with a crescent dart in his hand. Assistant leans in, her brow furrowed with concern at her boss's erratic behavior. "You whispered something, sir." "It's time," she repeats, questioning the strange phrase that escaped his lips. Spector stands abruptly, gathering his things and effectively ending the meeting before it can truly begin. "Let's break for lunch. I have a meeting downtown," he states, dismissing his bewildered staff without a second glance. He walks out of the boardroom, his stride purposeful as he leaves behind the world of high finance for the world of shadows. His employees watch him go, sensing that their CEO is slipping into a life they can never understand. Inside his private sanctum, Spector stands before a hidden wall, the wood paneling sliding away to reveal his true calling. His arsenal hangs ready, blades, truncheons, and the iconic white suit of the Moon Knight. He stares at the costume, the transition from man to myth nearly complete in his mind. "It's time," he whispers once more, the words now a promise of the violence to come. Across town at a Brooklyn police station, the air is thick with the smell of cheap coffee and old paperwork. Captain Jean DeWolf stands over a massive, muscular man known as Ox. "Ox, you're on your own now. Those enforcers you run with, they can't help you," she warns. She paces the interrogation room, her shadow stretching across the tiles as she lays out his bleak future. "The feds will be here in 10 minutes. Back to Rikers you go, Ox, for good. Forever. For all time," she says with chilling finality. Jean leans in close, her eyes boring into the criminal's soul, searching for a crack in his resolve. "Shawshank Redemption. You see that movie?" she asks before cutting through the small talk. "We don't want you. We want your master. We want Hammerhead." Ox looks up, his face a mask of fear and internal conflict as the pressure of the interrogation mounts. "When I send you back to Rikers, how long do you think you'll last? You, who betrayed your loyalty to the Kingpin?" Jean taunts, pointing a steady finger at him. She pulls back, a smug smile playing on her lips as she realizes she has finally found the leverage she needs. "See how that works?" she asks, watching as the big man's spirit begins to crumble under the weight of his own betrayal. Ox hangs his head, a heavy sigh escaping his chest as he contemplates the lethal reality of his situation. "Oh, man," he mutters, the loyalty to his mob boss finally giving way to the primal need for survival. Jean doesn't let up, her gaze sharpening as she demands the one piece of information that can end this war. "Hammerhead, where is he?" she demands, her voice a razor-thin line of authority. Meanwhile, the halls of Midtown High are a world away from the gritty interrogations of the NYPD. Peter Parker sits in the cafeteria, trying to enjoy a burger, but his mind is caught between two worlds. In his imagination, the sultry figure of the Black Cat leans over his shoulder, her presence a constant distraction from his civilian life. "This outfit comes off in me, and you can go ice skating," she teases, her voice a siren song in his head. Peter looks down at his tray, the face of his costumed alter ego reflected in the milk carton, reminding him of the secret he carries. "Are we dating and no one told me?" he wonders, the lines between Peter Parker and Spider-Man blurring more every day. He smirks to himself, the absurdity of his dual life bringing a momentary sense of amusement amidst the stress. But even a hero's humor can't hide the growing distance between him and his friends. The imaginary Black Cat doesn't let up, her yellow eyes gleaming with a mix of mischief and genuine affection. "You haven't thought about me?" she asks, a reminder of the dangerous thrill that Felicia Hardy brings to his life. Real life crashes back in as a very real pair of jeans comes into view, and Peter's heart skips a beat. He looks up from his lunch, his smile fading as he realizes who has approached his table. Mary Jane Watson stands there, her expression a complex mix of hurt and hope. "Hey, Peter," she says softly, her voice cutting through the noise of the high school cafeteria like a thunderclap. The lunchroom continues to buzz around them, but for Peter and MJ, the world has gone silent. "We can't be friends," she asks, the vulnerability in her voice striking him harder than any supervillain's punch. Peter looks at her, his eyes filled with a desperate longing that he tries to mask with casual indifference. "We're friends, MJ," he replies, but the word feels hollow even as he says it. MJ tilts her head, her green eyes searching his for a sign of the boy she used to know. "Yeah, how so? You would rather eat alone than eat with me?" she challenges, her hurt turning into a sharp defensive edge. Peter gestures to the empty seat, his resolve weakening as she stands before him, waiting for an answer. "Doesn't mean I'm not your friend. Can I sit?" "Yeah, I mean, if you want," he stammers, the awkwardness of the moment hanging heavy between them. They sit across from each other, a vast emotional chasm separating them even though they are inches apart. The silence is a physical weight, filled with everything they aren't saying about their broken relationship. MJ tries to break the ice with a joke, but the humor falls flat in the face of the secrets they both keep. "I almost didn't recognize you out of costume. Just sayin'," she starts, but Peter quickly cuts her off. "Mary, I don't want to talk about that here." She closes her eyes for a moment, the weight of his rejection clear in the slump of her shoulders. "Are you done being broken up with me?" she asks finally, the question she's been carrying since the moment he walked away. Peter looks at her, his heart breaking as he realizes there is no easy way to explain the danger that comes with being in his life. "Mary," he sighs, the name a plea for understanding that he knows she can't give. MJ's patience snaps, her frustration boiling over as she demands he stop treating her like she's fragile. "Come on," she exclaims, her voice drawing looks from the surrounding tables. Peter leans forward, his voice low and intense as he tries to make her see the impossible choice he's forced to make every day. "I know you understand why we had to break up. I know you get it. You're smarter than me," he argues, his hands gesturing with frantic energy. She crosses her arms, her jaw set in a line of stubborn defiance that Peter knows all too well. "You said I was stupid," she reminds him, throwing his own poorly chosen words back in his face. He winces at the memory, closing his eyes as he tries to find the right words to fix the damage he's done. "You're not stupid," he whispers, the sincerity in his voice undeniable. MJ looks away, a small, bitter smile touching her lips as she acknowledges his apology without accepting it. "Thank you." "Duh," she replies, the sarcasm a thin shield against her own sadness. Peter clenches his fist on the table, his voice trembling with the effort of pushing her away for her own safety. "I'm sorry, I was really angry, but you are careless and I can't take responsibility for that. That hasn't changed. You can't be in my life the way it is," he states firmly. The words hang in the air between them, a final, painful declaration of his resolve. "The way it is," MJ repeats, the phrase tasting like ash in her mouth as she stares at him through unshed tears. Peter doesn't flinch, his gaze locked on hers as he hammers home the brutal reality of his existence. "Yes, the way it is. There is actual danger in my life that you keep getting caught in the middle of. And this danger, it's never going to go away now," he warns. MJ stares at him, the fear and the love she feels for him warring in her eyes. The realization that he truly believes he is protecting her by hurting her is almost more than she can bear. The cafeteria is a blur of noise and color, but the two of them remain locked in their own private tragedy. "I don't want to do this with you over and over. I'm not trying to hurt you. This isn't fun for me, either," Peter pleads, his hands held out in a gesture of surrender. MJ's anger flares again, fueled by the sheer unfairness of the wall he's built between them. "I love you so much. And you decided all by yourself to put up this wall," she yells, her voice cracking with emotion. Peter snaps back, the stress of his dual life finally overflowing into their argument. "Did you or did you not almost get seriously hurt or killed many times? One of our friends is dead and it easily could have been you," he shouts, the memory of loss raw and painful. He looks at her with a haunted expression, the weight of every person he's failed to save visible in his eyes. Well, you can take it as an insult if you want, but I'd rather have you alive and sitting over there, he says, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. MJ stands her ground, her face inches from his as she acknowledges his fear but refuses to let it dictate her life. I'm not arguing your point, Peter. Yes, the world is dangerous. Your world is dangerous. Yes, 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 she admits, her voice dripping with frustration. She leans in even closer, her final argument one that he has no answer for. But I'm in love with you and you're in love with me. Argue me that, she challenges, her gaze unflinching. Peter stares at her, the truth of her words hitting him like a physical blow. He loves her more than anything, and that love is the very reason he has to walk away. He slowly bows his head, the silent admission of his feelings, the only answer he can give. The pain of the moment is etched in every line of his face as he prepares to make the hardest decision of his life. A single tear escapes MJ's eye as she watches him withdraw, her heart breaking as she realizes she's losing him all over again. Don't do this, she whispers, a final, desperate plea for him to stay. Peter stands up, his movement slow and deliberate, the weight of the world back on his shoulders. What am I supposed to do? He asks, his voice filled with a profound sense of helplessness. MJ stares back, her hands open. Not this, don't shut me out. He looks at her one last time, his expression hardening into the mask he wears for the rest of the world. Don't, he says, cutting off her words before they can pull him back into her orbit. MJ watches him, her eyes filled with a mix of fury and sorrow as she calls him out on his self-imposed isolation. You're spending more time in costume than you do as Peter Parker. You're skipping class. You shut me out and now you're shutting you out, she accuses. But Peter is already moving, walking away from the table and the girl he loves without looking back. Peter, she calls out, but he doesn't stop, his stride quickening as he nears the exit. She watches his retreating back, her heart heavy with the realization that he is truly alone. You can't go through life with no friends, she says to the empty space where he stood, her voice barely audible over the cafeteria din. Peter pauses at the door, glancing back over his shoulder for a split second, his face a mask of cold resolve. He knows she's right, but he also knows that his friendship is a death sentence for anyone he cares about. He turns away and disappears into the hallway, leaving MJ standing alone in the middle of the crowded room. The bridge between them has been burned, and the fire is still smoldering. Another student watches the scene unfold from a distance, her expression one of grim satisfaction. Told you not to do it, she mutters, her words a final, bitter postscript to the relationship's end. Later that night, the high school drama is forgotten as Spider-Man swings through the concrete canyons of Little Russia. The wind whistles through the webbing as he navigates the skyline, his mind sharp and focused on the mission at hand. In a dark alleyway below, a violent struggle is already underway, the sound of flesh hitting flesh echoing off the brick walls. A Russian mobster's head snaps back as a heavy blow connects with his jaw, sending spit and blood flying. Another thug is sent reeling as a powerful kick catches him in the midsection, the force of the impact folding him like a piece of paper. The attackers are moving with a speed and precision that far exceeds anything these criminals have ever faced. A knife is slapped out of a hand with a metallic ring, the weapon clattering harmlessly to the pavement. The hero moves like a blur, his motions a deadly dance of martial arts perfection that leaves no room for counterattacks. An open palm strike catches a mobster across the face, the sound of the hit echoing like a gunshot in the narrow space. The man's eyes roll back in his head as he loses consciousness before he even hits the ground. A thug trying to draw a weapon is intercepted mid-motion, his arm twisted and pinned with effortless strength. The hero's presence is a terrifying revelation to the criminals, a force of nature they can neither understand nor stop. Another heavy blow connects, the sound of the impact punctuated by the sharp crack of a breaking bone. The alleyway is becoming a graveyard for the mob's ambitions, one broken body at a time. A final, decisive kick sends the last standing mobster crashing into a pile of trash, his world fading into darkness. The fight was over before it truly began, a masterclass in controlled violence. The primary attacker stands over his fallen foes, his face a mask of grim determination. Iron Fist's eyes glow with a faint, internal light, his breathing steady despite the intensity of the brawl. Beside him stands Shanghai, his expression calm and centered, his hands held in a ready position even though the threat has passed. Together, they are a formidable team, a living nightmare for the city's criminal element. Iron Fist grabs the leader of the Russian cell by the collar, hoisting him off the ground with one hand while the other begins to glow with the power of the shulao. "Hammerhead, please," he demands, his voice a low, threatening growl. The mobster gasps for air, his face pale with terror as he stares into the eyes of the man who just dismantled his entire crew. "I don't even speak the English, I don't, he stammers, his bravado completely gone. Danny Rand isn't buying the act, his grip tightening as he prepares to deliver a final, glowing ultimatum. "Then I must speak Russian because I hear you fine. It's a simple question, Ivan. When you scummy Russian mobsters decided to pay off to Hammerhead instead of Kingpin, where'd you do it?" Close up on the mobster's face, his eyes wide as he realizes there is no escape from the man holding him. The fear is palpable, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow as he considers the price of his silence. Iron Fist raises his glowing hand, the power of the dragon radiating from his skin. "Tell us where Hammerhead is, and I won't punch through your chest with my scary iron fist," he promises, the threat as real as the light in his palm. The mobster breaks, the location of his new master spilling out in a frantic, terrified rush. "Eats a loft, 1736 Racine," he cries, sealing Hammerhead's location and his own fate. Spider-Man stares at a scrap of paper in his hand, the address scrawled in hurried ink. 1736 Racine, he reads, the number's a direct path to the heart of the mob war he's been desperately trying to avoid. He crouches on the edge of a rooftop, a small photo of Hammerhead clutched in his other hand. "What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?" he asks himself, the weight of the decision pressing down on him like a physical burden. He looks down at the target location, a pinstriped limousine idling in the street below. "I got the Kingpin pulling my strings on this. He gives me Hammerhead's address. He sends me here to clock him one. This feels icky," Peter's inner monologue laments, the moral ambiguity of the situation gnawing at him. He watches from the shadows as the heavy doors of the limo swing open, a group of armed guards stepping out onto the pavement. The air is thick with the scent of high-octane fuel and low-level dread as the enforcers take their positions. Spidey's gaze lingers on the man who emerges from the car, his flat skull and pinstripe suit a grotesque parody of mobster elegance. "That head on him is freaking me out. What is he? A mutant? Was he bit by a radioactive hammer?" he wonders, his trademark wit failing to ease his growing unease. Hammerhead looks toward the building, his expression one of cold, brutal calculation. He is a man built for violence, a relic of a more savage time who has carved a path of blood across the city's underworld. Peter's mind continues to race as he struggles to reconcile his sense of justice with the reality of the people he's facing. How do you just step on people and not feel at all bad about it? What makes a guy say, "I want to be the baddest bad guy of all the bad guys"? That's a goal? He asks, his voice a whisper in the night. Suddenly, a sharp, tingling sensation erupts at the base of his skull, his spider sense screaming a warning just as a pair of gloved hands clap over his eyes. "Man, that is some weird wild dog," he cries out, his balance nearly lost as he is caught completely by surprise. He spins around, ready to strike, but his anger quickly turns to shock as he sees the white hair and yellow mask of the black cat. "Geez, Black Cat, whoa there, geez," he exclaims, his heart racing as she stands before him with a playful smirk. Peter stares at her, his mind struggling to keep up with her sudden appearance. "Wait, who told you that? That I have a spider sense?" he asks, to which she simply replies, "The internet. It's what it said. How did you find me?" He tries to brush her off, his focus returning to the building across the street. "Go away, I'm doing something," he says, but she only leans closer. "I snuck up on you. You scared the I thought you had a spider sense," she teases, prompting him to grumble, "only when I'm in danger." Felicia points across the rooftops, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I was over there, and I see you standing right here in a red and blue costume. Why are you here? She asks, causing Peter to sigh. I told you, I'm trailing Hammerhead. Oi. She moves in even closer, her playful demeanor masking a deeper concern for the boy behind the mask. Told you we'd see each other again. Working? You're sneaking around deciding what to do, she says, her fingers tracing the edge of his mask. Stop it, I'm working. And you're stop it, that tickles, he protests, his resolve weakening. Black Cat's expression turns serious as she looks him in the eye, her voice soft but firm. Listen, sweetie, I've given it a lot of thought and I want you to do me and yourself a favor but Spidey cuts her off again. And don't get into this one. Go away. Okay. He looks back at the building, the tension in his body clear as he prepares to make his move. What? He asks, sensing that she isn't going to let him go into this fight alone, no matter how many times he asks her to leave. They stand on the edge of the rooftop, the city skyline glowing orange behind them as they argue over their respective roles in the coming battle. Don't get into this one. Hammerhead's going to take down the Kingpin once and for all. He's a weekend away, Felicia warns, her voice a low murmur. Come on, this isn't a game, Peter replies, his frustration growing. Felicia continues to push her plan, ignoring his protests as she outlines the strategic advantage of waiting for the dust to settle. As soon as he does, then you can pounce on him or web him or do whatever you do, she suggests, to which Peter simply states, no, bad guy's a bad guy. Spidey leaps into the air, his web line catching the edge of the building across the way as he swings toward the target. Stay back, he commands, but he already knows the answer he's going to get. Yeah, right, Felicia calls out, leaping after him with cat-like grace. They soar between the buildings, Felicia's voice carries over the wind, her own motivations finally coming to the surface. Well then we're going to have a problem, sweetie. I have to be here. I am involved. I have personal reasons. What the Kingpin did to my father, she says, her words filled with a quiet, burning anger. They reach the side of the building, hanging precariously above the street as they prepare to breach the hideout. The light from the windows illuminates their masks, two heroes from different worlds united by a single, dangerous mission. Suddenly, the silence of the night is shattered by the sound of glass and wood exploding outward. Whoa, yeah, those be gunshots, Peter yells over the din, the fight having already begun before they even made their entrance. Felicia looks at him, her eyes bright with the thrill of the hunt despite the danger. I know, it's our first fight. Come here, let's make up, she teases, even as the sound of gunfire intensifies below them. Felicia, Peter warns, his voice tight with anxiety. They pause on the ledge, the absurdity of their situation not lost on either of them. You don't. You have no connection to this, except for this compulsion thing you have where you think you have to involve yourself. I can't believe I'm standing here arguing with you about this, she mutters, her frustration mirroring his own. The time for talking is finally over as they both lunge through the shattered window, their bodies framed by the flying glass. They are diving into the heart of a war zone, and neither of them is prepared for the chaos that awaits inside. The room is a whirlwind of action as they crash through the window, the floor covered in splintered wood and broken furniture. They are immediately met by a scene of absolute carnage, heroes and villains locked in a desperate, sprawling brawl that has already turned the loft into a disaster zone. Spidey and Black Cat stand back to back, their eyes scanning the room as they try to make sense of the madness. The air is thick with dust and the smell of ozone, the sounds of battle echoing from every corner of the massive space. The room is a chaotic tapestry of New York's finest heroes and worst villains. In one corner, Moon Knight's cape flares as he strikes from the shadows, while Iron Fist and Shanghai navigate the crowd with lethal grace. Okay now. Are you all here as a group, or are you all here with individual concerns? Spider-Man asks, his voice strained as he tries to find his footing in the madness. Peter leans toward Felicia, his mask hiding his wide-eyed disbelief at the sheer scale of the confrontation. I thought this was the line for the producers, he jokes, though the tremor in his voice betrays his true feelings about the situation. Across the room, Iron Fist and Shanghai stand their ground against a group of Hammerhead's armed guards. Put those guns down. Last warning, Danny Rand commands, his fist already beginning to glow with a dangerous, golden light. Elektra spins through the air, her size a blur of motion as she cuts through any obstacle in her path. She is a whirlwind of destruction, her presence in the room a terrifying wild card that neither side can truly control. Moon Knight stalks the edges of the room, his white silhouette a constant, haunting presence for the criminals. He is a ghost of the night, a silent reaper waiting for the right moment to strike at the heart of the conspiracy. Elektra looks at Hammerhead, her expression one of utter disdain for the man and his ambitions. "Yes, I am," she says, answering his unspoken question, while he grunts back, "You got a message, or are you here to stick me?" The central floor of the loft has become a theater of war, with every major player in the city's underworld vying for dominance. "Hey, I screw you over here. I'm sure you can find a way to stab me somewhere I don't want to be stabbed. The clock is tickin'." Hammerhead barks, his golden pistol held steady as he stares down the heroes. Elektra's eyes narrow as she prepares to lunge, her patience with the mobsters' talk finally at its end. "Watch it with the ninja toots crap. I'm in. Okay, now," she yells, effectively kicking off the next phase of the violent free-for-all. Hammerhead turns his attention to the shadows, his eyes burning with a mix of fury and curiosity. "Why?" he demands, to which a voice replies from the darkness, "'Cause I want the Kingpin taken down worse than you do. I think you're the real deal. I want to help." The Black Cat steps into the light, her playful smile a stark contrast to the grim faces of the other warriors in the room. "Hey, Hammerhead, sir. I'm the Black Cat, you heard of me?" she asks, her voice light and casual even as she prepares for battle. Hammerhead doesn't even look at her, his focus remaining on the primary threats as he dismisses her with a single, harsh word. "No," he snarls, causing Spider-Man to groan audibly from behind his mask. "Oh man." The mobster's face is a mask of pure, concentrated rage, the scars on his skin pulsing as he contemplates the sheer audacity of the people in his home. He is a man who has built an empire on fear, and he is not about to let a group of masked vigilantes take it away from him. Felicia continues to push her luck, her confidence seemingly unshaken by his rejection. "I was actually here to try to get Spider-Man to step aside for you," she says, prompting Peter to bury his head in his hands. "You're embarrassing me," he whispers. Hammerhead turns back to the group, his hands out in a gesture of absolute, terrifying power. "See what I just did there? Turned the whole room around just like that. This is how I do things, so I ask again, any of you other idiots feel like running screaming from the room? Because now would be the time," he challenges. Moon Knight watches the display from the rafters, his expression hidden behind his mask, but his disdain palpable. "I have to get some new friends," Spider-Man mutters as he looks at the diverse group of heroes and anti-heroes assembled in the loft. Close up on Elektra, her gaze locked on Hammerhead as she waits for the signal to begin the final slaughter. She is a creature of pure, lethal intent, her world defined by the sharpness of her blades and the cold reality of her contract. Hammerhead smirks, the look on his face one of pure, unadulterated arrogance. He believes he has won, that the sheer force of his personality and his arsenal has cowed the heroes into submission. A fist clenches, the leather of a glove creaking under the strain of building power. The golden light of the iron fist begins to pulsate, a silent counterpoint to the mobster's bluster. Iron Fist looks toward his ally, a silent nod passing between them as they prepare to strike. The time for posturing is over, and the time for a final, decisive blow has arrived. Black Cat's eyes flash with a predatory light, her claws extending as she senses the shift in the room's energy. She is ready for the chaos, ready to see where the cards fall in this high-stakes game of underworld poker. Close up on Spider-Man's eyes, the white lenses reflecting the explosive light of the coming conflict. He is the moral compass of this group, and he can feel the situation spinning rapidly out of control. Shanghai narrows his eyes, his focus intensifying as he prepares to use the surrounding chaos to his advantage. He is a master of the flow of battle, and he knows that the winner will be the one who can remain centered in the middle of the storm. Moon Knight's hand reaches for a crescent dart, his motions fluid and silent as he prepares to deliver justice from above. He is the hammer that will fall on Hammerhead's head, the final judge in this court of the night. Hammerhead's grin widens, the sheer joy he takes in the coming violence evident in every line of his face. "I own you," he yells, his voice a roar of absolute, deluded confidence. The room explodes into a final, massive free-for-all, a whirlwind of fists, blades, and gunfire that consumes every player in the drama. The loft is reduced to a battlefield of pure chaos, with no clear front lines and no obvious winner in sight. Spider-Man leaps over a group of combatants, his webbing snagging a pair of guns before they can be fired. "Yipes, thanks for that," he yells as he dodges a lethal strike from Elektra, who is carving through the crowd with terrifying efficiency. Across the room, a whip cracks through the air, snagging a hero's leg and sending him crashing to the floor. The sound of gunfire is a constant, rhythmic backdrop to the screams of the wounded and the grunts of the combatants. Shanghai and Iron Fist work in perfect tandem, their blows a blur of motion as they dismantle Hammerhead's best men. "Hey, are you busy Friday night? Because me and my girlfriend have split up, and Spidey's quips continue even as the world around him burns." Moon Knight drops from the ceiling, his cape a white shadow as he slams into a group of thugs. "You, Casper, I got no patience for," a mobster yells as he tries to draw a bead on the lunar hero, but he is silenced by a swift, crushing blow. Iron Fist's glowing hand connects with a thug's jaw, the impact sending the man spinning across the room. "Ugh!" he cries out, his consciousness gone before he even touches the floor. Spider-Man webs up a pair of attackers, his movements a desperate attempt to contain the violence before someone gets killed. "You people need a hobby, and serious medications," he calls out, his voice echoing through the massive space. A thug is sent flying by a powerful kick, his body crashing into a stack of crates with a sickening thud. The fight is reaching its peak, the energy in the room a physical weight that threatens to crush everyone inside. Moon Knight and Hammerhead trade blows, the sound of the impacts echoing like thunder in the loft. "Ow!" a thug yells as he is caught in the crossfire, his role as an extra in this drama coming to a painful end. Elektra spins through a group of guards, her size leaving a trail of sparks as they clash with their weapons. She is a force of pure, focused destruction, her goal clearly visible in the cold intensity of her gaze. Spider-Man manages to catch a falling beam before it can crush a group of combatants, the strain of the effort showing in the tightening of his muscles. "Oof," he grunts, his strength pushed to its absolute limit. Hammerhead bellows in rage, his golden gun spitting fire as he fires blindly into the crowd. "Don't even know who you are. You come in my home," he screams, his control over the situation completely gone. A group of bullets catch Moon Knight's cape, the white fabric shredding under the impact. "This is my home," Hammerhead repeats, his voice a roar of primal, wounded territoriality. Spider-Man barely manages to dodge a lethal strike from a stray blade, the sharp edge whistling past his ear. "No, don't jeez," he cries out, his spider sense a constant, agonizing scream in the back of his mind. He leaps into the air, his web shooters firing a continuous stream of sticky fluid into the rafters. "Whoa!" he yells, his goal finally clear as he prepares to end the fight once and for all. A massive, thick net of webbing begins to descend from the ceiling, a heavy curtain of white that threatens to smother everyone on the floor. "Okay, that is just about enough," he declares, his plan for a final, non-lethal resolution finally in motion. The webbing catches the combatants, their movements slowing as the sticky substance begins to harden around them. The fight is being suffocated by the sheer volume of the web fluid, the heroes and villains alike trapped in a sprawling, white cocoon. Spider-Man drops to the center of the room, his arms held wide in a gesture of absolute, commanding authority. "All right, now, everybody calm down," he yells, his voice finally carrying over the now silenced room. He looks around at the trapped combatants, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. "You guys are nuts, you know that?" he asks, to which Hammerhead's muffled voice replies, and this from a guy in his red and blue underwear. "Nuts." Felicia Hardy struggles against the webbing, her yellow eyes narrowed as she glares at the boy who just interrupted her vengeance. "Come on, sweetie, this isn't any way to fight, she starts to say, but Peter is already ignoring her. He pulls out his cell phone, his hand steady as he dials the one person who can clean up this mess. "Oh, you shut up. I'm done with you. 911 emergency. Yeah, hi, can you put me through to Police Captain Jean DeWolf?" Hammerhead's face is a mask of pure, concentrated hatred as he stares at the wall crawler from behind the webbing. "Kid, I've got a list. And you've just made yourself #1 with A," he promises, his voice dripping with lethal intent. Spider-Man doesn't even let him finish, a quick burst of webbing sealing the mobster's mouth and silencing his threats. "HHMMFF?" he grunts, his eyes wide with a mix of fury and genuine shock at the hero's audacity. Peter waits for the connection, his eyes scanning the room to make sure everyone is still safely contained. "Shush, I'm on the phone. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? It's hard to say, kind of got a super-powered gang war thingy going on," he tells the operator. The dispatcher's voice crackles over the line, her skepticism clear even through the speaker. "What's your name, sir? This is, Spider-Man, ha, get out of town. Yeah, no, it's actually, you serious. Yeah, I'm kind of in a jam here, so," Peter continues, his frustration growing. Shanghai looks up at the hero, his respect for the younger warrior finally showing through his stoic exterior. "She called me baby. Finally, someone likes me for me. Spider-Man, whoever you are, listen to me. You know me, do you remember me?" he asks, his voice calm and melodic. Black Cat looks at Spider-Man, her anger softening into a strange mix of admiration and curiosity. "I'm a huge fan. She's a fan. You saved my brother-in-law from getting mugged," she tells him, prompting a confused, "I did," that's from the hero. Shanghai continues his appeal, his voice a steady anchor in the aftermath of the chaos. "My name is Shanghai. We fought together. In Chinatown. Let me down so I can do what I have to do. I'm trying to protect my people from," he says, but Peter shakes his head. "I know, but..." The operator's voice snaps back to attention, the realization that she is actually speaking to the city's favorite hero finally sinking in. "Oh my God, yes. My family owes you, big time. You promise this is you? You got it." "Hold on, baby," she tells him, prompting a sigh from Peter. "I really need to talk to Police Captain Jean DeWolf. Any way you can make that." Peter stands amidst the webbing, his voice filled with a desperate need for order in a city that seems determined to tear itself apart. "You know, I'm just keeping everyone webbed. When the cops get here, I'll tell her who's who. But this is out of control and I'm not gonna bounce around here while you all kill each other over nothing," he declares, but Shanghai's response is a sharp, "You're an idiot monkey." Moon Knight glares at him, the moon symbol on his forehead glowing as he delivers a chilling assessment of the situation. "The entire city hangs in the balance over what happens here, and you're sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong," he warns, his voice cold and ominous. Spider-Man pauses, the gravity of the vigilante's words finally beginning to register. "The entire city?" he asks, the scope of the underworld war finally becoming clear to him. Close up on Moon Knight's mask, his unblinking white eyes a window into a world of absolute, uncompromising justice. "The entire city," he repeats, the finality of the statement hanging in the silent room. Peter tries to distract himself from the vigilante's grim warning with another one of his quips, but it feels more forced than usual. "Can you believe he wears white to a superhero fight? White, have you seen the rooftops in the city?" he asks his webbed-up ally, who only replies, "Just leave me alone. I have the captain." Back at the precinct, Captain DeWolf finally picks up the line, her voice a sharp contrast to the chaotic background of the police station. "This is Captain Jean DeWolf," she announces, her tone professional and alert. Peter sighs with relief, his voice finally sounding like the boy behind the mask for a split second. "You'd think saying that out loud wouldn't be so weird for me. Where are you? I'm in Hammerhead's apartment. Right now, you want to come over? We're going to rent a movie and snuggle up on the couch," and he rambles, prompting a sharp, "Where are you? Who? What gang?" from Jean. He quickly pivots back to business, the urgency of the situation clear in his voice. "Oh, thank God. Cap, listen, it's Spider-Man." "Who is?" he says, his attention snapping back to the room as he hears a strange, ripping sound. He looks over at the webbed-up figures, his eyes widening as he sees the first signs of the heroes and villains beginning to break free. "I got me a Hammerhead, I got me an Elektra, I got that inappropriately dressed Moon Knight." He tells Jean, the list of combatants growing with every second. Jean's voice crackles over the line, her shock at the names he's dropping clear in the sharp intake of her breath. Kingpin's Elektra? She asks, her mind already racing through the implications of the assassin's presence. Close up on the webbing as it begins to tear under the pressure of superhuman strength. Oi, please tell me there's not more than one, Peter mutters, his dread growing as he realizes his plan is falling apart. He looks toward the exit, his voice frantic as he tries to get Jean to send backup before the whole room explodes into violence again. Listen, just come down here and arrest, like, everyone, because this is all just getting crazy, and he starts to say, but the sentence is cut short. A sharp, metallic blade whistles through the air, pinning his web shooters to the wall with a resonant, vibrating thud. Whoa, oops, gotta go, he yells, the phone slipping from his hand as he barely dodges a lethal strike. Elektra has broken free, her movements a blur of red as she launches a volley of throwing stars into the room. Each weapon is a precise, deadly projectile designed to disable or kill any obstacle in her path. The throwing stars slice through the air with a high-pitched hiss, their edges glowing with the speed of their flight. They are a physical manifestation of her lethal intent, a warning to anyone who stands in her way. The assassin rips through the remaining webbing with a single, fluid motion of her size. "Little idiot!" she screams, her voice filled with a feral, predatory rage that has been building since the moment she was trapped. Black Cat also breaks free, her claws shredding the sticky substance as she springs into a ready position. She is no longer playing games, her focus now entirely on survival in the face of Elektra's onslaught. Moon Knight is the last to emerge, his cape billowing as he slices through the last of the restraints with his crescent blade. He is a silent, white phantom, his gaze fixed on the chaos that is about to erupt for the third time tonight. Elektra lunges at Spider-Man, her kick catching him in the chest and sending him flying across the room. "Ow!" he yells, his body a mere plaything for the assassin's inhuman strength and speed. Peter hits the floor and rolls, his body aching from the impact as he tries to regain his footing. "Ha!" Elektra taunts, her movements already anticipating his next move as she closes in for the kill. The fight between them is a brutal, high-speed exchange of blows that leaves the surrounding air vibrating with the force of their impacts. "Hey!" Felicia yells as she tries to intervene, but she is quickly shoved aside by the assassin's relentless drive. Elektra delivers a series of rapid-fire strikes, each one designed to break a bone or puncture an organ. "Areg!" Peter cries out, his stamina flagging as he struggles to maintain his defense against the master killer. Moon Knight joins the fray, his crescent darts whistling through the air as he tries to provide cover for the wall crawler. "Just seriously, geez, how many of these moon thingy things do you have?" Spidey asks, his humor a desperate attempt to find an anchor in the storm. One of the darts catches a piece of furniture, the impact vibrating through the entire loft. Note to self remember to take all the sharp objects away before Peter starts to say, but he is interrupted by a sharp, cold presence at his throat. Hammerhead has also managed to free his mouth, his eyes burning with a dark, satisfied light as he stares at the hero. He is a shark in a room full of minnows, and he is ready to claim his prize. He slowly reaches for his gun, the metallic click of the safety being disengaged echoing through the room like a death knell. The weapon is a tool of absolute, final power, and he is ready to use it to end this farce. Close up on Black Cat's eyes, her gaze locked on the mobster, as she realizes the situation has reached its lethal endpoint. She knows that there is no more room for games, only the cold, hard reality of survival. Hammerhead grins through the remaining webbing on his face, the sight both grotesque and terrifying. "MMMFFF," he grunts, his voice a muffled roar of triumph as he prepares to fire. Outside, the sound of sirens finally reaches a crescendo, the flashing lights of the police cars illuminating the street in rhythmic bursts of red and blue. The authorities have arrived, but they may be too late to stop the slaughter inside. Spider-Man manages to knock the gun from Hammerhead's hand, the weapon spinning across the floor as the two of them grapple. "MMMFF," the mobster yells, his strength surprisingly great even against the hero's enhanced muscles. The room is a chaotic blur of action as everyone tries to reach the weapon or escape the police's arrival. Now the police are here, and we have nothing to show for this. Arg! Moon Knight yells as he is caught in the crossfire, the frustration of the mission's failure clear in his voice. Elektra seizes the opportunity to deliver a final, crushing blow, her fist connecting with Moon Knight's jaw and sending him reeling. GGF, he grunts, his vision blurring as the world spins around him. She stands over the fallen hero, her expression one of utter, lethal satisfaction. She has won the battle, if not the war, and she is ready to walk away with her prize, whatever that may be. Close up on Spider-Man's face, his lenses wide as he realizes he has lost control of the situation. The world he tried so hard to protect is once again on the brink of falling into absolute darkness. Elektra turns to the shadows, her voice a low, cold whisper that cuts through the noise of the sirens. You really shouldn't involve yourself in other people's affairs, mystery man, she says, her words a final, deadly piece of advice for anyone who would dare to stand against her. Hammerhead can only mutter a weak GGKKK. The battle enters its final, desperate phase as the police begin to breach the building below. Oh my God, just stop this, Peter yells, his hands reaching out to stop the violence even though he knows it's a futile gesture. Hammerhead can only gasp, igged, as he is caught in the middle of the carnage. On the street below, the first team of officers prepares to enter the building, their weapons drawn and their expressions grim. This is Officer Trillion. We have a 656 request backup. One of them says into his radio, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. Inside, the fight continues with a savage intensity that defies the police presence. Ha! Elektra taunts, her size flashing as she prepares to deliver a final blow to Moon Knight. MMMF! The vigilante grunts, his defense failing as he is pushed back toward the window. Spider-Man manages to intercept her strike, the sound of their impact punctuating the siren's scream. Cops are here, you can't hear that. It's over, he yells, his voice cracked with exhaustion and desperation. Hammerhead manages to grab a cell phone from the debris, his eyes burning with a final, desperate hope. He is a man who always has a backup plan, and even now, he is ready to call in his last, most dangerous ally. He dials a number, the screen glowing in the dark room as the connection is made. The face of an unknown man appears on the screen, a reminder that the underworld's reach is longer than any hero can imagine. Finger hovers over the button, the click of the contact being established the only sound he makes as he prepares to unleash a final, crushing blow from the shadows. Close up on the phone screen, the face of the mysterious contact, a stark reminder that the war for the city's soul has only just begun. The secrets of the underworld are deep, and Hammerhead is just one piece on a much larger, deadlier chessboard. Hammerhead stares at the phone, his expression one of pure, concentrated fury as he prepares to make his final move. I own you, he bellows at the screen, the words a desperate attempt to maintain his authority in the face of his own imminent downfall. Spidey manages to web his mouth once again, the hero's patience with the mobster's bluster finally at its breaking point. Ha! Can't wait to see you on, he starts to say, but he is suddenly caught from behind by a powerful, invisible force. The Black Cat watches with horror as her hero is suddenly under attack from another unknown assailant. The sound of the blow connects with a heavy, resonating thud that echoes through the room like a drumbeat of doom. Peter Parker's world spins as a series of rapid-fire strikes rain down on him, each one precisely aimed at his vital points. He is a master of the web, but even he is no match for the sheer speed and precision of the assassin's attack. He manages to block a final blow, his arms vibrating with the force of the impact as he tries to regain his balance. The fight has reached its lethal climax, and the wall crawler is the only thing standing between the city and absolute, unbridled chaos. A final, decisive blow connects with his jaw, the sound of the impact, a sickening, resonant crack that echoes through the room. Peter's world goes black for a split second as he feels his control over the situation finally slipping away. He is sent flying backward, his body crashing through a support beam with a violent, splintering explosion of wood and plaster. You're like one of those little monkeys that Elektra taunts as she follows his trajectory, her movements as fluid and lethal as a predator's final strike. Peter manages to roll as he hits the floor, but he is immediately caught by another powerful kick to the midsection. "Hey!" Elektra screams as she delivers a final, crushing blow that sends him reeling back toward the window. "Og!" he cries out, his strength finally exhausted. They trade one last, desperate flurry of strikes, their bodies a blur of red and blue against the darkening sky. The sound of the impacts is a rhythmic, constant background to the siren's scream, a physical manifestation of the war for the city's soul. Elektra seizes a final opening, her foot catching Spider-Man in the chest with enough force to launch him off the ground. She is a creature of pure, lethal purpose, and she has finally found the way to end the wall-crawler's interference once and for all. Peter Parker is sent flying backward, his body a mere projectile as he crashes through the remaining glass of the massive loft window. The sound of the impact is a violent, resonant shatter that echoes across the city skyline. He falls through the night, the wind whistling through his tattered costume as he plunges toward the street below. The lights of the city are a blur of color as he spirals out of control, his world fading into a cold, dark void. He crashes through the roof of a parked police car, the metal crumpling under his weight with a violent, ear-shattering smash. Glass shards spray into the air like a rain of frozen tears, the sound of the impact punctuating the end of the evening's violence with a terrifying finality. Spider-Man lies sprawled on the wreckage of the cruiser, his body limp and his costume torn as he slowly loses consciousness. An officer stares at him in stunned silence, his hand reaching out as if to verify the impossible reality of the broken hero before him. The war for the underworld is far from over, but for Peter Parker, the night has ended in a crushing, bloody defeat. To be continued. Night has fallen over the chaotic streets of New York, where a police cruiser serves as the unintended landing pad for a fallen hero. Spider-Man lies motionless across the hood, the glass beneath him shattered into 1,000 glittering diamonds of failure. From a broken window high above, a figure in red watches the scene below with calculated indifference. Smoke drifts lazily through the air, tracing a path from the building to the wreckage in the street. The crowd below is a sea of sirens and onlookers, all focused on the costumed figure pinned to the car. They don't see the silent predator standing on the ledge, silhouetted against the urban glow. Elektra narrows her eyes, her long hair catching the wind as a low groan escapes her lips. MMFFF? She murmurs, sensing the shift in the air as the city's protectors finally arrive. Inside the ruined apartment, the tension is thick enough to cut with a sigh as Hammerhead struggles against the webbing. MMFFF Lectra? He grunts, his muffled voice betraying his growing panic. He manages to pull himself free just enough to vent his frustration as the sound of sirens grows louder. Pog, damn it, this went bad. Cops really here? He asks, his eyes darting around the room. Outside, the police are hesitant, their weapons drawn but their nerves frayed. No way. We wait for backup, because whatever did that to him is going to do a lot worse to guys like one officer warns, pointing at the broken Spider-Man. Spider-Man stirs, a pained escaping him as he tries to make sense of the world through a concussed haze. The officers flinch, realizing the legend they're staring at might still be alive. Back inside, Hammerhead is already making his exit strategy, ignoring the allies he's leaving behind. I gotta get out of the country. I can't get pinched, he growls, looking at Elektra with newfound suspicion. Elektra remains still, her gaze piercing as she realizes the man she was working for is nothing but a coward. So, my job offers rescinded she asks, her voice dripping with dangerous curiosity. The police finally snap out of their daze, surrounding the downed web-slinger with enough firepower to start a war. Stay down, they scream, while Spidey can only offer a confused hey. Hammerhead grips his golden handgun tight, the weapon reflecting the flickering lights of the city. I gotta get out of here, he repeats, the walls of the law closing in on him from every side. He levels his weapon through the webbing at the costumed heroes standing in his path. Backslash, and I don't need witnesses to this. Backslash, he snarls, his finger tightening on the trigger. But the hammer drops on an empty chamber, the hollow metallic clicking sound echoing his impending defeat. Backslash, you were out of bullets a minute ago, too, Iron Fist observes calmly, his eyes fixed on the desperate gangster. On the street, the officers are busy reading Spider-Man his rights while he struggles to breathe. Backslash, you have the right to remain silent. Backslash, they shout, drowning out Spidey's weak protest of, backslash, I didn't backslash. Elektra leans in close to Hammerhead, her presence more threatening than any police line. Backslash, before you go. Backslash, she whispers, her hand moving with the grace of a striking cobra. The chaos is interrupted by a sharp, authoritative voice that cuts through the noise of the precinct. Backslash, Captain DeWolf. Stop, stop, stop this. Backslash, she commands, stepping into the fray with her badge held high. Elektra's blade moves with lethal precision, the sound of tearing fabric punctuating her betrayal. Hammerhead lets out a strangled cry as the sigh sinks home. Captain DeWolf isn't here to play games, and she lets her officers know exactly how she feels. Backslash, did you set a perimeter? Did you call in for emergency services? No, no. Backslash, she barks, gesturing at the mess they've made. Elektra pulls her blade back, blood dripping from the steel as she prepares for the next phase of her escape. Her expression is a mask of cold, professional detachment. Suddenly, Hammerhead is launched through the glass, his body trailing a spray of crimson as he falls toward the pavement. The sound of the shattering window is like a gunshot in the silent night. DeWolf ignores the falling body for a moment, focusing on the masked teenager she knows is under the suit. Backslash, are you all right? Can you talk, Backslash, she asks, her concern momentarily overriding her duty. Spider-Man doesn't answer with words. Instead, he fires 2 strands of webbing into the air with a rhythmic sound. It's a reflex, a hero's instinct kicking in before his brain fully catches up. The webs catch Hammerhead in midair, halting his lethal descent just feet from the concrete. He hangs there like a fly in a trap, his dreams of escape literally dangling by a thread. Spidey pulls the lines tight, his muscles straining against the weight of the man and the impact of his own injuries. Every movement is a battle against the darkness, creeping in at the edges of his vision. He wraps the gangster in a cocoon of sticky white fibers, ensuring that Hammerhead won't be going anywhere for a long, long time. The crime lord's reign ends not with a bang, but with the sound of webbing sealing his fate. The bundled villain hits the roof of the police car with a heavy thud, much to the shock of the surrounding officers. Spider-Man stands shaky but tall, a silhouette of defiance against the sirens. Captain DeWolf looks up at the hero, her face a mixture of relief and frustration at the chaos he brings. Hammerhead groans beneath the webbing, his eyes wide with the realization that it's over. Spider-Man shrugs his shoulders, his voice cracking slightly as he tries to inject some humor into the grim situation. Backslash, Ta-da, Backslash, he asks, his hands raised in a mock gesture of triumph. Elektra stands over the remaining goons, her blade ready to finish what she started. Backslash, the rest of you are lucky the cops are here. Backslash, she warns, her voice cold enough to freeze the blood in their veins. But she's not the only cat in the room tonight. Black Cat drops from the ceiling with a smirk, landing a heavy kick that sends the ninja assassin sprawling. Been meaning to do that, Backslash, she quips. The impact is brutal, the sound of flesh meeting boot echoing through the room. Elektra's head snaps back, her eyes rolling as the world begins to spin. She collapses to the floor beside the other unconscious heroes, her sigh clattering uselessly against the wood. The master assassin has finally found someone faster than herself. Black Cat looks down at her handiwork, her expression unreadable behind the mask. She knows that this victory is temporary and the real trouble is just beginning. The fight isn't over yet as Elektra rolls back to her feet, meeting Black Cat's next move with a sharp block. The sound of their collision is a violent symphony of leather and steel. Felicia lands a solid punch to Elektra's gut, forcing a pained backslash from the ninja. Huh, Felicia taunts, sensing the tide of the battle shifting in her favor. With a powerful kick, the cat sends the assassin flying backward into the wall. A loud /fam/ marks the impact, leaving Elektra dazed and gasping for air. Elektra hits the floor hard, her breathing ragged as she tries to find her sigh in the debris. Felicia looms over her, a dark shadow of vengeance and feline grace. The ninja tries to strike back, but Felicia catches her arm, the tension between them crackling like a live wire. Both women are exhausted, but neither is willing to be the first to blink. A sudden, sharp sound fills the room as Felicia applies pressure. The sound of breaking bone signals the definitive end of Elektra's resistance. Felicia raises her fist, her face contorted with a mixture of rage and adrenaline. She's ready to end this, to make sure the woman who hurt her friends never gets up again. Elektra's eyes are wide with fear, her mouth open as she realizes she's looking into the eyes of a predator who has lost her patience. The urban legend is about to become a very real nightmare. For a moment, time seems to stop as the two women stare at each other, the weight of their choices hanging heavy in the air. Felicia's breathing is the only sound in the ruined apartment. The rage begins to fade from the cat's eyes, replaced by a cold, sobering clarity. She realizes that she's standing on the edge of a line she can never uncross. She drops to her knees, the sigh falling from her hand as the strength leaves her body. The silence that follows is more deafening than the sounds of the battle that preceded it. She looks over at the unconscious heroes, her heart heavy with the cost of this victory. She came here for a job, but she's leaving with something much heavier. Felicia stands back up, her eyes narrowing as she spots something through the broken window. The night isn't over, and there are still debts to be paid. She stares out at the city, the lights of Manhattan mocking the darkness she feels inside. This wasn't supposed to be personal, but in this city, it always is. Behind her, Moon Knight begins to stir, his white cape stained with the grime of the fight. He looks at Felicia with a weary nod, acknowledging the role she played in their survival. Below, the police are finally preparing to breach the building. Captain, all the doors are locked. Should we wait for emergency services to break the doors down? An officer asks. DeWolf doesn't have time for bureaucracy. Get your butts in gear and round up whoever's left up there. She orders, her patience at its breaking point. Felicia watches the bodies of the fallen heroes being loaded into ambulances. The sight of Spider-Man being handled like cargo makes her stomach turn with a strange, protective guilt. Spider-Man watches from the shadows of the street as the scene unfolds, his mask hiding the exhaustion etched into his features. He sees Moon Knight being helped away, the cost of the night visible in every slow movement. Spidey looks up at the sky, the moon a pale observer of the violence that just unfolded. He's tired of the secrets, tired of the fights, but he knows he can't stop. From a dark alley, a pair of glowing eyes watches him, a feline presence that refuses to fade into the night. Felicia is still here, and she's not done with the wall crawler yet. Captain DeWolf is in the middle of the street, shouting orders as the perimeter is established. I want a battering ram and a damn aircrew, and I want this crime scene cordoned off. Iron Fist stands among the ruins, his posture regal despite the chaos. Black Cat approaches him, her voice low. Quite a day, huh? Sorry for the confusion earlier. It isn't always easy to know what's the right thing to do all the time. But Danny Rand isn't in a forgiving mood, his hand shooting out to grip Felicia's throat with iron-like strength. The air is sucked out of the room as he lifts her slightly off the ground. He leans in, his face inches from hers, his eyes burning with a controlled fury. I should kill you right here. He snarls, the power of the dragon pulsing through his arm. Felicia gasps for air, her claws scraping uselessly against his sleeve. Sea cops are on their way up. We really should be somewhere else. She wheezes, her bravado finally failing her. A voice from the shadows calls out, stopping the violence before it can turn lethal. Danny, it shouts, and Iron Fist flinches, the tension in his grip momentarily slackening. Felicia collapses as he releases her, her eyes wide with the realization of how close she just came to the end. She realizes that these heroes play by rules she doesn't fully understand. The door is kicked open with a thunderous crash as the police finally make their entrance. Backslash police, freeze. Backslash DeWolf screams, her weapon leveled at the shadows. The officers swarm the room, their flashlights cutting through the darkness to reveal a scene of absolute devastation. But the figures they were looking for are gone, vanished into the New York night. Captain DeWolf stands over the spot where the heroes were just moments ago, her expression a mix of disappointment and reluctant respect. She knows they're still out there, doing the work she can't. She looks down at a discarded piece of webbing, the remnants of Spider-Man's presence. In this city, the law and the legends will always be at odds. High above the sirens, Spider-Man sits on the edge of a rooftop, his head in his hands. Backslash, idiot. Oh, backslash, he mutters to himself, the adrenaline finally giving way to the pain of a dozen bruises. He looks down at the street below, watching the ambulances pull away with the people who were supposed to be on his side. The isolation of the mask has never felt more profound. He winces as he shifts his weight, the memories of the fight playing back like a bad movie. Fell head first into a car. Lucky I still have a head. That Wasso, that was disappointing on so many levels, backslash. A shadow detaches itself from the chimney behind him, and Black Cat steps into the moonlight. Backslash C. And I had a damn good day, all said, and backslash, she begins, only to be cut off by a sharp backslash og, backslash from Spidey. Spidey stands up, pointing a finger at her with accusing intensity. Backslash, you know what, Felicia? Seriously, you suck. That was so lame of you siding with an idiot like that, backslash. He continues his lecture, his voice rising with frustration. Backslash, you have so much going for you, seriously. You're stunning, smart, you've got some sort of low-grade power, right? And this is all you can think to do with it, backslash. Felicia looks away, her playful facade finally crumbling under his genuine anger. Backslash, Kingpin killed my father. It does stuff to you. But you're right, I know, I have to do more. I was wrong today. Okay. Spidey turns to leave, his patience exhausted. Backslash, you want to make it up to me? Just stay away from me, backslash, he says, but Felicia isn't ready to let him go. Backslash, hey, I'm trying to tell you. I just had a life-changing experience, backslash. She leaps after him, her grace returning as she lands softly on the ledge beside him. Backslash, hey, geez, do you really think I'm pretty, backslash, she asks, the vulnerability in her voice surprising them both. The wall crawler stops, looking back at her through the white lenses of his mask. Well, yeah, backslash, he admits, his tone softening just enough for her to press her advantage. She leans in, her smile returning as she sees the hero flinch at her proximity. Well, see, I didn't know that. Backslash, backslash, yes, you did, backslash, Spidey counters, his heart rate beginning to climb. She reaches out, her finger tracing the line of his jaw through the fabric. Backslash, you still mad at me, backslash, she asks playfully. Spidey's resolve is melting. Backslash, yes. Oof, backslash, he sighs. Felicia looks into his lenses, her gaze intense and searching. Backslash, where are you going now, backslash, she asks, her voice a whisper that the wind nearly carries away. Spider-Man hesitates, the weight of his secret identity clashing with the desire to be seen. Backslash, home, backslash, he stammers. Backslash, can I come with you? Can I, backslash, she asks, her hand moving to his chest. The world around them disappears as they stand on the edge of the abyss. Backslash, do you want to kiss me, backslash, she asks, and Spidey's brain short-circuits. Backslash, oh my god, little bit, I can't move, backslash. She leans in closer, her breath warm against his mask. Backslash, right here, right now. Kiss me, I think about this all the time. What's under this mask? Who this mystery man in my life really is? I'm ready, backslash. Her hands move to the edge of his mask, her touch gentle but insistent. Spidey's internal monologue is a scream of panic. Backslash, stop her. She's unmasking you. My feet are missing, backslash. The fabric begins to slide up over his chin, exposing the skin beneath. Backslash, I'm going to do it, Spider-Man. I'm going to take off this mask, and I'm going to kiss you, backslash, she promises. The morning sun glints off the polished brass plaque of Midtown High School, a place of learning that is about to become the center of a media firestorm. Inside the bustling library, students are hunched over their books, but the air is thick with the unspoken tension of a teenage breakup. Peter Parker sits with his chin in his hand. A distant, blissful smile playing on his lips that seems to radiate from a secret world of his own. Mary Jane Watson stares at him from across the room, her emerald eyes narrowed in a mix of hurt and absolute confusion. "What the hell are you so happy about, Peter Parker?" Her mind screams through the silence. She watches him, her expression hardening as he continues to daydream, completely oblivious to the girl who used to be his everything. Finally, she can't take it anymore, her frustration bubbling over into a silent, internal demand for answers. "You break up with me and now you're sitting there smiling?" she thinks bitterly. Peter's mind is miles away from the library, wrapped in the thrill of his new reality. Dating an X-Man, he thinks to himself, the words feeling heavy and exciting. "Look at me, pretty cool." He gives himself a mental pat on the back, even as his ribs ache from his last encounter. Pat yourself on the back, Mr. Parker. If you could still move your arm enough after being thrown through a building by an 8-foot-tall mechanical rhino. Thoughts drift to her name, the mystery of the girl behind the phasing powers. Ow, but hey, Kitty Pryde, I have to find out what her real first name is. Is it Kitty? It's probably Kat. Catherine, Kathleen. He leans into the hand supporting his head, a smirk forming. I wonder if I could tell my aunt that I'm dating one of the X-Men without her getting suspicious about my double life. I mean, Kitty is my age and cute and funny. It's not impossible that I could have met her at the mall or something. He convinces himself that his personal life could be separate from the mask. It's not impossible that I could date her as Peter Parker. I mean, regular people do date semi-famous mutants. It does happen. It doesn't mean that I'm Spider-Man necessarily. But the logic starts to crumble under the weight of his superhero baggage. But, come on, how many weird, unexplained things do I have to dangle in front of Aunt May's face before she puts 2 and 2 together and figures things out? Suddenly, a shadow falls over his desk. Kong, a hulking presence in the school library, leans in close. "Psst, Flash," he whispers, mistaking the back of Peter's head for a moment before realizing who he's talking to. "Peter, you seen Flash." Peter doesn't even look up from his internal debate, his voice dry and biting. "Flash Thompson? Wait, let me check my underwear." Kong blinks, the joke sailing over his head. "Well, I don't have an atomic super wedgie, so I guess that means I haven't seen him. That is so weird. He isn't answering his cell." Peter finally looks up, curious now. "Maybe he left you for another sidekick," he suggests. Kong shakes his head. He always answers. "Maybe he left it at home. No, he has it on his belt like the guy with the belt." Kong pulls out his own phone, his face creasing with genuine worry for his bully-in-chief friend. He loves his phone. He didn't make it to school and he isn't answering. I'll try it one more time. Across town, in a dark and silent room, a flip phone sits on a cold table, its screen glowing with the persistent notification of 7 missed calls. In a dimly lit warehouse, the atmosphere is electric with failure. Silver Sable stands over a figure sprawled on the floor, her voice a low, dangerous growl. Who's going to be man enough to take responsibility for this? Her mercenaries, the Wild Pack, shift uncomfortably in the shadows. "Sable, listen." One of them tries to start, but she cuts him off with a sharp look. "That sounds like the beginning of a story. I didn't ask for a story." She leans down, her silver hair catching the dim light as she pulls a wallet from the unconscious boy's pocket. "I asked who of you, my trusted men of honor, my Wild Pack, are going to take responsibility for kidnapping this little boy named Fred Thompson." She glares at the identification card. Who is barely a man, let alone a Spider-Man? The gig was Spider-Man. We all understood that, yeah. She turns her piercing gaze back to her crew, her expression unreadable. "So, what happened?" Flashback to the previous day. A news helicopter buzzes through the hazy sky above Queens, its blades cutting through the clouds. In the shadow of a high school roof, the real Spider-Man is caught in the spotlight, his eyes widening behind his mask as he realizes he's being watched. He digs his fingers into the brickwork, the sound of the helicopter growing deafening as he tries to stay out of sight. Meanwhile, in the alley below, Flash Thompson is far more concerned with his snack than any costumed heroes above him. He's completely unaware of the shadow descending upon him, a silent predator moving through the urban canyons. A metallic ring hits the pavement with a soft click, attached to a wire that snakes down from the darkness above. Flash barely has time to blink before his backpack is jerked upward by the unseen line. He looks up, eyes wide and mouth half full of food, as his property vanishes into the gloom of the alley ceiling. He turns, looking for the prankster, a confused scowl forming on his face. "Hey!" He tries to shout, but the words die in his throat. Suddenly, the alley is flooded with a blinding, crackling light as a high-voltage discharge hits him square in the chest. Flash's body jerks violently, his muscles seizing as thousands of volts of electricity surge through him, rendering him helpless in an instant. From the shadows, two figures emerge, their faces cold and professional, earpieces glinting as they communicate their success. Flash slumps over, his eyes rolling back in his head as consciousness slips away from him. The world goes black for the high school star athlete as he is dragged into the darkness, a victim of a colossal case of mistaken identity. Back in the present, Sable stares at the ID card, her jaw tight. "Huh," she asks, the reality of their mistake sinking in. "I dunno," one of the mercs mutters. "I still think it's him." Sable's eyes flash with fury. "You want a slap?" she snaps. The mercenary lowers his head, knowing better than to push her further. "Just tell us what you want us to do, Sable." She stands over Flash, who is still out cold, the weight of the situation pressing down on the entire room. One of the female mercs steps forward. "Your mistake, you get rid of it, it's just a kid." Sable turns on her. "What do you want from me? This wasn't my mistake. I didn't do this. Get rid of it now." The team starts to fracture. "He's seen our faces. We'll have to leave the country again," one says. "I'm not going under the knife again," another replies. "Not like after that Latveria thing." Flash stirs on the floor, his vision blurry as he catches fragments of their conversation. "I'll do it. I don't care," a merc says. "Big man," Sable scoffs, "you should care. Everyone's ready to cash the check come time, but when the job gets hard, where is everyone?" The debate turns ugly. "I say we just dump him back at school," someone suggests. "No, what? I'm not whacking a kid just 'cause. That wasn't the gig." With a sudden, explosive burst of adrenaline, Flash Thompson lunges from the floor, catching the mercenaries completely off guard. He doesn't fight, he runs. He dives through the clutter of the warehouse, heart hammering against his ribs. "Og!" one of the mercs yells as Flash kicks a chair into their path. "Off!" Sable screams as the lights are cut. Sable's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, her eyes fixed on the retreating figure of the boy who is about to ruin everything. Flash bursts through a heavy metal door, the blinding light of the outside world offering a desperate promise of safety. The sounds of gunfire echo behind him, the muzzle flashes illuminating the dark warehouse as the mercenaries try to stop their prize from escaping. The bullets strike the exterior of the building, sparks flying as Flash disappears into the industrial landscape surrounding the hideout. Sable emerges from the doorway, her voice a whip-crack command that cuts through the chaos. "Move." Her team spills out after her, weapons drawn, their professional pride wounded by a teenager's desperate escape. They fan out across the concrete yard, their eyes searching for any sign of movement among the parked trailers and shipping containers. Spread out," they call to one another. Sable stands in the center of the yard, her weapon lowered, a grim realization settling over her. "This isn't good," she whispers to herself. Later that day, the atmosphere at Midtown High is vastly different. Peter Parker steps out of the main entrance, his backpack slung over one shoulder, still lost in his own thoughts. He is stopped in his tracks by a familiar face leaning against a tree. "Well, oh my goodness. Surprise," Kitty Pryde says with a playful grin. Peter blinks in shock. "What are you doing here, Kitty?" "Surprising you." Peter's jaw drops as he takes her in. "I am surprised," he admits. "Then my job here is done," Kitty laughs. "Seriously, what is this?" Peter asks. "I was sitting in the X-Mansion, bored and lonely. And so, I guilted Storm into flying me over here so I could spend 2 hours with you." Peter can't help but smile, a warm feeling spreading through him. "Wow," he says softly. "I know," Kitty replies, her eyes twinkling behind her shades. "So, what are you doing now?" Peter asks. calling work and telling them I'm sick. You don't have to do that, Kitty says, though her smile tells a different story. I know, Peter replies, but we should get out of here. The sunglasses are the lamest disguise ever. Kitty pouts, that's a disguise. They walk away together, hands brushing. They feel like the only two people in the world. But they are being watched. Mary Jane stands at the school entrance, her heart sinking as she watches Peter walk off with the beautiful, mysterious girl in the sunglasses. The pain is sharp and immediate, a physical blow she wasn't prepared for. That evening, a local bar is quiet as the television overhead broadcasts a breaking news story that is about to change everything. A shocking story out of Queens today. The anchor begins. The report continues as patrons look up from their drinks. A Midtown High School varsity player was abducted in broad daylight by a gang of self-styled mercenaries, reportedly mistaking him for Spider-Man. Here's Chris Buss with the report. The screen cuts to a reporter standing in front of a sheriff's office. I am standing on the steps of the county sheriff's office where 16-year-old Freddie Thompson, a junior at Midtown High School, is being questioned by police officers after a grueling day being held prisoner against his will. In the bar, Silver Sable watches the screen with a cold, calculating intensity, her drink forgotten as the reporter recounts the details of their failure. The sheriff steps to the podium, his face grim. Mr. Thompson was abducted off the grounds of Midtown High School by unknown assailants. He was then taken to an undisclosed location where he was held prisoner and beaten. Mr. Thompson escaped during what he described as bickering amongst the group over whether or not he was actually Spider-Man and ran, on foot, to his mother's workplace. As far as these kidnappers, we are compiling descriptions and will work with the FBI to pursue these criminals. A reporter shouts a question. Is the boy all right? The sheriff nods. The boy is fine, shaken up and a little bruised, but he's coherent and he's been a tremendous help to us. In fact, I have to say, this is about the bravest thing I have ever seen a civilian do. Kid's a hero, the sheriff concludes, his words hanging in the air of the silent bar. One of Sable's mercs tries to find a silver lining. Well, at least we don't have to whack him. He already gave them our faces. Nothing more he can do. Sable doesn't look at him, and that's funny how. She pulls out a specialized communication device, her face hardening into a mask of grim determination. This job isn't over. It's just gotten a lot more complicated. Night has fallen over the city. A sleek black limousine pulls up to a high-rise office building, and a man in a sharp suit emerges, escorted by security. "Good night, Mr. Roxon," a guard calls out. He nears the car, his chauffeur opens the door with a respectful nod. "Good evening, sir." But as Mr. Roxon steps into the back of the limo, he realizes he is not alone. The interior is bathed in the soft glow of the city lights, illuminating a figure waiting for him. Eyes widen in surprise and fear as he recognizes the woman sitting in the shadows of his own vehicle. Silver Sable stares at him, her eyes cold and unwavering. "You don't return phone calls anymore?" she asks, her voice dripping with quiet menace. Roxon tries to maintain his composure, but his voice shakes slightly. "I was done speaking with you." Sable leans forward into the light. "We're in the middle of a delicate transaction," she says calmly. "You need commitment." Roxon's face contorts with anger. "Commitment to what? To what you did today? Am I expected to pay you for that?" The chauffeur looks back in the rearview mirror, eyes wide. "Sir?" Sable doesn't even look at him. "Go for a walk, Michael," she commands. Roxon's voice rises. "Sir, I had no idea there was." Out of the car now, Roxon roars at his driver, his patience snapped. The driver scurries away, Sable continues as if they hadn't been interrupted. "I called to tell you that, yes, we hit a bump, but that we are fully committed to the assignment." Roxon scoffs, "A bump? It's not like there's a set way to do what you asked us to do, but no offense, Sable, but clearly your reputation was overrated. I'd just as soon part ways." Sable's eyes narrow, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "My reputation is everything to me. We'll finish the job for you. Comped, no charge. We'll find Spider-Man, and we'll find out who is sabotaging your businesses," she promises, her gaze locking onto his. Roxanne considers this for a moment, the lure of free retribution too great to pass up. Comped, he asks. Comped, she confirms. He leans back into the leather seat, his face set in a hard line. Okay, you have 3 days. After that I hire someone to clean this mess. Sable doesn't blink. The deadline is set, and the hunt for the real Spider-Man is back on, more personal than ever. Meanwhile, in the quiet safety of the Parker household, Peter and Kitty are sprawled on the couch, surrounded by the remnants of a movie marathon and the easy comfort of new love. Peter is mid-story, his hands animating the details. A 7-foot rhino? Kitty asks with a laugh. Could have been 8 foot, an 8-foot rhino. What can I tell you? There was an 8-foot rhino running around New York. Kitty shakes her head, her brown curls bouncing. Yes, a real rhino. Peter smirks. Don't be silly. It was a guy dressed as an 8-foot rhino, a big metal rhino thing, trashing the city. I couldn't tell you, says the guy who dresses up as a spider. Why? Why would someone do that? Kitty asks. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a cell phone cuts through the moment. Do you have to get it? Kitty asks. Peter looks at the screen. It might be my aunt, he says, picking it up. Yell. On the other end of the line, Mary Jane is sitting on her bed in the dark, her face a mask of grief and exhaustion. Hey, she says, her voice small and fragile. Peter's heart skips a beat as he recognizes her voice. Oh, hi, he stammers, his blissful mood instantly evaporating into a cloud of guilt. The silence on the line is heavy with everything they aren't saying. Are you watching TV? MJ asks eventually. She pulls her knees to her chest, the weight of the Flash Thompson news and her own heartbreak feeling like an impossible burden to carry. Peter blinks, confused by the question. What's on TV? He asks, his mind racing to catch up. Kitty looks at him, sensing the change in the air. What was that? She asks. Peter stares at the phone, his world starting to spin. Something's on TV, he mutters. The next morning, Midtown High School is no longer a place of learning. It's a media circus. Every news van in the city is parked out front, and the air is filled with the frantic energy of reporters chasing a lead. Liz Allen and Principal Ross Andrew are caught in the headlights of the press. I've known Flash for years. I had no idea he had it in him, Liz says with a breathless smile. Is he Spider-Man? No. Meanwhile, the principal tries to maintain order. There will be an emergency meeting of the Parents' Council to discuss security. Peter Parker stands on the edge of the crowd, his eyes wide as he takes in the absolute chaos his secret identity has unleashed on his school. The sheer scale of the media coverage is staggering, a living nightmare that he never expected to face in broad daylight. MJ pulls him aside, her voice a low hiss. No, nothing. SHH, was someone trying to kidnap you? She asks frantically. I know, Peter whispers back. Seriously, the microphones, I know, I whispered. Can you believe it? Do you know what happened? MJ asks, her eyes searching his. Peter looks genuinely terrified. No, MJ, I really can't. This is a whole new nightmare. How did they know you went to school here? MJ asks. Peter rubs his face. Well, I'm not exactly known for my ability to keep my mask on during a fight. You should lay low, she warns him, and lay low I shall. Costume stays in the backpack. Except SHH for finding out who did this and why they want you and. They walk through the crowded hallways, every conversation around them focused on the same thing. Flash Thompson and the mysterious mercenaries. Flash Thompson, Spider-Man, I know. Flash Thompson, the hero, I know, the students chatter. And you know he was all crying for his mommy. Hey, why'd you hang up like that? Mary Jane closes her eyes for a moment, the overwhelming noise of the school feeling like it's crushing her from the inside out. She turns back to Peter, her expression softening for a split second. You had company, she says quietly. Peter looks away, unable to meet her gaze. Oh. Yeah, so I'm not retarded, okay? MJ snaps, her hurt resurfacing in a flash of anger. Peter can only stare at her, the weight of his double life feeling like an anchor around his neck. Suddenly, a loud voice bores through the hallway. Ladies and gentlemen, class started 5 minutes ago, party is over. Let us go. The crowd begins to disperse, leaving Peter alone with his thoughts. I just suck, he thinks to himself. What would I say to her? There's nothing to say. He walks down the hallway, his head down. There's nothing I can do. We couldn't be together because of Spider-Man, but I can be with Kitty. She has powers. She can take care of herself. If someone throws her off a bridge, no big whoop. But his logic is self-defeating, and he knows it. And I'm obsessing over this when I should be obsessing over the fact that someone tried to kidnap me from my school in Broad. Suddenly, a hand drops onto his shoulder. "Excuse me." Peter turns to find himself face to face with three stern-looking police officers. "Could you open your sack, please?" one of them asks, his finger pointing at Peter's backpack. Peter's blood runs cold, his heart leaping into his throat. What?" he stammers, his mind racing through the contents of his bag. The officer's expression doesn't change. Random bag check, open it up. Around them, other students are being subjected to the same search, the school's new security measures in full, oppressive effect. "Today," the officer prompts, his voice hardening. Peter stares at the officer, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he realizes he is seconds away from his secret being revealed to the entire world. Meanwhile, far from the halls of Midtown High, a sleek, alien vessel cuts through the infinite void of space, a beacon of light in the darkness. Inside the ship, the golden android known as the Vision stands beside Dr. Sam Wilson. "What's this? Is this you leaving their world behind, Vision?" Sam asks. "Traveling at translight velocity through a series of wormholes we'd navigated shortly before blastoff, Dr. Wilson," she explains calmly. The ship plunges into an atmosphere, leaving a trail of fire across the alien sky. "This took me to a place where Galactus wouldn't reach for almost 200 years. Vision's narrative voice continues. On the surface of the planet, a strange, insectoid species looks up at the sky, their world about to be changed forever. Plenty of time to prepare the population. Vision's voiceover continues as images of the alien world flicker by. This species was an engineering culture. 50 billion life forms all sharing the same occupation and eager to get started when they heard about the threat. The planet itself begins to transform, encased in layers of advanced metallic plating. Within 2 generations, they had encased their world entirely in armor. Within 4 generations, they had booby-trapped their solar system. But as the shadow of the World Eater falls over them, the aliens' expressions turn from hope to absolute terror. But it still wasn't enough. The scene shifts to a world of towering, techno-organic structures. 1,000 years later, I met a techno-organic jungle species, and they developed a thought virus they were certain would defeat him. But the virus is useless against the overwhelming power of Galactus, and the world is consumed in a firestorm of destruction. But they were wrong. The narrative skips forward millions of years. 2 million years after that, I helped transform a small cluster of reptilian mammals into 1 billion superhumans with the power to snuff out suns. Huge, powerful beings are shown falling from the sky, their bodies disintegrating under an unseen force. But even they were gone in minutes. Vision and Sam walk through a landscape of stardust and cosmic energy. Worlds comprised entirely of light, people made up of little more than sound and smells and thoughts. "And none survived?" Sam asks, his voice barely a whisper. Vision turns her head slightly, her eyes glowing with a cold, ancient light. "Not one, Dr. Wilson, not a single one." They look out at the beautiful, fragile planet Earth hanging in the void. "I wonder if your world will be luckier than the thousands which have died before her," she asks, a question that carries the weight of 1 billion dead civilizations. Back on Earth, the reality of the situation is far more grounded, but no less dangerous. A photographer on a rooftop snaps pictures of the police presence at Midtown High. "Wow, are we so entirely screwed?" he mutters. From his vantage point, the school looks like a military encampment, with police and news vans choking the streets. So screwed. Inside their high-tech van, Silver Sable's crew is watching the same news. "Sable, the media it's all over the TV. How are we supposed to find Spider-Man now?" one of the mercs shouts. Sable barely glances at him. "Exactly." The news continues to broadcast the principal's press conference. "Sable, what's the plan? Sable?" "Oh, Sable?" they ask. Sable is on the phone in her dressing gown, her face tight with pressure. "I'm working on it." On the screen, Principal Andrew repeats his promise of safety. There will be an emergency meeting of the Parents' Council to discuss security. Back in the hallway, the pressure on Peter Parker is reaching its breaking point. Could you open your sack, please? Random bag check. Open it up. The officer stares him down. Who is this? Another asks. Parker, right? Peter Parker, 10th grade, kid the bag. Peter clutches the backpack to his chest, his eyes darting around the hallway for any possible escape. His mind is screaming, his secret identity about to be exposed by a simple search. The officer's hand reaches for the bag, his voice a low command. Today. The zipper starts to open, and for a terrifying second, the bright red and blue fabric of the Spider-Man costume is visible in the narrow gap. But suddenly, a loud, exuberant shout echoes through the hallway, shattering the tension. Woo! Look at me, I'm Spider-Man. The officers turn their heads in shock, their hands freezing on Peter's bag. Looky-doo, I'm Spider-Man, the voice shouts again. A student in a full, albeit slightly baggy, Spider-Man costume leaps through the air, performing a clumsy but enthusiastic acrobatic move in front of the cameras and the stunned crowd. The police instantly drop Peter's bag and move to intercept the intruder. Hey, they shout. Woo-hoo and shababadoo, the costumed kid yells as he scrambles away. The costumed student bursts through the main entrance of the school, raising his arms in triumph. Hey everybody, Spider-Man is here. The press corps surges forward, cameras flashing and microphones thrust toward him. It's true, Spider-Man is here. I'll be taking questions from the press in a moment, but first I want to confess to you my true identity. He grabs the mask, his voice filled with dramatic flair. I can't hold it in any longer, I must reveal myself to the world. He pulls off the mask to reveal a grinning teenager. My real name is Mark Raxton, and I am Spider-Man. I also play guitar in the as yet unsigned band, Molten Man, and will be playing Friday night at the Ramita. The police tackle him to the ground, the media frenzy instantly turning into a scene of chaotic arrest. Friday night, Molten Man, we are the Molten Man, he continues to scream as they drag him away. In the confusion, Peter Parker has vanished from the hallway. He's on the roof now, his chest heaving as he leans against the brickwork. He stares at the sky, his hands trembling as the sheer terror of the last few minutes finally catches up to him. He slumps against the wall, a shadow of himself, his world having come dangerously close to complete and utter collapse. He takes deep, shuddering breaths, the reality of his situation feeling like a physical weight. So close, he whispers to himself, so close. A news helicopter passes overhead, its searchlight sweeping across the roof. Peter flattens himself against the wall. No, you can't be here, they're watching, they're looking for you. The people who kidnapped Flash, they're looking for you right now, you can't be here. Later, Peter is sitting in the shadows of a grimy alleyway, his backpack clutched tightly in his lap. You were really fooling yourself, Peter Parker, just fooling yourself. It's over. You were sloppy and it's over. Internal voice is a relentless torrent of self-recrimination. The entire school is under siege. Your classmates are getting kidnapped. Gwen's dead. Harry's gone. It's over. You actually walked into school with a bag full of costume. You actually swung up onto the roof of school in broad daylight and changed your clothes. You're an idiot. Idiot? All the people that have seen you with your mask off, you're lucky you're not dead. You're lucky Aunt May's not dead. Aunt May, Aunt May. He looks up at the towering buildings above him, his face a mask of exhaustion and despair. It's over. Just bite the bullet. Stop being a baby. He decides to face his reality head-on. He walks into his Aunt May's office, his heart hammering against his ribs. She's on the phone, but looks up as he enters. Well, you tell Dan, I'm not going to, my God, Peter. She drops the phone, her face instantly creasing with worry as she takes in his disheveled appearance and the haunted look in his eyes. Peter, why aren't you in school? She asks, stepping toward him, her hands reaching out in a motherly gesture of comfort. She touches his face, her voice soft and trembling. Are you sick? Did you get kicked out of class? Peter looks away, unable to meet her gaze, his guilt feeling like a physical barrier between them. You're scaring me, she says softly. He takes a deep breath, the truth sitting on the tip of his tongue, ready to be unleashed. May, I have to tell you something, he begins, but the words falter. May watches him, her expression a mix of love and dawning fear. She knows something is terribly wrong, but she has no idea what it is. "So Spider-Man," Peter says, the name feeling like a curse in the small office. May blinks, her confusion deepening. "I don't understand. Peter, did you get hurt?" "No, no Listanake, just the TV. Did you see what was on TV?" "No. Yesterday Flash Thompson was kidnapped." May's expression hardens at the mention of the school bully. "What? Little Flash Thompson?" she asks, her voice devoid of sympathy. "From school," Peter explains. "He was kidnapped off school grounds." "Yes, and oh my God, are you sure?" May asks, her shock finally starting to register. She sinks into a chair, her hands trembling as she processes the news. Peter paces the room, his voice growing more frantic. "Listen, will you just listen? They thought these people kidnapped him right out of school because they thought he was Spider-Man. Little, Aunt May, he's like 6 foot. Why would they think he was this Spider-Man? Because they figured out that Spider-Man goes to our school." Peter stops and looks directly at her, his eyes filled with a desperate need for her to understand. "Because they were following him, they were following Spider-Man, and it led right back to my school. Right back to me." The air in the room becomes still and cold as Peter waits for her reaction. He said it in his own way. He's revealed his secret. May stares at him for a long, agonizing moment, her expression unreadable. Finally, she speaks. "Spider-Man, I was wondering when we'd get to this." She stands up, her voice surprisingly calm but laced with a cold, sharp edge. "Sweetie, Spider-Man is a horrible, horrible person." Peter's heart sinks. He wasn't prepared for this. "A coward, just a despicable coward. You see that, right?" she asks, her gaze boring into his. "You don't think I've thought about this? I have. And I know now that whoever this idiot is just an angry little troll who runs around and does whatever he wants. Why do you think he wears a mask? A coward wears a mask. Cowards wear masks, okay? One day he's helping people, the next he's hurting people. He's insane, and we don't live in fear of people like that. Spider-Man, this whole thing makes my skin crawl." She turns back to the desk, her face set in a grim line. "That poor boy, they kidnapped him?" she asks, her sympathy finally finding its mark. She looks down at her hands, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Sweetie, listen. I have someone I talk to, a therapist." Peter blinks in shock. "You do?" he asks, completely caught off guard by the revelation. "Yes, at lunch once a week. All this insanity we've gone through, Uncle Ben, Gwen, her father. It's all been too much for me sometimes. And I think it's getting to you too. Sweetie, even before this thing, Todd, you've been cutting class, sneaking out. I've been cutting you slack because I totally understand you need to find yourself, and I've just been off to the side resort of rooting for you. But look at you were covered in sweat, catching your breath. You're having a full-out anxiety attack. That's what this is. Now granted this thing with Flash, this is insane that this happened, and if I knew about it, I'd come down there and yank you out of school myself." Peter looks at his feet, the irony of her words hitting him like a physical blow. "So you chickened out," his inner voice whispers with a cruel, mocking edge. Later that night, Peter is lying on his bed, the Spider-Man mask held loosely in his hand as he stares up at the ceiling. "Completely," he says into his cell phone. On the other end, Kitty is lying in her own room at the X-Mansion, her face a mix of concern and amusement. "It's for the best," she says softly. "I didn't see it coming, Kitty. I didn't know she had an opinion about Spider-Man either way." "It's not time to tell her. When will it be time? When a SWAT team comes barging through my ceiling and arrests me?" Peter asks bitterly. "Dude, it was a close call. Okay? You'll know when it's time to tell her. I didn't tell my mom I was a mutant for like a year. You know how I told her? I accidentally fell through the ceiling. That's how I told her. And you know what? She lived. She's dealing with it. She hates Spider-Man. She's my whole family and she hates Spider-Man," Peter replies, his voice full of despair. "She won't when she knows the truth. You'll know when it's time. You know what? You'll save the planet from some big Earth-eating alien and everyone will love you. Then you'll tell her." Peter sighs, the mask feeling like a dead weight in his hand. "I should just put the thing in the garbage." "What? The costume? You tried that?" "Yeah, that didn't work." Suddenly, Kitty is interrupted by a commotion in her hallway. Hold on, get out of here, she shouts at someone. Who's, what, I was just out. She gets back on the phone, her voice annoyed. God, they just barge in here without knocking. Who, babies trying to accidentally sneak a peek. Real mature? Peter tries to get back to the point. What fight? You said take the fight to them. Kitty's tone shifts, becoming serious and encouraging. Whoever's looking for youth kidnappers, go find them. Can't be too hard. They're looking for you, just look behind you. Peter's face hardens, a new resolve taking hold. Someone is trying to kidnap me. I almost glazed over that part. You don't know anyone who can help you find them? Kitty asks. Suddenly, a knock sounds on Peter's own door. Hold on. He drops the phone and turns to face the door, his eyes glowing with an intense, predatory light. Take the fight to them, he whispers to himself. Across town, in the living room of the Thompson household, the atmosphere is thick with greed and opportunism. That's it? Flash asks, looking at a legal document. Well, Mr. Thompson, that's how a lawyer begins, but Flash's father cuts him off. That's low. That's too low. This is the best offer. I don't understand. Where's the money? You hear about people getting $1 million for their story. That's movies. This is TV. $100,000. If 2 networks started bidding, then we could get it up, but with one offer on the table and a deadline in which it will be pulled off the table, I suggest we take it. 100,000. PFF. Mr. Thompson, your son got good press with this kidnapping and this Spider-Man business. But it's going to be yesterday's news tomorrow. You gotta grab what you can. Sounds like a lot of money to me, Dad. Still a lot of money. Flash's father turns on his son, his face a mask of disappointment and contempt. Well, it's not. Whack off half for taxes and his 10%, and it's now 40,000. It's more than you make. Suddenly, the window is shattered as a figure in red and blue crashes into the room, sending glass flying and the occupants scrambling in terror. Spider-Man is crouching on the ceiling, his eyes narrowed behind his mask as he looks down at the terrified family. Flash Thompson, he says, his voice cold and commanding. Flash stares up at him, his mouth agape, his hands trembling as the real hero of the hour confronts him in his own home. Before Flash can even react, Spider-Man fires a glob of webbing, silently